Chapter 483, Yaoqi Holy City. Chu Xiaobei was anxious, her eyebrows frowned, and angrily said, "How can you kill martial sage if you are only a martial arts king? He can kill you with just one sneeze." Su Lang slapped Chu Xiaobei's hip. "Shut up, woman. You arrogant pervert, I killed you." Chu Xiaobei's face flushed, screaming in surprise, aroused a gaze. Because of Wuyong Wusheng's relationship, people are very disgusted with things like strengthening the people's girl. At this moment, seeing a beautiful girl screaming in surprise by a man, someone immediately surrounded Su Lang. "Bold fanatic, let go of that girl now. Play the pervert, come here, everyone, play the pervert. Tell you to let go of that girl, did you hear me? Don't let go, do you think my knife is not fast enough?" A group of warriors eager for justice and righteousness surrounded Su Lang jealously and yelled out loudly, and they were about to do it the next moment. Chu Xiaobei was stunned. How should this be good? Let Su Lang be beaten up. Well, although he is an arrogant boy, he is also a lifesaver. But, forget it, but, Chu Xiaobei resisted the shame and explained, "Don't worry, everyone, we are just joking, ha ha ha." Everyone was speechless, and the atmosphere was very embarrassing. An old woman stared at Su Lang angrily. "Girl, are you sure this kid was not intimidating you?" Chu Xiaobei smirked. "Cut." Everyone rolled their eyes and dispersed. Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei with some playfulness, and his unhappy mood dissipated a lot. Chu Xiaobei snorted coldly, and turned his face away, revealing a shy neck. Su Lang stared at Chu Xiaobei's pink dad's neck, and fell into deep thought. The most urgent thing is to improve the strength, otherwise even if there is a swallowing clone, it will not be safe. Especially in terms of weapons, I must have a powerful sacred weapon. The spiritual realm must also be improved in this respect, to ensure that after swallowing the clone, the spiritual power cannot be considered weak in the martial arts realm. Thinking of this, Su Lang's distracted eyes gradually gathered, and he already had a plan. Just catching a passerby, who is also a girl, Su Lang asked, "Where is the largest city nearby and how do I get there?" "Are you stupid? Of course the biggest city is the holy city of Yaoqi. Turn left and go straight ahead and go straight to the teleportation array." The passerby girl glanced at Su Lang as if she looked at the buns, but she kindly pointed him the way. Su Lang thanked the passerby sister, holding Chu Xiaobei and sitting on the teleportation array heading to the Yaoqi Saint race. After the teleportation buzzed, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei arrived at the holy city of Yaoqi. What a huge city this is. Can't describe it at all. Because of its large size, there are map sellers near the teleportation array. Su Lang bought one, and according to the above notes, he came to a Dan pavilion named Qingmu. Yes, he has to use the snowball method to earn huge sums of money. But this time it was not for upgrading, but for healing Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang had already discovered that although the ordinary holy rank medicine he synthesized was of perfect quality, it was still not very useful for Chu Xiaobei. A higher-end holy grade healing pill is needed for the healing effect to become prominent. The higher-end pill means that more and more precious alchemy materials are needed. Although Su Lang now owns more than 7 million lower-grade spirit jade, it might not be enough to cure Chu Xiaobei. Entering the Qingmu Pill Pavilion, a waiter greeted him. "I need 7 million lower-grade spirit jade alchemy materials and some healing pills." Su Lang didn't sell it, so he asked straightforwardly. As soon as the words came out, the waiter was shocked on the spot. The total net worth of an ordinary Valkyrie is only over 1 million low-grade spirit jade. And the one holding the beauty in front of you, oh, holding such a beautiful woman. It should be a noble son of a big clan bringing a woman out to play. Chapter 484. Not soft at all. Rich people really know how to play, and they walk with beautiful women. The waiter also regarded Su Lang as a rich second generation. He stood up to his horror and respectfully said, "Please rest here, I will ask the shopkeeper to come over." At the same time, Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang in astonishment. She originally thought that Su Lang was only bringing her here to buy some pills, but she didn't expect Su Lang to purchase alchemy materials worth 7 million lower-grade spirit jade. This guy Su Lang really intends to make alchemy. Does he really have incomparably advanced alchemy attainments? However, he is obviously only at the king of martial class, not to mention refining holy rank pill. It is shocking enough to be able to refine royal rank pill. Chu Xiaobei was shocked and uncertain. The waiter arranged Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei to the lounge on the side, and then hurriedly left. There were more than one chair in the lounge, so Su Lang found a chair and put Chu Xiaobei on it. Finally out of the clutches of this man. Chu Xiaobei was overjoyed, but after sitting for a while, she frowned. This chair is too hard, it's not soft at all, it's still. Bah! After waiting for a while, the treasurer of the Qingmu Dang, an old white-bearded grandfather came to the lounge. Hello, distinguished guest. Grandpa is very polite. My name is Hao Weidao, you can call me Lao Hao. Su Lang nodded faintly. Hello, Lao Hao. After the greeting, it's business. Old Hao asked. I heard you need materials worth 7 million inferior spirit jade. Not bad. Su Lang nodded and said, but before that, I hope to see your healing pills. I have to read all the healing pills. Old Hao looked at Chu Xiaobei and knew that Su Lang was planning to heal Chu Xiaobei. However, this requirement is a bit strange. While asking for 7 million lower-grade spirit jade materials, this is for alchemy. On the one hand, you want a finished medicine. Is this not confident enough in your alchemy attainments? But if you are not confident, what do you buy such precious pill materials for? Of course you can, please come with me. Although Old Hao had doubts in his mind, he certainly wouldn't ask like a fool. Su Lang smiled faintly, and soon picked up Chu Xiaobei, and followed Lao Hao to leave the lounge. Because he was a distinguished guest of high status, Qingmu Pill Pavilion was very efficient and took out all the healing pills within a few minutes. There are a total of 372 kinds of pill, ranging from God-level pill to 6th-level pill. As for the lower level, please go out and sell them at roadside stalls. Is there no holy elixir? Su Lang looked at the pile of pills in front of him and asked faintly. Holy stage pill? No. No. Old Hao shook his whole body and looked at Su Lang more respectfully. Obviously he is a martial king, but he wants to buy a holy order pill. What a terrifying background. I am afraid it is not a holy child. Su Lang nodded non-committal. Well, how many spirit jade are these pills in total? A total of 680,000 low-grade spirit jade. Lao Hao said. Among them, 32 god-level pills are worth 640,000 lower-grade spirit jade, and the rest are worth 40,000 lower-ranked spirit jade. I want it. Su Lang nodded, and extracted 68 high-grade spirit jade from the system and placed it on the table. Old Hao nodded very excitedly. Next, take me to see the materials. With a thought, Su Lang put all the pills into the storage space. Old Hao bowed slightly with excitement, and brought Su Lang to the place where he was selecting materials. This is a huge room with rows of tall cabinets made of spar neatly arranged. On each cabinet, there are countless small grids. Inside the grids are displayed the medicine materials, protected by formations. These grids are equivalent to samples, and each grid has only one material. Su Lang hugged Chu Xiaobei while strolling around, and let the system decompose the medicinal medicine just purchased, and record the decomposed materials. The reason why he bought those finished medicines was the medicine. As long as he has a pill, he can continuously refine that kind of pill with the system. Chapter 485. Asking is not telling you. After strolling around, Su Lang mastered all the 372 healing pills. Immediately afterwards, he began to select alchemy materials according to these healing pills. The same material was selected by him, and Lao Hao quickly wrote down. Gradually, Su Lang spent all the 7 million low-grade spirit jade. The bulk of it was spent on the refining materials of the God-level pill and the noble-level pill. It was not until the God-level and noble-level alchemy materials of the Qingmu Pill Pavilion were emptied, that the imperial level and its materials were purchased. The huge amount of low-grade spirit jade smashed down, and the pill materials in Su Lang's storage space piled up into a huge mountain again. At this time, he has more materials than before. After all, that is 7 million lower-grade spirit jade, which is equivalent to using all the spirit jade of the 7 warlords to purchase alchemy materials. Of course, the amount is too large. After Su Lang selected the materials, he made a deal with Qingmu Dang. The process went smoothly, with delivery and payment. Immediately, in Lao Hao's gift, Su Lang held Chu Xiaobei and left the Qingmu Pill Pavilion. Su Lang, what do you buy so many alchemy materials for? Chu Xiaobei asked in a puzzled way. You really want to make alchemy and you won't buy so much, you buy so many things. Don't ask, you just don't tell you. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a playful smile appeared. Chu Xiaobei curled her face. But this time she turned the wrong direction. Her entire face was buried in Su Lang's heart, and then she hurriedly changed direction. After leaving Qingmudang, Su Lang found a luxurious inn and walked in. He needs a quiet place for alchemy. This distinguished guest, do you want to? The waiter who received Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei with an appreciative smile. Sorry, we only have one room here. Then don't stop. Chu Xiaobei glared beautifully, and said wickedly. Then a room. Su Lang ignored Chu Xiaobei's dissatisfaction and said with a smile. Hey, 10 best spirit stones, please come upstairs. The waiter also laughed, then turned to lead the way. Su Lang hugged Chu Xiaobei who was gnashing his teeth and followed, and soon came outside a room. Our rooms here are blessed by formations, and the soundproofing is very good. Don't worry. The waiter kept a smile, and handed Su Lang a formation key, which was regarded as the room key. Well, take it. Su Lang casually dropped a low-grade spirit jade. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, yes, don't worry. The waiter generally caught the lower-grade spirit jade, then nodded and bowed, flattering and steadily guaranteeing. Okay, go down. Su Lang gave a noncommittal smile, then opened the room and walked in. The waiter chuckled again, and ran away holding the lower-grade spirit jade. Close the door. Su Lang's thoughts moved, and a layer of formation suddenly appeared around him, making this room more closed and more private. Su Lang, you want to take advantage of others. Chu Xiaobei immediately yelled in shame. If she hadn't moved, she would have twisted it. Sister Saint, you think too much. Su Lang rolled his eyes. I'm here only to refine alchemy. With that said, Su Lang put Chu Xiaobei on the bed and walked around that wonderful man with his eyes. Chu Xiaobei tightened, showing a trace of panic. In her current situation, she can't do any other actions except turning her head. If Su Lang, the big pervert, really does something, she can't resist, she can only. Fortunately, Su Lang turned and left the bed, and Chu Xiaobei breathed a sigh of relief. Coming to the open space in the middle of the room, Su Lang sat down and was about to make alchemy, but suddenly realized that he had no suitable alchemy furnace. You have to refining the god-level pill by yourself, and the god-level pill furnace is the most suitable. But Su Lang only had a few honorable pill furnaces and some lower-level pill furnaces. No way, Su Lang ordered. System, refining a god-level alchemy furnace for me. The refining materials obtained from Wangfukan hadn't been used yet, and they were abundant, so the system quickly refined a god-level pill furnace. Chapter 486, She Can't Understand at All. Ding. Successful refining, you will get the god-level pill furnace Dusheng God Furnace 1. The Dusheng God Furnace fell on the floor of the room, making a muffled noise. This pill furnace is blue and white, and it looks full of vitality. Chu Xiaobei lying on the bed was surprised. This is a god-level pill furnace. Su Lang, the little martial king, really intends to make alchemy. God, am I ignorant? A martial king level can really refine a censored level pill. However, what did he do to refine the god-level pill? The god-level pill has no effect on my injuries. With surprise, Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang closely. The crepe myrtle has no fixed fire. Start. Su Lang raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a group of erratic purple flames surrounded the Dusheng God Furnace. What kind of flame is this? Chu Xiaobei was shocked again. It doesn't look like it's using the exercise method to urge the hair. The characteristics are curious. Immediately after, she saw Su Lang take out a pile of alchemy materials and began to process it. As a saint-level powerhouse, Chu Xiaobei's alchemy attainments have also reached the king level. She couldn't understand Su Lang's tactics at all. She couldn't understand it. This technique, Su Lang, this guy really knows alchemy. Chu Xiaobei changed Su Lang's senses a little bit. It seems that he is so arrogant as a bit. Capital. In her eyes, Su Lang turned into a big satyr who knows how to make alchemy. Here, Su Lang handled the materials graciously, and processed a copy in a short time. But he still did not stop, but continued to process the materials. Yes, Su Lang is going to use his original, short-time and large-scale alchemy method. Although the god-level pill is not low in Kanglan continent, but he now possesses immortal-level pill refining attainments. Refining some god-level pill, as long as the materials are sufficient, it is as simple as rubbing mud pills. Soon, Su Lang finished processing the second material, and then put the processed 2 alchemy materials into the pill furnace. Chu Xiaobei was surprised. What kind of alchemy is this? I pour all the materials into the pill furnace. She couldn't understand it at all. Su Lang's approach is very different from the traditional alchemy process, which is too exaggerated. And just when she was surprised, Su Lang officially started alchemy. One by one, the crepe myrtle was licked with indefinite fire, and it turned into fog, flame, and liquid. After some refining, 10 pills appeared in the pill furnace. One-click synthesis. Su Lang's heart moved. The 10 god-level pill suddenly synthesized into a holy level pill. It's a pity that one key synthesis is only level 10, and it can only be synthesized with god level and its subordinate items, and can't be synthesized with holy level items, but upgrading one key synthesis requires 10 million low-grade spirit jade. As Su Lang pondered, he opened the lid of the stove, and a strong scent spread. There is a wave of regular power. It's a holy pill. Chu Xiaobei lying on the bed couldn't help but open her little cherry mouth. She clearly remembered that the alchemy materials used by Su Lang were only god level. How can it be possible to refine a holy pill with god level alchemy materials? This is totally impossible. At this time, Su Lang took the medicine from the furnace. It's really a holy pill. Chu Xiaobei felt that her brain wasn't enough. She really couldn't think of any magical alchemy that could use god-level materials to refine the holy level pill. Even if Su Lang used more materials, it was impossible. There is an essential difference between god-level materials and holy-level materials, and the latter contains the power of rules. However, the facts are here. Chu Xiaobei, who didn't believe in evil, began to look for reasons from other aspects. It must be Su Lang who added some holy-grade materials to it while I was not paying attention, or there was a problem with the pill furnace. At this time, Chu Xiaobei saw that Su Lang had begun to refine the pill again. Suddenly, she began to observe carefully. In the same process as before, Su Lang quickly got another holy pill. Could it be that I didn't notice Su Lang's small movements because I couldn't use my mental power? Yes, it must be so. Forget it, I don't bother to watch it. After Chu Xiaobei's brain crashed a bit, she found a reason for herself and gave up the plan to find out Su Lang's small actions. Perhaps because of the injury, she felt a little sleepy, so she fell asleep. Chapter 487, Don't You Want to Touch Me? This woman has a good sleeping position. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei, then continued to refine the pill. When he made the pill by himself, the automatic alchemy villain in the system also continued to make the pill. Compared with Su Lang himself, the system refining pills is of course faster, and the time is as short as 1 second. Time passed quickly. The materials purchased from Qingmu Pill Pavilion have been exhausted, and a total of 660 god-level pills of perfect quality have been refined. Among them, 60 Su Lang kept them, and planned to sell them for Lingyu to upgrade the one-key synthesis function. Originally, Su Lang planned to synthesize all the holy rank medicines for sale. However, once the holy pill of perfect quality appears, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. After all, the holy level pill is very cherished, and only holy level strong people are qualified to take it. In the perfect quality holy pill, maybe the entire Yaoqi holy clan's radius of trillions of miles has never appeared once. If Su Lang throws a perfect quality holy pill, at that time, the saints of Yaoqi will definitely investigate the matter, and maybe the people of Wuyong Devil's Cave will come to trouble early. In this way, the danger is too great. Therefore, Su Lang intends to keep a low profile and close the funds that he earns enough to upgrade the one-click synthesis. While the value of ordinary god-level pill is about 20,000 lower-grade spirit jade, the perfect quality god-level pill is about 10 times worth about 200,000. 60 perfect quality god-level pills, if sold, it would be just over 10 million lower-grade Lingyu. In addition to the 60 god-level pill that I plan to sell, the remaining 600 pills were synthesized by Su Lang into 60 holy pill. However, these holy elixir medicines are the same as those synthesized before. They are all relatively low-end holy elixir medicines. Su Lang estimated that if these elixirs were used for synthesis, there was a high probability that immortal level elixirs could not be synthesized. After all, the realm span of the martial saint level is really too big, 9 stars. These low-level holy elixirs should be able to synthesize middle-end holy elixir. It's time to find a place to sell pill. Su Lang received the pill furnace and came to the bed to wake up Chu Xiaobei. But when he just walked to the bed and reached out to Chu Xiaobei opened his bewildered beautiful eyes. Then, she saw a big hand stop over her body. What? Chu Xiaobei screamed in an instant, Su Lang, what do you want to do, you big, censored monster? I said I just want to wake you up, do you believe it? Su Lang sighed silently, no ghosts. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang fiercely, I tell you, don't want to touch me. In that way, there is a feeling of cuteness and fierceness. Su Lang stretched out his hand and directly hugged Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei, who couldn't resist, was touched by Su Lang. Holding Chu Xiaobei and leaving the room, Su Lang came to the lobby of the inn, and the waiter who had received a generous tip quickly ran over. Guest, are you going out? The waiter bowed slightly, flattering. Su Lang nodded and said, tell me, which is the strongest nearby chamber of commerce with the best reputation? The chamber of commerce with the best reputation, of course it is the Sky Chamber of Commerce. The waiter said naturally, the Sky Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce organization in the Kandlan continent. There is an endorsement by the emperor behind it, and the reputation is incredible. Su Lang nodded, threw a low-grade spirit jade, and left the inn with Chu Xiaobei in his arms. The rich are chic. The waiter quickly caught the lower-grade Lingyu, looking at Su Lang's back, feeling extremely envious. Go out the door. Su Lang flipped through the map he remembered, and quickly found the location of the Sky Chamber of Commerce. The Yaoqi Holy City is very large, and the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce is far away from here. But there is no such means of transportation as taxi, Didi, and Huo Sanlin, so Su Lang could only fly over with Chu Xiaobei. After a while, the Sky Chamber of Commerce finally appeared in front of Su Lang. This is a unique building, like a huge stone pillar rushing into the sky. Simply put, it is a pillar of Optimus. It is indeed a large chamber of commerce with an imperial background, and the power of architecture alone overwhelms other buildings. Chapter 488, Sell Elixirs. Entering the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce building, Su Lang found a staff member and explained his intentions. Although Su Lang, who was about to sell 60 God-rank perfect pills, was only the Wu Wang level on the surface. But the waiters of the Sky Chamber of Commerce are qualified. Although they don't believe them, they don't have any contempt. Instead, they respectfully arranged Su Lang, and then went to the big shopkeeper. What? A King Wu wants to shoot 60 perfect quality God-level pills? The chief treasurer of the Sky Chamber of Commerce was a quasi-sage named Zhang Bulu, and he was shocked at this time. Although he was the chief treasurer of the Yaoqi branch of the Sky Chamber of Commerce, he had also seen some God-level pills of perfect quality. But the entire 60 pieces appeared together, which is still very shocking. The key is that the one who wants to sell these 60 pills is a little Wu Wang. Are you sure it is King Wu? Zhang Bulu frowned and asked. Subordinates are sure. The waiter replied. This is surprising, I'll go and see. Zhang Bulu nodded, and then followed the waiter to the VIP room. Then, he saw Su Lang holding Chu Xiaobei. It's really just a martial king. Zhang Bulu glanced at Su Lang, and was shocked in his heart, but when he saw Chu Xiaobei, his heart was suddenly stormy. Although Chu Xiaobei was seriously injured, he was worse than a mortal at this time. But Zhang Buji is only one step away from Wu Sheng, he has captured the characteristics of that kind of Wu Sheng strong. This is a powerful female martial artist. If a martial artist wants to sell 60 perfect quality God-level pills, then it makes sense. But how could she let a martial king-level man hold her so intimately? Could it be that the Wu Wang-level man belongs to her, or something? Zhang Biyu took a deep look at Su Lang and found that this young man was indeed pretty. However, can King Wu level bear the Saint Martial level? A question arose in Zhang Bulu's heart. Of course, on the surface it must have been quiet. He came to Su Lang and bowed directly to Chu Xiaobei. Junior Zhang Buji, welcome seniors to the meeting. Chu Xiaobei nodded lightly. It is not surprising that she saw her realm to Zhang Bulu. Because Zhang Buji was already a quasi-sage, he initially saw the threshold for comprehending the mysterious rules. Zhang Bulu didn't sit down, and asked respectfully, does senior want to sell 60 God-level perfect pills? It's not me, it's him. Chu Xiaobei's voice was indifferent, and when he finished speaking, he curled his face, then turned back, and buried him in Su Lang's heart. Zhang Buji looked surprised and looked at Su Lang. According to Chu Xiaobei's tone, he realized that the owner of the perfect pill of the god rank was actually this little Wu Wang. And from that tone, he also realized that the status of this little martial king does not seem to be lower than that of the female martial artist. A small Wu Wang who is not low in status, so intimately holding a female martial artist? Could it be that the true identity of this King Wu is a direct descendant of the fairy clan? No, it is a direct descendant of the imperial family. Thinking of this, Zhang Bu's body trembled like thunder. Hey, are you okay? Su Lang looked at Zhang's stepmate who looked stiff, and asked faintly. Oh my god, this faint tone, with a touch of superiority in the approachability, my guess is correct. His identity must be the noble son of some super family. Zhang Bujai's brain is madly replenishing, and his heart is like a tsunami, squally rain, stormy waves. Of course, he can serve as a big treasurer of the Sky Chamber of Commerce, and his determination is still very strong. After a breath, he suppressed the horror in his heart, and bowed respectfully to Su Lang. I lost my pace. I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Su Lang smiled faintly. I heard that your Chamber of Commerce has a very good reputation. Can you keep it secret for me? Of course. Zhang Bulu didn't even think about it, and Zhang nodded his head. As long as you don't want to, we will never reveal a bit of news about you. Even if you have been to our Chamber of Commerce, no one will know about it. Quote. While making solemn promises, Zhang Barate also had some questions in his mind. Why does this precious young master keep secret? Is it a pill that I stole from home and sells it? Well, it's very possible. Chapter 489, Use pill to make alchemy. In that case, then I will sell you my pill. To tell the truth, Su Lang was a little moved. He wanted to sell a holy order pill to try. However, in the end he resisted the impulse in his heart. Holy rank pill and God rank pill are completely different concepts, especially perfect quality. The Sky Chamber of Commerce is very reputable, but good comments can also be brushed, and I absolutely cannot believe it. Zhang Bulu said with joy. Can you see your pill for your pace rate? No, it's all here. Su Lang casually threw out the pill. Hey, this kind of indifferent attitude is worthy of a noble young master. Zhang Bulu took a breath and hurriedly caught the pill. Then he carefully checked the pill like a treasure. The perfect quality big daily silt censored pill. The perfect quality 1000 revolving snake pill. Perfect quality Tianxin bowling shendan. It's all perfect quality. It's great to have money, so many precious pills can be thrown out at will. Zhang Barate checked the pill and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. How much is the spirit jade worth? Su Lang asked lightly. Zhang Bulu replied respectfully. Your pills are worth 132,000 middle grade lingyu, so be it. Su Lang nodded. Zhang Barate quoted a price higher than he expected. Yes, let's get the spirit jade now. Zhang Bu respectfully returned the medicine to Su Lang before going to get the ling jade. Not long after, he returned to the VIP room with a space ring and a delicate jade pendant. This is your spirit jade. Zhang Bulu offered the two items to Su Lang. This is the highest ranking VIP ID certificate of our Dynasty Chamber of Commerce, anonymous, please accept it too. Very well, I will take more care of your Chamber of Commerce. Su Lang collected the lingyu and jade pay and gave the medicine to Zhang Bu, and even left the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce with Chu Xiaobei. Zhang Barate did not ask Su Lang's name. Because Su Lang had said that he didn't want his whereabouts to be revealed, naturally he didn't want more people to know his name. Zhang Buj certainly wouldn't be boring to himself, and made Su Lang dissatisfied with this noble son with a deep background. Leaving Qingtian Chamber of Commerce, Su Lang embraced Chu Xiaobei and returned to the luxurious inn. The flattering waiter asked Su Lang if he needed some delicacies, but Su Lang refused. Entering the room, Su Lang put Chu Xiaobei on the bed again. Chu Xiaobei was lying on the bed, feeling cold and uncomfortable at all. Huh, what, it's weird. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei, then gave the system an order to upgrade the one-key synthesis. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower-grade spirit jade. The one-key synthesis function is upgraded to level 11, and can be synthesized with materials and medicines of the same wuxia level or below. The synthesis ratio is 10:1. Huh, the ratio has not changed. Su Lang raised his brows and immediately relieved. 10:1 should be the limit. If you continue to upgrade, new features may appear in the future. While thinking about it, he took out the pill furnace, threw 10 holy ranked pills into it, and took out some materials to pretend to make alchemy. This is, use pill alchemy. What the hell, there is such a wonderful alchemy secret in the world. Chu Xiaobei, who was lying on the bed, opened her ruddy cherry mouth again. System, give me a synthetic pill. With the thought of Su Lang, he synthesized 60 Holy Order pills. Ding. You get the Holy Pill to round the Holy Pill 1. Ding. You have obtained the Holy Level Pill Taishifeng Xuansheng Pill 1. Ding. You have obtained the Sacred Pill Qibao Xuanjun Sacred Pill 1. Sure enough, all of them are holy elixir. Su Lang nodded silently, he did not feel regret or dissatisfaction as expected. After performing a random operation on the alchemy furnace, Su Lang took out a holy pill from it and examined it carefully. The power of the pill contained in it is indeed more powerful. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, and then spent a little time pretending to refine other holy rank pills. This made Chu Xiaobei, who was lying on the bed, stunned and dumbfounded. Chu Xiaobei, it's time to take medicine. Su Lang turned around with a synthetic holy pill. Oh, Chu Xiaobei hurriedly responded, hurriedly covering her face with her little hand, so as not to let Su Lang see her gloomy expression. Chapter 490, A Little Guilty. You can move your hands. But, let you take medicine, why are you covering your face? Su Lang silently grabbed Chu Xiaobei's hand and opened it to both sides. Don't move me. Chu Xiaobei struggled, but although her hand could move, she still couldn't pull Su Lang's big wrist. So Su Lang smoothly pulled her two hands to the sides. Chu Xiaobei had to look directly at Su Lang's face with a playful smile, panicked. This big color demon will not really do anything bad to me, right? As soon as this thought came to Chu Xiaobei's heart, she realized that Su Lang had let go of her hands. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang took out the Holy Order pill. You eat it yourself or I will feed you. The medicinal power of this holy grade pill is so strong that it has reached the 6-star level. Su Lang's alchemy is really weird, he can use low-level holy pill to refine high-level holy pill. Chu Xiaobei was attracted by the pill in Su Lang's hand, and the panic in his heart turned into surprise. Don't speak, right? Seeing that Chu Xiaobei was silent, Su Lang raised his eyebrows and directly stuffed the pill into Chu Xiaobei's mouth. Chu Xiaobei was caught off guard and wanted to close her mouth tightly, but unexpectedly bit Su Lang's finger. However, she didn't have much strength after all, so she did not take a bite as much as a bite. It's really. Su Lang rolled his eyes and put his hand back. Who made you so suddenly? Chu Xiaobei glared at Su Lang angrily. But because she still had the pill, the voice became cute and fierce, and Su Lang couldn't help laughing. Also laugh. Humph. Chu Xiaobei snorted, preparing to concentrate on refining the pill. But she suddenly discovered that her hand was able to move, but her spiritual power still couldn't work. If you can't use your spiritual power, you can't refine the pill. As a result, her expression froze, and the look in Su Lang's eyes became hesitant and dodging. Can't refine the pill? Su Lang knew the reason at first glance at Chu Xiaobei's expression. Chu Xiaobei nodded with some guilty conscience. You spit out the pill, and I will use my spiritual power to catalyze you. Su Lang nodded sternly, but didn't intend to make things difficult for Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei hesitated for a moment, and then gently spit out the pill. Su Lang stretched out his hand to catch the pill, only to feel warm and wet. I just vomited it out, it's normal. Without thinking about it, Su Lang used his spiritual power to catalyze the pill and injected the power into Chu Xiaobei's mouth. Chu Xiaobei's complexion immediately became rosy when he was moisturized, and it seemed that the pill had an immediate effect. Next, it is up to Chu Xiaobei to slowly absorb the medicine and recover from the injury. It's just that this time the power of the pill is a little bit more, one can eat it to distend the stomach. Therefore, Chu Xiaobei can't take the pill for a short period of time as before. He must digest part of the medicine before he can continue taking the medicine. Su Lang naturally knew Chu Xiaobei's condition and did not let her take the second pill. In order to prevent things from going wrong, Su Lang would observe it from time to time when Chu Xiaobei absorbed the medicine, so he couldn't do other things. Simply, just stay by the bed and watch Chu Xiaobei. Time slowly passed, and the first pill was quickly digested by Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang immediately took out the second pill, catalyzed it with spiritual power, and injected it into Chu Xiaobei's body. Immediately, it was the third and fourth. When Chu Xiaobei took the sixth pill, a whole day had passed. Ding! The wind, cloud and blue sky profound code has reached the consummation level. Ding! The Feiyu without a trace secret code has reached the consummation level. Ding! Crazy dragon tyrant body truth has reached consummation level. Ding! Qifeng meditation scripture has reached the consummation level. In a day's time, it is another 4 Imperial level exercises to reach consummation level. Su Lang was overjoyed and immediately opened the Properties panel. Chapter 491, Sufficient Quantity and Insufficient Quality. Defensive level, Senior Wu Zun Plus. Shenfa level, Quasi-God Plus. Endurance level, Senior Wu Zun Plus. Mastering the exercises, Infinite Heart Sutra. Storm Cloud and Blue Sky Profound Code, Imperial level. Consummation, Rain and Rain Without Trace Secret Code, Imperial level. Consummation, Crazy Dragon Domination Body Cannon, Imperial level. Consummation, Qifeng Zen Cannon, Emperor Class, Consummation. Kongqiao Zhu Divine Sword Spectrum, Imperial level. Consummation, Longwu Indestructible Sword Record, Imperial level. Consummation, Shuangguang Zumi Sword Art, Imperial level. Consummation, Tianxiao Ming Body Volume, Imperial level, Consummation. Activated System Functions, 1 Key Training Function, Level 16, 1 Key Training Function, Level 16, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 15, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function, Level 15, 1 Key Alchemy Function, Level 12, 1 Key Mixer Function, Level 12, 1 Key Array Refining Function, Level 12, 1 Key Synthesis Function, Level 11, 1 Key Decomposition Function, No level. Defensive and Endurance increased by half a realm, and Physical Fitness increased by a small realm, which is not bad. At present, I can still practice another wave of Imperial level exercises, and then I will change to a respectable level exercises. Su Lang nodded, and immediately selected 4 Imperial level exercises. It's all bodybuilding exercises, 2 to improve defense, and 2 to improve endurance. They are the Secret Book of Tiangong Silver Bone, Beast Heart Brahma Sea Monster Copy, Qianxia Profound Vessel True Art, and Longyan Yuanyang True Scripture. Ding! Tiangong Silver Bone's secret tome was placed successfully. After the 4 exercises were placed, the 4 practice villains suddenly moved. At this moment, Chu Xiaobei also moved. She propped up the bed with her arms, slowly stood up, and then sat on the bed. The pill is digested, how do you feel? Su Lang recovered and asked quickly. It's not completely digested yet. Chu Xiaobei shook his head with a hint of apology. As for the injury, the physical injury has recovered by half, and the meridian dantian and the spiritual injury of the soul have only recovered a little. Su Lang said in disbelief, I have so many pills, but the effect is so weak. Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang, looking a little confused, although the pill you refined has reached the 6th star saint rank. But their medicinal power grade is still relatively low, but the medicinal power is relatively strong. This involves the mystery of the rules. The regular injuries in my body must be cured by the same level of the power of the rules. I understand, the quantity is enough, but the quality is not up to standard. Su Lang patted his head lightly, and then asked, so, how much strength can you exert now? Also, can you open the Martial Saint Realm now? The Martial Saint Realm can already be opened. Chu Xiaobei nodded and said, as for strength, although my physical injuries have recovered a lot, my spiritual power is thin, and my soul is seriously injured, so I can only exert the strength of a 1-star martial saint in a short time. Why is it happening like that? Su Lang frowned. You have recovered half of your physical injury, and the power of your physical body can suppress the 5-star martial saint. Wusheng realm fights with the power of rules. Chu Xiaobei pursed her small mouth. The soul injury makes it difficult for me to use the power of the rules. It's good to be able to open the Martial Saint Realm. Anyway, I don't plan to let you help me deal with Wuyong Martial Saint. Su Lang curled his mouth and spread a hand toward Chu Xiaobei. Now it's your turn to give me back. Let me see your baby. Chapter 492, Look at Chu Xiaobei. What a greedy ghost. Chu Xiaobei gave up a little bit of strength, and opened the Martial Saint Realm with some hard work. However, she couldn't fully expand the Martial Saint Realm at all. She could only open a gap and dump the treasures inside. Because her control ability is very poor at this time. So after opening the crack, it was out of control, and everything was overwhelmed and smashed towards Su Lang. My fork, you are trying to bury me alive. Su Lang yelled, and was immediately overwhelmed by a pile of Chu Xiaobei's clothes, and then there were all kinds of mineral spirit jade bottles and jars. Ah, what to do? Chu Xiaobei also let out a cry of surprise, and was immediately overwhelmed by a large number of items. And the things in the Martial Saint Realm were still pouring out continuously, and the room was almost instantly blocked. Fortunately, Su Lang reacted quickly and immediately used the storage space to put everything in. But the things in Wu Sheng's domain were still pouring out, and Su Lang had to keep storing things. Ah, my spirit jade. My treasure. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaobei suddenly yelled. Shut up if you don't want to be buried alive. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei, a wicked smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth. Hey, this time I made a lot of money. All the belongings of a 6-star martial sage. Chu Xiaobei flushed with anger. Su Lang, you must return my things to me later. We'll talk later. Su Lang grinned at the corner of his mouth, and his smile became brighter. Chu Xiaobei was so angry that she opened her teeth and danced her claws like a crayfish, but she was helpless and could only watch her baby be taken away by Su Lang. In a blink of an eye, there were no more items flowing out of Wusheng's domain, only a gap was left floating in the air. Through the gap, one could see an empty domain space made of ice jade. Su Lang, the little censored demon, return my treasure to me if you don't want to die. Chu Xiaobei screamed, and rushed to pinch Su Lang's neck with 2 small hands. At this time, she has recovered the strength of a 1-star martial sage, she can be called a girl with strange power. To die. I pay it back, I pay it back. Su Lang was pinched out of breath, as if his neck was about to be pinched off. Chu Xiaobei snorted and let go of Su Lang's neck. Cough. I'll go, Chu Xiaobei, you really are not a good woman. Su Lang touched his sore neck. I will kill me when I am injured just a little bit, you are vindicating revenge. Ha, you shameless. Chu Xiaobei snorted again. I didn't say not to repay you, I will definitely give you a lot of benefits, but you took away all my baby. Oh, just give it back to you. Su Lang smashed his mouth, throwing out a lot of clothing. These clothes are all made by Chu Xiaobei, the colors are relatively plain, either white, or light blue and light pink, mixed with these cute little clothes. Chu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and said, am I talking about these things? If you don't want this, then I will accept it. Su Lang smashed his mouth and took away a lot of clothes. Want to be beautiful? Pay me back, pay me back. Chu Xiaobei's eyes widened, and he pinched Su Lang's neck again with anger and shame, and then shook it. Don't want it for a while, want it again for a while, it's so annoying, oops to death. Su Lang's head was tossed, his eyes also rolled. Hurry up and return my clothes and treasure to me. Chu Xiaobei snarled viciously, she really wanted to squeeze Su Lang's neck. Of course, she just thought about that. You. Let go. Me. Su Lang shook his head and said intermittently. Chu Xiaobei took a deep breath and let go of Su Lang's neck. Okay, I just made a joke to you before, now I will return everything to you. Su Lang coughed twice, waved his hands and said, but your baby has been mixed with my baby and doesn't distinguish between you and me, so I can't tell who belongs to many things. Su Lang, are you going to shame again? Chu Xiaobei's eyes were cold, as if he was about to eat Su Lang. I am really confused. Su Lang shook his head with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and then took out 2 rocks. Look at Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang handed the 2 stones to Chu Xiaobei. What you lost is the holy stage Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone in my left hand, or the upgraded version of the Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone in my right hand. Chapter 493, I won't lose your blood. This. Have I collected the Snow Fox Fairy Firestone? No, there are only some of my fairy level treasures. There is no Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone at all, but there are dozens of Snow Fox Heavenly Flame Stone. Could it be said that this Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone belongs to the big, censored demon like Su Lang? How could it be possible that he is the king of martial arts? If it's him, it's really possible. In that case, could it be because he has a lot of treasures, and then confused with mine? Hey, then I choose this Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone, he can't figure out, and then give it to me. Chu Xiaobei analyzed it, and the cold beautiful eyes gradually became hot. To be honest, she really wants it. Immortal treasure. Although she was born into the Xuanyu fairy clan, she has limited fairy level treasures. This Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone is really tempting to her. I can't choose that, it's too shameful. Chu Xiaobei hesitated for a moment, and then prepared to choose the holy stage Snow Fox Heavenly Flame Stone. Can you not figure it out? Su Lang frowned and said, well, then this fairy level Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone should be yours, I don't remember having a Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone. With that, Su Lang handed the Shuihu Fairy Flame Stone to Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei trembled all over, her eyes widened. It seems to be, no, this Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone is not mine. Chu Xiaobei still shook her head and rejected the Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone that Su Lang handed over. Okay, Then it is mine. Su Lang's face appeared, suddenly, and there was a burst of laughter in his heart. In fact, this Shuihu Fairy Flame Stone was made by him with one-click synthesis. Because the Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone was originally a very high-end holy material, Su Lang only used 10 pieces to synthesize a Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone. Shuihu Fairy Flame Stone is not mine, but this Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone is mine. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang and said, I remember a total of 36 yuan, give it back to me. Su Lang smiled and said, it just so happens that I need the Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone now, so I can use this Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone in exchange for your Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone. Yes, this is Su Lang's purpose. He was not simply to tease Chu Xiaobei, but to create a win-win. In other words, Su Lang used Chu Xiaobei's materials to synthesize more advanced materials and return them to Chu Xiaobei, so that Chu Xiaobei could earn money. But he himself is like a white wolf with an empty glove, and he will never lose after he has obtained Chu Xiaobei's holy grade materials. Because Chu Xiaobei earned her blood, Su Lang not only did not bully her, but gave her benefits. Dare to ask where you can find a fairy-level treasure with some holy-level materials in exchange for such a good thing. This is totally a pie in the sky. Is Su Lang serious? Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang with big eyes, with an expression of disbelief. Although the Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone is a very high-end holy-grade material, its value is completely incomparable to the Shui Fox Fairy Flame Stone. Not to mention 136 Snow Fox Sky Flame Stone is not worth a Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone. The two are not a level treasure. Hey, do you want to do it? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, that is to say, I was anxious for the Snow Fox Celestial Flame Stone, so I exchanged this Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone with you. Do you really want to exchange the Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone for my Snow Fox Heavenly Flame Stone? Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang incredulously, pursed his mouth slightly, and swallowed a sip of body fluid. Su Lang nodded. Yeah, don't be fussy, please be more refreshing, do you not? Chu Xiaobei nodded heavily. Okay, then it's yours. Su Lang stuffed the Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone into Chu Xiaobei's arms. Chu Xiaobei took the Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone and placed it in the Martial Saint realm, but because the realm was unstable, it fell out again. Then she took a lot of effort to close the gap in the Martial Saint realm. However, the Shuihu Fairy Flame Stone was still not put in. Chu Xiaobei was so angry that he made smoke. Su Lang smiled and asked, should I keep it for you? Never. Chu Xiaobei gave Su Lang a vigilant look, and hugged the Shuihu Fairy Flame Stone tightly. Chapter 494, I like you big devil. Well, then I will give you a space ring. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders indifferently, took out a fairly good-looking spatial ring and threw it to Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei caught the ring and put the Snow Fox Fairy Flame Stone in it. I have so many treasures, give it back to me. As Chu Xiaobei spoke, she casually found a finger and put on the ring. Well, Su Lang took out 2 more treasures, as the sacred blue dragon wood in my left hand yours, or as the upgraded version of the blue dragon wood in my right hand, and the white dragon wood is yours. Hey, this big, censored demon actually has a fairy-level treasure. A stormy sea rose in Chu Xiaobei's heart. What is his identity? Is he an emperor? Huh, isn't it yours? That should be mine. Su Lang pretended to frown and was about to collect the treasure. Wait, Qinglongmu is mine. Chu Xiaobei said hurriedly, there are 232 yuan. You pay me back. Oh, you have a lot of green dragon wood. Su Lang showed a harmless smile of humans and animals. It just happens that I need it a little. I will use this piece of white dragon wood for you. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang blankly. Are you mentally ill? Why are you still exchanging fairy tier treasures for my holy tier treasures? You are sick. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and retorted, I think you are so poor. It just so happens that I just need it, so I exchanged with you. You are so poor. Chu Xiaobei's voice was still very loud at first, but then she was a little bit embarrassed. Su Lang digs out 2 immortal treasures at will. She doesn't have much in total, so it's easy to see who is poor. Of course, Su Lang is really poor. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. I'll ask you. Again, exchange the white dragon wood for your green dragon wood, why not do it? Huh, do. Chu Xiaobei proudly said, then agreed. She suddenly felt that it was great to take advantage of Su Lang's big pervert. Then this piece of white dragon wood is yours. Su Lang laughed secretly in his heart and gave Chu Xiaobei the white dragon wood plug. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang took out 2 more treasures. Look, this piece of my left hand. As time passed slowly, Su Lang kept pulling out treasures for Chu Xiaobei to choose. Chu Xiaobei was also stunned by her innocence, and each time she didn't choose a treasure that wanted his own. Where did she know that all the things Su Lang took out were hers? At the same time, Chu Xiaobei was also deeply shocked by Su Lang's handwriting. From the beginning to the present, Su Lang has taken out a total of 63 fairy-level items. You know that Chu Xiaobei himself has only 7 things. What made Chu Xiaobei even more unbelievable was that Su Lang exchanged the treasures of the sacred rank with her every time. Sometimes, very precious holy rank treasures are exchanged for less precious holy rank treasures. This is really abnormal. Chu Xiaobei thought for a long time, then hesitated to ask a question. Su Lang, do you like me? Her gaze was a little dodging, she seemed shy. What? I'm all for treasures, but this woman is really beautiful and deserves to be liked. Well, I like you. If you like me too, you can come home with me. Su Lang chuckled. If he could turn Chu Xiaobei back, the safety of the human race and wind spirit race would be completely guaranteed. Think beautiful, I like you a big ghost. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes fiercely, and then said fiercely, I still have some treasures, give it back to me soon. The remaining materials are not many, basically unable to synthesize, and Su Lang doesn't bother to play left and right-handed games. However, these materials contained what he needed, so he didn't plan to return all of them to Chu Xiaobei. The rest are alchemy materials and some low-level items that are of little use to you. Su Lang said, I want to keep the alchemy materials for you to refine the pill, or give me the low-level ones. You see, you have wiped me so much, don't be so stingy. Chu Xiaobei thought about it for a while. It seemed that he was so cheap that Su Lang had indeed touched him, and he couldn't help but blush. Chu Xiaobei nodded and said, but I also need some things, you have to pay me at least a little bit. What do you say? Chu Xiaobei pronounced the names of the treasures the same, and then took the treasures from Su Lang the same. In a short while, she got all the necessary things. But suddenly she remembered another thing. Chapter 495. Not Forgiving. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang closely, and said with a bad face, did you forget to return me something? Su Lang rolled his eyes, what? I gave you everything you wanted. You haven't returned me those clothes. Did you deliberately, you big monster? Chu Xiaobei's beautiful eyes were round, and the fierce light emerging from inside was very harsh. Oh, your clothes, you said it earlier. As long as you say, I will definitely pay you back immediately. Su Lang stretched out his hands helplessly, otherwise, what can I do if I keep it? Won't you pay me back? Chu Xiaobei stepped forward, her little hands flared her teeth and claws, it seemed that Su Lang would squeeze Su Lang's neck if she didn't return it. Give it back to you, pay back to you. Su Lang was about to take out his clothes from the storage space, but soon covered his forehead with a headache. Chu Xiaobei narrowed his eyes, what's the matter with you? Want to regret it? No, I confuse your clothes. I don't know which ones belong to you and which ones belong to others. While talking, Su Lang took out a lot of clothes and piled them on the bed. Such a large amount of clothes are all women's clothing, and there are all kinds of clothes. This time he was really confused. Su Lang, you guy is really a big-eyed demon, you have hidden so many women's clothes privately. Chu Xiaobei looked at the clothes on the bed and couldn't help being stunned. Do you believe me that I am engaged in clothing wholesale? The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched. The perfect plunder function is good. Anything can be plundered as trophies. I believe you are a big devil, death demon. Chu Xiaobei rolled her face, rolled her eyes, and then threw herself on the bed to pick her clothes. Robes, long skirts, small clothes. Not long after, Chu Xiaobei picked out all his clothes and put them in the space ring. Big color. The devil is abnormal. Chu Xiaobei pushed all the remaining clothes to Su Lang. Take your collection back and look eye-catching. You're so silly. The devil is abnormal. Su Lang's face twitched. I killed the enemy and put away these clothes. I have never seen anyone who kills an enemy even takes away their clothes. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang contemptuously, as if he had already determined that Su Lang was a monster. I took it. Su Lang's face was speechless. Just think about it this way, anyway, it's useless for me to explain it. Huh, what's the use of explanation? Chu Xiaobei snorted lightly, Very proud. Oh, action is useful. Su Lang let out a fire and burned those women's clothes. Actions are useless. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, his face was full of disgust. I'm drunk and don't want to tell you anymore. Su Lang sighed, and immediately planned to burn all the unusable clothes in the storage space. At this moment, he found that there were still a few pieces of Chu Xiaobei's clothes in his storage space that he had forgotten to take out. Do you want to return it to her? Forget it, this smelly sister is not forgiving, so she won't be returned. I don't want to talk to you yet. Chu Xiaobei arrogantly gave a slight expression. What are you going to do next? The question was naturally about revenge. Wuyong Wushang. You don't care about this, I have a plan. Su Lang said lightly, your injury is still not healed, go to sleep. Chu Xiaobei snorted and lay down on the bed, don't take advantage of others. Su Lang is speechless, this woman really treats him as a devil. Immediately, Chu Xiaobei went to rest. The medicine in her body has not been completely digested yet. This is also the reason why Su Lang didn't refine alchemy for her now. Chu Xiaobei went to sleep, and Su Lang focused on the refining materials. God-level materials, holy-level materials, and several fairy-level materials. Materials needed to evolve the Yudian sword. All materials such as Yuanxian, Mingxin Jade, Bodhi Treasure Heart, and God-level refining materials such as Wuxian Jedi Xuanlu are all available. But there is still one thing missing: the soul of Valkyrie. Chapter 496. Explore Wuyong Demon Cave. To evolve the Yudian sword, you need to consume 6 Valkyrie souls. But Su Lang only had 5 copies. The soul of the Valkyrie can only be obtained by killing the Valkyrie. Su Lang pondered slightly. Wuyong Devil's Cave is a very large organization, and there must be a martial god, so let's kill him first. But before that, it is necessary to find out where the Wuyong Demon Cave is. Although Wuyong Demon Cave does not have a fixed base, there are always clues in the action. Thinking of this, Su Lang immediately dispatched all the 15 clones that had already cooled down to inquire about the news. One by one avatars walked in the holy city of Yaoqi, constantly inquiring about news. Soon, Su Lang was given 7 suspicious locations, all of which were suspected to be the temporary settlements of Wuyong Demon Cave. 7 suspicious locations are very troublesome for others. But for Su Lang, it was not too difficult. Su Lang immediately collected all the treasure-hunting flying gliders who were hunting for treasure. Yes, he will use the treasure-hunting flying fly as a scout to conduct a carpet search of 7 suspicious locations. Now there are 87,296 treasure-hunting flying gliders. Even if they are divided into 7 teams, each team has more than 10,000. Treasure-hunting flying gliders fly in the sky and hide in the sky, with extremely fast speed, and also immune to the attacks of the Valkyrie in its lower realms, so it is great to act as a scout. Go, treasure-hunting flying glider. With an order, nearly 90,000 treasure-hunting flying gliders were dispatched and set off towards 7 suspicious locations. The 15 clones were not idle, and continued to inquire about the news. 7 teams of treasure-hunting flying gliders gradually reached their destination. The 7 clones were also dispatched by Su Lang to act as Su Lang's eyes. After a simple investigation, Su Lang found that 4 of the locations were empty, but some traces were left, which should be abandoned strongholds. And all the other 3 have people. The people who occasionally leached out of these 3 locations were all bloody, fierce and full of unbridled aura. It should be these 3 places, divided into 3 teams, search for me. Su Lang thought, and the treasure hunt flying gliders were divided into 3 teams, each team approaching 30,000, and they began a carpet search of 3 suspicious locations. However, the flying glider ran into trouble at the beginning of the treasure hunt. Because every suspicious location is guarded by the formation, the treasure hunting flying cannot enter. I can only do it myself. Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and he used his clone to replace one of the suspicious locations. Immediately, he silently controlled the formation, and put the treasure hunt flying glider inside. 3 times in a row, Su Lang put the treasure hunt flying gliders into 3 suspicious locations. Soon, Su Lang discovered that these 3 suspicious locations turned out to be the forces of Wuyong Demon Cave. And these 3 suspicious strongholds are 1 big and 2 small. The largest one is the temporary headquarters of Wuyong Demon Cave, while the 2 smaller ones are the left and the right. Wuyong Demon Cave, I found you. Su Lang looked cold, and dispatched 2 clones to the 2 branches of Wuyong Devil's Cave, and 3 clones to the headquarters of Wuyong Devil's Cave. Through the perception of the clone, Su Lang immediately grasped a lot of information. In the temporary headquarters of Wuyong Demon Cave, treasure hunting flying around quietly shuttled around, not long after exploring most of the map. Those martial emperor class in the Wuyong Demon Cave warriors under it can't even find the trace of the treasure hunting flying gliders. Only the powerhouse of Wu Zun and Valkyrie level can discover the treasure hunting flying glider. The first person to spot the treasure hunting flying was a Wu Zun. He was flying, but suddenly found a white shadow flying in front of him. In a hurry, his mental perception only found that it was something like a mouse. It's fast. Could it be a spirit beast raised by a fellow? This Wu Zun was surprised, but didn't doubt anything, and left that place. But then, he found another one. Is it the same as before? This Wu Zun frowned and was a little confused, but he didn't take much care and moved on. But he didn't realize that his every move was seen by a figure hiding in the dark. Soon, this Wu Zun met with an agreed martial artist. As soon as the two met and talked, they found that they had seen such flying mice, and they couldn't help being immediately alert. Chapter 497, Give you some appetizers. This kind of spirit beast is very fast, already surpassing ordinary Wu Zun. However, there is no realm aura on this spirit beast. It is very unique and weird. I am afraid it is not a spirit beast raised by the same people. This matter is weird, but it is not something we can handle. Let's report to God Luo Xing first. 2 Wu Zuns of Wuyong Demon Cave went to report to the Valkyrie named Luo Xie. However, when they arrived at the residence of martial god Luo Xie, they found that many people with the same purpose had already arrived. Wuxian Luo Xie is a man with a thin face and a beard. His eyes are like animal pupils, and his whole body exudes an extremely dangerous atmosphere. More than 20 Wu Zun stood in front of him respectfully, and in his hand, he held a small mouse. This is exactly the treasure hunt flying goddess Luo Xie spent a little trick to catch. This kind of thing is really weird. Obviously there is no realm of cultivation, but Wuxuang is defensive. Even I can't damage a single bit, I can only catch it. I'm afraid that only Wu Sheng can see this thing, but in any case, it must be unkind. Luo Xie Wuxian's eyes flickered, and then waved his hand to disperse the martial masters, and went to the retreat of Yangshu Martial Saint alone. Yes, it is Yangshu Martial Saint, not Wuyong Martial Saint. Everyone thought that Wuyong Wusheng was the only one in the Wuyong Devil's Cave, but they didn't know that a second Wuyong had appeared in the Wuyong Devil's Cave. Although Wu Sheng Yangshu was a newcomer to Wu Sheng, he was not at the same level as Wu Shen at all. Wu Shen Luo Xie stood high in front of the martial arts, but he was very cautious in front of Wu Sage Yangshu, almost trembling. After Luo Xie Wuxian reported the matter, Yangshu Wusheng began to perceive his spirit, and suddenly found that the entire headquarters was full of weird rats. Not only that, there are 3 breathless figures hiding in the dark. This is someone spying on my Wuyong Devil Cave. When Martial Saint Yangshu was horrified, he immediately shot, a trace of regular force overflowed from him, and instantly killed the 3 avatars of Su Lang and countless treasure-hunting flying gliders. Luo Xie, you immediately send someone to explore the surroundings of the headquarters, as long as anyone is killed. In addition, be wary of the people of the Yaoqi Saints, contact the undercover over there, and see if the Yaoqi Saints are doing a ghost. Finally, contact the people of the 2 branches, and if an invincible enemy attacks, let them immediately abandon the branch. Yangshu Wusheng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of chill. Luo Xie Wuxian took the order to leave. Ding! The clone died. Ding! The treasure-hunting flying glider died and fell into cooling. Ding! Treasure hunt flying death. A series of system prompts sounded in Su Lang's ears, densely connected. However, Su Lang's expression remained unchanged, and his goal was achieved. At this time, he had already explored the 3 strongholds of Wuyong Demon Caves. He even found the dungeon where Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian were imprisoned. It was a huge dungeon. From time to time, people escorted women into it, and the treasure-hunting flying gliders also found an opportunity to get in. It's a pity that there are small enclosed spaces in the dungeon, and the treasure hunt flying gliders did not find Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. Su Lang wanted to use the clone to replace the past to rescue the 2 girls, but still suppressed the impulse in his heart. There are two great martial arts in Wuyong Devil Cave. After investigation, it was found that Yangshu Wusheng was a one-star Wusheng, and Wuyong Wusheng was in retreat and was not detected. But Su Lang knew that even if he found Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian, he would take them out of the Wuyong Demon Cave. With Su Lang's current strength, this is a very unrealistic thing. If they fail, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian will undoubtedly die, and they will die miserably. So we must be patient for the time being and find another way. First, let's take the two branches of Wuyong Demon Cavern and give you some appetizers. Su Lang showed a sneer, and immediately started to swallow the clone. Chapter 498, Turn on Killing Mode. Consuming 10 clones in a row, Su Lang suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura. Attack level Quasi-Sage Plus. Shenfa level Quasi-Sage Plus. Part of the information has been omitted. His strength went from the Quasi-God level to the Quasi-Sage level in an instant. Even across 5 small realms. After swallowing the clone, Su Lang immediately went to one of the demon caverns. There are 2 great martial sages in Wuyong Demon Cave, 6 great martial sages. Among them, the 2 great martial gods and the 4 martial gods are in the headquarters, and only one of the 2 divisions is in charge. At this time, in the right part of Wuyong Devil's Cave, Wu Chong, the censored of war, put down the jade card for communication with a solemn expression. And in his other hand, he also held a treasure-hunting flying fly. It's absolutely extraordinary to be able to raise such a weird creature this time. However, even the Saint Clan of Yaoqi has nothing to do with us. Could it be that you, a mysterious person, can destroy us? God Wu Chongwu smiled coldly, and was going to order to strengthen the defense. But at this moment, a group of ghosts suddenly appeared in front of him. God Wu Chongwu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't seen this kind of transmission method at all, and it was completely different from the transmission using the spatial attribute technique. Moreover, the branch stronghold has space to confine the formation. Unless the strength reaches the martial sage, it is impossible to use the spatial attribute technique to transfer it. Is it the owner of those weird mice? Wu Chong was suffocated, he was ready to escape at any time. And just as Wu Chongru was approaching the enemy, I saw the phantom in front of him condensed into a human form, a man who was too young to speak. This is Su Lang's clone. This is the realm of King Wu. Wu Chongwushan's spiritual power was swept away, and he felt a little strange when he was shocked. With such a tall means of transmission, a small Wu Wang was transmitted over. This is too funny. Wu Chongwushan frowned, ready to try this weird Wu Wang. An incomparably huge breath erupted from Su Lang clone. This is the quasi-saint. Wu Chongwu God was terrified and frightened, and fled away instantly. You can run away, I eat shit. Su Lang showed disdain, and Yudian's sword instantly cut out. No, I have no sun magic cave. God Wu Chongwu let out a desperate scream, but before he finished speaking, he was divided into 2 by Su Lang's Yudian sword. The quasi-sage level combat power plus the quasi-sage level Yudian sword, below Wusheng, only 1 sword. Ding! You get the soul of the Valkyrie 1, the attraction of space 1, the intermediate sacred artifact, Mountain Destroyer Wolf Spike 1, high-grade Spirit Jade 18, medium-grade Spirit Jade 2236, low-grade Spirit Jade 326886, Supreme Spirit Stone Asterisk 2,635,682, the materials for the god level refining. Soul of Valkyrie, succeed. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked, and his body gradually disappeared. But he did not go directly to the inn in the Yaoqi Holy City, but went to another branch of Wuyong Demon Cave. Although the Valkyrie in this branch was stronger than Wu Chongwushan, he was still hacked to death by Su Lang. At this time, Su Lang's killing of the censored of war was as simple as cutting vegetables and melons. After slaying the 2 gods of Wuyong Demon Cavern, Su Lang did not leave. Instead, it turned on the killing mode and slaughtered the warriors of the 2 Wuyong Demon Caverns. HMPH, anyone who dares to censor me will die for me. In the realm of Quasi-Sage, Su Lang carried the Yudian sword, and dozens of heads flew up with 1 sword. At the same time, the 4 avatars were not idle, and were dispatched by Su Lang to 2 Wuyong Demon Cave branches, with a handful of artifacts, and constantly killing the martial artists who were fleeing everywhere. The strongest of these 2 branches are just quasi-sages, they are still the kind without magical tools, and they can't beat Su Lang and his 4 clones. Ah, don't kill me, I have a lot of spirit stones, I will give you all. I have the old and the young, please forgive me, don't kill me. I beg you, I just joined Wuyong Demon Cave, I know I was wrong. Chapter 499, Holy Soldier Yudian Sword. The warriors of the Wuyong Demon Cave no longer looked fierce anymore, all wailing begging for mercy. But Su Lang was merciless and killed them all. Anyway, these guys are all mischievous, and everyone has committed crimes and is not innocent. In less than 30 seconds, Su Lang killed all 2 strongholds. The Wuyong Demon Cave headquarters also received bad news from the branch. A quasi-saint appeared and beheaded Wu Chong. Damn it, a quasi-sage who dares to attack my Wuyong Devil's Lagoon is really impatient. Today I am going to catch you, cramp you, and smash your body into pieces. Yang Zuwusheng's eyes were blood red, and thunderous, he stepped out into the teleportation array. Immediately, the light flashed, and he appeared in the left part of Wuyong Demon Cave. Who dares to kill me from the Wuyong Demon Cavern? A roar accompanied by the terrifying power of Yangshu Martial Saint spread. The air seemed to set off a tsunami, and layers of huge waves hit the building, causing it to collapse instantly. But no one responded to him. In the entire left part, there were corpses all over the field, and there was not a single living person. Yangshu Wusheng immediately activated the teleportation array and came to the right. But here are all dead bodies too. The quasi-sage who slaughtered the 2 branches of Wuyong Demon Cave had already escaped. The quasi-sage, the person who killed my Wuyong Devil Cave, still wants to escape. In this Yaoqi Saint clan, there is no one who cannot be found in my Wuyong Demon Cave. Sage Yangshu's eyes are about to split, like crazy. When I find you, I want you to know what life is better than death. Just as Wusheng Yangshu roared in anger, Su Lang had already returned to the inn in the holy city of Yaoqi. He also wanted to evolve the Yudian sword immediately, and then kill Yangshu Martial Saint. But Su Lang knew that it was difficult. The 3 clones fell into cooling down, and only 2 clones were still there. If you want to retain the death substitution function, you can only swallow 1 clone. With Su Lang's current combat power and the characteristics of Thea-swallowing clone, let alone 1 clone, even if both clones are swallowed, they cannot enter the realm of Martial Saint. Therefore, Su Lang chose to retreat temporarily. Anyway, there are still more than 10 days before the sun and moon coincide, and there is plenty of time. Today's trip, even if it is a little interest to charge Wuyong Demon Cave. Su Lang, who replaced him with a clone, returned to the inn in the holy city of Yaoqi. He suppressed his breath and did not disturb Chu Xiaobei. This smelly sister sleeps soundly. Glancing at Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang retracted his mind and gave instructions to the system. System, keep me the characteristics of evolution Yudian sword. Ding. Consumes the sacred refining material Yuanxian 1, Mingxin Jade 1, Bodhi Treasure Heart 2, the God level refining material, the soul of the censored of War 6, the Jedi Xuanluo 8. Yudian the sword has evolved into a junior holy soldier. With the notification of the system, the Yudian sword in Su Lang's hand suddenly undergoes a strange change. The Yudian sword has basically not changed in appearance. It still has black stripes on a white background. But it has a peculiar aura, as if it has changed from a dead thing to a life-bearing existence. Su Lang could clearly feel that Yudian sword possessed sage. Although Yudian sword's intelligence is very simple, but it can automatically protect the lord and kill the enemy automatically. When Su Lang controls it, it can be more like an arm. Almost as soon as a thought appears, Yudian sword can execute the order. In addition to spiritual wisdom, Su Lang also felt 2 terrifying powers from the Yudian sword. That is the power of rules. The Yudian sword's breaking defense and non-destructive characteristics have condensed the power of the rules and become more powerful. The power of wisdom and rules, this is the holy soldier. System, can you continue to retain the characteristics of evolution Yudian sword? Ding. Host, in order to retain the characteristics and evolve the Yudian sword, you need to use the holy refining material Yuanxian 6, Mingxin Jade 6, Bodhi Treasure Heart 6, Amethyst 6. Xin Shengliu 6 God level refining material, Valkyrie Soul 10. Well, the materials are not enough again, just 9 copies of the soul of the Valkyrie. Hi, at this juncture, where can I find 9 Valkyrie souls? Su Lang frowned, and Yudian sword was promoted to Junior Saint Soldier, which was the top one among Junior Saint Soldiers. But he still feels a little unsafe. After all, Wuyong Wusheng has been arrogant for so many years, maybe there are intermediate sage soldiers. But to evolve the Yudian sword, where can I find materials? Su Lang thought hard, and finally only thought of two places. One is the Sky Chamber of Commerce, and the other is the Yaoqi Saints. And just as Su Lang thought about it, Chu Xiaobei woke up leisurely. Chapter 500. Really arrogant. You're awake. Seeing Chu Xiaobei wake up, Su Lang went to the bed and looked at her. Chu Xiaobei, who just woke up, was still a little confused. After seeing Su Lang clearly, he immediately moved the quilt inside. This is her instinctive vigilance. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked and showed a touch of playfulness. Oh, are you moving my position so that I can come up to sleep with you? You go away, demon. Chu Xiaobei snarled viciously, otherwise I will squeeze your neck. Hi, so angry to get up. Can't afford to offend. Su Lang stepped back 2 steps quickly and looked at Chu Xiaobei with the eyes of a tigress. Chu Xiaobei was very upset by Su Lang. If you look at me like this, I'll gouge your eyes. Then what do you want me to think of you? Su Lang raised his brows and smiled. Do you like me looking at you with squinting eyes? Go away, don't look at me. Chu Xiaobei gritted his jade teeth. I originally planned to show you your body, so I am alchemy. But since you don't want me to look at you anymore, forget it, and you can do it yourself. Su Lang spread out his hands indifferently, then turned and left. You stop, Chu Xiaobei hurriedly shouted. If you take my alchemy materials, you have to give me alchemy. Don't you want me to see you? An evil smile flashed across Su Lang's face. Chu Xiaobei's expression stagnated, and he hesitated immediately. If it is for alchemy, I can let you check. Chu Xiaobei also knew that with her current injury, it was impossible to suffer by herself. The only way is to ask Su Lang to refine alchemy or go to Yaoqi Saint clan for medicine. But she is a badly wounded 6-star martial arts sage, even from the Immortal clan, and she might have caused others to kill and win treasures. Therefore, it is better to let Su Lang refine alchemy. Although this guy is a big, censored monster, he might use his hands when checking his body. Hey, lust, devil is lust, devil, anyway, okay, I will check your body first. Su Lang smiled playfully and turned back to the bed. Give me your hand. Chu Xiaobei hesitated, then stretched out his hand. Her hands are very beautiful, without the slightest blemish, which is pleasing to the eye. Su Lang smiled, grabbed Chu Xiaobei's hand, poured spiritual power into it and began to explore. Soon, Su Lang had a general understanding of Chu Xiaobei's injury. Mental injuries are invisible, only physical injuries can be seen. At this time, Chu Xiaobei's physical body had recovered about 6 levels, and the meridians were much better, not as messy as it was at the beginning. As for Dantian, it is also invisible. The main injuries are the meridian Dantian and mental and soul injuries. Su Lang let go of Chu Xiaobei's hand and said, to heal your injury, you need at least 2 holy elixir of high rank. Chu Xiaobei, do you have any holy elixir for these 2 types of pill? Let me see. Hearing this, Chu Xiaobei's eyes widened in an instant. Su Lang, aren't you going to give me a symptomatic alchemy? How can you not even have a pill? Don't even know the pill, you don't know how to refine the pill that I need. You big liar. I really don't know how to refine the pill you need now. Su Lang said openly, but as long as you give me the pill, I can refine it immediately, so you give me the pill. What? You can refine the pill by getting the pill? It's really arrogant, you can even speak such big words. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang in disbelief. His eyes seemed to have seen a ghost, but also a silly roe deer. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled. Then I said before that I can refine the holy pill, don't you believe it? Chu Xiaobei's expression moved. Yes, she didn't believe that Su Lang could refine the holy pill before. But Su Lang had really refined it and healed her injuries a lot. It is such a fantasy to refine the holy pill in the realm of King Wu, but Su Lang did it abruptly. Then, the nonsense that the pill can be refined immediately with the pill, maybe it can be realized in Su Lang. Chapter 501. I admit I'm too good. I just reacted now. Su Lang smiled faintly. Okay, I won't say much about you anymore, give me the pill. Chu Xiaobei moaned and said, I don't have any alchemy books on my body, let alone a holy order of alchemy books. Before I clearly saw that you have a lot of jade slips. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Moreover, with your identity and strength, there should be no shortage of holy ranks alchemy classics. But I really don't have one. Chu Xiaobei pursed her small mouth. I can only practice, and I'm not proficient in the same way as the pill, Dao, and Dao. I'm drunk too. Su Lang covered his forehead speechlessly. You said you have the strength of the 9-star great sage anyway, and you don't even have a holy elixir. You are not ashamed. What's so shameful? Do you think the whole world can refine the holy pill in the realm of king martial arts like you? If I don't focus all my energy on cultivation, where can I be so young to have the strength of a 9-star martial arts? Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang angrily, looking a bit wronged. I admit that I am too good. Su Lang smashed his lips and nodded. Cheeky and arrogant, Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes fiercely. Just now I said I was amazing, and I turned my face in a blink of an eye. Su Lang also rolled his eyes, and met Chu Xiaobei's eyes. Chu Xiaobei snorted and turned aside. I don't have a pill, but you have to refine the pill that I need. You can figure it out. You for granted. Su Lang curled his lips and said immediately, I am afraid that only the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce and the Yaoqi Saints have the pill that can heal your injuries. I can only go there to try my luck. Chu Xiaobei nodded. Well, bring it. Su Lang stretched out a hand towards Chu Xiaobei. What brought it? Chu Xiaobei asked confusedly. Of course it is Lingyu. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Don't you need money to buy a pill? You are so rich, and you still ask me. Chu Xiaobei looked incredible. In her mind, Su Lang is a mysterious, emperor, grade dude, the kind of super rich. Of course I ask you. Su Lang said speechlessly, I only have some materials, do you want me to become a seller? Although killed 2 Wuyong Devil's Valkyrie, and slaughtered a large number of villains. But with the addition of the remaining functions of the previous upgrade system, Su Lang only had 2.3 million low-grade spirit jade. This little money is definitely not enough to buy the alchemy books of the Holy Order. Chu Xiaobei thought for a while, as if he wanted to heal his injuries. It was indeed inappropriate for Su Lang to become a seller. With that, Chu Xiaobei took out some spirit jade and handed it to Su Lang. However, Su Lang did not answer. It's better to put it on you. Su Lang smiled, just pay directly when you need it. Immediately, the two left the inn and rushed to the Sky Chamber of Commerce. Not long after, the two saw Zhang Bulu again. Welcome to distinguished guests. Zhang Barate is as respectful as ever. Do you have any holy orders of alchemy? Su Lang said straightforwardly, it needs to be more advanced, at least 3-star martial arts or above. This. Our Sky Chamber of Commerce definitely has it, but our branch. But not. After all, this Yaoqi Saint clan is only a few saints, they are not good at alchemy at all, and our branch does not have it. Moreover, classics of this level are generally used for auction and will not be sold directly. After Zhang Buj finished speaking, he looked at Su Lang apologetically, and he kind of bowed. No, Su Lang frowned and asked, so what about the holy pill? The treatment of meridian dantian and mental injuries must be 3 stars or more, is there? There are ordinary holy pill. Zhang Bulu smiled bitterly, but those with a 3-star level and above, because they can only consume these treasures, only people from the Yaoqi Saints, so we don't have much stock, and they were all bought by the people from the Yaoqi Saints. Chapter 502. Meet the 5 Sages of Yaoqi. While talking, Zhang Buj looked at Chu Xiaobei. At this time, he also guessed it must be the female martial artist who was injured and needed pill treatment. But he has no other thoughts. In his mind, first of all, Su Lang's identity was too mysterious and noble, and he did not dare to provoke him. Secondly, as soon as people speak, it is a medicinal pill of 3 stars or more. That means, this female martial artist is definitely a superpower above 3-star martial artist. Even if a powerhouse of this level is injured, he must not be underestimated. After all, with one mental attack, people can massacre countless low-level warriors on a large scale. It seems that I can only go to the Yaoqi Saint clan. Su Lang frowned and said to Zhang Bulu, Treasurer, you should be familiar with the Yaoqi Saint clan, how about taking us there? Sha is willing to serve you. Zhang Barate readily agreed. Immediately, Zhang Buji arranged the affairs in the Qingtian Chamber of Commerce, and took Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei to the headquarters of the Yaoqi Saint clan. The headquarters of the Yaoqi Saints is not in the Yaoqi Holy City, but in a large mountain. To go to the headquarters of the Saints of Yaoqi, you must take a specific teleportation formation. Yu Zhang stepped with him, until there was no one who didn't have long eyes ran out to block the way and mock. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei successfully took the teleportation array and arrived at the headquarters of the saints in Yaoqi. At the same time, Zhang Buji also sent a message to the acquaintances of the Yaoqi Saint clan, showing the identity and intention of Su Lang. Knowing that Su Lang is suspected of being an emperor, the people of the Yaoqi Saints take it very seriously, and all the 5 martial sages who practiced in retreat ran out. In a sapphire hall, Su Lang saw the 5 martial sages of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Call up the attribute panels of the 5 martial sages in Yaoqi one by one. Su Lang discovered that they were all named Yaoqi, named Yanfa, Hongxi, Chunyu, Kaiying, and Yuanqing. Among them, Yaoqi Yanfa is a 6-star martial sage, with a not weak cultivation base, but the real combat power is relatively mediocre, and all 4-dimensional attributes are 6-star plus. Except for the other 4, one is a 4-star wuxia, and the remaining 3 are 2-star. When Su Lang checked the names and attributes of the 5 sages of Yaoqi, the 5 sages of Yaoqi were also looking at Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. King Wu realm, although the female martial artist is injured, there is a great horror hidden in that weak aura. Definitely a strong generation, such a strong person is following behind that Wu Wang. It seems that Su Lang's identity is really noble. This son can't provoke him, he must try his best to meet his conditions, otherwise the Yaoqi Saint race will usher in a catastrophe. Yaoqi Yanfa and others looked at each other, their expressions becoming more solemn. I have seen the patriarch of Yaoqi and 4 martial sages. Zhang Bu stepped forward and bowed to Yanfa and others. Shopkeeper Zhang doesn't have to be so polite. Yanfa quickly raised Yang's pace. Immediately, Yanfa looked at Su Lang again, and said with a smile, the presence of 2 distinguished guests really makes our Yaoqi nationality Pengshun shine. In front of Su Lang, Yanfa didn't even dare to claim to be the Yaoqi Saints, only that his ethnic group was the Yaoqi. Haha, we are bothering you. Su Lang smiled non-committal. Where? We are too late to welcome. Also invite Master Su Lang and this girl to sit down. Yanfa was busy talking, and then asked someone to entertain Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei with rare spirit fruits. After some greetings, I entered the topic. Presumably the Patriarch Yanfa also knows our intention. My maid is injured and needs healing medicine or related medicine. I wonder if Patriarch Yanfa can trade some for us. Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei next to him, and said, as long as Chief Yanfa is willing to trade, I will not let Chief Yanfa down. Lingyu, other types of holy elixir, and holy materials are all fine. As soon as this remark came out, Yanfa and others couldn't help but move. Su Lang was able to trade so many good things lightly, and he deserved to be a big shot. Master Su, we don't have alchemy, because we are not good at alchemy. But we have healing pills, and we are willing to trade them to you. Yanfa said very seriously. However, although our Yaoqi people call themselves saints, they are only small forces in remote places. If the pill is not as good as yours, please don't take offense. The implication was that he was afraid of Su Lang's dissatisfaction and made trouble for the Yaoqi Saint clan. It can be seen from this that Su Lang really is the 2nd generation with hands and eyes open to the sky in the hearts of Yanfa and others. Chapter 503, My maid can refine. Just laughed. Yanfa smiled apologetically, and immediately motioned to the others to take out the medicine. Soon, 5 kinds of pill appeared in front of Su Lang. 2 kinds of treatment for physical injuries, 1 for treatment of meridians, 1 for treatment of dantian, and 1 for treatment of mental injuries, together. And these 5 kinds of pill are all 4-star pill, which has reached Su Lang's requirements. Although these medicines are all of the lowest quality, what Su Lang wants is the medicine behind the medicines, and they will be broken down when they are sold. These pills happen to be what I need. Su Lang smiled with satisfaction. I don't know what Patriarch Yanfa wants me to trade with. Yanfa hesitated for a moment, and said, Master Su said, can I trade with other types of pills? Su Lang nodded. It's up to Patriarch Yanfa to see if I have the pill you need. Not afraid of young Master Su's jokes. Yanfa took a breath and said, the last male in my line is unable to bear children. It is difficult to inherit incense, so Patriarch Yanfa needs a pill to treat infertility. Su Lang's expression moved. I can refine this kind of pill, but if the pill grade you need is too high, I can't do anything. When he played the role of Danzun selling pill in the Yinjiao tribe, Su Lang discovered that the pill for infertility was actually very popular. At that time I planned to get some to sell, but then I was too busy to forget it. Unexpectedly, Yan Fa actually needed this kind of medicine. My descendant has already taken all kinds of pill of the same type of noble rank and censored rank, but they have no effect. Yan Fa said, I guess, I'm afraid it will take a holy elixir to work. Holy steps. Su Lang frowned slightly, then relaxed. The lowest level holy elixir requires 10 god level elixir, or 100 emperor level elixir, or 10,000 emperor level elixir to be synthesized. Calculate it can be synthesized with only 2,000 royal grade medicinal materials. Just before, he obtained a kind of imperial pill called Yunqing Fulling Emperor Pill from Yinzhao tribe. And the alchemy materials are not enough. Although I don't have this kind of pill, my maid can refine it. With a low-key smile on his face, Su Lang pointed to Chu Xiaobei beside him. Chu Xiaobei's expression remained unchanged, but he yelled out in his heart, Su Lang, you dead-eyed demon, my dignified Chu Xiaobei, a 6-star martial sage, is not your maid. This female martial artist is actually a holy alchemist. Yan Fa and others, and Zhang Barate were all stunned. Holy rank alchemist. Most of the holy races do not exist, generally only the fairy races have it. Sure enough, this young Master Su has a terrifying origin. This thought appeared in the hearts of Yan Fa and others, making them even more afraid to move. At the same time, Yan Fa was also extremely happy. Encountering the legendary saint-ranked alchemist, the incense inheritance of his line will be saved. Clan Chief Yan Fa, Su Lang said suddenly, although my maid can refine this kind of medicine, she doesn't have those materials on her body, so she has to ask shopkeeper Zhang to take a trip. The implication is to buy materials from the Sky Chamber of Commerce. As long as it can be refined. Yan Fa nodded busy. He originally wanted to say that he came out these materials. But considering that the medicine to be refined is a holy order, the required material must be holy order. If he can't come up with so many holy rank alchemy materials, wouldn't he be ashamed? I'm willing to take a trip for Su Gongzi. At this moment, Zhang Bulu said, I don't know what materials Su Gongzi needs. Yan Fa added, if the Sky Chamber of Commerce does not have one, then I will fill it up. Patriarch Yan Fa is too polite. Su Lang smiled noncommittently, and then handed a list of materials to Zhang Bulu. In addition to the materials needed for the Emperor Pill for fertility and recovery, there are also various holy rank materials, censored rank materials and noble rank materials. This creates the illusion of confusing Danfang. Sure enough, Zhang Bulu thought that Su Lang had given so many materials to confuse Danfang. Not surprising, he left after receiving the list of materials. Chapter 504, You are so clever. Zhang Step Rate left. Su Lang then traded with Hongxi, Chunyu, Kaiying, Yuan Qing and others. After all, those elixirs are personal items, but not all of Yan Fa. Different from Yan Fa's requirements, these 4 people all chose the materials for the Holy Order refining equipment. It just so happened that Su Lang's collection contained the holy refining materials needed by the 4 people, and the transaction was successfully concluded. Su Lang obtained 4 pills, decomposed them, and obtained the pills and materials. But these 4 medicines did not cure mental injuries, so they still had to get the medicine from Yan Fa. Zhang Bulu returned with the materials Su Lang needed. Under Su Lang's gesture, Chu Xiaobei obediently paid for the Lingyu and bought the medicine from Zhang Buchan. We need a quiet room for alchemy. Su Lang didn't sluggish, and immediately made alchemy. I will arrange it, Yan Faxi smiled and said quickly. Immediately, under the leadership of Yan Fa, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei came to the special alchemy room of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Master Su, if you have any requirements, just send me a message. As Yan Fa spoke, he took out his jade medal for communication. Okay, don't worry, the pill will definitely be refined. Su Lang smiled faintly, and exchanged contact information with Yan Fa. Then Yan Fa left. When he left, he also drove away everyone within a radius of 10 miles so that no one would disturb Su Lang. Yan Fa left. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei were in the same room again. Chu Xiaobei broke out in an instant. Did you want to die? You actually said that I was your maid. What is a maid? The maid is basically equivalent to the woman who waits in bed. It's almost all like this on the Kandlan continent. Don't you see that they all think that I am an important descendant of the big clan? If you are not my maid, how can I prove my identity? Without my identity to hold them down, they will immediately turn into jackals and eat us all. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, and the evil spirit smiled. Don't say you can beat 5 martial saints now. You are a clever tongue. Chu Xiaobei shouted angrily. Su Lang's face was playful. You are so clever, don't you know that this term is used more on women? Chu Xiaobei couldn't understand the meaning of Su Lang's words, so he gave a cold snort and didn't argue. In fact, she also knew that Su Lang's identity was very important, and if Yan Fa and others lost their fear, it would be really dangerous. Okay, lie down on your side, I want to practice pill. Su Lang waved his hand, intending to drive Chu Xiaobei away. You just have to lie down. Chu Xiaobei threw a word out of anger, turned and ran to the corner. I'm lying down. All right. An unexplained smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Immediately, Su Lang took out the materials and was about to start refining healing pills. As for the Emperor pill for pregnant and clearing spirits, just hand it over to the system. Just as Su Lang was about to start, he suddenly discovered that the god-rank alchemy furnace that had just been refined was useless again. Because this time it is a holy pill to be refined. If a god-level pill furnace is used, then even his Su Lang will easily fail. System, can this pill furnace evolve into a holy pill furnace? Su Lang frowned and asked. Ding. With the materials currently possessed by the host, it can evolve into the lowest level holy pill furnace. Then evolve. Su Lang nodded and gave instructions. Ding. Consumption of Guiyuan self-melting soil 6, Taishu Rui stone 2, Valkyrie soul 1. Shuiyu golden furnace evolved into a junior holy soldier. Inside the storage space, the Shuiyu golden furnace, which was originally a divine tool, flashed a burst of light, producing a hint of aura. It has become a holy soldier. Of course, because of the material, it is only the lowest level holy soldier, only a little better than the quasi-sacred weapon, with a little bit of rule. Compared with Yudian sword, the Shuiyu golden furnace is completely slag. But Su Lang didn't use it to hit people, it was enough for alchemy. Chapter 505, So Comfortable. Start alchemy. With a tick at the corner of Su Lang's mouth, he took the Shuiyu gold furnace, which had evolved into a sacred artifact, out of the storage space. The Dan furnace slammed on the floor and let out a huge roar. The voice immediately attracted Chu Xiaobei, who was furious. It's a holy artifact. This guy actually has a holy pill furnace. Even knowing that Su Lang's identity is not easy, but Chu Xiaobei couldn't help being a little surprised. There is a huge gap between Wusheng level and Wushan level. The gap between the sacred artifact and the divine artifact can also be described by the difference between cloud and mud. After all, the sacred artifacts have aura, which is a fundamental level change. Su Lang took out a medicinal pill from the storage space. This pill medicinal material was obtained by decomposing a healing pill from the 5 sages of Yaoqi. And this pill, named Taiwei Yuanmei pill, specializes in treating Dantian injuries. Dantian is the source of strength for warriors. Once Chu Xiaobei's Dantian injury is cured, she must be able to display the combat power of a 4-star martial sage or more. Under Chu Xiaobei's gaze, Su Lang began to process the medicinal materials and refine the pill. At the same time, the pill refining villain in the mysterious space was not free, and began to refining all kinds of pill. In fact, the main force of alchemy is still the one-key alchemy villain, and Su Lang is just performing for Chu Xiaobei to hide the origin of the pills. As Su Lang began to practice alchemy, Chu Xiaobei watched it with gusto at first, but then he lost interest. Because she can't understand it. It's like an ordinary person watching a super scientist doing an experiment, he can't understand it at all. Therefore, Chu Xiaobei simply closed his eyes and rested. This is just right, it can speed up. Seeing that Chu Xiaobei no longer paid attention to this side, Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Because there was no need for more cover-ups, Su Lang quickly refined the first Taiwei Yuan Maiden. At the same time, the one-key pill refining villain also refined 3 furnaces. After all, it is a holy level medicine, and it needs too many materials, even Chu Xiaobei's collection can't refine too much. In this, when Su Lang possesses the function of lack of one, he can lack certain alchemy materials. Otherwise, even these 3 furnaces cannot be refined. After obtaining 20 Taiwei Yuanmei pills, Su Lang immediately used the pill to synthesize and obtain 2 more advanced pill. It was still a holy rank medicine, but it probably reached 7-star rank, which was enough. Su Lang did not stop, but continued to refine the remaining pills. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Chu Xiaobei fell asleep again without knowing it. The mental injury made her too easily upset. At this time, Su Lang also refined the remaining pills. Those who treat physical injuries, those who treat meridian dantian, and those who treat mental injuries are all alive. At this time, he began to refine the Emperor pill for conceiving and rejuvenating spirits for Yaoqi Yan Fa. There was a key pill refining villain, and the 2,000 furnaces were used to refine the Emperor's pill in less than half an hour. In the end, it was a one-key synthesis to enter the field, and 10,000 Yunqing rejuvenating Emperor pills were synthesized into holy elixir. Although it was only the lowest level holy rank pill, this pill already had the power of rules, far exceeding the effect of the god-ranked pill. Of course, Su Lang is not sure whether this pill can treat the infertility symptoms of Yan Fan's descendants. After all, he has not personally inspected it, and he is not a production doctor. After collecting the Holy Order pregnancy-clearing pill, Su Lang came to Chu Xiaobei. Puff. Breathe. Whip. Chu Xiaobei tilted her body against the wall, sleeping like a mortal. Get up, Chu Xiaoju. Su Lang attached to Chu Xiaobei's ear and shouted loudly. Death. Demon, you are looking for death again. Chu Xiaobei was awakened by surprise. He was so angry that he was full of smoke, and his two small hands curled into claws and grabbed Su Lang's neck fiercely. Squeeze you. Su Lang quickly took out the pill that healed the mental injury and blocked Chu Xiaobei's claws. A scent of medicine suddenly got into Chu Xiaobei's chong nose. So comfortable. When Chu Xiaobei smelled a trace of medicinal scent, he felt groggy, and his brain was refreshing from time to time. It's been a long time since it was so easy. I feel all my pores are opened. How is it? Cool, right? Su Lang smiled and shook the pill in his hand. Chapter 506. Why is this name weird? Dead pervert, give me the pill. Chu Xiaobei snorted coldly and grabbed the small paw on Su Lang's neck and turned to the pill. Su Lang did not resist and let Chu Xiaobei take the medicine. Chu Xiaobei was a little surprised when she got the medicine pill. She thought that Su Lang might bully her again. It is pitiful. A dignified 6-star martial sage, with the strength of a 9-star great sage, she was actually bullied by a martial king class guy. It's really a tiger falling in Pingyang and being ridden. No, the tiger fell to Pingyang and was bullied by the dog. She was not ridden. Wow, it turned out to be a 7-star sacred pill of perfect quality. Looking at the pill in his hand, Chu Xiaobei forgot the little unhappiness before, and his eyes were full of surprise and satisfaction. 7-star perfect holy pill. Even Chu Xiaobei of this level has seen this level of pill. The realm of martial arts becomes more difficult as you go back. The same is true for Dan Dao and Qi Dao. The holy pill is difficult to refine, and the 7-star perfect quality holy pill, I am afraid that at least the 9-star pill holy alchemist can try his luck to refine it. This guy is so mysterious. Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but glanced at Su Lang. Then she saw Su Lang stretch out his hand, holding 9 7-star perfect sacred pills in his hand. Su Lang smiled lightly. Take a multi-pronged approach, and your injury should heal soon. My God, I only slept for a while. Have you refined so many 7-star sacred pills in such a short period of time? And all of them are of perfect quality. Chu Xiaobei was deeply shocked. Su Lang Da Lu, the devil is not a Dangxian, right? Tisk tusk, does this pill make you stupid? Seeing Chu Xiaobei's face full of horror, Su Lang couldn't help teasing. Chu Xiaobei came back to his senses and retorted, you are so stupid, I haven't seen anything. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised. Then you must have never seen my most precious baby. What's the most precious baby? Chu Xiaobei was a little curious. In her opinion, the one who can be regarded as the most precious by Su Lang must be a super powerful one, maybe it is an emperor. Hey, I won't tell you now. Su Lang smiled happily, when you have a chance, you will see it. Huh, pretending to be mysterious. Chu Xiaobei squashed her mouth, and immediately stretched out her little hand to grab the pill from Su Lang. Holding the Chinese medicine pill, Chu Xiaobei felt that the healing speed of his injury had accelerated. Heal your injuries, I'll take a rest. Su Lang smiled and said. Chu Xiaobei nodded, well, you have worked so hard to refine the pill. Su Lang smiled faintly, then came to the other side and sat cross-legged against the wall. And his attention shifted to the cultivating villain in the mysterious black space. Most of the cultivator's body has turned golden, and a third of the white halo behind his head has turned golden. Calculating, it is estimated that one day the cultivation level will break through. The spiritual realm will probably take 5 or 6 days to break through. While thinking about it, Su Lang let the system begin to refine Tai Tianxin pill. Before the alchemy material, he had it in the list of materials that he gave to Zhang Barate, and he bought many copies. Tai Tianxin pill is the best spiritual pill that Su Lang has currently mastered. Although he was only a noble rank, he wanted to upgrade his mental power to the Morning Star realm corresponding to the censored rank, and Tai Tianxin pill was completely sufficient. Of course, in order to better enhance mental power, the best choice is to synthesize it into a god-level pill before taking it. There were more than 1,000 Tai Tianxin pills in the storage space of Su Lang. Try the medicine first. If the medicine is more powerful, just take the supreme Tai Tianxin pill for the time being. Su Lang took out a Tai Tianxin pill and threw it into his mouth, refining it with spiritual power. Suddenly, a strange force spread out and went straight to his mind. Su Lang immediately felt that his mental power had been slightly increased. The medicinal power is average, far below the limit of my body. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and gave an instruction to the system, synthesize Tai Tianxin pill for me. Ding, you got the god-level pill Tai Tianxin pill 1. Ding, you got the god-level pill, 2 god. 2 god, why is this name weird? Su Lang frowned, then picked up a Tai Tianxin pill and threw it into his mouth. Chapter 507, The Spiritual Realm of Morningstar. The medicinal power of the god rank pill is really far superior to the respect rank pill. Su Lang ate one, feeling the endless medicinal power being refined, and then rushed into his mind like a torrent, turning it into golden energetic energy. At the same time, a small section of the white light circle behind the cultivator turned golden, hiss, really fast and fierce. There was a touch of excitement on Su Lang's face, and immediately took out one Tai Tianxin pill. Of course, he couldn't eat it all at once. Although his true combat power has reached the quasi-god level, he can't take too many divine-level pills at once. Therefore, Su Lang would swallow the next pill every time when the refining of one pill was completed, ensuring that nothing went wrong. As time goes by, day turns into night, and becomes day again. Su Lang's hand over 100 perfect quality Tai Tianxin pills gradually ate them all. In Su Lang's sea of knowledge, the number of thousands of silk ribbons has soared, reaching an inexhaustible level. Countless golden silk ribbons and mists converged and flowed to the white halo, contained in the golden liquid spiritual power. The liquid mental power that was originally only a small drop gradually strengthened, forming a liquid sphere that almost filled the white halo. At this point, it has reached a pole and a bottleneck. As more golden silk ribbons and mist blended in, a brighter golden light spot appeared in the center of the liquid spherical spiritual force. Immediately afterwards, this light spot turned into a black hole, instantly swallowing the surrounding liquid mental power. Those golden silk ribbons and mists that slowly fly over are also like being caught by a big hand, torn away fiercely, into the golden light spots. The golden light spots slowly grew, and gradually, it was already clear that it was a six-pointed star-shaped crystal. Immediately, a brighter golden light burst out, and the entire black sea of consciousness was opened up more bright space. In Su Lang's internal vision, this hexagonal crystal was like an extremely dazzling golden star. This is the spiritual power of crystallization. It is one of the characteristics of a god-level powerhouse. This is the realm of Morning Star. Su Lang felt it carefully, and found that his mental power was much stronger than before. Both the scope of the spiritual power and the intensity of the spiritual power are dozens of times more than the realm of the Sea of Mind. This is a qualitative leap. It's a pity that the pill has been consumed, otherwise it can be improved. But the mental power is enough to reach the level of the Morning Star, and I will find time to improve it later. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out some pills for cultivation. After some attempts, Su Lang found that he could easily bear the god-level cultivation medicine. Therefore, he synthesized all the medicines into god-level medicines and then took them. Under the huge power of the medicine, within an hour, the system prompt came. No breakthrough for now. Su Lang refused the breakthrough, and then continued to swallow the pill to improve his cultivation. Anyway, there is now an infinite cultivation base function. Even if it does not break through, the subsequent cultivation bases can be stored. So Su Lang intends to save a little more cultivation base and break through to Woang level in one fell swoop. And just when Su Lang was immersed in cultivation, Chu Xiaobei's injury also quickly healed under the action of the pill. Another series of system prompts came. Ding, Tiangong Silver Bone secret code has reached the consummation level. Ding. Beastheart Brahma Sea Monster copy has reached consummation level. Ding. The true power of Qianxing Profound Vessel has reached the consummation level. Ding. Longyan Yuanyang Junjing has reached the consummation level. Unexpectedly, time flies so fast, and the 4 Imperial level exercises placed are completed again. Hey, I have to choose the exercise method to place again, it's really annoying. While talking about troubles, Su Lang's face was excited. Immediately, he took out all the venerable techniques on his body and began to select one by one. After an entire hour of selection, Su Lang finally selected 4 deity level exercises. Because the shortcomings of defense and endurance have been compensated to a certain extent. So this time Su Lang once again chose 4 long sword weapon techniques. They are Shui Lingxiao Profound Sword, Heoran Lingtian Sword Ju, Water Spirit Infinite Sword Ju, and Drifting Shadowless Sword. Place the exercises. Su Lang opened his own property panel to check again. Chapter 508, 5 Days of Drug Practice. Defensive level, Peak Wu Zun Plus. Endurance level, Peak Wu Zun Plus. Mastering the exercises Boundless Heart Sutra, Tiangong Silver Bone Secret Code, Imperial level, Perfection. Beast Heart Brahma Sea Monster Copy, Imperial level, Perfection. Qianxing Xuanmai Zhen Gong, Imperial level, Consummation. Longyan Yuanyang Junjing, Imperial level, Consummation. Fengyun Beluo Xuandian, Imperial level, Consummation. Secrets of Feiyuwu Trace, Imperial level, Consummation. Kongchao Divine Sword Spectrum, Imperial level, Consummation. Longwu Immortal Sword Record, Imperial level, Consummation. Shuangguang Zumi Sword Art, Imperial level, Consummation. It's getting closer and closer to the censored level. It is estimated that if I break through to the Martial Emperor level, the real combat power can break through to the Martial God level in all directions. Su Lang nodded slightly, then continued to practice medicine. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. I have practiced most of the 4 deities, and it is estimated that there will be 3 days to complete the practice. And Su Lang has eaten all the pills used for cultivation. His cultivation has also accumulated to a very terrifying level. There is no pill to take. Su Lang curled his lips and immediately looked at Chu Xiaobei. She is still healing and doesn't know how she is recovering. Do you want to check her body? This thought flashed through Su Lang's mind and immediately dismissed it. If you check it now, it is estimated that it will disturb Chu Xiaobei's healing, so let's wait for her to recover. Do you want to break through now? Su Lang hesitated a little, and then rejected it. At this time, Su Lang had already determined that his cultivation level would allow him to break through from the senior martial king to the junior martial king level. Once a breakthrough occurs, it will definitely cause a huge movement. In this way, it is still easy to disturb Chu Xiaobei's healing. It seems I can only find something else to do. After thinking about it, Su Lang decided to explore the situation of Wuyong Demon Cave. Treasure hunting flying drifters dispatch. With the order given, tens of thousands of treasure hunting flying gliders appeared out of thin air in the Wuyong Demon Cave headquarters. The dense treasure hunting flying gliders overwhelmed the sky, and the entire Wuyong Demon Cave was instantly chaotic. Those weird mice have appeared again. Someone was horrified. How did they appear? Why didn't I notice any clues? Someone panicked. Damn, the last time these things appeared, our 2 branches were destroyed, and now they appear in our headquarters on a large scale. Someone frowned. Could it be that the mysterious quasi-god who slaughtered our branch plans to attack our headquarters? I hope he can do it. This guy doesn't know what it's coming from. Our boss checked the entire Yaoqi Saint clan's site, even the surrounding small alien's chassis, but he still couldn't find his trace. Someone sneered, if he could run out to die by himself, I would be eager. A large number of treasure hunting flying gliders in an area suddenly turned into corpses and fell in pieces. Dog awful, you dare to come to my Wuyong Devil's Cave to be wild. Wu Sheng Yangshu flew up into the air angrily, and the terrifying force carrying the power of rules rushed towards the treasure hunt flying like a flood. The power of a generation of martial sages is so powerful that the surrounding treasure hunting flying gliders have been wiped out almost instantly. The chaos ended here. Yangshu Wusheng frowned, but he didn't expect to solve the matter so easily. The other party actually doesn't have any successors. After some hesitation, Yangshu Wusheng used his spiritual power to conduct a thorough inspection of his surroundings and found that there was indeed no problem. So he snorted and ran to retreat. Wuyong Demon Cave gradually recovered its calm. Chapter 509. Squash you with one finger. Su Lang, who lost tens of thousands of treasure-hunting flying gliders, didn't feel very distressed. Anyway, these treasure hunt flying gliders only have a cooling time of 2 hours, and they will be resurrected soon. But he already has a lot of new information about Wuyong Devil's Cave. It has always been the one-star martial saint who is making shots. It seems Wuyong martial saint should be still practicing in retreat, or preparing for the day when the sun and the moon coincide. Just now I saw several women being taken to the dungeon. With my current strength, once I break through the realm of cultivation, I can definitely reach the holy rank with the whole card of devouring clone. With the addition of the sacred weapon Yudian sword, even if I am not the opponent of Wuyong Wusheng and Yang Zuwusheng, I can still rescue Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Thinking of this, Su Lang turned his head and looked at Chu Xiaobei. There is also Chu Xiaobei. Let her watch when the time comes, and let her take action if there is an accident. Chu Xiaobei opened his eyes suddenly, and two scorching eyes met Su Lang's eyes. Su Lang's mouth twitched. What a coincidence, I just saw you and you woke up. What do you look at, da-er? Demon. Chu Xiaobei's brows and Chong nose wrinkled slightly and shouted viciously. Look at the big beauties. Su Lang was too lazy to explain, but showed a wicked smile. Dead pervert. Chu Xiaobei's expression was stagnant, and his skin felt a little tight. She sat there immersed in healing for 5 or 6 days. During this time, Su Lang, the big pervert won't keep staring at me, right? From top to bottom, from left to right, from front to back. Thinking of this, Chu Xiaobei's skin went from tight to a little numb, and his face turned slightly red. Su Lang shrugged noncommittal. How is your injury? Huh, you need to control it. Chu Xiaobei snorted arrogantly at first, then couldn't help but smile again. My injuries are all healed, hee. Oh, finally done. Su Lang nodded. Can you display the strength of the 9-star martial saint now? I'm back to my peak state now. The corner of Chu Xiaobei's mouth rose slightly. Hey, Su Lang, big pervert, I can squeeze you with one finger now, be careful. Lying noisy, ruthless, I gave you alchemy to heal your wounds, but you want to squash me when you get better. Su Lang raised his brows and smiled bitterly. Why did I pick you up as a white-eyed wolf? I will repay you for your life-saving grace. Don't give me wolves all day long. As Chu Xiaobei spoke, she rolled her eyes, looking a little silly in Su Lang's eyes. Couldn't this woman hurt her brain? Is she okay? Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei's eyes becoming a little weird, or, let her check her body again to make sure that the injury is complete. Chu Xiaobei became numb behind Su Lang's eyes. Don't look at me like that, you are delusional. What am I thinking about? Su Lang's mouth twitched. I just want to check your injury. Chu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and snorted, and immediately stopped talking. Actually, she didn't say something. Don't think that I will promise by myself. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. By the way, how do you plan to repay me now? Chu Xiaobei originally wanted to repay Su Lang with spiritual jade and treasures. But when I thought about it, I felt it was not good for me to do so. After all, it is a life-saving grace, and it is not enough to repay with some treasures, and I feel troubled. Besides, does Su Lang lack that thing? Su Lang, I am missing, and so, I do not know either. Chu Xiaobei smirked. She really couldn't think of how she could repay Su Lang for a while. Then tell me when you figure it out. It's been 5 days, so Yan Fa must have been waiting anxiously. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and then said, we will send him the pill and we can leave here. Okay, let's go then. Chu Xiaobei nodded with an open eyebrow. Wait, there's one more thing I haven't done. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and a finger was raised. Chapter 510. Break through the 3-level junior martial emperor. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with a puzzled expression. What else? Su Lang smiled lightly and sat down cross-legged. Immediately afterwards, he silently gave an order to break through the realm. As if a dam exploded, countless liquid auras appeared in Su Lang's meridians, and then rushed towards the Dantian like a mud rock flow. Simultaneously, Su Lang also spread a horrible attraction. The surrounding spirits are like water flowing into a sponge, and they are constantly being absorbed by Su Lang. Immediately afterwards, in Chu Xiaobei's ghostly expression, 3 breakthrough fluctuations came from Su Lang one after another. In an instant, Su Lang was promoted from the high-level Martial King level to the Junior Martial King level. From Wuwang to Wuwang, there is no sublimation of the essence of life, but it is still a huge improvement. Raise 3 levels in a row. Chu Xiaobei stared at a pair of beautiful eyes, opened her small mouth slightly, and she was completely stunned. In fact, she hadn't seen anything like continuous breakthroughs in small realms. Chu Xiaobei herself is a rare aptitude of the unparalleled level, and she has also experienced continuous breakthroughs. However, that was only at the time of body tempering realm and martial artist realm. After breaking through the martial artist, she never broke through continuously. But Su Lang actually broke through 3 levels in the realm of King Wu, and even surpassed a great realm. When Chu Xiaobei was surprised, Su Lang opened his attribute panel. Realm level, Junior Wuwang. Shenfa level, Elementary Valkyrie Plus. Mastering the exercises, the Infinite Heart Sutra. Part of the information has been omitted. Sure enough, it has reached the Valkyrie level in all aspects. There was a hint of excitement in Su Lang's heart. Wuxian level combat power, even in the Kanglan continent, can be regarded as a capable existence. However, Su Lang knew very well in his heart that entering the hall just meant getting started. Okay, I'm done, let's go. Su Lang got up from the ground, stretched out comfortably, and smiled slightly at Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang, what is your qualification? Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang with an indifferent expression in front of him, and asked hesitantly. Isn't this guy better than me? I am the most talented member of our Xuanyu clan. My qualifications? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched slightly, and said, I can't find one among the hundreds of millions of individuals with aptitude. Sure enough, it is a better qualification than me. Chu Xiaobei nodded slightly, and the look in Su Lang's eyes changed again. Now in her heart, Su Lang's image has become a super genius perverted dude who knows how to make alchemy. Well, a long string of titles. But she didn't even know that Su Lang's aptitude was indeed very rare, but it was not a good one, but a very rare one. Muddy body. It is absolutely impossible to enter the waste material qualification of the martial arts. Had it not been for Su Lang's systematic existence, even if he worked so hard, how desperate he would not be today. Okay, let's go. Su Lang intentionally patted Chu Xiaobei's jade shoulder, but he gave up. This woman is now healed from her injuries and has recovered to her peak. Maybe an instinctive act of resistance will kill him. Next, Su Lang sent a message to Yan Fa, and Zan even left the alchemy room. Soon, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei came to the place where they had met with Yan Fa and other 5 sages of Yaoqi. The first moment he saw Yan Fa and others, Su Lang felt something was wrong. It's not that Yan Fa and the others seemed to be turning their faces and doing bad things. Instead, there was a trace of worry and anger in each of them. It seems that something happened to the saints of Yaoqi. Chapter 511, You are optimistic. Fellow Taoist Yan Fa, I have already refined the medicine you want. Su Lang didn't bother to take care of the personal affairs of the saints of Yaoqi, and took out the pill straight away. The Holy Order's pregnancy Qingfu Ling pill looks very good. At first glance it looks like a priceless treasure. The moment Su Lang took it out, Yan Fa's face looked much better. However, Su Lang noticed that the faces of the other 4 Yaoqi martial saints were still ugly, and even worsened for a moment. This seems to involve the inheritors of the Yaoqi saint clan. This is the internal competition of the Yaoqi saints. Su Lang didn't plan to do more, so he stuffed the pill to Yan Fa. Taoist Yan Fa, please check. No need to check, I can feel the power of the special rules inside. This pill will definitely cure my descendants' problems. Yan Fa nodded very satisfied, and then put away the pill. Since there is no problem, then we will leave. Su Lang smiled and took Chu Xiaobei, who was a maid, and Yan Fa and others to leave. Yan Fa and others had something to do, and they didn't try to keep Su Lang too much. After a few words of politeness, they sent Su Lang to the holy city of Yaoqi. The 2 parties are separated, and probably will never see each other again. Yaoqi Holy City, on the street. Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang walked side by side. There is no need to act as a maid. Of course, Chu Xiaobei is not reconciled to be one step behind Su Lang, the little junior martial emperor. Although Su Lang broke through to the Wuwang level, he was still a small one in Chu Xiaobei's eyes, and his finger was crushed. Su Lang, it's not long since the sun and the moon coincide. Chu Xiaobei said, I'm healed now, how about going to Wuyong Devil's Cave to help you rescue people? I said my hatred, I will avenge myself. Su Lang smiled and waved his hand, Wuyong martial saint, he must do it. Just you, don't be arrogant, okay. You are still a junior martial emperor even if you break the 3 barriers. Then Wuyong martial sage can make Yaoqi Saint clan have no choice, at least it is also a 6-star martial sage, what do you use to fight him? Chu Xiaobei hummed a little bit of hatred for the insensitivity and stubbornness of Su Lang. I have my own way. Su Lang smiled, if I really can't get revenge, you can help me out. Chu Xiaobei snorted softly, it always feels like Su Lang is going to die, and she is the maid who is responsible for helping clean up the mess, or something. It's so angry to be a maid again. I really have a way, you just want to be optimistic. Su Lang smiled lightly, go, let's go to the trouble of those kidney deficiency warriors in Wuyong Devil's Cave now. Kidney deficiency warrior, Chu Xiaobei was a little confused. Su Lang smiled without saying a word. Isn't Wuyong just kidney deficiency? It's still a serious one. Correct. Wuyong Demon Cave's whereabouts are erratic. We haven't even found their figures. How can we trouble them? Chu Xiaobei said with some regret, just now we should ask the 5 sages of Yaoqi to inquire about them. They are local snakes, maybe there is news. No need to find them. I've almost gotten their lair out. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, revealing a shallow smile. Su Lang, what are you talking about? When did you find the place where Wuyong Demon Cave is located? Besides, with your cultivation base, can you still find out the lair of others? Chu Xiaobei was full of suspicion, and had 10,000 disbelief in Su Lang's words. Well, just while you are sleeping. After I practiced the medicine, I went out and strolled around, and then I found the place where Wuyong Demon Cave is located. Okay, don't look like I would never believe it. I'll take you to see if I can tell if what I said is true. Su Lang smiled and shrugged, and immediately took Chu Xiaobei's arm and flew outside the city. Well, then I'll go take a look with you. Chu Xiaobei said uncertainly, and immediately realized that Su Lang actually took her arm. Chapter 512. Of course I can. Let go of me, you pervert. In the exclamation, Chu Xiaobei shook Su Lang away intentionally. However, he was worried that Su Lang's small body could not hold his own strength, so he could only be as angry as before the injury, but there was no way. The two flew outside the city. Chu Xiaobei, you fly fast, you come to fly. Su Lang stopped and said to Chu Xiaobei, I can't find it again. Chu Xiaobei frowned. It doesn't matter if you can't find it, I'll guide you. Su Lang smiled slightly. What is navigation? Chu Xiaobei was puzzled. It means to show the way. Su Lang let go of Chu Xiaobei's arm and smiled, hurry up. Chu Xiaobei nodded helplessly, and immediately wrapped Su Lang with mental strength. This is the use of spiritual imperial objects, but it is Su Lang. It sounds quite interesting. Gone. Chu Xiaobei reminded him, and Zan even rushed out. Wow, so fast. Drive. Su Lang big pervert, you are looking for death. After some flight, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei stopped far away from the Wuyong Demon Cave. Because of the treasure-hunting flying probe, Su Lang was very clear about the layout of the Wuyong Demon Cave, and of course he also knew the range of the sentinel outside the Wuyong Demon Cave. Wuyong Demon Cave is here. Su Lang held a map and said to Chu Xiaobei, I didn't send you a message, just watch it from a distance. You can come and help after I send you a message. Are you sure you can do it? Chu Xiaobei frowned slightly. Of course I can. Su Lang said loudly. Man, can you say the word? No. Well, then you must be careful. Chu Xiaobei nodded helplessly, then changed his expression and took out an item to Su Lang. This is a veil that is a bit torn. Su Lang had seen it long ago, and this veil was Chu Xiaobei's only holy artifact, named Bingyan Huan Tian Ling. Bingyan Huan Tian Ling's rank is 6-star saint rank, possessing strong ice attribute attack defense ability, and very strange transmog ability. However, this veil is estimated to have been damaged in the battle of Chu Xiaobei's escape, resulting in only 2 3-star strength now. Holy artifacts are extremely important to Wu Sheng, almost comparable to life. But now, Chu Xiaobei actually loaned Su Lang's sacred artifacts that he still had time to repair in the future. But I can't use it. Su Lang's face rose with a gentle smile. Huh, don't forget it. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and put away Bingyan Wantian Ling. Well, by the way, I'll fix it for you when I have time. Su Lang's smile remained unchanged. In addition to alchemy, I am also very good at refining tools. Just leave your mouth blank. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes even harder. A little Wu Huang, who has such incredible alchemy attainments, even if he is good at refining tools, how can others live? Haha, that's it. Regardless of whether Chu Xiaobei believed it or not, Su Lang left a word and flew towards the Wuyong demon cave. Chu Xiaobei shouted, "Be careful, don't let me collect your corpse, big pervert, understood?" Su Lang replied, and gradually disappeared into the distance. Chu Xiaobei stopped in place for a while, then flew high into the sky, following Su Lang far behind. With her 6-star martial sage's realm, the 9-star martial sage's combat power, it is simply too simple to follow Su Lang silently. For Wuyong Demon Cave, Su Lang had already planned and was confident. After flying for a period of time, he directly dispatched the clone to an unmanned corner that had been explored before. Nothing happened. This shows that Yangshu Wusheng did not always maintain a large range of spiritual perception. With a thought, Su Lang came to the interior of Wuyong Demon Cave. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei, who was sitting in the cloud, looked at Su Lang in front of her with surprise. She always felt that Su Lang had become different in an instant. Is it an illusion? No, Su Lang under her nose has become a clone. At this moment, the clone disappeared. Chapter 513, The Disdainful Martial Saint. What kind of transmission is this? I don't even feel it at all. Turbulent waves rose in Chu Xiaobei's heart, and with her 9-star martial sage's strength, she could not see through Su Lang's transmission methods. This guy is so mysterious. Shocked, Chu Xiaobei flew in the direction of Wuyong Demon Cave. Soon, she was getting closer and closer to the Wuyong Demon Cave. However, Chu Xiaobei was still very obedient and did not move on. Su Lang put one clone in the main city of Fengling as a life-saving hole card, and then withdrew the other 14 clones. Look up at the sky. Su Lang's mental power rushed out and fell onto the hidden formation. In an instant, Su Lang usurped the control of Wuyong Demon Cave's protective formation. A huge mask appeared in the air, and even Chu Xiaobei in the distance could see it. The formation is out of control. Quickly, check what happened. Something's wrong. It's not a fault in the formation, and the formation I am responsible for is out of control. Quickly, the protective formation of the woman in the dungeon is also out of control. All the formations are out of control. Someone has invaded and someone has invaded. Tell Master Wu Sheng. The formation that enveloped the entire Wuyong Demon Cave was out of control at the same time, directly causing a large number of warriors in the Wuyong Demon Cave to panic. You know, the formation of Wuyong Devil's Cave is a real holy rank formation. Can instantly seize control, then how terrifying the enemy's cultivation base should be. Not only the low-level warriors, even the warlords such as Luo Xie, and even the martial sage Yangshu felt shocked. Who is it? He can seize control of our formation in an instant. I am afraid that the person who came was with the quasi-sage before, and the quasi-sage is here to explore the way. Damn, who on earth are they? Can't be found out by our intelligence network. The visitor should not be underestimated. Shall we tell Master Wuyong Wusheng to ask him to take action? Master Wuyong Wusheng is in retreat, preparing for the coincidence of the sun and the moon, and cannot easily disturb him. Yes, let's stare at it first. If we can't stand it anymore, then go and ask Master Wuyong Wusheng to do it. Luo Xie and other 4 Valkyrie and Yangshu martial saint gathered together. After some discussions, they decided that the enemy would not move, and I would not move. And at this time, Su Lang gave an order and immediately swallowed 10 clones. A horrible aura suddenly broke out of him. Even the boundless sky of the Kanglan continent has a feeling of change in color. This is the breath of Wu Sheng. Attack level 1-star Wusheng plus. Defense level 1-star Wusheng. Shenfa level 1-star Wusheng plus. Endurance level 1-star Wusheng. Holy step breath. It's Wu Sheng. Run away, otherwise you will die if you are seen. The young people in the Wuyong Devil's Cave were panicked, and fled towards the place they believed to be safe. At the same time, Luo Xie and other Valkyries' expressions changed drastically, and they all looked at Wusheng Yangshu in shock. And Yang Zuwusheng's look is very strange. At first it was cautious, then it was surprised, and finally it turned into contempt and disdain. Because in his perception, that terrifying martial sage breath is only 1 star, and the most important thing is that there is no feeling of mysterious rules. There is only one explanation for this situation. That is, this person must have used the pill increase, or through some kind of anti-sky secret method, to abruptly raise the combat power to the holy rank. It should be the quasi-sage before. HMPH, the quasi-sage, thinking that by temporarily breaking through to the saint-level combat power with the secret pill, he can destroy my Wuyong Devil's Cave. Extremely ridiculous. Yangshu Wusheng sneered again and again, and disappeared from the same place with a move. Between 3 steps, he came to the source of the aura burst and saw Su Lang, who was so young and utterly young. Chapter 514, Give back your words. It's you, dare to slaughter my 2 branches of Wuyong Demon Cave. Sage Yang Zuwu looked down at Su Lang condescendingly, with a deep contempt on his face. At this moment, he was closer, and he felt more clearly that Su Lang didn't have any sense of mysterious rules. It's just a pseudo-holy. Hee, you Wuyong Devil's Cave do no evil. Not only did I slaughter your branch, I will slaughter your headquarters today. Su Lang sneered. I, Su Lang, want to make your Wuyong Devil Cave history. You don't know anything about the power of the holy rank. Wu Sheng Yangshu shook his head in disdain. You want to slaughter my Wuyong Devil's Lagoon, and I want to arrest you and endure the pain of 10,000 years of life is worse than death. You are just a mere 1-star Wusheng. Su Lang's expression grew colder, and immediately drew out a long sword. This long sword is the top artifact he let the system build casually, and it is also a quasi-sacred weapon. However, this long sword is incomparable to Yudian's sword, because its abilities are too complicated. It was built just to hide the clumsiness. Tisk tisk, is it a quasi-sacred weapon? The weapon is good, better than mine. Unfortunately, in the face of the power of the holy rank rules, no matter how good your quasi-sacred weapon is, it is useless. I will slowly let you see clearly how big the gap is between you and the real martial saint. Yangshu Wusheng showed a contemptuous and cruel smile. Immediately afterwards, he punched fiercely, blasting towards Su Lang like a meteor. Shuangguang Zumi sword art. Su Lang made a move in an instant, and the tip of the sword seemed to pass through the void space, directly before the fist of Wusheng Yangshu. Quasi-holy weapon, fight against holy rank flesh. Kong Dang. The quasi-saint weapon in Su Lang's hand was directly broken and damaged. And Su Lang himself flew upside down like a puppet. Su Lang showed a panic on his face, and then immediately fled. Yangshu Wusheng laughed wildly, moved his feet, and chased him away. Array control. When Su Lang flew to the edge of the formation, he urged all kinds of formations to be trapped towards Yangzu Wusheng. Wuyong Demon Cave's Holy Step formation method immediately trapped Yangzu Wu Sage in it. Being able to control the formation, it's a very powerful ability. Yangzu Wusheng's expression is gloomy. It's a pity that you are not strong enough. No matter how hard you toss, you will be caught by me and become the object of my torment. HMPH, you don't need to catch, I will be back. Su Lang sipped fiercely, then turned around and fled quickly. Do you think that the formation of our Wuyong Demon Cavern, I don't know the weakness? Yangshu Wusheng sneered again and again, and didn't bother to let people cancel the formation energy, and directly slammed in the direction of Dwegan, hitting one of the nodes. A cobweb-like crack immediately appeared on the formation. Yangshu Wusheng blasted another punch, and a big hole suddenly appeared in the formation barrier. Where can you go? Yangshu Wusheng pursued Su Lang in the direction of fleeing. His face was cruel and insidious. Su Lang had already flew a long distance away while he was trapped for a while. Although he doesn't have the power of rules, his speed is about the same as Yangshu Martial Saint. Because the power of the rules learned by Yangshu Sheng didn't improve the speed. And really have to count. Su Lang's speed was much faster than Yangshu Wusheng. Because Yangshu Wusheng first entered the realm of Wusheng, his all-round combat power can reach a 1-star Wusheng. In terms of physical fitness, Su Lang is half a small realm higher than him. The attacking aspect is also, if it is not for the power of the rules, Yangshu Wusheng simply cannot beat Su Lang. In order to prevent Yangshu Wusheng from catching up, Su Lang slowed down, allowing Yangshu Wusheng to slowly shorten the distance between the two. The two flew to a place far, far away from the Wuyong Demon Cave. Su Lang stopped his figure. Ha ha ha, why don't you escape? Could it be that your secret method or pill has failed? Humph, no matter what your reason is, you will lose today. Saint Yangzu Wu laughed wildly, and kicked Su Lang's thigh while flying. He wants to slowly abolish Su Lang's limbs and carry out cruel killings. But the next moment, Sage Yangshu Wu found in shock that Su Lang escaped his attack. At the same time, a long sword with black stripes on a white background pierced his head silently. The power of rules, the true holy soldiers. Wu Sheng Yangshu stood upside down in an instant, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he had to dodge without thinking. Your words, I will return them to you exactly. Where can you escape? Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone was low, and the long sword had already pierced the head of Saint Yang Zuwu. Chapter 515. Lead the snake out of the hole. Wu Sheng Yangshu felt that his mind had collapsed, and his entire consciousness disappeared instantly. This was the spiritual attack of Yutianjian, which directly destroyed his soul. Ding! You get the soul of the low-level martial sage 1, the guide of space 1, the top-level artifact Ruyi Dragon King Scroll 1, the best spiritual jade 300, the high-grade spiritual jade, 12,682, the middle-grade spiritual jade 625,684, the low-grade spiritual jade * 12,365,686, materials for holy refining. The appearance of the system represents the death of a generation of martial sages at the hands of Su Lang. Chu Xiaobei, who was hiding in the sky, covered her small mouth in surprise, and she was almost crazy. Prior to Su Lang used a mysterious and unknown secret method to greatly increase his combat power, reaching the martial sage level. This has made her incredible and terrified. But now, Su Lang actually took out a hidden hole card and killed Yangshu Wusheng in one fell swoop. This scene utterly shocked Chu Xiaobei's mind. Su Lang Dalu, who on earth is a demon, so powerful? Kill a one-star martial sage at the level of the Emperor, crossing 3 realms in the middle. Moreover, among these 3 great realms, 2 are great realms for the sublimation of the essence of life. Such an unbelievable thing, the Kandlan continent has appeared for the first time in history. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang blankly, even his thinking was about to freeze. Su Lang, who killed Yangshu martial saint, was checking the spoils. The soul of low-level martial saint. Good thing. Moreover, I didn't expect this guy to have so many spirit jade. In total, it has almost reached 5 million medium-grade spirit jade. Su Lang thought that he could already be disinterested in money, but now he couldn't help being excited. However, the most urgent task is to deal with Wuyong Wusheng and rescue Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. These spirit jade are something. Wait until the end of the matter to upgrade the system functions. Yangshu martial saint was killed by me, the first ring of the plan is completed. Next Wuyong Wusheng must be angry, come on, the second ring, I am ready. While thinking about it, Su Lang looked at the place where Wuyong Demon Cave headquarters was located. A terrifying roar broke through the clouds, and the sound passed through tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The mountains trembled and the rivers flooded. Who is it? Dare to kill my subordinates. Angry voices spread throughout the wilderness, and countless creatures fled around as if they encountered natural disasters. Immediately afterwards, a figure carrying a frightening aura rose to the sky and chased in the direction of Su Lang. This person is the master of Wuyong Demon Cave, Wuyong Wusheng, really. Successfully led the snake out of the hole, this guy was led out by me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a scheming smile. He immediately used his full strength to escape frantically. Chu Xiaobei, who was hidden in the sky, recovered from the shock and frowned slightly. Su Lang was able to kill a star Yangshu Wusheng in the realm of Emperor Wu, so his record was indeed against the sky. But Wuyong martial saint is different from Yangshu martial saint. He is an old monster who has lived for a long time, and his combat power has reached the level of 6-star martial saint. The difference between 1 star and 6 stars is too big. Wuyong Wusheng's combat power is almost dozens of times that of Yangshu Wusheng. With such a huge gap, Su Lang can once again create miracles, impossible. Once Su Lang is in danger, I will do it immediately. Chu Xiaobei took a deep breath, and chased him in the direction of Su Lang's escape. Wuyong Wusheng was fast, and soon he came to the place where Yangshu Wusheng had fallen. There are no traces of battle here, but there is still the breath of Yangshu martial saint. Yangshu. Wuyong Wusheng is a muscular man, but at this time he shed tears. I don't know what is the relationship between him and Wusheng Yangshu. Don't worry, I will avenge you. I will personally grab that dog's bite in front of your spiritual position, let him suffer all the pain in the world, so as to comfort you in the sky. With a roar to the sky, with blood-red eyes and a hideous complexion, Wuyong martial saint carrying endless hatred, chased after Su Lang where he fled. Chapter 516. Tiaohulishan. Su Lang, who has a 1-star martial arts speed, has fled for tens of thousands of miles. But this distance is nothing in Wuyong Wusheng's eyes. He took it step by step, each step spanning dozens of miles, quite a touch of shrinkage. This speed is dozens of times that of Su Lang. The distance between the two sides is rapidly closing. Chu Xiaobei, who was hidden in the sky, couldn't help but lift his heart. She is ready to shoot. With a thought, Su Lang dispatched one clone to the Wuyong Demon Cavern, and immediately swallowed 3 clones again. In an instant, Su Lang's aura soared. Attack level 2-star Wusheng. Defense level 1-star Wusheng plus. Shenfa level 2-star Wusheng. Endurance level 1-star Wusheng plus. Partially omitted. After reaching the 2nd-star martial arts level, Su Lang's speed immediately increased a lot. Although still being madly pulled closer by Wuyong Wusheng. But Wuyong Wusheng's time to catch up with Su Lang almost doubled. Even if this time is short, for Wu Sheng, he could also escape a long distance. And Su Lang's goal is to complete the 2nd ring of the plan, adjust the tiger from the mountain. Only by drawing Wuyong Wusheng from the Wuyong Demon Cave headquarters can the safety of Ji Rushui and others be better guaranteed. The big satyr of Su Lang has actually increased his saint-level combat power by another star. Chu Xiaobei was shocked again, a small heart pounding and pounding. In her eyes, Su Lang became more mysterious and unmeasurable. No matter how hard you struggle, you will never escape from my palm. Wuyong Wusheng noticed that Su Lang's speed had increased, and his heart suddenly sneered. But he didn't even know that he had already fallen into Su Lang's trap. Fly farther, so that Wuyong Martial Saint can't rush back to Wuyong Devil's Cave in a short time. However, in order to avoid any teleportation methods of Wuyong Wusheng, some arrangements must be made. Seeing the murderous Wuyong Martial Saint behind him, Su Lang was not stable enough, and he even had time to make some arrangements. Use one key to refine the formation, refine the space confinement formation. Su Lang gave an order, and the system immediately began to refine a large number of space confinement formations. Su Lang has already mastered many kinds of this formation. There are 2 kinds in the main city of Fengaling tribe, and more in the resident of Yaoqi Holy City and Yaoqi Holy tribe. Su Lang can refine these formations at a glance, and has already included them in the scope of refining. The speed of the system refining the formation is very fast. In a short time, 7 or 8 holy formations were refined. And these 7 or 8 holy formations are still the kind of matching combination, and their power should not be underestimated. After doing all this, Wuyong Wusheng took another step closer to Su Lang. There is still time. System, refining the holy rank difficult array. Following Su Lang's order, each holy rank trapped formation was refined, and it was also a matching formation. Su Lang and Wuyong Wusheng have come to an extremely remote place. Wuyong Wusheng was getting closer and closer to Su Lang. As long as the distance between the two parties is a little closer, the attack range of Wuyong Wusheng will be reached. It's time. Su Lang stopped abruptly and turned to look at Wuyong Martial Saint, who was approaching quickly. The property panel is displayed. This Wuyong Wusheng is a 5-star Wusheng. However, the attack level and body skills have reached 6 stars, while the defense and endurance are only 4 stars. Is it a side effect of the exercise? Su Lang squinted slightly, but he didn't rush to make a formation. Because to ensure that the 3rd ring of the plan is foolproof, you must wait for Wuyong Wusheng to get closer and closer. Don't even run away. Haha, is this confession? Do you ask for forgiveness? Unfortunately, you killed my Yang Shu. No matter what price you pay, I will never let you go. Wuyong Wusheng saw Su Lang stop, and when he sneered, he came to a place not far from Su Lang in 3 or 2 steps, and took it with one palm, like the sky fell. Jin Kai, facing the terror attack of 6-star Martial Saint, Su Lang didn't panic at all, and immediately activated the formation. In an instant, a large number of formation barriers emerged, trapping Su Lang and Wuyong Wusheng inside at the same time. Chapter 517. Quickly pat me on the head. What is this going to do? Even trap me and him in the formation. Isn't he supposed to isolate me with formations? Wuyong Wusheng was uncertain in his heart, but his hands kept attacking, and he wanted to put Su Lang in death. Time moved forward for an instant. Chu Xiaobei is in a daze. What the censored is this guy doing? Chu Xiaobei couldn't understand at all why Su Lang would use the trapped formation to trap himself and Wuyong Wusheng together. This is simply the operation of mystery. Do not care. Seeing that Wuyong Wusheng was about to kill Su Lang immediately, Chu Xiaobei walked out of the void without thinking, and stepped on Wuyong Wusheng's head. The terrifying power of the 9-star Great Sage came, and Wuyong Wusheng's complexion changed drastically, terrified. He didn't even think about it, and immediately stopped and fled. However, as soon as he turned around, he was facing a sleepy formation. It turns out that this is the function of the sleepy formation. This star martial saint is a bait. I stepped into someone else's trap. Damn, who is this 9-star martial sage? Why kill me? A lot of thoughts flashed through Wuyong Wusheng's mind, and he felt the despair and horror of death. When facing death, time seems to be extremely long. Wuyong Wusheng could clearly perceive the absolutely irresistible majestic force above his head. Death is approaching. Stop. There was a sharp shout, with extreme dissatisfaction in the voice. Who is calling? Wuyong Wusheng was a little confused. Did I have auditory hallucinations? At that moment, the terrifying attack that would step his head into his chest actually stopped. Am I dreaming? I should have been trampled to death. What happened? Wuyong Wusheng looked around with a dull face. Then I saw the young martial saint man rolling his eyes and saying to the extremely beautiful 9-star female martial saint. Didn't you say that you can only take action after I call it? Why are you so disobedient? Go back quickly. Then, I saw the beautiful and fair-looking Wusheng Sheng said. I was worried that you made the move, you actually yell at me. HMPH, go, censored, you, I won't care about you anymore. Immediately, the female martial artist who was so beautiful that she couldn't look directly put her feet away, and Chichao disappeared in smoke. What the censored happened here? Is it possible that this little martial sage is not a bait, but a son of a big race? Am I being regarded as the object of experience? Yes, that little Wusheng dared to scold a 9-star female sage, and that female sage is still obedient. This guy, is it a direct line of the Emperor clan? I have provoked someone, didn't I just arrest a few women? The Emperor clan's direct line unexpectedly ran into this chaos, and found my head. Wuyong Wusheng thought continuously, his eyes widened, panic and powerless. However, it is better than the temporary despair before. Wuyong Wusheng settled down, and then planned to kneel down and kowtow to Su Lang for mercy. Hey, Wuyong Wusheng, it didn't count just now, let's start again, come and come, pat me on the head. 2 words fell in Wuyong Wusheng's ears, making him once again confused. Don't be in a daze. Su Lang took a deep breath and said seriously, hurry up and pat me on the head, now, immediately. I know I was wrong. Don't tease me anymore, I'll kowtow to you and admit your mistake. Please go around me once, I am willing to be a slave and a dog, I am very good at doing dirty things. Wuyong Wusheng was stunned, but still knelt down in horror, took out a stone, and kowtowed his head on it. Looking at him, he was almost shocked. Su Lang was very upset and unwilling to sigh. Such a perfect plan was actually ruined by Chu Xiaobei. If according to the original plan. Chapter 518. Don't you want to take me as a slave? Wuyong Wusheng slapped down, and Su Lang triggered a death substitution, swapping positions with the clone placed in the Wuyong Demon Cave, and the clone would bear the death. Immediately, Wuyong Wusheng was trapped in the formation and could not leave temporarily. And Su Lang began to massacre in Wuyong Devil's Cave, with the goal of rescuing Ji Rushui, Marong Shenxian and others, killing Luo Xie and other 4 Valkyrie, and obtaining 4 Valkyrie's soul. Immediately afterwards, the spirit of the censored of war and many holy tier materials were used to evolve Thetai Kai Meteorite Thunder, to the extent that it can kill Wuyong Wusheng. Finally, dispatch the last clone to the outside. Then use the avatar to replace, and then carry the Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder into the trapped formation, activate Tai Chi Meteorite Thunder, and kill Wuyong Wusheng. But Su Lang triggered death replacement again, returned to Wuyong Demon Cave, and met Ji Rushui and others. Ah, what a perfect plan. But now it seems that this plan is not working. Wuyong Wusheng was so scared that he didn't even need dignity in order to survive. Dignified 5-star martial artist. Howling for mercy is a stray dog. Now you let him slap you on the head, do you think he dare? I'm afraid I will cut off my hands directly. Chu Xiaobei. Forget it, you can trample him to death, alas. Su Lang had to give up his plan and shouted at the void. This is like trampling an ant to death. But Wuyong Wusheng, who was regarded as an ant, didn't even dare to even think of a rebuttal. He kept kowtow, chanting words like this begging for mercy. But no one listened. I said, I won't care about you anymore. Chu Xiaobei's proud voice came from the void. If you listen carefully, there is still a little pride in it. Okay, my saint sister. Su Lang shrugged helplessly. Hurry up. No, please forgive me. I'm very useful. Wuyong Wusheng begged for mercy with more fear. It's really annoying. Don't do it for a while, and ask me to do it again for a while. Chu Xiaobei appeared from the void, still rolling his eyes. Soon, she had to do it. I don't want to die. Fight, at least die with that kid. Wuyong Wusheng finally got angry. He knew he had no hope, he could only desperately hysterically, and many more. Su Lang said suddenly, keep him alive, just step on half dead. The desperate energy in Wuyong Wusheng's heart immediately vented. Oh my god, don't die. Then I desperately got a wool. Listening to what he said, I should be taken as a slave. Haha, great, I'm a dirty job, and I hold the thighs of the gods. Quack quack. Wuyong Wusheng was extremely excited. There are so many requests. Chu Xiaobei raised her chin proudly, then came into the formation and stepped on Wuyong Wusheng. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it instantly fell on Wuyong Wusheng. The aftermath of a group of power spread, and it made all the sleepy gusts of wind and rain shake. Wuyong Wusheng, who was the first to bear the brunt, let out a painful scream, and then fell to the ground dying. Master, come catch me, I want to be a cow and a horse for you. In the pain, Wuyong Wusheng raised a trace of expectation. He suddenly saw a sword light. Wuyong Wusheng's pupils shrank suddenly, even if Zan felt more intense pain coming from his mind. Wuyong Wusheng screamed in his heart, and he couldn't believe it, don't you want to take me as a slave? How could? Ding. You get Intermediate Martial Saint Soul 1, Space Attract 1, Elementary Saint Soldier Shadow Soul Xuanyu Banner 1, Supreme Spirit Jade 523, High Grade Spirit Jade 22682, Middle Grade Spirit Jade 325684, Lower Grade Spirit Jade 2565686, Holy Refining Material. Chapter 519, A Cyan Storm, another beautiful system prompt. This Wuyong Wusheng is indeed richer than Yangshu Wusheng. Counting down, there are more than 7.8 million middle-grade Spirit Jade. It's a pity that the currency is incomparably synthesized, otherwise at a ratio of 10 to 1, I will never worry about funds anymore. Su Lang happily put away the sword Yudian sword, and then deposited all the middle-grade Spirit Jade into the system balance. I thought you were going to spare him his life. Chu Xiaobei came to Su Lang with a small trace of pride on his face. Before Su Lang had not let her make a move, but didn't he beg her to make a move in the end? This guy killed a Valkyrie. It's an old friend of mine. He also kidnapped a woman I value very much. I must kill him. Su Lang smiled faintly. Let's go back to the Wuyong Devil's Lagoon and kill all the dogs. Chu Xiaobei was in a good mood, and flew to Wuyong Demon Cave with Su Lang. This time it turned out not to use mental power to imper Su Lang, but to grab his arm. Then, Su Lang deeply felt the speed of Jushing Wusheng once. It's so fast. It's like getting used to riding a bicycle and suddenly getting on the high-speed rail. The two came to the outside of Wuyong Demon Cave. At this time, the little scumbags inside looked relaxed, looking expectantly at the direction where Wuyong Wusheng had left before. They didn't even know that their boss had been killed by Su Lang. The control of Wuyong Demon Cave's formation is still in Su Lang's hands. Therefore, Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei easily entered the Wuyong Demon Cave. Next, there was a short killing. Everyone, including Luo Xia's 4 martial gods, was completely killed by Su Lang. Immediately, Su Lang took Chu Xiaobei to the gate of the dungeon. Open. Su Lang thought, the formation was activated, and the dungeon door slowly opened. A deep staircase appeared in front of him, leading to the deepest underground. The ground was dark, and I couldn't see my fingers, but it was nothing to Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang did not hesitate at all, and led Chu Xiaobei down. Soon, individual cells appeared in the field of vision. Su Lang opened them one by one with his spiritual treasure, revealing the women imprisoned inside. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. You bastards, I won't die from you. The woman's begging for mercy and anger were intertwined. Obviously, they all regard Su Lang as a person from Wuyong Devil's Cave. It's all quiet. Wuyong Devil Cave has been destroyed by me, you are free. But this place is quite remote. If you believe me, stay here, and I will pick you up soon. Su Lang's voice came out, and the women suddenly fell silent. Immediately afterwards, there were waves of lowered excitement. We are saved. Great. We are saved. I don't know who saved me. Listening to his voice, he must be very handsome. I want to stay and wait for him to pick me up. The women were so excited that they decided to stay and wait for Su Lang. Su Lang smiled faintly at this, and then continued to look forward. One by one, closed cells were opened, and more women were released. Because these special cells are completely isolated from sound, so these women didn't know the identity of Su Lang. They begged for mercy and scolded at the beginning, and Su Lang had to calm down again and again. Gradually, Su Lang became a little irritable. Because there are no figures of Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian in the open cell. Su Lang squeezed his fist and continued searching. Soon, there is only one cell left. Will the person you're looking for isn't here? Perhaps, they weren't caught at all. Looking at the last cell, Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang. In her opinion, the chance that the person Su Lang is looking for will be in this last cell is too small. I do not know either. Su Lang took a deep breath, and then opened the door of the last cell. A group of blue storm rushed out fiercely, hit Su Lang's face, blowing his hair scattered and flying. Chapter 520, I finally found you. The wind dance is too imaginary. It's Rushui's wind dance too virtual. In an instant, Su Lang's eyes gradually widened, revealing a touch of joy and excitement that could not be concealed. But did not wait for him to speak. A ball of blue water hit his face with a thud. Lying noisy, why are you hitting me? A foul-smelling poisonous smoke fell on Su Lang's face and exploded. Maid, who is this again? Stop fighting. Finally, an extremely surprised girl shout came out. It's Ji Rushui's voice. Immediately, there was another shout of surprise. Su Lang. Why are you here? It's Marong Shenxian's voice. Who is he? The third surprised female voice sounded. I don't know whose voice. Suddenly a group of white shadows rushed out of the cell and crashed into Su Lang's arms. It's soft, and it's a little bouncy. It seems that this girl has actually developed a little during the time she has not seen her. Rushui, I finally found you, haha. Su Lang stroked the girl's hair in his arms, his expression full of gentleness. Seeing this scene, Chu Xiaobei on the side could not help but curse in his heart, big pervert, don't let it go. Another taller figure also rushed in front of Su Lang, embracing Su Lang and Ji Rushui. Su Lang, I didn't expect you to find it here. Here, it's an extremely terrifying magic cave on the Kanglan continent. We all feel like we are over. Marong Shenxian's pleasantly surprised voice revealed the endless fear and fear. Okay, it's okay now. Su Lang smiled lightly, took out a hand, and took Marong Shenxian into his arms. Feeling Su Lang's generous chest, the anxiety in Marong Shenxian's heart dissipated a lot. Death. Demon. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, revealing a trace of contempt, and then put aside his small face. How did you find here? This is Wuyong Demon Cave. The leader is a very cruel martial saint. My father and Granny K died in the hands of that martial saint. Listen to Sister Yiren, that martial sage is named Wuyong, a terrifying 5-star martial sage. Brother Su Lang, how shall we escape from this demon cave later? Ji Rushui was speaking in Su Lang's arms, with deep concern in her tone. Don't worry, Rushui, I came here, and that Wuyong Wusheng has already been killed by me. A sneer appeared on Su Lang's face, not only Wuyong martial saint, but all that censored in the entire demon cavern, I killed them all. In the words, a powerful and domineering surge emerged spontaneously. And hearing this, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian were all in shock. They have also been in Kanglan continent for a while, and they have personally experienced the combat power of the martial saint level. When Tu Qin was being killed, there was no resistance at all. It's like a mortal facing a Valkyrie. But Su Lang actually said that he had slaughtered the entire Wuyong Devil Cave. However, Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian have been with Su Lang for a while. Therefore, although this matter sounds completely impossible, they still choose to believe it unconditionally. However, one person did not believe it at all. You are lying. Wuyong Demon Cave is the most difficult force in the Yaoqi region. They not only have 2 great martial sages, but they are also subordinate forces of a certain big power. Even if it is our Yaoqi Saint clan, there is no way to deal with it. You said you killed Wuyong Martial Saint, this is simply impossible. Who are you? Are you pretending to be Wuyong Wusheng? You must be here to confuse us. A beautiful woman popped from the cell, and a series of words popped from the beautiful population. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian were shocked. They trust Yiren very much. After hearing what Yiren said, they immediately became suspicious. Chapter 521, and no more ideas. Well, don't worry about it. Su Lang sensed the fear of the two women in Dao's arms and explained it lightly. Just ask, can Wuyong Wusheng know me? Su Lang? You also know that when we were separated, we were still in Eastern City. Wuyong Wusheng doesn't know me, how can I pretend to be me? Su Lang explained. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian immediately recovered, and they were greatly relieved. You don't want to fool us. It's not that there is no way to read memory in this world. You must have read Rushui and Shenxian's memory before you can pretend to be Su Lang. The young girl named Yi Ran stared at Su Lang with a frosty face, her whole body vigilant like a cat with fried fur. Yiren, from your words, you can tell that you are from the Yaoqi Saint clan, right? Thank you for the two women who took care of me during this period. I understand your vigilance very well, but I really don't pretend to be someone. Wuyong Devil's Cave has been slaughtered by me. With that, Su Lang controlled and exuded a trace of martial saint level aura. As soon as this vast and unpredictable breath came out, Ji Rushui, Murong Shenxian, and Yaoqi Yiren all held their breath. However, Yao Kai Yiren still showed distrust after some induction. It's not that I haven't felt the Wusheng level breath. We Yaoqi saints have 5 great martial arts. Your breath is only 2-star martial saint, why can you kill Wuyong martial saint? The more Yao Kai Yiren said, the more he believed in his own judgment. You are too cautious. Su Lang shrugged helplessly, then cast a look at Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei snorted coldly, but still understood Su Lang's meaning. When she thought about it, a powerful aura of up to 9-star martial sage leaked out. Yaoqi Yiren was stunned for an instant. She did not feel the breath of Jushing Wusheng, but she can see that this breath is stronger than Yaoqi Yan Fadu, the strongest in the clan. I don't know how much. That kind of gap is like the comparison between a child and an adult. This is a real saint. Yaoqi Yi couldn't believe it, and at the same time the vigilance in his heart gradually disappeared. If it were such a powerful existence, then Wuyong Demon Cave really didn't have the power to fight back. Believe it now. Su Lang hooked his mouth. If you still don't believe it, then just stay here by yourself. With that, Su Lang embraced Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian with one hand, and walked outside with Chu Xiaobei, who rolled his eyes. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian looked back from time to time, obviously wanting to bring Yaoqi Yiren. I am willing to go with you. Yao Kai Yiren stomped his feet and eagerly followed. Su Lang smiled faintly at this, and said nothing. Everyone, I'm leaving here now. If you want to go with me, follow me. Walking in the corridor, Su Lang's voice spread. Ah, that strong man is finally leaving. Hurry up, I don't want to stay here at all. It's really safe to have such a former strong protector. Thank God, we are finally leaving here. It's not Tiandi who saves us, but the young and handsome powerful martial saint. I was wrong, I was wrong. Women rushed out of the cell and followed Su Lang closely. These women were personally selected by Wuyong Wusheng, all of them beautiful, and they can attract eyes when they are placed there. Su Lang followed thousands of beautiful women behind him, and these women are more than one race. Like the Jinwen tribe and Foxtail tribe we have seen before, huh? Foxtail. Su Lang turned to look around, and looked carefully at the Foxtail tribe woman, and found that she was the one she encountered in the Jinwen tribe teleportation array. Thinking about it, she also went to the area of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Then it was very unlucky to be caught by Wuyong Wusheng. This has some fate, but Su Lang had no more ideas. Chapter 522, looks so mighty. These women are of different races, and it is impossible to bring them back to the Fengeling race anyway. Otherwise, maybe it will cause some trouble to the wind spirit race and human race that have not yet stabilized. After leaving the dungeon with everyone, Su Lang stopped in a clearing in the Wuyong Devil's Cave. At this time Wuyong Demon Cave was empty. There were horrible sword marks all over, a huge building was cut in half, and even the ground was chopped out of a huge crack. There was a terrifying smell of battle and a strong smell of blood remaining in the air. Anyone who comes here can make a judgment. Not long ago, a lot of people died here, then. All people completely let go of their hearts. Yaoqi Yiren is of course no exception. I don't know what the identity of this man is. He is so young, but he has martial saint level strength, and there is also a 9-star martial saint as a maid. Following Yaoqi Yuren's interest in Su Lang's identity, not only her, the other women are also very curious. They looked at Su Lang from time to time, and at Chu Xiaobei from time to time. Their eyes were full of surprise and looking up. At the same time, Chu Xiaobei frowned deeply. How sensitive are her senses? From the looks of everyone, she knew that she was treated as a maid again. Chu Xiaobei was angry and snorted heavily. Juxing Martial Saint hummed softly, and the women suddenly turned pale with fright and never dared to look at Chu Xiaobei anymore. What happened to you? Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei strangely. Chu Xiaobei snorted again, but didn't speak. What? Woman's heart, sea needle. Su Lang sighed inwardly, then thought about how to take these women out of here. If you use spiritual treasures, I'm afraid you will get tired. It's better to refine a vehicle. Speaking of which, I plan to get an aura aircraft to play on Blue Star, but I forgot. While thinking about it, Su Lang issued an order for the system to refine a huge aircraft. Massacred the entire Wuyong Devil Cave. There is no shortage of low-level materials. So soon, a long and strong cuboid vehicle was refined. This is very similar to the China high-speed rail, which was famous all over the world. It's just that this, high-speed rail, is bigger and longer. And this is a god-level aircraft. It is nearly a kilometer in length, and its size alone makes it look like a dragon. Just call you Shenlong. Well, although old-fashioned, it is very classic. Su Lang silently named the god-level aircraft, and then released it from the storage space with his hand. It was like a giant dragon appeared out of nowhere, scared the women screaming, "Day! It's so big, so long, it looks so mighty." The women were horrified and chattering nonstop. And even Yaoqi Yuren was stunned. Of course she could see that this was a magical weapon. Although there are not many artifacts in the Yaoqi Saint clan, they are not too few. However, how many materials and refiners are needed to refine such a large artifact? Yaoqi Yuren can guarantee that such a huge artifact has not even seen the 5 martial sages in her clan. Who is this Su Lang? Yaoqi Yuren's face was dull. With such a huge artifact, what horrible force is behind him? Where does she know? This is what Su Lang's system refined. As far as the system is concerned, as long as the materials are enough and the function level is enough, no matter how big or long the artifact is, it can be refined for you. Chu Xiaobei was also very surprised. This guy is really a super dude. It actually consumes so many materials to create such a useless artifact. Moreover, he is only at the Martial Emperor level. A storage ring that can hold such a big thing, I'm afraid the entire Kanglan continent doesn't have many. Unconsciously, Su Lang's image in Chu Xiaobei's heart changed again, becoming even more dull. Chapter 523. Who said I don't want it anymore? Well, don't say anything, ready to go. Su Lang looked at the chirping women, always feeling that this scene was a bit similar. Well, it's a bit like a previous life, where many people gather around a super luxury limited edition sports car. Su Lang spoke, so all the women fell silent. Then, Su Lang opened the door of the Shenlong and flew in with Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Of course Chu Xiaobei followed closely behind. Wow, brother Su Lang, you are really amazing. Ji Rushui hung on Su Lang's body, her lively little face was full of surprise and curiosity. Murong Shenxian responded similarly. Speaking of it, it is estimated that the two of them will come to Kanglan continent within a month. Although he has gained a little knowledge in the process of Feng Ling clan and Tang Wang. But of course they had never seen such a terrifying artifact. Nothing great. Su Lang smiled faintly. If you two want it, I will look back and refine one as you like. Really? Brother Su Lang, I want it. Ji Rushui immediately raised her small hand. Murong Shenxian also hurriedly said, I want it too. Then you first design it yourself, and then I will refine it for you. Su Lang smiled and nodded, and then looked at Chu Xiaobei again. Do you want it too? It's strange that you can refine such a big artifact. Chu Xiaobei snorted softly, expressing his distrust of Su Lang. Before someone didn't believe that I could refine a holy pill. Su Lang smiled slightly, revealing a hint of teasing. Cut, I just don't believe it. Chu Xiaobei said this sentence in a very confusing tone. In fact, she still somewhat believed. After all, Su Lang created too many miracles. And each one is completely beyond her imagination. In addition, Su Lang had said before that she was going to repair the frozen cloud fantasy Sky Ling. Bingyan Wantian Ling was an intermediate holy artifact, and it was badly damaged. But even so, Su Lang actually seemed confident. Su Lang shrugged helplessly. Don't say it, just forget it if you don't want it. Who said I don't want it anymore? I just doubt your ability, I doubt you can't. But if you really do, I don't mind letting you try it. Chu Xiaobei said proudly. However, you come out with materials, I don't have that much material. You suspect that I can't do it? Then I really need to show you how good I am. I will come out the materials, what do you want to refine, design it yourself. Su Lang immediately proved his ability to Chu Xiaobei. Man, how can it be said no? A word is settled. Chu Xiaobei raised her chin, and Zan even began to design her own aircraft. First, it must be very beautiful, and then the scale must not be too small. There are some more difficult points to be added to it, let's see how the big dude can be refined. At the same time, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian also began to conceive the aircraft they wanted. It was Yao Kai Yiren, who wanted to stand by. But when she met Su Langping, how could she make such an unreasonable request? So she could only imagine the aircraft she wanted in her mind, and then felt very envious of Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. In Su Lang, he controlled the Shenlong to fly down and stuck to the ground. Then he shouted to thousands of women, "Get in the car." What a powerful aircraft! It's the first time I've boarded such a powerful aircraft. This is an artifact, it feels so textured. This martial master is not only handsome, but also rich. He is really a perfect Taoist companion. Hey, don't be paranoid, be careful that powerful female martial artist stares at you to death. Groups of beautiful women entered the Shenlong, and then they all looked around in amazement. Su Lang reminded him and urged the Shenlong to fly towards the holy city of Yaoqi. Although the Shenlong was only a divine weapon, it was not fast in the eyes of Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei, or even extremely slow. But in the eyes of others, it's incredibly fast. Through the windows of the Shenlong, you can see the high mountains and rivers retreating rapidly, almost turning into afterimages. Chapter 524. I am out of money again. What? So fast? A sense of excitement arises spontaneously. Only Chu Xiaobei curled his lips disdainfully. What is it? Slow down, I'm not interested. She intends to let Su Lang refine a holy aircraft. Anyway, this guy is boasting that she wants to repair her frozen cloud fantasy sky. If you can have this ability, you can definitely refine a holy aircraft. Thinking about it, Chu Xiaobei's mouth couldn't help but evoke a touch of excitement. The atmosphere is good. Seeing the joyous people, Su Lang smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, he turned his attention to the system. Destroy the Wuyong Demon Cave. In addition to harvesting a large amount of materials, there is also a huge amount of Lingxi Lingyu. Just from Wuyong Wusheng and Yangshu Wusheng, Su Lang harvested 12 million middle-grade spirit jade. Plus the 6 Wuyong Demon Cave gods, and the rest provided by Lingxi Lingyu. Su Lang's current funds have reached the level of nearly 13 million middle-grade spirit jade. Specifically, it is 1,266.6 million lower-grade spirit jade. Hey, so many spirit stones and jade. The corner of Su Lang's mouth turned up, and he ordered, the system, the one-key training function, the one-key martial arts function, the clone dispatch function, and the one-key treasure hunt function are upgraded to 1 level. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower-grade spirit jade, the one-key training function is upgraded to level 17, and the training speed is increased to 174,592 times the basic speed. Ding. Consumes 10 million lower-grade spirit jade, the one-key martial arts function is increased to level 17, and the training speed is increased to 174,592 times the basic speed. Ding. Consume 10 million lower-grade spirit jade, the clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 16, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 16. Ding. Consuming 10 million lower-grade spirit jade, the one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 16, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 174,592. Upgrade 4 functions, consume 40 million lower-grade spirit jade, and the remaining 1.22.6 million lower-grade spirit jade. Next, except for 1 key refining, 1 key alchemy, and 1 key refining that require 1 million high-grade spirit jade, all of them require 100 million low-grade spirit stones to be upgraded. The remaining Lingyu can completely upgrade several functions. But by doing this, Su Lang was not very satisfied with the benefits. After some thoughts, Su Lang made a decision. System, 1 key training to increase 2 levels, 1 key martial arts function to increase 1 level. Ding. The amount of funds consumed to upgrade the system is too large. At present, the Unitzel grade Spirit Jade has been replaced with medium grade Spirit Jade. Ding. Consumption of 1 million middle grade Spirit Jade, the 1 key training function is increased to level 18, and the training speed is increased to 349,184 times the basic speed. Ding. Consume 10 million middle grade Spirit Jade, upgrade the 1 key training function to level 19, and increase the training speed to 698,368 times the basic speed. Ding. Consumption of 1 million middle grade Spirit Jade, the 1 key martial arts function is upgraded to level 18, and the training speed is increased to 349,184 times the basic speed. Consumes 12 million middle grade Spirit Jade, leaving 26.6 million lower grade Spirit Jade. I have no money again. Su Lang covered his heart with a heartache. But he is still very excited. The speed of 1 key training is actually close to 700,000 times the basic speed. In other words, he has cultivated for 1 day now, which is equivalent to a perfect genius who has cultivated for nearly 2,000 years. Of course, this is the basic speed, that is, the cultivation speed of the indispensable genius just to meditate and absorb aura without any auxiliary means. If you count the various methods such as the heavenly materials, the pill, the training room, etc., the cultivation speed of the infinite level genius will definitely increase a lot. However, Su Lang's current cultivation speed is still exaggerated to the limit. Su Lang immediately asked, "How long does it take for me to break through to Intermediate Martial Emperor?" Ding. Host, you can break through to the Intermediate Martial Emperor realm in just 2 hours. Counting it down, the rest of the indispensable geniuses don't need other means. It will take 100 years to reach the Intermediate Wuwang from the primary Wuwang. In me, it only takes 2 hours to rise from the Elementary Martial Emperor to the Intermediate Martial Emperor realm. And this is still without using any auxiliary means. Ha ha ha, who can match my cultivation speed? A satisfied smile rose on Su Lang's face, and immediately took out a god-level cultivation pill and threw it into his mouth. Chapter 525. Go back to each house and find each mother. Pills for cultivation are something that consumes quickly. Before that, Su Lang had eaten up all his inventory before he was promoted to the junior Wuwang level. But isn't Wuyong Devil's Cave destroyed again? The 6 martial gods plus the 2 martial sages, as well as a large collection of them, are more than the things flicked from Chu Xiaobei. Especially the relatively low-level materials, as well as the garbage elixirs and weapons refined by the garbage alchemists and refiners, the quantity is particularly large. For those pills and weapons, of course Su Lang directly decomposed them. Therefore, Su Lang has more materials. At this time, the 1 key alchemy function is fully alchemy. Pieces of god-level pill were refined and stored in the storage space, and soon they became a huge pile. However, if Su Lang wants to reduce his cultivation time again, he needs more than 2 god-rank pills. After all, he had compressed the entire 100 years of cultivation time to 2 hours. If you want to shorten a lot of training time again, you have to have a huge amount of pills. The probability is more than when it broke through the 3rd level before. Therefore, drug use is not very cost-effective now. After Su Lang discovered this, he didn't smash the pill, just ate it as a snack. It's better to keep it for later, or sell it for money. Now there are a total of 8 system functions that need to be upgraded. These are 8 huge gold-swallowing black holes. You have to plan carefully. In a blink of an eye, about 2 hours passed. The holy city of Yaoqi is too far away to see the shadow. But Su Lang's cultivation has reached the point where he can break through. Su Lang made a choice and asked the question, "System, how long does it take for me to get promoted from an intermediate Wu Huang to a high Wu Huang?" Ding. Host, it only takes you 4 hours to be able to advance to a high-level martial emperor from an intermediate martial emperor. Well, not bad. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction. Man, you just have to be fast. Wuyong Demon Cave is indeed a bit far from the Yaoqi Holy City. The speed of the Shenlong is completely incomparable with that of Chu Xiaobei. Therefore, when Su Lang's cultivation was almost overflowing enough to make 2 breakthroughs, the edge of the holy city of Yaoqi appeared in the place where heaven and earth meet. The huge Shenlong is flying in the air like a terrifying behemoth. The warriors on the ground looked up, all stunned and dumbfounded. Which great sage's car is this? It is so exaggerated. Such a big flying artifact, it has refreshed my worldview. Horrible, it's terrible. Under the gaze of countless people, Shenlong landed outside the defensive array in the holy city of Yaoqi. The war gods of the Yaoqi saints flew over immediately. Faced with the existence of such a luxurious car, of course they must be careful to receive. And this scene fell into the eyes of the ordinary warriors, and it immediately shocked them even more. Valkyrie. In their eyes, they are already super masters, and they belong to the big figures who see the head and the end of the dragon. But now, the warriors from the holy city of Jade Lake gathered one after another, their eyes full of awe at the giant flying artifact. What kind of person is this to be treated like this? At this moment, almost the entire Yaoqi holy city ran over to watch the excitement. On the Shenlong, Su Lang said with a faint smile, "Well, everyone will go back to each house and find each mother." With that said, he opened the door of Shenlong. Immediately afterwards, those beauties reluctantly stepped back and got off the Shenlong. So many handsome martial masters, I am afraid that they will never see each other again. And these women left Shenlong one by one, appeared in front of everyone in the holy city of Yaoqi, immediately screaming again. Because some of them have discovered that these women are the ones who disappeared before. Even among the onlookers, there are relatives of these women. As a result, a large number of warriors rushed to the Shenlong to find their missing relatives. Xiaoping, is that you? You are fine. Great. Tweet, haven't you been taken away by the people of Wuyong Demon Cave? How did you escape? You must have suffered a lot. Little flower, I thought I would never see you again. Ooh. Chapter 526. Where is it sacred? A large number of warriors surrounded the Shenlong, and they were surprised to take away their abducted relatives. Faced with the women who escaped from the Wuyong Devil's Cave, the guards of the Jade Lake Holy City were also very surprised. Wuyong Demon Cave. This is an evil force that even their Yaoqi saints can do nothing. It stands to reason that it is impossible for these women who were captured by Wuyong Demon Cave to appear here. After all, to rescue these women is tantamount to opposing Wuyong Wusheng. That's a super fierce man. Moreover, Wuyong Demon Cave has a backing, not so simple on the surface. This is also one of the reasons why the Yaoqi saints are helpless against Wuyong Devil Cave. But now, these captured women have been rescued. This also means that Wuyong Devil's Cave has been defeated, or even completely destroyed. Where is this sacred? The lord of the holy city of Yaoqi, Yaoqi Licheng's pupils trembled, full of awe. The other Yaoqi warriors are also nervous to swallow saliva. Fortunately, the owner of this giant artifact seems to be innocent, otherwise they would be in trouble for the Jade Lake Holy City. Of course, Yaoqi Licheng and others immediately reported the situation here to Wu Sheng of the clan. At this moment, one of the Yaoqi martial gods suddenly changed his expression and said, "Will our 66th saint also be rescued? According to speculation, there is no organization in Yang Devil's Cave that can make our saint disappear out of thin air. And after our investigation over this period of time, it has also been determined that Yaoqi One Day Press was captured by Wuyong Demon Cave. Yaoqi Yiren is probably among the rescued women." After receiving the reminder from the censored of war, Yaoqi Licheng was also stunned. Quick! Find it! The war gods in the holy city of Yaoqi used their spiritual perception to scan the crowd. But the result was very disappointing. Yaoqi Yiren is not among the thousands of women. Isn't Yaoqi Yiren captured by Wuyong Demon Cave? Or, Yaoqi Yiren has been killed. The martial gods of the Yaoqi Saint clan looked at each other, their expressions extremely tense. At this moment, the last 5 people walked down from the Shenlong. 1 man and 4 women. The man is young and handsome, not breathable. But if this man can be surrounded, he must be the owner of the god-level aircraft. And those 3 women. One of them is Yaoqi Yiren. It's our saint, Yaoqi Yiren. Great, she's fine. It turns out that she was in that god-level aircraft. No wonder we didn't find her. Unexpectedly, Yaoqi Yiren actually walked with the owner of this god-level flying machine. They have met each other. This is a good thing. All the Yaoqi warriors talked excitedly. Yaoqi Licheng gave a few words, and then flew towards Su Lang. Su Lang embraced Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian and got off the Shenlong, and the people around him were all short in an instant. Some of them bowed deeply, some directly knelt down, and some even threw their bodies on the ground. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Thanks your lord for saving my granddaughter. Thank your lord for saving my fiancé. Thank you for your life-saving grace, the little girl will never forget. They are all thankful, but these people have a lot in their hearts, and they didn't say anything in return. Because they know that they are not qualified to give back to others. If you talk about being a cow or a horse, you are taking advantage of others. Okay, don't worship. Wuyong Demon Cave has been destroyed by me, no one escaped. You don't have to worry about your relatives being abducted by Wuyong Wusheng's old bastard. Su Lang smiled faintly, and waved his hands at a large group of people. It's all gone, all gone. Hearing this, everyone dared not to be obedient, and immediately retreated with gratitude. Yaoqi Licheng came to Su Lang's face. Uncle Licheng. Yaoqi Yiren saw Yaoqi Licheng and immediately walked up. It's great that you're okay. Yaoqi Licheng showed excitement in his eyes, and immediately bent down deeply to Su Lang, respectfully saying, I'll pay my respects to the sun next. Chapter 527, Legacy of the Ancient King. Oh, do you know Yaoqi Yiren? Su Lang smiled lightly, then, she will leave it to you. Dare to ask the sun's name. Although Yaoqi Licheng thought it would be easy to offend people, he still asked. After all, he is the lord of the holy city of Yaoqi, and a big man came here, and he must figure out his identity and purpose. My surname is Su, and I met your patriarch Yan Fa. Su Lang smiled faintly, okay, you can take Yaoqi Yiren away. Yaoqi Licheng was stunned. He didn't expect that the big man in front of him was an old acquaintance with his family elder. 5 great breaths suddenly descended on the holy city of Yaoqi. Soon, 5 figures flew out of the city. It was Yaoqi martial saints such as Yaoqi Yan Fa. Master Su. Yaoqi Yan Fa flew in front of Su Lang with surprise. I have seen the patriarch. I have seen the 4 elders. Yaoqi Yiren and Yaoqi Licheng immediately bowed to Yaoqi Yan Fa and others. Yaoqi Yan Fa didn't answer, just waved his hand. Yaoqi Licheng took Yaoqi Yiren away very wittily. Haha, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Su Lang laughed. He originally thought he would not overlap with the 5 sages of Jade Lake. Yes, we are really fate. Yaoqi Yan Fa smiled brilliantly with an old face. Su Lang nodded faintly. I didn't expect to run to save someone, and to rescue your people from the Yaoqi Saint clan. There is indeed fate. Yaoqi Yiren is the 66th saint in our clan. She disappeared before. Recently, we determined that she was taken away by Wuyong Devil's Cave. We have been very distressed. Thanks to young Master Su, otherwise we can only watch Yi Ran being ruined by Wuyong Wusheng. Yaoqi Yan Fa said while bowing to Su Lang. In this scene, the eyes of the people who eat melons are about to fall out. You know that Yaoqi Yan Fa is a 6-star martial sage. It can be said that he is the strongest person within a trillion li. Moreover, he is also the patriarch of the Yaoqi Saint clan, and his status is extremely noble. But such a noble existence has actually bent its own backbone. However, Su Lang still felt nothing. Not long ago, Wuyong Wusheng still knelt down and kowtow. That was exciting. It's all a matter of effort. Patriarch Yaoqi doesn't have to be so polite. Su Lang lifted it slightly and lifted Yaoqi Yan Fa, who was bowing down. This matter is an easy task for young Master Su. But it is a great kindness to us. If this kindness is not reported, the old man will be troubled. The old man also knows that young Master Su is afraid that he won't look down upon something in our clan. However, our Yaoqi Saint clan and the nearby Chiri Saint clan and Tianyan Saint clan have discovered a sage heritage together. Based on some clues, we can confirm that this is the inheritance of an ancient great sage. As Yaoqi Yan Fa spoke, he smiled. You will definitely be satisfied. There was a smile on Su Lang's face, and he did not speak. But in his heart, he kept chanting, who said I look down on the wealth of your clan. Your Yaoqi Saint clan must be many times richer than Wuyong Demon Cave. With a grin on his face, he bowed leather in his heart. On the contrary, Chu Xiaobei became interested in Yaoqi Yan Fa's words, ancient great sage. Are you really sure? Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded very solemnly. Then, talk about this heritage. Su Lang also knew that the 3 saints of Yaoqi Chiri and Tianyan wanted to develop the martial saint inheritance, but he was actually quite interested in him. And listening to Chu Xiaobei's tone, the ancient great sage seemed very awesome. As everyone knows, there is not only one continent in Kanglan continent in the universe, but there are many. Our Kanglan continent is formed by 3,600 rules to maintain the operation of the world, but this type of avenue is incomplete, and so are the other continents. Continent mergers are the only way to perfect the Tao. Only by perfecting the Tao can the limits of the martial arts path be expanded and extended. Therefore, huge wars will erupt between continents from time to time. Every continent war is an era node. The era before our era is called the Ancient Era. Because of the war, a large number of ancient strong men died, and many powerful martial arts inheritance were annihilated in the long river of time. But after all, there is inheritance, waiting for future generations to discover. Having said this, Yaoqi Yanfa's face raised a trace of excitement and excitement that could not be concealed. Chapter 528, I want to go in personally. And the inheritance we discovered should have been left by Shenyang Wusheng. Shenyang Wusheng, among the ancient great sages, is also the existence of famous movers. He is just a martial artist, but he dares to use Shenyang as the title, because his inheritance is actually an immortal level. Moreover, this immortal inheritance is still an extremely rare spiritual technique. With this inheritance, Shenyang Martial Saint can match the quasi-fairyland formidable enemy with only the 7-star Great Sage realm. It can be seen how terrifying this inheritance is. Yaoqi Yanfa's eyes showed unconcealed longing. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the Shenyang Wusheng among the ancient great sages. Chu Xiaobei looked surprised, and showed a hint of excitement. Obviously, she also knew some deeds of this Shenyang martial saint. Seeing this, Su Lang was also very interested in this martial saint inheritance. You know that Chu Xiaobei is a super genius born into the fairy clan, something that even she would be excited about as absolutely extraordinary. Based on the clues we got, Shenyang martial saint inheritance is about to open, and the condition for entering is below the martial god realm. Our clan has already prepared manpower, and Yaoqi Yiren is one of them, and a person we value very much. With Yaoqi Yiren taking the lead, I dare not say that it will be obtained by inheritance, but we are still very sure about some of the ancient treasures in it. By then, our Yaoqi clan will definitely have a lot of gains. If young Master Su is interested, you can choose some. As Yaoqi Yanfa spoke, an old face showed a bright smile. In fact, this old guy has a very good abacus. The day when the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng opened, not only the young masters of the 3 holy races are going to go, they must also come. The purpose is to check and balance each other and prevent someone from throwing the table up and swallowing inheritance. However, the Yaoqi Saint clan is worse than the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan. The Qiri Saint clan has a very good relationship with the Tianyan Saint clan, but they have some friction with the Yaoqi Saint clan. Therefore, Yaoqi Yanfa's confidence is very insufficient. It would be miserable if the Qiri Saint clan and Tianyan Saint clan set up a trap to ambush them on the day the inheritance was opened. Therefore, Yaoqi Yanfa focused his attention on Su Lang. To be precise, it was Su Lang's maid, Chu Xiaobei. At that time, with this 9-star great sage sitting in town, if you don't lift the table, the Qiri Saints and the Tianyan Saints will be grateful. Yaoqi Yanfa was not afraid that Su Lang would know his plan. Because this matter is almost on the surface. Moreover, Su Lang himself can get many good things. This is also a win-win. How would Su Lang be willing to choose some treasures? He wants it all, especially the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng. Immortal level spiritual exercises. Su Lang has practiced hundreds of exercises now, not even a spiritual exercise. Patriarch Yanfa, I am really interested in this heritage. Su Lang smiled slightly, so I plan to go in and take a look in person. Patriarch Yanfa will give a place, is it okay? Master Su wants to go in personally. Yaoqi Yanfa looked at Su Lang incredulously. The inheritance limit is below the martial god realm, and all those who enter by then must be at the martial supreme level. You don't be kidding. In the eyes of Yanfa and Yaoqi, although Su Lang's status is extremely noble, his cultivation realm is only at the rank of King Wu. With this level of strength, to compete with the Wuzun level, isn't that looking for death? I really plan to go in and take a look. In addition, Patriarch Yanfa don't have to worry. Although my cultivation level is not high, my strength is not bad. Su Lang knew Yaoqi Yanfa's thoughts, and was not angry. After all, Yanfa's thoughts were normal. What was abnormal was his own strength. However, the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng must be extremely dangerous. Yaoqi Yanfa was anxious, in case you have an accident. Once such a distinguished person like Su Lang dies here, the forces behind him don't know how angry they will be. When the time comes, his Yaoqi Saint clan will be wiped out by all. I really can't bear this responsibility. Chapter 529, Can't Afford to Provoke. You can rest assured, I won't be surprised. Even if something goes wrong, you don't have to take responsibility. I will inform the clan about this. In addition, my maid and I will sign a contract with you as proof. Su Lang said indifferently, only when he mentioned the words, my maid, he increased his tone. Yaoqi Yanfa trembled all over. If you don't agree to this, a maid can kill you directly. Can't afford to provoke, Yaoqi Yanfa agreed, please be very careful about Su Gongzi. Do not worry, even though he is only at the martial sovereign level, his true combat power has reached the martial god level. Isn't it just to bully a group of Wuzun level? You said I was your maid again. Chu Xiaobei gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, one day, I want to. Chu Xiaobei. Su Lang's call interrupted Chu Xiaobei's psychological activities. Chu Xiaobei twitched at the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. Death pervert, if you didn't save my life, I would really crush you. Neck. Come here. Su Lang tugged at Chu Xiaobei's arm, let's sign an exemption contract with Chief Yan Fa. What the censored is the exemption contract? Chu Xiaobei rolled her eyes fiercely, but she still knew what Su Lang meant. It is to sign a letter of guarantee to ensure that the Yaoqi saints will not be blamed if something goes wrong. She still knows this method. After all, it is the beautiful Wu Sheng from the fairy clan. Soon, under the operation of Chu Xiaobei, the contract was signed. Su Lang also pretended to communicate with the clan, but actually asked Yan Hingxing and Wang Fukan's Yufengling clan. Everything is well, Su Lang is relieved a lot. Yaoqi Yan Fa also felt relieved. Patriarch Yan Fa, I don't know how long the Shenyang inheritance will be opened. Su Lang asked. I don't know the exact time. Yaoqi Yan Fa smirked and replied, but we guess it will not exceed 3 days at most, and it should be the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, that's fine. Su Lang nodded, and immediately said, then please trouble Patriarch Yan Fa to arrange a place for us to rest. Okay, no trouble, no problem, Yaoqi Yan Fa quickly agreed, and then he wanted to take Su Lang and others to rest. Patriarch Yan Fa might as well try to ride my Shenlong. In fact, this Shenlong was created by my maid alone, she is good at refining weapons. If Patriarch Yan Fa is interested, I can ask her to help you build a large vehicle for the Yaoqi Saints. Look, you Yaoqi Saint clan is such a big ethnic group, how can you not have any iconic things? It is indeed more convenient to travel completely by the teleportation array, but there is no pattern. For a group to develop and grow, there must be a pattern. I think it is a huge luxury. Su Lang pulled Yaoqi Yan Fa into the Shenlong and began to sell it. Still the same sentence, who said I look down on the wealth of your Yaoqi Saints. You have to do it all to be comfortable. Chu Xiaobei, who became a passive maid again, almost pinched Su Lang's neck. But she held it back. She herself has not yet fully conceived a dream aircraft that she has to rely on Su Lang to refine. Forbearance first. When the aircraft was refined, Su Lang was fiercely. Hey, thinking of that scene, Chu Xiaobei felt comfortable. Su Lang is also comfortable, because Yaoqi Yan Fa agreed. He felt that the saints of Yaoqi really lacked something to support their faces. The key is that the Qiri saints have the famous Qiri mountain, and the Tianyan saints have the famous Tianyan holy land. But his Yaoqi saints had nothing but ordinary mountains. Being crushed again is very unpleasant. Therefore, Yaoqi Yan Fa and Su Lang hit it off and wanted to create a sea of sky of the Yaoqi saints. In a cheerful and lively atmosphere, the Shenlong flew towards the mountains of the Yaoqi saint race. Chapter 530, once again 3 consecutive levels. The Shenlong ship landed in the mountains of the Yaoqi saint race. Although the Shenlong was huge and unfamiliar, but because someone else notified in advance, there was no one who didn't have long eyes came to intercept it. When everyone came out of the Shenlong, Su Lang put it into the storage space. Immediately, under Yan Fa's arrangement, Su Lang and others moved into the most luxurious and noble place of the Yaoqi saints. This place is called the Heart of the Mountains. The resident of the Yaoqi saints is relatively fishing, but it is certainly a good place to be appreciated by the saints of Yaoqi. It was just a lot worse than the resident locations of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan. But even so, it is still the best practice holy place in the range that Fangyuan doesn't know. The Heart of the Mountains is the holy land among the holy land of the Yaoqi saints. The concentration of aura alone is thousands of times that of the outside world. Su Lang expressed his satisfaction. It's good if Master Su doesn't dislike it, haha. Yaoqi Yanfa smiled. In his mind, Su Lang is the descendant of the super big clan, and he did not look down on the heart of the mountains of their Yaoqi clan. It really gave a lot of face. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile, Patriarch Yanfa, then you first go to design the scale and function of the sea of sky, etc., let me take a rest first. Okay, I'm going now. Yaoqi Yanfa was very excited, and immediately said, the Shenyang legacy will be open soon. I plan to leave tomorrow. How about Su Gongzi, can? Su Lang smiled faintly, you can arrange it first. I will send a message to Master Su in advance tomorrow. Yaoqi Yanfa smiled with an old face almost blooming. In his mind, Su Lang's image has become an elegant, easygoing, approachable, and kind-hearted, high-quality son of a big family. Later, Yaoqi Yanfa left soon. Su Lang was left in the heart of the mountains suddenly. Brother Su Lang, Sister Marong and I are going to rest. Ji Rushui took Su Lang's arm and shook it, with a touch of cute laziness. Okay, you go quickly. Su Lang quickly agreed, because he saw a trace of fatigue in the eyes of Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Obviously, the two of them had just escaped from the Wuyong Devil's lair and were exhausted physically and mentally, and had not yet recovered. Su Lang, the big pervert, I'm also going to design the flying treasure I want. Don't be fooling around then. After Chu Xiaobei waited for Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian to leave, he also left a word and left with a hint of Sunere. When the three girls left, Su Lang also entered the retreat room and began to practice silently. This is already the second reminder, which means that Su Lang can directly break into the realm of the high-level martial emperor. Su Lang still chose to be patient. For men, they have to be able to endure and accumulate a little bit of refreshment before they can go to heaven. In a blink of an eye, one night passed. When dawn comes, the east is white. At this time, the system prompt appears for the third time. Su Lang gave an order, and three bizarre breakthrough waves suddenly came from his body. A large amount of liquid spiritual energy appeared in his meridians, and immediately poured into the Dantian spiritual core. Moreover, just like the time of the previous breakthrough, Su Lang also showed intense attraction. The dense aura around him continuously rushed into Su Lang's body as if the water flow encountered a loophole. Because Su Lang's movement to attract spiritual energy was too great, a strange phenomenon appeared in the heart of the mountains, which attracted the attention of many people. Chu Xiaobei, who was designing flying treasures, was the first to notice. Su Lang has broken through again. Chu Xiaobei stared with big eyes, and there was a deep horror on his face. Immediately afterwards, she patted her face lightly. Calm down, calm down. Su Lang's cultivation speed is not normal. The attraction on Su Lang's body gradually disappeared, and the surging aura around him also ceased. Chapter 531, Intermediate Valkyrie Combat Power. System, open the Properties panel. Su Lang thought, and the Attribute panel appeared in front. Realm level, Peak Woewang. Defense level, Intermediate Valkyrie. Endurance level, Intermediate Valkyrie. Activated system functions, 1 key practice function, level 19, 1 key martial arts function, level 18, clone dispatch function, level 16, 1 key treasure hunt function, level 16, 1 key alchemy function, level 12, 1 key mixer function, level 12, 1 key array refining function, level 12, 1 key synthesis function, level 11, 1 key decomposition function, no level. The cultivation realm has increased by 3 small realms, but the true combat power has only increased by 1 small realm. Su Lang frowned slightly. It seems that after my true combat power reaches the martial god level, some of the low-level techniques I previously mastered have also failed. However, he was relieved soon, even a little happy. After all, he used 3 small martial arts realms for the combat power of a small martial arts realm. This is a great deal. Just when Su Lang broke through 3 small realms for himself, he was very happy. There was a movement in the communication jade card. I think it's a message from Yanfa. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out the jade card of transmission and looked at it, but found that Ji Rushui had sent it. It says that she and Marong Shenxian have already figured out what kind of flying treasure to refine. Moreover, he also described the flying treasures he wanted. I figured it out so soon. Su Lang's mouth twitched, wondering if these 2 girls didn't sleep all night. Immediately afterwards, he carefully checked the flying treasure designed by the 2. What Ji Rushui wants is a cloud-like flying treasure, the color is pink, and the shape can be changed as desired. What Murong Shenxian wanted was a pair of wings, which were slightly more colorful and could be changed to a certain degree. In addition, the two have no requirements for the function and speed of the flying treasure. I'll go, look at the party thoroughly. If this is put on a previous blue star, it is guaranteed to be the fiercest kind of girl in the game. Su Lang smiled. Zan even started to use the system to refine flying treasures for the second girl. The one key mixer function is randomly refined, but there are also traces to follow. Using some special materials, there is a high probability that you can refine treasures with the characteristics you want. Su Lang first tried several times with relatively low-level materials and refined various flying treasures. Immediately, select the more qualified ones from these flying treasures and evolve them, quickly. 2 god-level flying treasures that meet the requirements of Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian have evolved. The first one looks like a bunch of pink marshmallows, a top-level artifact, with changing forms, concealment, defense, illusion, and a certain attack power. The second piece is a pair of wings, composed of a large number of translucent pink feathers. It is also a top artifact, and its function is similar to that of pink cotton candy. A touch of complacency appeared on Su Lang's face. Rushui and Shenxian certainly didn't think I could refine the flying treasure they wanted so quickly. At this time, there was another movement in the transmission jade card. Su Lang took a look. This time it was sent by Yan Fa to remind Su Lang that he could prepare and set off. Su Lang collected the flying treasures and called out Ji Rushui, Murong Shenxian and Chu Xiaobei. Chapter 532, Chu Xiaobei's Longing. Ji Rushui, Murong Shenxian, and Chu Xiaobei quickly gathered in front of Su Lang. A petite and cute, a beautiful intellectual, a beautiful and arrogant, very seductive. Su Lang looked at it and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, it's hard to change your nature, a pervert. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, his face curled, revealing a trace of contempt. On the other hand, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian's faces were slightly red, and they looked very shy. Su Lang glanced at Chu Xiaobei, showing a playful smile, and then stepped forward to embrace Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Come on, let's go over there, I have a baby to show you. Su Lang chuckled, pulling Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian to the corner on the side. Hi, this guy won't want it early in the morning, and it's outdoors. Also, this guy doesn't avoid me. Does he want me to watch him? And Chu Xiaobei glared beautifully, with a touch of shock on his face. But just when she thought that Su Lang would do something indescribable to Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian, Su Lang laughed and pulled out a big baby. What is that? Chu Xiaobei was immediately attracted by the big baby in Su Lang's hands. It was a soft pink thing, a bit like clouds in the sky. Just looking at it gives people a very warm and soft feeling. Chu Xiaobei couldn't help investigating with mental power, and suddenly he was surprised. It turned out to be a top-level artifact. Except for the power of no rules, the quality is almost close to the sacred artifact. Chu Xiaobei saw that Su Lang gave the magical cloud artifact to Ji Rushui, and then took out another treasure. This time is also a top artifact. This guy is too dull, he has so many top artifacts with him. No, these 2 top artifacts seem to be flying treasures, and at first glance they are the kind that girls like. Could it be that these 2 artifacts were just refined by this guy? No, how is this possible? How is it possible to refine 2 top-level artifacts in one night? Is this too exaggerated? Chu Xiaobei stared at the 2 top artifacts in Su Lang's hands, with a small face a little dazed. How about, like it? Su Lang smiled. I spent a whole night to refine these 2 treasures. Brother Su Lang, you are so amazing. Ji Rushui's beautiful eyes sparkled with small bright stars. These wings are so beautiful. Su Lang, you are really good. Murong Shenxian's eyes were shining, too excited. Come on, let me show you how to use it. Although they are all top-level artifacts, I have added an external energy system to them, and they can be driven by spirit jade. They are fast, and the way to use them is very simple, you don't even need mental power. While talking, Su Lang activated the marshmallow artifact and the wing artifact. The former suddenly became many times larger, and then turned into a ball of small cotton candy around Ji Rushui. The latter also became several times larger, and then flew behind Murong Shenxian and swayed gently. So beautiful, so amazing. Su Lang, I really like these wings. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian were so excited. Try it yourself. Seeing the 2 girls who laughed loudly, Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. So beautiful. Chu Xiaobei stared at the marshmallow in the flying artifact with wings. Although her cultivation base is as high as a 6-star martial sage, her combat power is even as high as a 9-star martial sage. However, in her life, most of the time she was practicing in retreat, and she didn't have much experience. When the warriors refine the treasures, they also focus on practicality, and they don't care too much about the appearance. Chu Xiaobei's frozen cloud fantasy sky Ling had a very ordinary appearance. It was the first time she saw such lovely and gorgeous artifacts as the marshmallow artifact and the wing artifact. Therefore, a trace of desire and envy could not help rising in her heart. By the way, this guy also agreed to refine it for me. Chu Xiaobei's eyes suddenly lit up. I must design a more beautiful flying treasure. Chapter 533. Follow the order of Lord Su. Under Su Lang's guidance, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian quickly mastered their respective flying artifacts. Although their cultivation base is still too low, one military commander level, not even the martial king level. But Su Lang had already taken this into consideration and specially designed the artifact so that they could easily control it and exert its 100% power. With these two artifacts, as long as they don't encounter a wuxia level powerhouse, they will definitely not encounter danger. And this time when the Shenyang inheritance was completed, Su Lang planned to send them back to the human race Blue Star, where they would be foolproof. Give the marshmallow artifact and the wing artifact to Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Su Lang turned and looked at Chu Xiaobei, who happened to meet Chu Xiaobei's slightly glowing eyes. Chu Xiaobei panicked slightly, snorted, and rolled his head again. Su Lang smiled playfully and said, "How is the design of the flying treasure you want?" "Huh, it's not designed well," Chu Xiaobei said proudly. "I don't want it that much. Then come to me when you design it." Su Lang smiled slightly. "By the way, Yan Fa has sent me a message, and he is about to set off to the place where the Shenyang inheritance is." Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang and nodded. The four rose into the air and left the heart of the mountains. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian had a great time playing in the air. Chu Xiaobei racked his brains to design a more beautiful flying treasure. As for Su Lang, he looked at the three women and smiled kindly. In the meeting hall of the Saints of Yaoqi, Su Lang saw Yaoqi Yan Fa and Yaoqi Hongxi. Originally, the Yaoqi Saints planned to send 2 more martial sages in the past. But now that Chu Xiaobei, the 9-star Great Saint, is in charge, where is more saint-level combat power needed? In addition to Yaoqi Yanfa and Yaoqi Hongxi, there are more than a dozen young geniuses from the Yaoqi Saints in the hall. Among these geniuses of the Yaoqi Saints, there is Yaoqi Yiren. And her position is very high, she is considered the strongest among these geniuses. See the 4 of Su Lang. A trace of surprise rose in Yaoqi Yiren's heart. Yesterday, when Su Lang discussed with Yaoqi Yan Fa, she was dragged away by Yaoqi Licheng, so she didn't know that Su Lang was going to enter the Shenyang inheritance. At the same time, the geniuses of the other Yaoqi Saints were also puzzled, wondering why Su Lang came back. But they all knew that this young man's identity was so noble, and even the patriarch had to treat it with caution, because no one dared to show anything different. Yaoqi Yan Fa and Yaoqi Hongxi saw Su Lang and raised their hands in salute, only a hint of respect in their actions. Seeing this, Yaoqi Yiren and other Yaoqi geniuses also saluted immediately. Even the patriarch and elder saluted. Where would they dare to stand still? Su Lang responded with a smile. "Clan Chief Yan Fa, you are too polite, let's set off if nothing else." "Master Su, wait a moment, let me explain a few words to them." Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded and turned to face Yaoqi Yiren and others. A dozen Yaoqi Tianzhao's expressions tightened, and their breathing was quite weak. "Listen well, this Shenyang inheritance is a great opportunity that we have never met in a million years. You have been selected, bearing the expectations of our whole family. I hope you will not let us down. But this is not the most important point. The most important thing is that young Master Su will also enter the Shenyang inheritance. After you enter the Shenyang inheritance, you must listen to young Master Su's orders for everything, understand?" Yaoqi Yan Fa's expression was stern, even showing a trace of martial arts coercion. "The disciple understands." Yaoqi Yiren and others immediately replied loudly, and then saluted Su Lang again. "Please follow Master Su's order." Among them, Yaoqi Yiren was very confused. Because in the Wuyong Demon Cave, she had felt Su Lang's wuxia level aura. In her impression, Su Lang should be a powerful 2-star wuxiang. And the entry condition for the Shenyang inheritance is below the martial god level. How can Wu Sheng be able to enter? Could it be that young Master Su Lang's cultivation is not at the martial saint level? Yaoqi Yiren glanced at Su Lang secretly, and was uncertain. Chapter 534. Set off, Shenyang Wusheng inheritance. Well, as long as you are obedient, I will take you to fly. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately looked at Yaoqi Yan Fa. Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded, and said, Yaoqi Yiren, take your younger brothers and sisters to prepare for the teleportation formation. Yaoqi Yiren and the others left immediately. Yaoqi Yan Fei slowly followed with Su Lang and others. And at this moment, Yaoqi Yiren and others' transmission jade card suddenly received a message. Listen well, you must protect young Master Su. If there is something wrong with Lord Su, the highest patriarchal clan will take care of him. These 2 sentences are the messages received by Yaoqi Yiren and others. The sender is Yaoqi Yan Fa. What is happening? Young Master Su Lang is so powerful, why should we protect it? However, the patriarch said so, which means that young Master Su Lang's combat power is not as good as ours. Could it be that the martial saint level aura that young Master Su Lang revealed last time was fake? Yaoqi Yi was puzzled at all times, but gradually the combat power that favored Su Lang was actually not strong. After all, Yao Kai Yan Fa has spoken, and he wants to protect Su Lang. Since the head of the clan is a 6-star martial sage, he has approached the existence of a great sage level. Can his vision be false? At the same time, the other Yaoqi Tianzhao looks strange. From the words of the patriarch, they can see that the first task of entering the Shenyang inheritance this time is no longer to search for treasures, but to protect Lord Su. So, that noble Master Su, in fact, is very weak. In other words, that young Master Su can be said to be a dude. With this conclusion, these arrogant people suddenly frowned. The saints of Yaoqi are the strongest tribe within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, and they are the arrogance of the saints of Yaoqi. As the Tianzhao of the Yaoqi saint race, which of them is not a proud generation? They have always looked down upon the useless dudes. Therefore, these Yaoqi Tianzhao have changed Su Lang's senses more or less. Moreover, the Shenyang inheritance is a great opportunity for them, enough to change their lives. But now he has to lose the opportunity to compete with all his strength for Su Lang. This makes them a little dissatisfied. However, the patriarch has spoken, and they can only take orders. I just hope that young Master Su won't cause trouble everywhere. Sighed inwardly, a group of Yaoqi Tianzhao prepared the teleportation array. Su Lang and the others just rushed to the teleportation array. Subsequently, the teleportation array flashed, and everyone appeared in a hall. Welcome to the patriarch. A Yaoqi martial artist with some Yaoqi martial artists stood on the edge of the teleportation array and saluted respectfully. This is young Master Su. Yaoqi Yan Fa pointed to Su Lang and said to everyone, you must not neglect. I have seen Master Su. Yaoqi martial god and a group of warriors immediately saluted Su Lang respectfully. How's it going? Yaoqi Yan Fa asked lightly. Return to the patriarch. At present, the signs of the opening of the Shenyang inheritance have become more and more obvious. Yaoqi martial god replied, the people of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan also arrived at their residence yesterday. Well, take us to see the entrance of Shenyang inheritance. Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded. Yaoqi martial god respectfully yingyas, and then took Yaoqi Yan Fa and Su Lang and others to leave the hall and head to the entrance of Shenyang inheritance. Along the way, Yaoqi Yan Fa introduced Su Lang the situation here. The Shenyang inheritance is located in the area where the Silver Horn and Foxtail tribes meet. It is deserted for hundreds of thousands of miles, with no humans, and only a few fierce beasts. And why does the Shenyang inheritance appear here? Yan Fa speculated that it was because Shenyang Wusheng was seriously injured and fell here in the Battle of the Mainland, leaving a legacy before his death. The inheritance is naturally located in the martial sage domain hidden into the void. At present, the people of the Tianyan Saint clan and the Qiri Saint clan have arrived near the Shenyang inheritance, and each of the 2 clans has sent 4 martial sages. Among them, the patriarch of the Qiri Saint clan is a true 7-star great sage, and the patriarch of the Tianyan Saint clan is the same as Yaoqi Yan Fa, whose cultivation level is a 6-star martial sage, and his combat power reaches 7 stars. The reason why the heavenly cloud saints overwhelmed the Yaoqi saints was because there were more martial sages and stronger. In short, Among the three clans, the Qiri Saint clan is the strongest, the Tianyan Saint clan is second, and the Yaoqi Saint clan is the bottom. Talking and talking, everyone arrived at the entrance of Shenyang Wusheng Inheritance. Chapter 535, 10 Wusheng is here. The entrance of Shenyang Wusheng Inheritance is in a swamp. This swamp is called Yin Mist Z, and it is covered by a gray poisonous mist all year round. Strange plants are everywhere in the swamp, but there are almost no animals in it. Su Lang took the three daughters of Chu Xiaobei, suspended in the air with Yaoqi Saint clan and others. Su Lang unfolded his mental power perception, and soon felt a faint spatial fluctuation. This kind of spatial fluctuation is very weak, and if Su Lang's spiritual realm had not reached the realm of Morning Star, it would be difficult for him to find out. Faint spatial fluctuations came from all directions, and the entrance to the inheritance seemed to encompass the entire swamp. Compared to Su Lang, Chu Xiaobei saw more. After all, her combat power is as high as 9-star martial saint. Although the Shenyang Wusheng here is an ancient Wusheng, his combat power is only at the quasi-Xian level. Therefore, this inheritance fell in the eyes of Chu Xiaobei, and it was simply visible. This place of inheritance is under the swamp, 100 feet away. Chu Xiaobei said lightly, and the specific opening time should be about 5 hours. As soon as this statement came out, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others were suddenly surprised. It is worthy of being as strong as the 9-star martial saint, who can even accurately open the inheritance to a certain hour. At the same time, Su Lang nodded with a smile on his face, as if saying, as expected of my maid, she is amazing, give me a long face. Chu Xiaobei couldn't understand Su Lang's meaning, and suddenly hummed to express his dissatisfaction. Su Lang joked, what else do you see, tell everyone. Ah hello, you are determined to treat me as a maid. Chu Xiaobei only felt a flame burning in his heart, and he had to ride on Su Lang to clean him up to put out the fire. I can't see any more. Chu Xiaobei gave Su Lang angrily. Since I can't see anything. Su Lang nodded, then, let's go back and regenerate. Of course, the Yaoqi Saint race and others have no objection to this. Therefore, everyone immediately decided to go home. Boom, boom, a series of terrifying Wusheng level aura descended on the gloom and mist. The violent aura directly caused the storm, blowing the mist in the mist turbulently, as if there were evil ghosts in it. Yaoqi Yan Fa, I didn't expect that your Yaoqi tribe would only come to you in Yaoqi Hongxi. Are you here to die? With a loud laugh, 10 figures gathered around, all Wusheng. It turned out to be 10 martial sages. And the 2 extra people turned out to be the 7-star great sage. Yaoqi Yan Fa and Yaoqi Hongxi took a breath, and couldn't help but feel a hint of horror in their hearts. But Yaoqi Yiren and the others were all pale, and they were shaking like a lantern in the wind. The people of the Yaoqi Saint clan never expected it. The Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan actually hired foreign aid and directly lifted the table to get them Yaoqi Saint clan. However, everyone was very fortunate. Fortunately, Lord Su and his maid came here, otherwise they would really be planted here today. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others all looked at Chu Xiaobei in unison, and the horror in their hearts gradually subsided. With this 9-star great saint, what are you afraid of? Question mark. Everyone was like a big enemy, and instantly became calm and calm. Su Lang faintly looked at the 10 martial sages surrounding him with his hands behind his back. 3 7-star martial arts, 1 6-star, 1 5-star, 2 4 stars, and 3 3-star martial arts. 4 of them are Qiri Saint clan, 4 are Tianyan Saint clan, and the remaining 2 are from the same race, named Biu clan. Both the Qiri and Tianyan races are humanoid races, similar in size to the human race. The former has fiery red eyes, black skin, all bald heads, and swollen muscles, looking very fierce. The hair of the Tianyan tribe is light yellow, like a cloud of yellow clouds. In Su Lang's eyes, it looks a bit like sheep's wool. The Biu clan is amazing. This race is also humanoid, but its body is slender and tall, twice the size of the human race. Moreover, they have a pair of small green wings growing behind them, which seem to be more decorative than practical. Chapter 536, a group of red, yellow and green kill mat. What attracted Su Lang's eyes most was the Biu tribe's hair. The 2 7-star great sages of the Biu tribe in front of them all had a green feather on their heads, causing Su Lang to laugh wildly. The 10 martial sages of Qiri, Tianyan, and Biu are approaching. Headed by the bald man of the Qiri Saint clan, named Qiri Muju. He is the strongest among the 10 martial sages, even the foreign aid of the 2 Bu tribes alone is not his opponent. However, even if he was the strongest among the 10, he was completely inferior to Chu Xiaobei, and even Chu Xiaobei's cultivation level could not be broken. Yaoqi Yanfa, Yaoqi Hongxi. Qiri Muju smiled sternly, do you do it yourself, or do you want to taste how life is better than death? I hope you will resist, it will be interesting. A 7-star great sage of the Bu tribe showed a cruel smile while touching the green feathers on his head. Don't talk nonsense with them. The 6-star martial sage of the Tianyan clan looked cold, and the eyes of the group of Yaoqi sage clan looked like a dead person. When Qiri Muju and others heard this, they all sneered and murdered, and they were about to do it the next moment. Suddenly, a voice of disdain came. A group of red, yellow and green kill Matt, and dare to speak harshly in front of me. Su Lang carried his hands on his back and smiled slightly at the 10 martial sages, with a calm and unhurried temperament that was accustomed to the big scene. It's worthy of being a descendant of a big race, really awesome. Yaoqi Yan Fa, Yaoqi Hongxi and Yaoqi Yiren couldn't help but admire Su Lang's back. And those Yaoqi Tianzhao who didn't know the identity of Su Lang's a super dude, swallowed fiercely. Lying noisy, this guy is too crazy. That is a total of 10 martial sages, this is definitely an unmatched force within a radius of billions of miles. However, they also knew that Su Lang had crazy capital. His mate is amazing, even the Wuyong Devil's Cave has been destroyed, and this incident has almost spread out of the Yaoqi Saint clan's territory. Alas, I thought that we were born in the Yaoqi Saint clan and we were born with a golden key. Now I find that my birth can't even compare with others. The envy and jealousy of the Tianzhao of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Compared with the Yaoqi Saints of the Yaoqi Saints, who knew Su Lang's understanding, the top 10 martial sages of Qiri and other tribes did not know the origin of Su Lang. So when they followed the sound and saw Su Lang, they immediately felt very absurd. Although they didn't understand killing Matt, they naturally understood red, yellow and green. And even if you don't understand anything, you can feel the deep contempt from that disdainful tone. The ant-like guy in front of him dared to say such arrogant things to 10 martial sages. Is this arrogant ignorance, or simply no brain? Just when Qiri Muju and others were unbelievable, another domineering sentence came from Su Lang's mouth. A group of ants, this sun is also something you can look at. Dare to say, the Tianzhao of the Yaoqi Saints were stunned. Qiri Muju and others were shocked, and immediately turned into raging anger. Where did the dog stuff come from? I will kill you first. Qiri Muju showed murderous intent and blasted towards Su Lang with a punch. I saw countless red thunder and lightning condensed into a huge fist without friends, killing Su Lang like a falling star. Under this hit, the Tianzhao of those Yaoqi Saints were all trembling with fear in their eyes. Even Yaoqi Yan Fa and Yaoqi Hongxi are breathing sluggishly, their faces are solemn. The Red Sun Pearl is a true 7-star great sage, and its true combat power is even higher. Su Lang turned his head slightly and raised his chin to Chu Xiaobei. You dare to call me so naturally, have you completely regarded me as a maid? Chu Xiaobei glared beautifully, almost making smoke. However, she still resisted the urge to clean up Su Lang. Forbearance first, wait for him to refine the flying holy weapon, and then slap him fiercely. Chapter 537, Are you qualified? Xuanan Fengxian Secret Art. Chu Xiaobei's thoughts did not affect her shot. A soft drink came out. Afterwards, I saw countless strange cold air containing mysterious rules soaring into the sky, instantly freezing the fist of the Qiri Azu. Immediately afterwards, Qiri Muju's fist broke every inch and turned into flying ash and annihilated in the void. But Chu Xiaobei's strange cold aura remained unabated, and with the majestic 9-star Great Saint aura, he slayed fiercely towards the Qiri Azu. 9-star Martial Saint. Qiri Muju was shocked. His combat power at this time was barely able to fight against the 8-star Martial Saint, but facing the 9-star Martial Saint, he was completely no match. Of course, the other 9 martial arts were not here to watch the show. Although they were frightened by Chu Xiaobei's real combat power, their eyes burst out, but seeing that the Chaisun Pearl was about to fall under the attack of the opponent's 9-star Martial Saint, they immediately took action. It must be shot, otherwise it will be the end of the lips and the teeth, which will be broken one by one. The combination of the 9 people, plus Qiri Azu himself, condensed the terrifying rules of the world, and instantly collided with Chu Xiaobei's attack. The shock wave of horror spread, the sky shook, and the situation changed. The clouds in the sky were blown away in an instant, and the vegetation and soil on the ground were also instantly scraped away for tens of meters. The Yaoqi Yanfa catalog was horrified, and immediately opened the martial saint realm to protect Su Lang and others. In the battlefield, the aftermath of the battle gradually dissipated. Chu Xiaobei stood still, motionless. Qiri Muju and other 9 people flew back several tens of meters, everyone sweating profusely and panting. Although they are 9 people, the quality of the power of rules is not comparable to Chu Xiaobei, and they are not Chu Xiaobei's opponents. However, even though he could not beat Chu Xiaobei, he would not be easily killed. The two sides temporarily formed a confrontation. Who is yours? Why help Yaoqi Saint race? What benefits did the Yaoqi Saint clan give your excellency? We will give it 10 times. Qiri Muju and others stared at Chu Xiaobei closely, with a trace of panic remaining in their eyes. And their words immediately caused Yaoqi Yanfa and others' hearts to raise their throats. To be reasonable, their Yaoqi Saints did not give Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei any benefit. Instead, they got a benefit from Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei. For example, the pill to treat infertility, for example to retrieve the kidnapped Yaoqi Yiren, for example, the sea of sky that will be refined by Su Lang's maid Chu Xiaobei. The two parties are not familiar with the truth. If Su Lang and the others promised Qiri Muju and others, then their Yaoqi tribe would be miserable. Su Lang dismissed it with a smile. Even if you give me 100-fold benefit, I still see you upset in red, yellow and green. Chu Xiaobei, come on. You are so skilled in calling. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes fiercely and said, if you continue to fight, this inheritance won't be opened, and it will even be annihilated in the void. Ah, what's wrong? Why? Su Lang was surprised and a little embarrassed. Shenyang Martial Saint is dead, of course his Martial Saint realm is getting more fragile. Chu Xiaobei said helplessly, if you continue to fight, the space will collapse and the inheritance will also be annihilated. Su Lang nodded, and said lightly to Qiri Muju and others, my son is in a good mood today, let you go and get out of here. Qiri Muju looked ugly, and snorted coldly, humph. Are you going to fight us to the end? Am I against you? Su Lang sneered, you can't even beat my maid, are you qualified, maid? Qiri Muju and others were shocked. The dignified 9-star saint, it is actually this kid's maid. Even the direct heirs of the fairy clan don't have this treatment. So what kind of identity should this guy be? Heir of the imperial clan. In an instant, Qiri Muju and the others thought of apologizing immediately, and then turned around and flee. However, they can't bear the inheritance of Shenyang Martial Saint. Once escaped, it would mean giving up the inheritance of Shenyang Martial Saint. You know, that was a quasi-celestial powerhouse who was also famous in the ancient times. As a result, Qiri Muju and others froze there hesitantly. Run away, reluctant. Don't run away, I'm scared. At this moment, the arrogant and contemptuous Su Lang spoke again. Chapter 538, Go back home with this son. You guys are also here for the inheritance of Martial Saint, right? This martial sage can only enter below the martial god level, and you must be prepared for the martial artist to go in and explore. It just happens that I haven't done anything for a long time. If you want to move your body, you are allowed to send someone to explore the realm of Shenyang Wusheng. In the realm of Martial Saint, this son doesn't need your people to stay away, even if you come to kill me, otherwise it will be too boring. By the way, you don't have to worry about it. Even if I die, no one will trouble you afterwards. Some brothers in my clan might still thank you. Su Lang held his chin open, facing Qiri Muju and others with his nostrils. No one was arrogant, and the image of the dude who was the first in the sky and the second was vividly performed. He also came up with a few older brothers, so that Qiri Muju and others could imagine. Qiri Muju and others listened to Su Lang's words. The first thought in my mind is, this guy is really a son of a super family, so arrogant and domineering. The second thought is, it turns out that this guy is not the only heir of the super family, he also has a few wrong brothers. As the top figures of a saint clan, Qiri Muju and others are very familiar with this kind of power struggle in the clan. Even they themselves were fighting with other heirs of the same race. In that kind of competition, all family and friendship were completely abandoned. If they really killed the dude in front of him, they might be able to hug his brother's thigh. In this way, not only will there be no retaliation, but they will be able to take it to the next level. If you can be regarded by the great figures of the imperial clan and become a confidant, then promotion to a low-level martial artist shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Chiri Muju and others suddenly became excited. Of course, they did not fail to see through Su Lang's purpose. Give them a chance to prevent them from lifting the table and continuing to fight, ruining the inheritance. The inheritance of Shenyang Martial Saint is so precious, even the direct line of the emperor has to covet it. Chiri Muju took a deep breath and said, "Since this young man speaks, we will play with you. I hope your words count." Facing Su Lang, this super big dude, even red, yellow and green began to call, "You. The most deadly to supplement your brain. Doubt, it's an insult to my son." Su Lang looked cold and arrogant, and said disdainfully, "If you don't go away, I will take back what I said before. Even if the inheritance here is not necessary, it is just a fairy-level inheritance anyway." Chiri Muju and the others stopped breathing, then took a deep breath and raised their hands, "Farewell." As a result, the 10 great martial arts flew over in all directions, and rolled away with a desperate face. "Ah, life is like a play, it all depends on acting." Su Lang sighed inwardly, then nodded to Chu Xiaobei, "Let's go, and come back to the house with my son." "Ah, dead pervert, give you a face." Chu Xiaobei cursed wildly in her heart, and there was a blue vein on her smooth forehead. "Ahem, Patriarch Yan Fa, let's go." Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Lang immediately moved the object of speaking. Yaoqi Yan Fabi was respectful before. Those Yaoqi Tianzhao people are even more complicated. There are also envy, jealousy, bitterness, and weakness. The same are the younger generation. But people can show disdain at the great sage with their nostrils. As for them, let alone disdain for the great sage, and dare not disrespect the Valkyrie. The gap between people is sometimes impossible to make up with the hard work of a lifetime. The Yaoqi Tianzhao people only hate that they do not have the same identity as Su Lang, and that they can stand at the top of the mainland by birth. But no one of them knew that Su Lang was a low-level person born in a small bump in Blue Star. He can go to this day entirely because of his own efforts. What? You say system, what is that? I don't know. Su Lang embraced the snow and slender eyes with stars, and Chu Xiaobei, who was screaming, returned to the nearby Yaoqi residence with the respectful Yaoqi Yan Fa and others. Chapter 539, The Establishment of the Exchange System. As soon as Chu Xiaobei took action, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others saw the horror of the 9 stars. Therefore, the treatment received by Su Lang and his party is of the highest standard. In the Yaoqi clan's residence, except for a few people, all the others had to kneel down when they saw it, and those who were far away had to kneel down. Of course, this was not requested by Su Lang, but by Yan Fa and Yaoqi. Even Yaoqi Yan Fa would respectfully salute after meeting Su Lang himself. Among them, there is awe for Su Lang and gratitude to Su Lang for maintaining his position. In the Kanglan continent, it is very common to face each other and insert a knife behind the back. Yan Fa is very grateful that Su Lang did not do that. If Su Lang turned against him before, then their Yaoqi tribe would have their end. Kanglan continent is so cruel, with thousands of races and fierce competition. Not to mention the Holy Clan, even the Immortal Clan will be wiped out at some point. I didn't stay long in the residence, and it was evening after a while. In addition to playing around with Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian, Su Lang also received a good news. Wang Fukan officially broke through to the realm of Wushang. Because it was several days later than the expected time, Wang Fukan was a little embarrassed when he reported. At that time, he boasted that he could break through in 3 days. Su Lang didn't make fun of Wang Fukan, and even sent his clone to give him some higher-level holy pill, and he also refined a handful of the lowest-level holy artifacts for him. For the first time, Wang Fukan, who had lived for more than 10,000 years, was so moved by Su Lang's reward. These holy elixirs and sacred artifacts were treasures he could not even think of before. The loyal Wangfu has tears in his eyes. Let's go noisy, whoever dares to oppose my master in the future, I will kill him. In addition to Wang Fukan, Yang Xingxing also broke through to the realm of a high-level martial god. Su Lang estimated that his true combat power should have approached quasi-sage. I want to come soon, the martial saint of human race will also appear. With the 2 martial sages, the wind spirit race and the human race are generally safe. After all, the Fengaling clan was originally in a remote area, and the nearby saints were Yaoqi, Chiri, and Tianyan. The saints of Yaoqi are already in their own camp, and Chiri and Tianyan are farther apart, and it is unlikely that they will cause trouble. What's more, Su Lang can use the clone to dispatch and replace the clone to go home to guard the tower at any time. Qiri and Tianyan dare to come and scare him. After giving Yangxingxing the applicable pill and weapons, Su Lang opened an exchange system with Yangxingxing and Wangfukan. The specific method is to send an avatar to act as an automatic vending machine, and an automatic purchase machine. The clone possesses medium intelligence and strength close to that of a senior Valkyrie, and is fully capable of this job. What's more, there must be countless martial artists working in the exchange system below. The clone acting as the automatic vending machine, is outside the space-time crack channel formation on the Kandlan continent. The warriors of the Fengaling and human races can exchange it. It is foreseeable that in a very short time, this place will develop into a giant city. And this is also one of Su Lang's goals. Anyway, there are many people who know the location of the cracks in time and space, and there are people who are really interested in investigating them, and they can't hide it. Therefore, it is better to build a giant city to guard it, and as time goes by, you can hide in the city. Moreover, it can also become a place where the human and wind spirit civilizations meet and merge, and become a bridgehead for the human race to enter the blue star on a large scale. Leave these alone. At this time, the exchange system is limited to the Wawang level, and each person can only exchange one item per day. Although there are limited times and numbers, Su Lang still felt the madness of the Fengaling and Terran warriors. In an instant, tens of thousands of people exchanged, and the warriors who exchanged afterwards were also in an endless stream. Almost all of the Wawang, Wawang, Wuzun, and the 4 newly born war gods of the human race were exchanged. This wave of exchange brought a lot of benefits to Su Lang, about 1 million lower-grade spirit jade. The warriors who made the exchange also earned blood, and all got what they wanted. Another wave of win-win. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang used the materials exchanged by the warriors of the 2 tribes to continue refining the pills, which were put into the exchange system as a source of goods. After all these things, time has passed. The inheritance of Shenyang Wushang will begin immediately. Chapter 540, Shut Up. Night falls. The sun disappeared, and the moon loomed between the clouds. After a day, the mist returned to the strange and misty appearance. Suddenly, a stream of light descended from the sky, and the majestic momentum dispelled the fog that had finally recovered. Yin Wu's, lying noisy, so easy for me. The streamer that descended was Su Lang and the people of the Yaoqi Saints. Looking around, there is no one. Su Lang raised his brows. Are the Qiri and Tianyan people yet to come? Chu Xiaobei looked towards the horizon with a calm tone. Sure enough, without 2 breaths, a large stream of light appeared in the field of vision and flew quickly. A large group of people came to the distance of Su Lang and others, and the 2 sides looked at each other. Qiri Muju and others looked at Su Lang, still very jealous. After they went back, they also conducted some investigations, and they found the space crack that Chu Xiaobei had torn apart. Therefore, both the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan guessed that Su Lang was really a traveler from the Emperor's clan in a remote area. The 2 sides faced each other for a while, and the spatial fluctuations in the mist became more intense. The legacy is about to open. The red, yellow and green on the opposite side, send your manpower. Su Lang stepped forward and said arrogantly. And his move immediately caused dissatisfaction among many people. These people are the Tianzhao of the Qiri and Tianyan races. 10 martial sages such as Qiri Muju suffered a loss in Su Lang's hands, which was a very shameful thing. So they are not willing to tell this kind of thing to the younger generation. In addition, Su Lang said that he would compete fairly with them. Therefore, regarding the identity of Su Lang, the martial sages of the 2 tribes simply didn't tell the Tianzhao disciples below, so as not to worry about them. Just let them catch the people of the Yaoqi Saint clan and beat them to death. Therefore, the 2 races of Tianzhao did not know Su Lang's noble status at all. Where did the little censored come from? How dare you speak up? Little bunny, it seems that you are not from the Yaoqi Saint clan. The Yaoqi Saint clan brought you here to let you enter the martial saint heritage. Ha 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 ha, is no one available for the saints of Yaoqi? Need a foreign race to take the lead. This guy is a trash at first sight. If he dares to enter the heritage, I will let him try my tricks. Hiss, big or small means. That's really exciting. The Tianzhao of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan unscrupulously despised and cursed. This scene fell in the eyes of the Yaoqi tribe and others, and immediately made their look strange. How dare you to insult a noble existence at the level of an emperor? Even the Tianjiaos of the Yaoqi saints who were envious and jealous of Su Lang, their eyes gradually turned into silly rows. As for Su Lang, the corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a touch of playfulness and coldness. "Shut up," Chiri Muju suddenly shouted, and then slapped the face of the disciple who clamored the most fiercely. The loud slap in the face spread all over the sky and the ground. The beaten disciple's facial features were distorted and almost got a headshot on the spot. The Tianjiao of Chiri Tianyan and the two clans who were still chattering dirty and swearing shut up instantly, and the scene was so quiet that a single curl could be heard. What happened? Was it wrong to slap the opponent's morale before the war? A group of Tianjiao geniuses of the Red Sun and Tianyan clans looked dumbfounded. If you have time to curse, it's better to recharge your energy. Chiri Muju stared at everyone, his voice cold and severe. The Tianjiao of Chiri Tianyan two clans suddenly realized, it turns out that we are too impetuous. In fact, they didn't know that Chiri Muju glanced at Su Lang apologetically when he scolded them. This was because he was afraid that Su Lang would be angry, so he just raised the table and started the war. Yes, Su Lang was afraid that the two clans would lift the table, and the two clans were even more afraid of Su Lang. Because the Shenyang inheritance at this time is more than a simple inheritance for the Chiri and Tianyan clan, it is also an opportunity to climb the thigh of the emperor. If they can't even enter the inheritance, the two clans will not only have no chance to kill Su Lang, but will provoke a behemoth. The 9-star female saint who was the maid alone made it hard for them to resist. The most important thing now is to enter the heritage. Chapter 541. Enter the realm of Shenyang Wusheng. Su Lang sneered at the reaction of Chiri Muju and shook his head to express his disdain. Seeing this, Chiri Muju felt relieved. At this time, the spatial fluctuations in the mist suddenly reached its peak. A spatial ripple visible to the naked eye erupted from the ground and rushed into the sky. Immediately afterwards, the earth collapsed in an instant, and a large swamp sank and disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if there was a giant beast eating the dirt below. Soon, the earth sank dozens of feet, and a long and narrow space crack entrance appeared in front of everyone. A terrifying suction came from the entrance, like a hungry and thirsty being sucking frantically. Not only the earth, but the surrounding auras are constantly being sucked in like the water flow in the dam encounters a gap. Su Lang raised his brows, the sucking skills of this hole are a bit awesome. The horrible attraction lasted for a full quarter of an hour before it gradually disappeared, and the originally good mist turned into a funnel-shaped crater. According to the rules, we have to retreat beyond the prescribed scope to prevent anyone from destroying the inheritance. Chiri Muju seemed to talk to Yaoqi Yan Fa again, but in fact he was secretly looking at Su Lang. Then follow the rules. Su Lang raised his chin at Chu Xiaobei, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others looked straight and nodded one after another. Seeing this scene, the Tianjiao of the Chiri and Tianyan clans were immediately dumbfounded. Who is this guy so awesome? Even the martial sage of the Yaoqi Saint clan has to stand obediently and obediently. What is this guy's status? Can he really kill it? The Tianjiao of the Chiri and Tianyan clans were horrified and couldn't help looking at their martial sage. Then, they got a certain look. Censored him. You can kill. It doesn't seem like his status is good. Dare to be so awesome, let him know what cruelty is. The geniuses of the Scarlet Sky Cloud clan showed disdain and killing intent. The two martial arts began to leave the field one after another, and Chu Xiaobei also left with Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Soon there were only the geniuses of the Chiri Tianyan clan and Su Lang and others in the field. If you want to die, follow up. A bald man of the Chiri Saint clan glanced contemptuously at Su Lang and the others, and then flew to the inheritance entrance with his children. Meet you, kill without mercy. The yellow-haired warriors of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan also flew down one after another, for fear that it would be slower than those of the Chiri Saint clan. It can be seen that although Chiri and Tianyan have a good relationship, in the face of the great opportunity of the Shenyang martial saint inheritance, they will not give up. There were nearly 30 Tianjiao children of the two races, and they quickly disappeared into the narrow entrance. Master Su. Yaoqi Yiren looked at Su Lang. She didn't dare to make any claims. Su Lang nodded faintly, and flew down. Yaoqi Yiren and others immediately followed. At the speed of the crowd, almost instantly disappeared into the entrance. When I first entered it, I felt very narrow and tight, and pressure came from all directions. But after entering a little bit, it is more spacious and the pressure is getting less and less. Finally, a new scene appeared in front of Su Lang. This is a huge world, but there is no earth and no sky. At the edge of the space are patches of gray barriers, with dark and light colors, which look like mottled and peeling walls. And inside the space, there are huge fragments of land suspended, just like small islands in the sky. The suspended islands are large and small, with different shapes. The plants on them are all withered, and the breath of life can hardly be felt. Here is the realm of xianxia. Su Lang looked around and found that he was alone. The rest are scattered. Chapter 542. Sure enough, there are treasures everywhere. The people who want to come to the Cheery Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan are also scattered. While thinking about it, Su Lang expanded his spiritual perception. His spiritual realm has reached the realm of Morning Star, and his perception range is tens of millions of miles. But in this martial sage realm, Su Lang found that his spiritual perception was severely suppressed, and the range of perception was actually less than 10,000 miles. It's worthy of being a strong person in spiritual exercises. Su Lang's eyes narrowed slightly. A fairy-level spiritual technique, you must get it. Observed in place for a while. With a move, Su Lang flew towards an island not far away. Not long after, he landed on the island, completely covered by spiritual perception. Soon, a cave with a large number of formations appeared in mental perception. These formations are all holy formations, although they are broken, but for warriors below the martial god level, it is simply terrible. But this is not a problem at all for Su Lang. Array control, open. With the thought of Su Lang, he immediately seized control of the formation covered by his spiritual power. Immediately, the formations opened one by one, revealing the scene in the cave. There is a staircase extending downwards in the cave, which seems to lead directly to the interior of the entire floating island. Lie noisy. Why do you like to be in deep places? Su Lang spread his hands silently, flew into the cave and walked down the stairs. After a short while, after walking the stairs, a small table appeared in front of Su Lang. There is a jade slip on the small table. This is a jade slip of cultivation technique. Shenyang Martial Saint actually arranged some for his inheritance. He is quite a person with a sense of ritual. Su Lang smiled faintly, picked up the jade slip, and explored it mentally. Suddenly a saint-level exercise method appeared in his mind. My fork, it's actually a holy-level cultivation technique from the beginning. Is the ancient saints so fat? Su Lang raised his eyebrows, and then studied this exercise roughly. The name of the exercise is Tien Cicada Jade Gu Ju, which simulates a holy-level exercise created by a special creature Yu cicada on a mainland fragment. When you practice this kind of exercise, you will fall asleep every time you reach a certain level, and then automatically transform and shed your skin. The new body will be many times stronger than before, while the old body can be refined into a clone like an arm. After practicing the exercises to Zochin, a total of 9 clones can be transformed. But these clones are really dead once they die, unlike Su Lang's clones that can be reunited. Moreover, these clones are very weak, and their combat effectiveness is not strong. For ordinary warriors, it is a very good technique. Unfortunately for me, there is no use for eggs, so I might as well practice other holy level techniques. Su Lang curled his lips and dispatched his clone to reward Wangfukan. This guy has just been promoted to the holy rank, and just lacks the practice of exercises, so he is practicing first. Wangfukan, who was rewarded by Su Lang, knelt down again. After Su Lang left this suspended island, he flew towards the next suspended island. On the way, he encountered a huge biological skeleton. This skeleton is thousands of meters long, shaped like a dragon and snake, and the whole body is crystal clear. There was a little aura remaining on the skeleton, but it made Su Lang's creeps. Quasi-Xian level bones. There are a lot of scars on it. It looks like it should have been killed. Could it be that this is the sacred beast killed by Shenyang Wusheng? Su Lang took a breath. It seems that Shenyang Wusheng is stronger than I thought. After some exclamation, Su Lang immediately put the quasi-Xiang class skeleton into the storage space. This is a quasi-Xian level skeleton. With the rest of the materials, just a single rib can be made into a powerful high-level holy artifact. In the inheritance of the ancient king, there are indeed treasures everywhere. Su Lang showed excitement, speeding up and flying forward. But when he came to the island, he found that someone had already made the first step, and he was fighting desperately. One is the muscular man of the Cheery Saint clan, and the other is the beautiful girl, Yaoqi Yiren, from the Yaoqi Saint clan. As the most powerful young girl of the new generation of the Yaoqi Saints, Yaoqi Yiren's combat power has reached the quasi-god level. However, there are 3 muscular men of the Qiri Saint clan, each of which is very strong. The forces of the 3 were one, and they almost pressed Yaoqi Yiren to the ground and rubbed wildly. In short, Yaoqi Yiren's situation is very bad. She has already retired, always planning to escape. However, the big guys of the Qiri Saints obviously let go of her thoughts. Chapter 543, This sun is terrifying. Unexpectedly, we were so lucky that we ran into you who were alone. Yaoqi Yiren, give up resistance, we can promise to make you die happy. The 3 big men of the Qiri Saint clan uttered cruel or wretched laughter. Yaoqi Yiren said nothing, his face extremely ugly. She has used a lot of whole cards, but she is still a little short to escape. By this time, she could use only 1 life. The dead gangsters of the Qiri Saint race. Yaoqi Yiren's eyes gradually became blood red. Even if I die, Yaoqi Yiren won't make you feel better. With that, she wanted to activate the secret technique, explode her body, and die with the 3 big men. Be careful, she's going to work hard. The 3 big men of the Qiri nationality are no longer wretched, and their expressions gradually become solemn. Why do you work hard at every turn? Don't you know how to ask for help and try it? 2 playful words came into the ears of the 4 with a small smile. Yaoqi Yiren heard this sound, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. It's him, Lord Su. The 3 muscular men of the Qiri Saint clan changed their looks. They just overwhelmed Yaoqi Yiren, and with their weak advantage, they could slowly grind to death. But now the other party actually came to help. Why is Gan Linliang so unlucky? The leading man yelled for peace and was about to retreat. It's the dude who speaks loudly. His cultivation is only at the martial emperor level. Another big man glanced at Su Lang, and his heart suddenly relaxed, revealing a trace of excitement. Is that the guy who abused us in front of the line before? With a look on the head of the Qiri Saint clan, he immediately gave up his plan to retreat. A martial emperor rank in Mir dared to participate in the battle of quasi-censored rank. If we don't kill you today, write our last name upside down. The 3 big men insulted, then exchanged their eyes, and moved the battlefield to Su Lang's side with eloquence. During this period, they also paid attention to this to prevent Yaoqi Yiren from escaping. Yaoqi Yiren sneered in his heart for the reaction of these muscular bald heads. She felt the powerful aura of the holy rank in Su Lang's expression. Although she guessed that it was not Su Lang's true cultivation level, perhaps it was the breath of some treasure. But no matter what, it is the means of the holy rank. The 3 quasi-god level muscular men were completely vulnerable to a single blow in front of the holy order. 3 muscular bald heads have wrapped Yaoqi Yiren to Su Lang's side. Seriously wound him and save him alive. The faces of 3 muscular bald heads showed wicked perverted smiles. It's disgusting. Su Lang raised his brows and stretched out a finger to gently press. One of the muscular bald heads burst out like a huge human-shaped watermelon. This sudden scene caused the other 2 big men to disperse in an instant. This guy is so strong. How could it be possible that he is only at the martial emperor level? Damn, this sun is so terrifying, so invincible. Withdraw. An idea flashed through the 2 big guys' minds, and they scattered and fled instantly. Their response can be regarded as swift. But in Su Lang's eyes, it was still like slow motion. Go to hell. A terrifying mental power fell on the 2 muscular bald heads with 3 words. Su Lang only felt that his mental power was like a hammer falling on the cake, and easily smashed the sea of consciousness of the 2 big men. Ding! You got the middle grade spiritual jade 233, the lower grade spiritual jade. The system prompt came, indicating that the 2 big guys are already cold. At the same time, Yaoqi Yiren was dumbfounded. She knew that Su Lang must have very powerful methods, but she didn't expect that Su Lang would kill 3 muscular bald men of the Qiri tribe so easily. Is this the horror of the Emperor class dude? Chapter 544, The formation is useless. Are you okay? Su Lang's faint voice sounded. Master Su, I'm fine, thank you for saving me. Yaoqi Yiren bowed deeply to Su Lang with the joy of the rest of his life. Su Lang's eyes immediately reflected an uproar, and it was a kind of slightly shaking. A bit dizzy. Su Lang was in a daze for a millisecond, and then smiled. It's okay, then you can follow me. Yaoqi Yiren bowed again in surprise. Let's go. Su Lang was in a daze for a millisecond, then nodded. Immediately, the two walked towards a formation on the island. Yes, there is also a formation on this island, but it is no more than a god-level formation. This means that the treasures inside are not as likely to be as good as the heavenly cicada jade gu art that Su Lang had obtained before. The two came to the formation. This formation is a god-level formation. Yaoqi Yiren carefully felt the formation, and then took out a jade charm a little distressed. Su Lang glanced at the jade talisman, and the weapon identification took effect, showing the jade talisman information. This is a god-level, array-breaking talisman, a one-time treasure that can last for 10 minutes after being activated, during which part of the god-level array can be broken. Yes, it just can break a part of the god-level formation. But even so, this is a very precious thing. That's why Yaoqi Yiren hurts. Put away your array-breaking talisman. Su Lang curled his lips and held down Yaoqi Yiren's hand that was about to activate the array-breaking talisman. Yaoqi Yiren looked at Su Lang dumbfounded. The formation is useless to me. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and walked forward. Immediately, a scene that made Yaoqi Yiren's eyes violent appeared. Whenever Su Lang goes, the formation will automatically dissipate, faster than a mouse can see a cat. Yaoqi Yiren was stunned. However, she quickly figured out the reason why the formation dissipated automatically. It must be that young Master Su has a more powerful array-breaking treasure. Yes, they are big masters at the Emperor's level, and they carry treasures that can easily break the god-level formations. They are completely normal. Yaoqi Yiren figured this out, not in a daze, and immediately followed Su Lang's pace. The two moved forward without hindrance. Not long after, a small table appeared in front of them. Not bad, the same small table as the one Su Lang encountered before. A god-level long sword is placed on it, the quality is not bad. However, even ordinary artifacts, in the eyes of Yaoqi Yiren, are real treasures. This level of treasure, Master Su shouldn't look down on it, right? Yaoqi Yiren thought with excitement, no accident, he should give it to me directly. But as soon as her thoughts emerged from her mind, it immediately vanished and broke. Because Su Lang took the divine sword with a smile on his face. Exclamation mark question mark quote. Yaoqi Yiren was full of question marks. She didn't understand why Su Lang, such an arrogant and domineering dude, could value a divine tool. It's just a divine weapon. For Su Lang, who has the 9-star female saint as a maid, it should be no different from the stone on the roadside. How could you just accept it? What are you doing in a daze? Let's go. Su Lang glanced at Yaoqi Yiren and said lightly. Oh. Yaoqi Yiren was stunned, then quickly lowered his head to conceal the doubt and disappointment in his eyes. Su Lang could roughly see Yaoqi Yiren's thoughts and rolled his eyes in his heart. He is extremely short of money now, he has to save. Although this artifact is useless to hold, it can be decomposed. After being decomposed, it can match the materials of the other garbage spots to refine more artifacts, and the quality will not be bad. Or, with better materials, it can be refined into sacred artifacts. At that time, whether you sell it or put it in the exchange system, you can earn multiple times. Give it away for nothing. Don't do it. Su Lang took Yaoqi Yiren to the next floating island while contacting the rest of the Yaoqi saints. Fortunately, the Tianzhao of the Yaoqi saint clan has not suffered any casualties so far. And those Tianzhao of the Yaoqi saints knew that Su Lang and Yaoqi Yiren were together, and they were also relieved. With Yaoqi Yiren, the safety of this noble son is guaranteed. This was the thought of all of them, but how did they know that just now Yaoqi Yiren was saved by Su Lang? And just as Su Lang and Yaoqi Yiren were about to arrive at the next suspended island, a dazzling light suddenly came from another island not far away. Chapter 545, A Bunch of Silly Roe Deer. This is a sign that some kind of treasure was born. Yaoqi Yiren looked at the island that was almost covered by light, and a trace of fire rose in his eyes. Let's go and take a look. Su Lang also smiled with interest, then turned and flew towards the glowing island. Yaoqi Yiren hurriedly followed, muttering in her heart, Master Su, you can leave a mouthful of the soup for me to drink. It didn't take long for the two to land on the ground of the glowing island. The violent light radiated from the ravine between the two peaks. The mountain is not very tall, but the shape is very round. Su Lang glanced at the mountain peak and couldn't help but glance at Yaoqi Yiren's chest. At this moment, the violent light really looked like a vast expanse of holy light. Didn't think much. The two flew towards the mountain. Not long after, I saw 4 Tianyan tribe yellow-haired warriors who were extremely surprised. They seemed to be a little tired at this time. They should have paid some price in order to break the formation of protecting the treasure. But even so, they did not completely break the formation, but left the last barrier. Although this barrier is not very strong, the 4 members of the Tianyan clan are weak, and it is difficult to break through the short time stamp. But they also know that the movement here may attract others soon. Therefore, they did not rest, but tried their best to attack, hoping to open the barrier. However, the last thing they wanted to happen happened. The violent light attracted Su Lang and Yaoqi Yiren. Listen to the 4 yellow hairs in front. You are surrounded by me alone. Immediately put down your weapons and surrender, otherwise I will not be merciful. The domineering and explosive drink fell from the sky, scaring the 4 warriors of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan to stand upside down. In horror, they looked towards the sky. Then I saw Su Lang, who was extremely arrogant, and Yaoqi Yiren, who was also following Su Lang. This is only 2 people, and one of them is the arrogant dude with a weak cultivation base. The 4 Heavenly Cloud Saints looked at each other, and immediately showed a surprised look. I thought who came here? It turned out to be you, a ranting little bitch. HMPH, do you think that if Yaoqi Yiren protects you, are you safe? I'm telling you, Yaoqi Yiren is amazing, but it is definitely not the opponent of the 4 of us. Ha 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 ha, don't talk nonsense, kill. I want to catch the beautiful lady of Yaoqi Yiren alive. The 4 martial artists of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan were like bandits, with insidious and wretched smiles. They killed Su Lang fiercely. In their eyes, Su Lang is a super soft persimmon, which can be rotted with just a pinch. Then they can change their goals to pinch Yaoqi Yiren. This is the 66th generation of saints of the Yaoqi Saints. It must be fun to pinch. A bunch of silly roe deer. Yaoqi Yiren looked at the 4 ferocious yellow hairs of the Tianyan tribe with a hint of mockery in his eyes. She has almost seen the tragic death of these 4 people. Before the 4 Tianyan clan warriors could get close, they saw Su Lang pull out a long sword with black stripes on a white background. What kind of sword is this? Why do I feel a pain in my mind when I see it? Ah, I can't do it anymore, my eyes are going to be blind. This sword is too weird, it's definitely a holy weapon, let's run. So the 4 martial artists of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan rushed over yelling, and then screamed and fled. However, it was too late to escape at this time. I gave you a chance. Su Lang smiled faintly and waved the long sword in his hand. There is no horrible trick, just a simple horizontal cut. Then, the 4 martial artists of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan were directly transformed into 8 pieces, and the souls were instantly slain by the Yudian sword. 4 powerful warriors comparable to quasi-gods died under Su Lang's hands like ants. Master Su actually possesses such a powerful sacred artifact. And he has the ability to drive it. It is incredible. Yaoqi Yiren muttered in his heart. Speaking of which, young Master Su even has these sacred artifacts, but he still needs that trivial artifact. I really can't figure it out. Chapter 546, Broken Map. Let's go and see if there is any good baby. Su Lang took the Yudian sword away and walked slowly towards the last barrier. Yaoqi Yiren immediately followed and followed. The extremely tough barrier in front of the 4 Heavenly Cloud Saint clan warriors was as fragile as a film in front of Su Lang, and it dissipated without even rubbing it. Yaoqi Yiren couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. She found that as long as she stayed with Su Lang, her heart would never be calm, and she would be shocked from time to time. Following Su Lang into the barrier, Yaoqi Yiren found that the layout of the island was exactly the same as before. However, the treasures on the table are different. It is a jade box, which looks very precious. I don't know what treasure it is this time. Yaoqi Yiren thought to herself, her eyes shining slightly. Su Lang picked up the jade box and opened it carelessly. There is no treasure in the box, but a map. To be precise, it is a broken map. The end point this map points to should be the place where Shenyang Martial Saint finally inherits. And this is not only a map, but also the key to the ultimate inheritance. Su Lang read the map again, slightly excited, and whispered softly, "It looks like this map is 1/4, and if you collect 3 more copies, you can start the final inheritance of Shenyang Martial Saint." It sounds a bit like the mode of collecting dragon, censored, and summoning dragons. Yaoqi Yiren on the side was also a little excited when he heard what Su Lang said. The inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng. That must be an earth-shattering treasure. Even if I can't get it, it doesn't matter. As long as young Master Su Lang gets it, and don't let the tribes of Chiri Saint Clan and Tianyan Saint Clan get it, it will be beneficial to our Yaoqi Saint Clan. With the abilities of young Master Su Lang, I must be able to stand out from the crowd and be recognized by Shenyang Wusheng. Yao Kai Yiren thought about it, and his gaze towards Su Lang couldn't help but bring a trace of worship and expectation. Don't froze, follow me to find the map. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he turned and walked outside. Yao Kai Yiren immediately followed like a bugger. The two searched island by island. There is a treasure on each island, with various materials, medicines, and exercises. On the road, from time to time, I will encounter some huge bones, just like the dragon and snake bones I encountered before. They are all good treasures. Yaoqi Yiren, who followed Su Lang, was not without benefits. After Su Lang got some pill, he would decompose it and refine it into better quality pill, and at the same time obtain the pill. There were 5 pill that were refined, and Su Lang occasionally gave Yaoqi Yiren one. It is a pity that although the one key alchemy function can make 5 pills at a time, the 5 pills are all of perfect quality. But if these pills were decomposed separately, only 1/5 of the alchemy materials could be obtained. Only by decomposing 5 elixir at the same time can you obtain enough materials to refine a pot of elixir. This frustrated Su Lang's idea of exploiting the loopholes. Otherwise, he could use 1 key to refine alchemy and 1 key to break down the infinite loop, and become the richest man in the Kandlan continent every minute. Su Lang and Yao Kai Yiren quickly searched dozens of suspended islands. Unfortunately, he did not find the second map. Instead, many of the islands they encountered next had already been searched. Perhaps, a map has fallen into the hands of the rest. Su Lang frowned slightly and looked at Yaoqi Yiren. Ask your clan if he has got a fragment of the map. Yaoqi Yiren nodded obediently and asked all the disciples of the same race according to Su Lang's request. As a result, no one got the fragments of the map. I hope it is true. If someone hides it privately, then I won't keep it. Su Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a look of danger. When the Yaoqi Yiren next to him saw this, he suddenly tightened, and notified the disciples of the same race to hand in Su Lang immediately after finding the fragment. Chapter 547, Unimaginable Happiness. The two continued to search the remaining islands. All of these islands have formations, which are very difficult to crack. Therefore, except for Su Lang who searched dozens of islands by himself, the others did not search for many islands. All islands, the treasures on them are guarded by formations. For Su Lang, these formations were basically a fiction. Those treasures are like undressing, undefended beauties are waiting for Su Lang's luck. In a short time, Su Lang searched dozens of islands again. This time, he got a second map fragment. Putting it together can already form a route. Su Lang immediately decided to follow this route to search the past. Going all the way, smooth wind and water, more and more treasures enter Su Lang's storage space. It is a pity that Su Lang did not get the ready-made spirit jade, so his idea of upgrading the system functions while hunting for treasures fell through. In response, Su Lang could only roll his eyes helplessly. The aftermath of battle swept ahead. Su Lang used his spiritual perception to probe and found that 3 martial artists of the Yaoqi Saint clan were being besieged. The other party had 7 people. At this time, the 3 warriors of the Yaoqi Saint clan were fighting and fleeing. To be precise, it should be fleeing while being beaten. Because in this martial sage realm, there is no way to separate the south, east, north, and west, so everyone can't confirm the position, converge and support. The warriors of the 3 Yaoqi Saints did not send out a distress message. In addition, they have no time to send out messages. The opponent has too much manpower, and 1 millisecond of mistakes may cost him his life. This situation is too difficult. Who can save us? The warriors of the 3 Yaoqi Saints sighed in despair. There are 3 of your kinsmen in front of you. It looks like they are going to die. Let's go and save them. Su Lang pointed to the battlefield thousands of miles away, and said to Yaoqi Yiren next to him. Ah, what? There are 3 of our kinsmen ahead. Why didn't I find it? Yaoqi Yiren looked dazedly with mental power, and the front was empty. Su Lang spread his hands helplessly. 10,000 miles away, you are too weak and your mental perception is too small, of course you can't find it. Yaoqi Yiren's eyes were round, as if running past 10,000 grassy horses. Master Su, In addition to holy weapons and mysterious array-breaking treasures, you also have treasures that increase your mental perception crazily. Don't be stunned. Wait a little longer, they will be hacked to death. Su Lang faintly dropped a word, and then flew straight ahead. His speed is too fast, he is already approaching the senior war god. Therefore, Yaoqi Yuren did not react at all, and Su Lang disappeared. Such a fast speed. This is definitely the speed of the Valkyrie level. In addition to the treasures that increase mental perception, there are also treasures that increase speed. Yaoqi Yi was dumbfounded. Oh, is this the happiness of the Emperor-class dude? I can't imagine it. She took a deep breath and flew in the direction Su Lang was pointing. Under the chase of 3 muscular men and 4 yellow-haired men, the 3 disciples of the Yaoqi Saint race are already dying. They will be cold in less than a few minutes. Could it be that heaven is going to kill me? 3 disciples of the Yaoqi ethnic group who were bruised all over looked at each other, bitterness and despair intertwined, and grief grew spontaneously. Little bunnies of the sacred clan of Yaoqi, hurry up and die, Lao Su gives you a good time. A big man of the Cheery Saint clan laughed wildly and punched out. The 3 disciples of the Yaoqi Saint clan joined forces to block this blow, and they all spurted blood. A yellow-haired warrior of the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan has a cold expression and a fierce look in his eyes. He is the strongest among the 7. There are 4 more members of the Tianyan clan, so now he is the one to give orders. Following his order, the 7 people gathered around to kill the 3 of the Yaoqi Saint clan. An indifferent voice came from a distance. The 7 members of the Cheery Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan trembled, retreating hundreds of feet like a major enemy. The 3 martial artists of the Yaoqi Saint clan breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly flew in the direction that the sound came from. Chapter 548, Protect Young Master Su. At the same time, everyone looked up and followed the sound. Then I saw a young and handsome man flying over slowly. It's Master Su. Oh my god, how could it be this little ancestor? Why is he here? We die when we die, and if he dies, we are in trouble. The martial artists of the 3 Yaoqi Saints were in the dark, and their mood fell to the bottom. It turned out to be this dude. I thought somebody came. The 7 members of the Cheery Tianyan Saint clan sneered and ridiculed. Run, we are not his opponents. Quickly, protect young Master Su. Although the warriors of the 3 Yaoqi Saints are very envious of Su Lang, Danny. But at the critical moment, I still know what to do. They stopped one after another, turned to face the 7 members of the Cheery Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan, and protected Su Lang behind. HMPH, Ning Yu stubbornly resist. 3 bald men and 4 yellow-haired warriors rushed over with taunts. The 3 Yaoqi Saints clenched their teeth, their eyes were blood red, and they hardly planned to survive. That's it again. Why do you think I am a very weak person? Su Lang felt a little helpless, and then he waved, a thunder and lightning blasted out. Boom! The endless thunder and lightning are like small dragons, covering dozens of miles in an instant. There was a scream. Not only the warriors of the Cheery and Tianyan tribes are screaming, but the warriors of the Yaoqi Saint tribe are also screaming. The difference is that the warriors of the Cheery and Tianyan clan screamed in pain, while the 3 of the Yaoqi Saint clan were just shocked. So many horrible thunder dragons of the Valkyrie level suddenly appeared, and they rushed past their sides, and they would be wiped out after a short time. Can they not be surprised? Of course, the scream lasted less than a second. The 7 warriors of the Cheery and Tianyan clan had been burned into dry coal, and the 3 of the Yaoqi Saint clan also recovered, their shock turned into shock. Even if they were given 100 heads, Su Lang was so powerful. Young Master Su Lang. There was a cry of harmony, but Yaoqi Yuren chased him up from a distance. You are really too slow. Su Lang glanced at Yaoqi Yuren silently. I'm all over, you haven't arrived yet. I am sorry. Yaoqi Yuren's mouth twitched, and then looked at the 3 warriors of the Yaoqi Saint race. Are you all right? It's okay. Thanks to young Master Su Lang for saving us. Yeah, we couldn't live without young Master Su Lang. The 3 warriors who survived the catastrophe immediately shook their heads, then bowed to Su Lang again, very grateful. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, follow behind. The 3 immediately came behind Yaoqi Yuren and stood obediently. Su Lang took out something. It was a fragment of the map that had just been obtained from the 7 people. Only one fragment left. Su Lang whispered and put the 3 fragments together to form a more complete map. Suddenly a weak force came from the map, as if to guide Su Lang to a certain place. Is it a guide? Then draw a map of wool on it. Moreover, can we find a place for inheritance with only 3 fragments? Su Lang was surprised for a while, and then decided to go directly to the place of inheritance. In a corner of Shenyang Wusheng domain, a dozen people gathered together. Except for those killed by Su Lang, the members of the Chiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan were gathered. There is guidance on this map. It looks like this should be the guide item for the inheritance. Moreover, it seems to be the key to the main inheritance. A muscular bald man holding the 4th map fragment with a look of surprise. The others were also excited and ready to move. Immediately afterwards, a group of dozens of people flew in a certain direction under the guidance of the fragments of the map. Chapter 549, Trembling Map. The sanctuary of Shenyang Wusheng is not too big, after all, it is only the domain of the martial artist. It didn't take long for Su Lang and others to reach the end of the map. On the way, they even have time to search the floating islands along the way. Su Lang is taking Yaoqi Yiren and the other 4 people, floating among the 4 floating islands. The fragments of the map tremble constantly in Su Lang's hands, with a very high frequency, just like some girls love toys. At the same time, the surrounding void was trembling slightly, as if something was about to break through a barrier to reveal it. More than a dozen streamers flew in the distance. It was the person of the Crimson Sky Cloud Saint clan who got the 4th map fragment. Seeing Su Lang and a few other people floating there, these muscular bald and yellow-haired warriors immediately brightened their eyes. It's the trash of the Yaoqi Saints. That little censored who was clamoring in front of the formation is also here. Ha 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 ha, they actually only have 5 people, oh no, it's 4, that little censored as a shit. They can find this place, they must have a fragment of the map. There is really a way to heaven, you don't go to hell, you have no way to go. Quickly, surround them, don't let them run away. A group of muscular warriors and yellow-haired warriors were so excited that they speeded up. A few breaths, the warriors of the Chiri Tianyan Saint clan surrounded Su Lang and others, showing cruel smiles. But they didn't wait for them to ridicule. The headed muscular bald guy suddenly brightened his eyes and took out a trembling toy. Oh no, it was a fragment of a map. As soon as the 4th map fragment came out, the void trembled more violently. In addition, the map fragment in the hands of the muscle-bald head has another attraction, which is directed at Su Lang. This is where the Lord's inheritance is. And there are also map fragments on that little boy. The headed muscular man was excited. As long as you gather all the maps, you can get the master inheritance. The muscle warriors and yellow-haired warriors of the other Chiri Tianyan tribes heard this, and they were suddenly surprised. Smuggles, are you going to catch it with your hands, or let us do it? Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy, maybe I will reward you a lot. The opportunity is only given to you once, I will take dozens of seconds. They are so many people. Yaoqi Yiren and the others were in a commotion, feeling a little afraid. But when they saw Su Lang's handsome and calm back, they immediately calmed down. There will definitely be nothing wrong with young Master Su Lang. In their eyes, Su Lang, who originally needed protection, has become their guardian god. As the last piece of the map in your hand, seeing the headed muscular warrior, Su Lang raised a playful smile on his face. Small miscellaneous pieces, those who are acquainted will present the map fragments. Otherwise, when I come to pick it up personally, you don't regret it. The headed muscular man was full of sarcasm, looking at Su Lang like a fool. He didn't know, where did Su Lang's courage and confidence look at him like that? Su Lang smiled coldly, pressing a finger in the depths lightly. A huge long finger suddenly condensed in the sky, pushing it towards the sarcastically muscular bald head. This level of power, Senior Valkyrie. The sarcasm on the muscular man's face solidified in an instant, and his pupils shrank suddenly and his horror appeared. The other warriors of the Chiritianyan clan are also cold, like falling into the ice cave. They couldn't think that a little thing that seemed to be only at the level of the Emperor Wu could be so strong. This is so unreasonable. Immediately, in the face of horror, the Chiri man holding the map fragments instantly turned into meatloaf. The rest of the warriors were so frightened that they ran away without looking back. A group of mobs, chickens and dogs. Su Lang curled his mouth in disdain, stretched out his hand, and a map fragment fell into his hand. The 4th map fragment was spliced with the previous 3, and a complete map, or the key, was immediately formed. Chapter 550, To Appear. The moment the complete map appeared, the frequency of the void trembling became faster and faster. Everyone can feel a strange wave of fluctuations across their bodies, making their hair unruly and clothes flying. And the body was trembling with it. It felt like an all-round super-frequency vibration massage with no dead ends. Not to mention, it's pretty cool. At the same time, a huge repulsive force was posted on the map as the key. Except for Su Lang, all the others were violently rejected. This force is repelling all those who don't have keys. A smile was slowly drawn at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Sure enough, if you get a complete map, you have the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng. The repulsive force became stronger and stronger, and Yaoqi Yiren and the others couldn't resist. They could only retreat step by step. In the end, everyone was far away from Su Lang for tens of miles. The inheritor of Shenyang Wusheng has appeared. Damn, such an important inheritance fell into that person's hands. Hey, I am not as good as others, so I can only watch the inheritance being taken away by others. Damn it, I thought we were already the strongest warrior below the Valkyrie, but that monster can actually exert the power of the advanced Valkyrie. I'm so unwilling, not reconciled. Then go up and grab it, and be careful of being crushed into meatloaf by a finger. I'm just not reconciled, and I didn't say that I'm going up to fight with the monster. Isn't that looking for death? The remaining warriors of the Chiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan look lonely inside. On the contrary, the few members of the Yaoqi Saint clan are quite excited. Great, the inheritor has decided. It is young Master Su Lang. I don't know what the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng is. Like, let's wait and see. Although the Yaoqi Saint clan has not been inherited, as long as it is not acquired by the Chiri and Tianyan clan. Moreover, Su Lang is inherited, and their Yaoqi saints might also be able to drink soup. The frequency of void trembling suddenly reached its peak. Scattered light spots appeared in the void, just like stars in the night sky. Immediately afterwards, these light spots began to slowly expand, as if swallowing the surrounding void. At the same time, the light emitted by the light spots became more intense. Yaoqi Yiren and others in the distance felt very dazzling. Su Lang squinted his eyes into a small gap. Hi, this light is a bit spicy. Should I let the system refine a pair of sunglasses? This idea just appeared, and the speed of the light spot in the void suddenly increased. Even Su Lang couldn't stand the violent light, and couldn't help raising his hand to block it in front of his eyes. In the distance, those Yaoqi Saint disciples who were still searching for treasures also found this dazzling light. This kind of terrifying light, there must be a giant treasure born. Quickly, maybe there are our people over there too, hurry over. Everyone gave up their goals and flew towards this side. The spot of light continued to expand, like a terrifying beast swallowing the void. Su Lang tried to detect the scene behind the light spot with mental perception, but it was useless. Where the mental perception passes, it's pitch black. It seems I can only wait. This Shenyang martial saint doesn't know what to think. A heritage must be so bright. Su Lang sighed, squinted and waited. Not long after, the light spots gradually swallowed all the void, and then gradually weakened. In the dark, an invisible pressure suddenly came. It's going to show up. The people of the Chiri, Tianyan, and Yaoqi tribes opened their eyes wide, unwilling to miss a single detail. Su Lang also held his breath, staring behind the fading light. When the light is weak to a certain extent, Su Lang and others finally saw clearly the scene behind the light. It was a white jade fairy palace, surrounded by traces of white lingering, full of fairy aura. This must be the residence of Shenyang Wusheng. Oh my god, the inheritance of the 5 sages of Shenyang is inside. Chapter 551, Moisturizing the Silky Barrier. The people of the Chiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan saw the fairy palace and couldn't help but move around. But when they moved forward furtively, they found that they couldn't break through that repulsive force at all. This heritage, there is already a master. Everyone couldn't help but feel bitter and sad again. At the same time, Su Lang smiled a little excitedly. In the eyes of the others, this fairy palace was just a tall mansion. But in Su Lang's eyes, it was a sacred artifact, its level almost reaching the peak of the sacred artifact. However, perhaps because of the fall of Shenyang martial saint, the aura of this sacred artifact did not stand out, as if falling asleep. The mansion alone is of the quasi-immortal level. The ancient fairy sun martial sage is indeed well deserved. Seeing the clearer fairy palace, Su Lang smiled slightly. Attraction came from the map in his hand. This guiding force. Su Lang looked at the map in his hand. Are you telling me to go to the fairy palace? The traction on the map was getting stronger and stronger, and it even started to tremble again. Su Lang no longer hesitated, jumped up and flew towards the palace. Seeing this scene, the people of Chiri Tianyan Saint clan made their eyes green with envy and jealousy. The people of the Yaoqi Saint clan also gathered. Looking at Su Lang's back, some of the Yaoqi Saint clan disciples who didn't know it were totally unbelievable, but under the explanation of Yaoqi Yiren and others, they quickly understood Su Lang's power and did not feel ashamed and blushed for their ignorance. Su Lang is getting closer to the fairy palace. But at the moment when he was about to step into the fairy palace, a thin and silky barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Su Lang's front. This barrier is really very thin, even thinner than Jibangbang 001. Is this the postgraduate entrance examination? Yes, to inherit the inheritance of Shenyang Martial Saint, apart from standing out from the crowd, you also have to experience the test set by Martial Saint himself. Yes, the inheritance of a generation of ancient martial sages is definitely not something that the strongest combat power can get, and other conditions must be met. Hi, so, if the monster fails the test, do we have a chance? It's very possible. The warriors of the Chiri Tianyan Saint clan became excited. Even Yaoqi Yiren and the others had their eyes shining. If Su Lang can get the inheritance, they will definitely not grab it, but if Su Lang can't get the inheritance, their chance will come. Standing in front of the thin silky barrier, Su Lang frowned slightly. Because the barrier in front of you is not a formation. It was a weird method that Su Lang couldn't see through. It's not a formation barrier. What is this? Su Lang stretched out his finger with some confusion, tentatively touching the barrier. Everyone held their breath, and focused on, keeping their eyes on. Then, Su Lang's finger fell on the barrier. The touch is very nice, bouncy and slippery. Then, a tiny trace of peculiar energy penetrated into Su Lang's body. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote dot. Su Lang's expression was startled, and he was about to get rid of this trace of strength immediately. But he found that Xuanyan Jingyuehuo hadn't responded. You must know that Xuanyan Jingyuehuo possesses the purifying power, and when it encounters toxins and all kinds of strange energy harmful to the body, it will desperately rush to purify. But at this time, it didn't move at all. Is this energy harmless? Su Lang felt it carefully and found that it was indeed harmless. After that trace of energy entered the body, it did not spread, but moved around. What the censored are you going to do? Su Lang frowned slightly, ready to wipe out that trace of energy. However, this energy wandered around in the body and then merged into the barrier through Su Lang's fingers. My fork, what the censored is this? Su Lang twitched the corners of his mouth with a dazed expression. Yaoqi Yiren and other soy sauce rolls are also at a loss. The scene suddenly became a bit cold. A line of big characters suddenly appeared on the barrier. Cultivation qualification, none. This turned out to be a means of testing qualifications. Su Lang's face was speechless. Speaking of my aptitude, isn't it a turbid body? You even gave me nothing directly. Chapter 552. The dead still dare to pick and choose. Yaoqi Yiren was also dumbfounded, and his chin almost fell to the ground. This is a test of aptitude. Will you pay attention to the key points? That monster's aptitude is none. Tianla, this is incredible. That monster is so young, and its combat power has reached the advanced level of the Valkyrie. How can it be possible that the cultivation qualifications are no? Could it be that this cultivation qualification does not refer to the cultivation qualification we often talk about, but a certain qualification designated by Shenyang Wusheng? Yes, that's the only way to explain it. This monster does not have the qualification specified by Shenyang Wusheng. Ha 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 ha, then he definitely won't be able to inherit. The opportunity is our turn. Don't be too happy. If he gets so angry that he kills us directly, and we have no lives, what chance do we have? No way. Almost everyone was excited, except for Su Lang. Because there was a strong resistance coming from the map in his hand. Just like resisting the others before, the map is resisting him. Moreover, a terrifying imprisoning power came from the fairy palace, trying to trap Su Lang in place, unable to move. Both forces are very powerful, and ordinary quasi-god level warriors cannot resist at all. But is Su Lang a quasi-sage warrior? He is not, he is the Emperor Wu. But his true combat power has reached the advanced Valkyrie. And this is the most usual state, without using any whole cards. Is this not passed on to me? A mere dead person, dare to pick and choose. Furthermore, I'm so tired of trying to imprison me. The corners of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a dangerous light shot from his eyes. The map seemed to sense that he was not strong enough to get rid of Su Lang, and immediately began to increase his strength. At the same time, the power of imprisonment from the fairy palace became more and more terrifying. The warriors of the Chiri Tianyan Saint clan, Yaoqi Yiren and others clearly felt the depression from that powerful force. That map is resisting that monster. Ha 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 ha, the opportunity I'm waiting for is coming soon. Don't fight with me, I'll be the first. Fuck you, why should it be you, it should be me. Why don't you accept it? Come and have a fight. The warriors of the Chiri Saint tribe and the warriors of the Tianyan Saint tribe almost turned their faces. The eyes of Yaoqi Saint race and others also flickered. By this time, no one wants to get that precious opportunity. It is conceivable that after Su Lang was imprisoned and the map broke free, it was immediately a censored battle. The power from the map and the fairy palace continues to rise, from the elementary level to the intermediate level, and then to the advanced level. But he couldn't break free of Su Lang, and he couldn't restrain Su Lang. The power from Jade, map and fairy palace continued to increase, gradually surpassing the advanced Valkyrie level. Su Lang's body trembled slightly, and the hand holding the map was like a fishing line in the middle of a hook, constantly being dragged and swayed. It seemed that he was running out of energy. When everyone saw this scene, they suddenly became nervous and excited. Moreover, the distance between everyone was also widened to prevent someone from inserting a knife behind their backs. It can be said that everyone is ready to compete for the map. But what happened in the next moment immediately made them look horrified and their eyes bulged. Su Lang snorted coldly, and suddenly the breath of the peak martial god came from his body. This is using the devouring doppelganger. How can his strength reach the peak of the martial god realm? What kind of monster is this? Everyone stared at Su Lang in disbelief, as if an ordinary person had seen a ghost. Su Lang's aura climbed again, reaching the quasi-sage level. A group of muscular men, yellow-haired warriors and others opened their mouths in shock, and they were dissatisfied with 1 foot. The thin and silky barrier in the fairy palace seemed to be shocked, and the rising power suddenly stopped. The power of a mere warrior wants to imprison me. Ha 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 ha. Su Lang smiled coldly, shocked his whole body, and the terrifying force pressed back towards the fairy palace. The aftermath of a ring of power spreads like a wave. Tianyan, Chiri, Yaoqi Yiren and others were shocked, and immediately resisted. Chapter 553, I have a system. Outside the fairy palace, Su Lang's counterattack seemed to anger the map in the fairy palace. The power from them also began to increase rapidly, and they slowly reached the level of a 1-star martial arts. But Su Lang also swallowed 9 clones, reaching the realm of 1-star martial sage. The two sides entered a stalemate again. Oh my god, that monster's combat power has reached the realm of martial saint. This is not true, it must be my illusion, this is impossible. Damn, how could such an incredible and fantastical thing happen in the world? All the people of Chiri Tianyan Saint clan and Yaoqi Saint clan were so shocked that their brains were blank. From their cognition, it is no longer possible to imagine what methods can make a martial emperor rank martial artist burst out of martial sage power. The power of martial saint, 100 million martial emperors can't be compared. The scene in front of me is really like a nightmare without logic. At this time, the aftermath of the power generated by the confrontation between Su Lang and the map and the fairy palace became more and more terrifying. Yaoqi Yiren and others tried their best to resist, they could only be pushed out again for dozens of miles. Fortunately, Su Lang is still within their spiritual perception. They could see Su Lang trembling slightly, but still unmoving. Unreasonable monster. Seeing Su Lang's figure, this thought flashed through everyone's mind. The power of the map and the fairy palace is no longer improving. To be precise, they have reached their limits. There is no way. Shenyang martial saint has been dead for so many tens of thousands of years, and the decorations left behind can show the power of martial saint. Su Lang swallowed 3 clones again, his combat power increased by half a star, and his overall combat power reached the level of a 2-star martial sage. The power of the map and the fairy palace can no longer shake Su Lang. Oh heaven, his combat power is still rising. This monster seems to be fighting against inheritance to the end. Do I really still have a chance? Shenyang inheritance, you must hold on. The warriors lost their voices in horror, and most of their previous hopes were shattered. If the inheritance is not given to me, I will pick it up by myself. A sneer flashed across Su Lang's face. Taking one step, the fairy palace trembled for a while, and there was a buzzing sound, but could not stop Su Lang from moving forward. The thin and silky barrier also burst like a bubble. Su Lang took another step and stepped on the ground of the fairy palace. Buzz! There was a stronger hum from the fairy palace, and it immediately seemed to give up, withdrawing all resistance. However, the map is still shaking, and the frequency is super high. Su Lang sneered and walked towards the fairy palace. But at this moment, accidental regeneration. I saw another barrier appeared in front of Su Lang, blocking his way. It's a barrier. Here again, the monster is blocked. Ha 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 ha, the Shenyang legacy really has something to do. When the warriors saw this scene, the fire of hope in their hearts became vigorous again. Oh, here again, Su Lang sneered, I want to see it, this time it's something famous. Immediately, he stretched out a finger and placed it on the round barrier. It's still bounce and slippery. Then a trace of different energy entered Su Lang's body, wandered around, and returned to the barrier. Is it the detection method again? What is the detection this time? Su Lang raised his eyebrows and looked at the barrier. Sure enough, a large line appeared on the barrier. Special physique, none. In the distance, the warriors of the three races who were always watching here were taken aback, and they were cold all over. They thought that the newly emerged barrier was meant to stop Su Lang, but they never expected that. This time it would be a detection method. And this test is physical. It's just a means of testing. I'm so sad. Hey, why isn't it a super powerful formation? However, that monster actually doesn't have any special physique. I thought he was a censored of war physique, so he could display such a terrifying combat power. Everyone was cold and surprised at Su Lang's physique. Su Lang twitched. Lao Su is the most common physique, but what about it? I have a system. With a sneer, Su Lang pierced the thin barrier directly with a finger movement. Chapter 554. Don't be interested in me. The barrier shatters and annihilates like bubbles. A resistance came from the fairy palace and fell on Su Lang. But it was still only a one-star martial arts power, unable to stop Su Lang. Shanggong seemed to be aware of this, and quickly dissipated the resistance, and did not do useless work. Su Lang took another step and came to the gate of the fairy palace. The inheritance is inside. Su Lang let out an excited and deep laugh, stretched out his hands and pushed towards the door. But this is another thin barrier appeared. What? There is still a film. Including Su Lang, everyone was stunned. Oh grass, there is no end. Su Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and pressed his palm on the barrier. Immediately afterwards, as before, a line of large characters emerged. Spiritual qualification, none. Looking at this line of big characters, all the Tianzhao of the Kairi Tianyan Yaoqi tribe are all dull. Such a terrifying monster has no spiritual aptitude. Is this totally impossible? Without spiritual aptitude, how could it be possible to cultivate to such a degree? And also, the last two test items are physique and spirit, which means that the first test is the practice qualification test. In other words, that monster doesn't even have the most basic cultivation qualifications. Tianal, what kind of world is this? Does it have to be without any qualifications to become a unique evildoer? Three tribes. Tianzhao's eyes twitched, messy in the wind. Oh, did I have no spiritual aptitude? Su Lang was a little stunned, and somewhat indifferent to curl his lips. For spiritual cultivation, he has always relied on the mental cultivation function that comes with automatic cultivation. As for his spiritual aptitude, he only now knew it was nothing. It turns out that I am a 3-no person, but fortunately I have a system. Su Lang smiled lightly, then stretched out his finger to pierce the barrier on the fairy palace gate. Shanggong seemed to have no FAK said, and did not release resistance. The map has also accepted its fate, like an indescribable toy that has been turned off, no longer trembling with high frequency. Even the gate of the fairy palace opened automatically. No, my Shenyang inheritance. Ah, is the inheritance really going to fall into the hands of that monster? I'm not reconciled. Why don't you even give me a chance? When the warriors of the three races saw this scene, the fire of hope in their hearts was completely extinguished. However, desperate to despair, they still stared at the gate of the fairy palace, wanting to see what the inheritance of their hearts and minds was like. The gate of the fairy palace opened completely, and the inside was so dark that there was nothing to see. Su Lang was about to walk inside, but suddenly felt the wind blowing over his face, and he couldn't help being vigilant. At this time, a group of golden light and shadow slowly floated out, condensing into a human form in front of Su Lang. This person's face is vague, and it can only be seen that it is a young man. This is the soul of martial saint. No, to be precise, it should be the soul of Quasi-Shang. This is the soul of Shenyang Wusheng. Su Lang looked at the fuzzy figure in front of him, and couldn't help being a little surprised. The soul of Shenyang Wusheng has survived to this day. In the distance, the rest of the people also saw the figure that appeared in front of Su Lang, and they were shocked. Worthy of being an ancient saint, he can actually have a means to keep his soul alive to the present. In other words, Shenyang Wusheng is not dead. You are Shenyang martial saint. Looking at the figure in front of him, Su Lang was slightly wary. He could feel that although the soul of Shenyang Wusheng was very, very weak, it was still extremely terrifying. The key is that the level of others is there. Yes, I am Shenyang Wusheng. I have lived for millions of years, and this is the first time I have seen someone as strange as you. There is no qualification for cultivation, no special physique, or even spiritual qualifications, but you can cultivate to the realm of Emperor Wu, and your combat power has reached the realm of martial saint. Shenyang Wusheng looked at Su Lang, his face was blurred with a faint smile. Young man, I am very interested in you. Grass, everyone is male, don't be interested in me. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and stretched out an open hand. The inheritance, give it to me. You boy is really interesting. Shenyang Wusheng sneered, wait for me to enter your body, take a good look at what secrets you have. As soon as the voice fell, Shenyang Wusheng suddenly jumped forward. Chapter 555, The Game of Rebirth. Su Lang looked surprised. Although he was vigilant, he never expected that Shenyang Wusheng would actually do it without a word. And it is necessary to enter his body directly. Oh grass, you can't be like that if you are interested, it feels like a good base. In horror, Su Lang instantly drew the Yudian sword, and also displayed various defense methods. Layers of thin barriers rose from Su Lang's body, blocking him and Shenyang Wusheng. I'm not strong now, but want to stop my spirit. It's ridiculous. I have spent hundreds of thousands of years for this moment, but you can actually prevent it. Shenyang Wusheng laughed loudly and expressed extreme disdain for Su Lang's defense. Even Yudian's sword, a sacred weapon with great destructive power to divine soul, was not in his eyes. Su Lang's various defensive methods were of no use to Shenyang Wusheng, at most it delayed a negligible amount of time. At this time, Su Lang could only move his body back a little, but he still couldn't avoid Shenyang Wusheng's chase. The speed of Shenyang Wusheng is too fast. In the distance, Xianxia and the others, as well as the Crimson Sky Cloud clan warriors, all stared in disbelief. What happened above? That Shenyang Wusheng divine soul rushed towards Su Lang. This is a fight. How come you fight? Could it be that Shenyang martial saint was very dissatisfied with that monster's aptitude, so he started fighting? It's very possible that the monster is strong, but the qualifications are in a mess, so he still wants to seize the inheritance. Maybe it will ruin the Shenyang Wushengqi. Ha 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 ha. Does this mean that we still have a chance? Although the monster is very strong, Martial Sage of Shenyang is a famous ancient great sage, and he can fight for several rounds even when facing Martial Sage. That monster is definitely not an opponent. Jia, that monster is dead. Make him so rampant, make him so arrogant. A crowd of martial artists of the Chiri and Tianyan races looked excited and their faces trembled, and their eyes revealed a very refreshing desire for inheritance. Xianxia and others have different looks and very complicated. Many of them have similar ideas to Chiri Tianyans. Warriors. After all, it is the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng. It is hard not to be tempted in the face of such a huge benefit. It's too late to say, then fast. Outside the fairy palace, the distance between Shenyang Wusheng and Su Lang is getting closer and closer, and they are almost facing each other. Okay, both sides are men, and then they face up. All this is your game. Su Lang looked furious and indignant. You never thought of leaving the inheritance. All you did was for rebirth. Yes, you guessed it. It's just that I never expected that the map would fall on you, a weird person. Obviously, I don't have all the 3 qualifications, but the combat power is so strong that even my fairy palace can't suppress it. To be honest, if I had to be forced, I really don't want to take away your little fellow who has no qualifications, even if you have a huge secret. Shenyang Wusheng was expressionless and his tone was very indifferent, but he could still hear a deep sadness in his words. Nima, I worked so hard to arrange the rebirth of the house, isn't it just to find a better qualified body? The results of it, but here comes a strange boy with no qualifications. Although the secrets of this teenager are really interesting. But to seize and inherit his body with no aptitude is always very worrying. Unfortunately, there is no choice. The dialogue between the two parties was actually a momentary matter. After all, they used mental fluctuations to communicate. In the next instant, the spirit of Shenyang Wusheng got into Su Lang's body. Go in, have you seen it? Shenyang Wusheng got into that enchanting body. This is not going to be rebirth. My God, are all these traps set by Shenyang Wusheng? Chapter 556, Trigger Death Substitution. Yaoqi Yiren and a group of warriors from the tribes who were playing soy sauce also discovered the truth of the matter at this time, and they were shocked and panicked. The ancient martial sage inheritance that everyone coveted is actually a trap. The best ones selected are finally to give heads and bodies to Shenyang Wusheng. Nima, Shenyang Wusheng is really a powerful old yin beep. Fortunately, the evildoer surnamed Su went to lay. Everyone couldn't help but a trace of fluke. At the same time, outside the fairy palace. Oh grass, what a terrifying mental power. Su Lang only felt a cold sensation that filled his whole body instantly, and rushed towards his mind. He immediately mobilized all his spiritual power to resist the invasion of Shenyang Wusheng. But I have to say that Shenyang Wusheng's spiritual attainments are really too strong. Su Lang swallowed 12 clones to reach the realm of 2-star martial sage, and the realm of spiritual power had already reached the realm of sunshine. But this is not enough in front of Shenyang Wusheng. Su Lang's mental power was directly defeated by Shenyang Wusheng's attack, and blocking a moment was a delusion. Nima, you are awesome, Shenyang Wusheng, I will settle the account with you next time. Feeling unable to resist, Su Lang simply gave up the defense, still being attacked by Shenyang Wusheng. You still want to settle the account with me? After a while, your soul will be wiped out. You still have a chance to settle accounts with me. What a joke. Shenyang Wusheng appeared in Su Lang's sea of knowledge, with a sneer and disdain all over his face. Then you come to kill me. Please let me die in ashes, please. Su Lang looked at the sea and sneered slightly. You can still be tense when you die, you have a good psychological quality. Shenyang Wusheng sneered even more, and at the same time, he was very shocked by Su Lang's knowledge of the sea. This strange young man with no spiritual aptitude has actually reached the level of a 2-star martial sage. What method did he rely on for cultivation? It's hard to imagine, although this boy has no qualifications. But if I get his secret, maybe I can take that step and step into the realm of immortals. Blessings and blessings rely on blessings and misfortunes. This strange boy is probably a great opportunity hidden in misfortune. Shenyang Wusheng's eyes flickered and gradually became fiery. Old stuff, do it now. Su Lang's sneer came, I don't have so much time to play with you. Shenyang Wusheng laughed wildly, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? I will perfect you. Immediately afterwards, his soul body exploded suddenly, forming a terrifying torrent, rushing towards the white halo in the sea of consciousness of Su Lang. The horrible spiritual torrent was too huge, and it directly submerged the aura representing Su Lang's spiritual power. Ding! Trigger Death Substitution. The system prompt sounded like a mysterious existence in the dark. Without any signs, let alone any process, Su Lang directly exchanged positions with a clone. The body of Shenyang Wusheng Duosh directly became a clone of Su Lang. What was submerged by his spiritual torrent also turned into a white halo of clone. How do you feel that this young man's mental power suddenly weakened? It's weird to change from the realm of the sun directly to the realm of the morning star. Shenyang Wusheng was a little puzzled at this moment, but his movements did not stop, he still seized the target according to the plan. Everything is going very well. The target's spiritual power aura was completely destroyed, formed into fragments, and sank into the sea of consciousness. And Shenyang Wusheng's own spiritual power began to build a spiritual power aura with a special secret method. Relying on millions of years of spiritual attainments, Shenyang martial saint's speed is very fast, and a few breaths complete the spiritual aura. A new round of purple-golden spiritual aura appeared in the sea of consciousness. Immediately, a large amount of mental power was extended from this bizarre mental aura and began to control the body. This process was also very smooth, and Shenyang Wusheng quickly took full control of his new body. Chapter 557, All are dumbfounded. Let me see, what secret do you have? Shenyang Wusheng laughed in excitement, and bunches of spiritual power penetrated into the sea of consciousness to detect the auras of spiritual power that turned into fragments. He is looking for the memory of strange boy. However, the more Shenyang Wusheng rummaged, the stranger it became. The memory of this strange boy is only one day. And most of the time, they stay in a completely dark enclosed space like a dead thing. What exactly is going on? Shenyang Wusheng looked dazed. He had lived for millions of years, and had never encountered such a strange thing. Su Lang was also dumbfounded. Strange, why hasn't the prompt for the death of the clone appeared yet? According to the usual practice, shouldn't there be a sentence, the clone is dead and has fallen into a 24-hour cooling down? Su Lang felt strangely about his existing clone, and then realized that there were still 4. Only one of them is a little strange. This clone happens to be the clone randomly selected by the Death Substitute. At this moment, the clone was full of surprise and suspicion, stretching out his arms and legs to check his body. An ordinary clone possesses moderate intelligence, but it will never behave in such an abnormal manner. Could it be that Shenyang Wusheng seized my clone but was not considered dead by the system? Su Lang was dumbfounded, eyes full of incredible. Shenyang Wusheng had already checked the body that had just been seized, not the body of Wu Sheng. The Dantian spiritual core is only at the martial emperor level, but the spiritual power reserve and the strength of the body are close to the senior martial god. According to the various traces, it should be a lot of exercises. At least hundreds of exercises. Moreover, many of these exercises conflict with each other, but they are perfectly integrated together. This weird boy is really weird. Shenyang Wusheng looked at his body, his odd expression on his face was ugly. Because he discovered that this body really doesn't have any cultivation qualifications or special physique. And he didn't find those secrets in the juvenile's memory fragments. In other words, the secret that allowed this weird boy to practice is lost. Shenyang Wusheng inherited this body and was reborn from the house, but he lost the capital to continue practicing. He has no cultivation method. The method of rebirth consumes the soul source extremely, and it is impossible to perform a second time. Even if it is me, it will take hundreds of thousands of years to make up for the soul of the soul and carry out a second seizure. Fortunately, this body is not weak. As long as you be careful, there should be no problem. Shenyang Wusheng's eyes flickered, and he looked at Yaoqi Yiren and the others. These little things are juniors of certain forces, and there must be elders waiting outside. The most urgent thing is to fool these guys to make them think that this young man is still alive and that he has inherited it from me. In this way, fighting can be avoided, and maybe it can be mixed with those forces and use their resources to repair the soul. If the flicker fails, kill them all directly, and then go out and pretend to be a descendant of the inheritance. Hey, how many years have I become a junior grandson again? When Shenyang Wusheng was watching Yaoqi Yiren and others, Yaoqi Yiren and others were also watching Shenyang Wusheng. In their eyes, Su Lang did not change. But they had already guessed that this was probably the rebirth of Shenyang Wusheng's rebirth. Therefore, Yao Kai and others all know that Su Lang at this time is probably no longer the Su Lang before. He is probably Shenyang Wusheng now. So, what will Shenyang Wusheng do next? Kill us witnesses. Yaoqi Yiren and the others looked solemn, as if they were approaching an enemy. Even the warriors of the 3 races began to slowly move closer, preparing to resist the Shenyang Wusheng together, or to escape. Haha, what are you doing so nervously? Seeing this scene, Shenyang Wusheng hurriedly showed a genial smile, ready to speak to Yao Kai Yiren and waiting for the little guys who are facing the enemy. A black shadow appeared silently in front of him. Chapter 558, Fearful Shenyang Wusheng. Shenyang Wusheng looked over very vigilantly. Yaoqi Yiren and the others also looked over in surprise. I saw that black shadow instantly condensed into a human form, and it was like Su Lang. Including Shenyang Wusheng, everyone's expressions are gradually sluggish. Crazy on the tree and fruit, you and me under the tree. This Nima, what happened? How could a second Su Lang suddenly appear? Everyone's thinking is stagnant and their brains are blank. Could it be that this is a clone? Shenyang Wusheng finally reacted. He is also a well-informed person, and he has practiced the method of clone himself. It was just because there were so many strange things that he encountered today, which made his thinking a little bit sluggish, and some could not react. However, Shenyang Wusheng soon discovered something was wrong. No, why is this clone also in the realm of Emperor Wu? Furthermore, His true combat power is probably in the realm of martial god. Hi, could it be that the one I took the house is also a clone? In other words, these avatars are hiding behind the scenes, controlling everything. No wonder this body does not have any qualifications for cultivation, no wonder there is only 1 day of memory. This clone is just a powerful creature. I set up a round of rebirth, but instead stepped on someone else's round. Shenyang Wusheng's hair was horrified, his pupils trembled, and the whole person fell into fear. He wants to escape, but I always feel that there is a mysterious existence that is hooking the corners of his mouth, watching this good show casually. All his actions are under the eyes of others. No matter what he does, he can hardly escape the palm of that mysterious existence. That mysterious existence, even the clone created at hand, has the combat power of a high-level Valkyrie. So how powerful he himself should be. Fear is growing, despair is spreading. The avatar of Su Lang in front of Shenyang Wusheng was slightly stagnant and exchanged positions with Su Lang's deity. You are scared. Seeing Shenyang martial saint whose pupils diminished like needles in front of him and was trembling constantly, Su Lang smiled faintly. The reason why he didn't replace him immediately was because he wanted to test the reaction of Shenyang Wusheng with his clone. Shenyang Wusheng dared not do anything for a long time, and showed fear. Su Lang replaced it. Shenyang Wusheng kept backing away, his eyes protruding violently, and he roared hysterically. After finally taking the house to rebirth, but instantly stepping into the dead, Shenyang Wusheng really is about to collapse. My name is Su Lang. I said before that I'm looking for you to settle accounts, and you seem to disbelieve it. Su Lang took a step forward with a sneer, scared Shenyang Wusheng trembling fiercely. Shenyang Wusheng trembles, unable to speak. His heart was so bitter that he almost shed tears. At that time, how did he know that what he had seized was a clone of a mysterious and powerful existence? I thought I was going to live a life again, hang on all the way with the experience of the previous life, and enjoy a smooth life. Even so scared, the corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a hint of sarcasm. Shenyang martial saint, do you know what's wrong? I know I was wrong. You have a lot of adults, let me go. Shenyang Wusheng trembled back, and to be honest, he really didn't want to die. Who wants to die? Then you don't kneel down. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and said coldly, now, kneel down. With a stern drink, the sound was like a thunderbolt, and it blasted across the entire martial saint realm. Shenyang Wusheng yelled, only to feel that a mighty force was born out of thin air, and he couldn't resist it at all. Then, from soul to body, he knelt suddenly and surrendered to Su Lang's feet. This scene fell in the eyes of Yaoqi Yiren and others, and they were immediately stunned. Su Lang, who was suspected of being seized by Shenyang Wusheng, actually knelt at the feet of another Su Lang who looked exactly the same. It's so weird. In the sharp shout just now, he used the method of giving instructions to the clone. The purpose is to test whether this clone who was seized by Shenyang Wusheng is still under his control. The results are very gratifying. Shenyang Wusheng executed the order without any delay at all. However, Su Lang still plans to test several times. Chapter 559. Get up, stand up. Is there any illusion or disguise? Su Lang gave the order faintly, change his appearance. To be honest, it was a bit strange to see someone who looked exactly like me kneeling in front of me, although I knew it was a clone. Shenyang Wusheng replied irresistibly. As the ancient great sage, this method is still available, and it is relatively advanced. Immediately, he used a disguise technique to change his face and body shape. This looks completely different from Su Lang. Well, it looks much pleasing to the eye. Su Lang smiled faintly, threw a brick, and ordered again, knock your head on the brick. Shenyang Wusheng immediately knocked his forehead on the brick. The posture of the knocked head was very standard. However, he looks very obedient, but his mental activity is like this. My magnificent fairy son martial sage, never kowtow. Damn, I can't control my self-control. Poor me, have you become someone else's puppet? I'm not reconciled. A misstep, eternal hatred. Shenyang martial saint's heart is bleeding, his dignity is shattering, but he has no power to resist. It's pretty fun. Su Lang smiled faintly, okay, get up and stand obediently. Shenyang Wusheng immediately stood up and stood obediently like the punished child. Do you want to die or live now? If you want to live, call me master. If you want to die, I will play you to death slowly. Of course, How long will you be played before you die? I don't know. Maybe I will keep playing until you don't want to die. Su Lang said slowly, now, tell me your choice. In Shenyang Wusheng's heart, 100 million grassy horses ran past. These two choices seem to be different, but in fact they are both forcing him to submit. This is a choice. Shenyang Wusheng's heart was running with tears, and my dignified ancient Wusheng, the existence of killing immortals in the Battle of the Mainland, actually fell to such a point today. It's miserable. I feel sorry for myself. I choose to live. Shenyang Wusheng finally made his own choice. He said bitterly in his heart, Bah, do I have a choice? Su Lang smiled lightly, hand over your inheritance, everything will be given to me. The treasures I collected before are all in the fairy palace. Shenyang Wusheng's voice was bitter, I actually didn't prepare for the inheritance of the exercises. I need a blank jade slip to enter the exercises. He hadn't planned to keep the inheritance, but Poor is now forced to take out the inheritance. The jade slip is in the space ring. Su Lang threw down a space ring, give me a clear entry of each word, otherwise your consequences will be miserable. Shenyang Wusheng nodded and caught the space ring. He opened it and saw that the corners of his mouth twitched, only to see tens of thousands of blank jade slips inside the space ring. Gosh, Shenyang Wusheng felt bitter. Is there tens of thousands of Kung Fu inheritance to be an ancient Wusheng? I am also very poor in Kung Fu. Immediately, he involuntarily took out a jade slip and began to enter the exercises inside. Ah, headache. As soon as it was entered, Shenyang Wusheng screamed in pain and couldn't help covering his forehead. This is a sequelae after the seizure of the house, which damages the soul's origin. Once you do some delicate work with mental power, your head will be very painful. At any rate, he is also an ancient sage, called Mao. Su Lang waved his hand, forget it, now take me to get the treasure you collected. Shenyang Wusheng breathed a sigh of relief, took the jade slip, obediently turned and led the way. He was really afraid that Su Lang would let him forcibly record the exercises. If he did that, his soul would be further traumatized. Hey, today is a big profit. Su Lang followed Shenyang Wusheng, muttering excitedly. Not only did he harvest the possessions of Shenyang Wusheng, he also accepted an ancient Wusheng as a slave, Jia 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 Jia. Shenyang Wusheng's face twitched, and his heart was filled with sadness and bitterness. The person involved is here, can you keep me from hearing? Yaoqi Yiren, who was 100 miles away, and the others watched Su Lang flying towards the Immortal Palace. You can't help but look at me, I look at you, with big eyes and small eyes. Chapter 560. New features, the world of Taoism. Of course Yaoqi Yiren and others didn't have the courage to follow. However, they didn't want to just leave like this, so they stayed silently, looking at the high fairy palace. Here, Su Lang has entered the fairy palace under the leadership of Shenyang Wusheng. There is no magnificent sight in the fairy palace, it looks like the house where you live on weekdays is similar. However, the materials used in the fairy palace are naturally extremely expensive, and holding a brick casually can make the Valkyrie eager to drool. Lord, Master, all my treasures are in this room. Shenyang Wusheng pointed to a door and said with some stumbling. It's really embarrassing for him, the superior ancient martial saint, to call him Master. Su Lang raised his eyebrows. When I call my master in the future, be humble, respectful, and smoother, don't you know? Shenyang Wusheng trembled, his face twitched involuntarily. My God, life is so difficult, so don't be so against me, okay? Yes, Master. Shenyang martial saint is still obedient, and his heart is forced. What should I do now? Don't I need to teach you? Su Lang glanced at Shenyang Wusheng, with a hint of playfulness on his face. Know that. Shenyang Wusheng nodded in a hurry, and then opened the door. Behind the door is a huge room, or warehouse. It seems that the use of space technology has made the entire warehouse very large. There are many treasures in the warehouse neatly placed in different categories. At first glance, they thought they were placed by patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Su Lang walked into the warehouse, glanced around, and found a lot of rare materials, medicines, and weapons that he had never seen before. The worst level of these treasures is also the Valkyrie level, and most of them are holy ranks. The most important thing is the neat and tidy top-grade Lingyu and the supreme Lingyu without digital. Yes, your collection is pretty good, I'm very satisfied. Su Lang smiled slightly and waved his big hand, and the treasures and spirit jade in the warehouse began to disappear in pieces. The warehouse, which was originally full of dang, was so empty that rats could run away. Thank you for the compliment. Shenyang Wusheng was so distressed that he couldn't cry without tears. This is his millions of years of collection, all of his wealth, all at once. Su Lang glanced at Shenyang Wusheng, no longer paying attention to him, but focused on the mysterious system space. System, deposit all spirit jade. Ding. All spirit jade has been deposited. Behind the balance that has already been upgraded to medium grade jade, the number soars. Millions, tens of millions, millions, billions, tens of billions. The final balance reached 11.86 billion middle grade spirit jade. Even if converted into high grade spirit jade, the amount has reached a terrifying level of more than 100 million. Looking noisy, you deserve to be a quasi-celestial ancient great sage, there are so many spirit jade. Su Lang couldn't help taking a breath. Today's wave is the biggest gain in his life. Shenyang Wusheng, what? Su Lang glanced at Shenyang Wusheng approvingly again. Hey. Shenyang Wusheng sighed incomparably sad. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang began to upgrade the system functions. System, first upgrade me the one key practice function. Ding. The amount of funds consumed to upgrade the system is too large. At present, the unmedium grade spirit jade has been replaced with a high grade spirit jade. Ding. Consuming 1 million high grade spirit jade, the one key training function is increased to level 20, and the training speed is increased to 396,736 times the basic speed. Ding. It consumes 10 million high grade spirit jade, the one key training function is upgraded to level 21, and the training speed is increased to 2,793,472 times the basic speed. Ding. Congratulations on raising the one key training function to level 20, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Daofa World. The one key training function is upgraded to level 20 in one go. Su Lang's cultivation speed has reached 2.8 million times that of the basic cultivation speed of a genius who is close to the wuxia level. In other words, he has cultivated for 1 hour, which is equivalent to a genius of the infinite grade, meditating for 300 years without auxiliary means. And there is no need to do the whole process, any posture can be practiced automatically. Oh grass, is there anything cooler than this in the world? Chapter 561, I'm so scary. At this time, a lot of information poured into Su Lang's mind. It is information about the new bonus feature, Daofa World. Scanning the information in his mind carefully, Su Lang couldn't help but gradually become dumbfounded. Daofa Tiandi. Open the rules of the world and automatically understand. At present, you can comprehend a specific law of heaven and earth at the same time, and the comprehension speed is 2,793,472 times that of a genius of the infinite class. Comprehend the rules of heaven and earth, this is a cultivation method that only quasi-sages can come into contact with. The power of the rules of heaven and earth is an important method in the martial saint stage. At the martial sage level, the more rules of the world and the deeper the depth, the higher the combat power. When Wusheng comprehends more rules of heaven and earth, the Wusheng realm is more perfect, and the inner boundary is gradually formed. When the inner boundary is reached, it is the time when Wusheng is promoted to Wushen. However, the average Wusheng couldn't understand a few rules in his life, and in the end he could only live and die. It is as strong as the Shenyang Wusheng, famous in the ancient times, but failed to take that half step. Only those who are extremely amazing and gorgeous can understand the many rules, form a perfect inner boundary, and step into the realm of Wushen. These people are already true evildoers. Looking down on the Kandlan continent, Wusheng level figures are all geniuses, but 99% of them are unable to comprehend many rules. This shows how difficult it is to comprehend the rules of heaven and earth. However, Su Lang now has the function of Daofa Tiandi, and can automatically understand the rules. Just like automatic training, you can get terrible benefits if you lie down, sleep, stand and walk, look at the beautiful scenery and eat delicious food. System, you are really great. Su Lang was crazy about 5-star praise in his heart, and then began to observe the mysterious black system space. I saw another change in the self-cultivation villain. At the beginning, the cultivator is white all over, and when it turns golden, he can make breakthroughs in his cultivation. Then the spiritual cultivation was started, and a halo was added to the back of the villain's head, and the halo turned golden to make a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. At this moment, another wisp of white mist appeared on the cultivator's body, which kept circulating around the body. Su Lang knew that when the white entanglement turns into gold, it means that a rule has been comprehended. This system seems to like gold a little bit, a fan system. Su Lang suddenly thought of a question, and asked, "Can I designate one rule for understanding?" Ding. The host, you must practice the same type of exercises before you can specify and comprehend its rules. There seems to be a little restriction. I originally wanted to directly understand the rules of time or space. Su Lang curled his lips, then looked at the exercises he was practicing. It was messy, and he didn't know what the corresponding rules were. However, most of them are thunder attribute exercises, in addition to fire attribute, wind attribute, and ice attribute exercises. In addition, there are various swordsmanship and various exercise techniques. Speaking of bodybuilding exercises, I don't know if there are any rules like, the golden spear does not fall. If there is, it must be very strong after comprehension. A weird smile appeared on Su Lang's face, and he straightened up immediately. I'm already very powerful, and I don't need the rules in that area to strengthen myself. Look at other rules. After some thoughts, Su Lang's gaze aimed at the rules of the thunder system. Thunder attribute attack power is very strong, there are more objects to restrain, it is a good choice. The key is that the thunder attribute is very cool, so let's understand this first. Su Lang smiled lightly, and then ordered, "System, let me understand the rules of the thunder system." Ding. Thunder rules have begun to comprehend. As the system gave a prompt, the white lingering around the cultivator immediately turned into a trace of thunder and lightning, but the color was still white. I don't know how long it will take to comprehend it. Su Lang frowned. System, what do you think? Ding. Host, you can comprehend the rules of the thunder system in only 32 hours. A rule can be understood in 32 hours. Converted, it takes 10,000 years for other wuxia to understand a rule. Su Lang's eyes shone slightly. I'm so terrifying. Immediately, he glanced at the Shenyang martial saint next to him, showing a touch of disdain and pity. Shenyang wuxia was full of question marks with a dazed expression. Compare with me, neither of you. Su Lang chuckled, then looked at the system balance. Chapter 562, 20-level clone dispatch. After upgrading the one-key practice function, there are more than 90 million top-grade spirit jade. Ha 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 ha, I can still get promoted. Su Lang laughed wildly in his heart and immediately ordered, "System, upgrade the one-key martial arts function." Ding. It consumes 100,000 high-grade spirit jade. The one-key martial arts function is upgraded to level 19, and the training speed is increased to 698,368 times the basic speed. Ding. Consume 1 million high-grade spirit jade. The one-key martial arts function is increased to level 20, and the training speed is increased to 1,396,736 times the basic speed. Ding. It consumes 10 million high-grade spirit jade. The one-key martial arts function is upgraded to level 21, and the training speed is increased to 2,793,472 times the basic speed. Ding. Congratulations on raising the one-key martial arts function to level 20. You have obtained the new bonus function, 5 hearts, the founding intention. A series of information appeared in Su Lang's mind. The 5 hearts, not surprisingly, has increased the number of exercises that can be practiced at the same time to 5. The meaning of founding was a function that surprised Su Lang. This function raises the proficiency ceiling of the exercises from the complete level to the founding level. As we all know, the exercises are all created by the martial artist. The martial arts techniques are obscure and difficult to understand, and many places can only be understood in words. Therefore, in the inheritance of the practice, it is inevitable that many misunderstandings will be caused, and the practice will gradually deviate from the original version. Although it is said that there are descendants who bring forth the new and get rid of the dross. But how can it be so easy to adapt and perfect it? Except for the real latitude, longitude, and earth-level powers, most of the exercises handed down are getting weaker and weaker. And the function of meaning of founding does not mean to restore the exercise to the original version. Rather, it supplements and perfects the original version that has been incomplete on the basis of the current practice. The place that future generations perfected will not be abandoned or changed. All in all, it is to replenish the good points lost in the process of spreading the exercises. There are only benefits and no harm. I go, and I don't know how much combat power will be added to me when all my previous exercises are upgraded to the founding level. Su Lang was very excited, but he still planned to stop practicing the previous exercises. Because those exercises have become more and more useless as the real combat power increases. Even if it is promoted to the founding level, it won't take long for it to be eliminated, and the result is a waste of energy. Forget the previous ones. The exercises you will practice in the future will be promoted to the founding level. Su Lang licked his lips, and immediately continued to order the upgrade of the clone dispatch function. No, there are more than 80 million high-grade spirit stones. Ding. Consume 10,000 high-grade spirit jade. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 17, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 17. Ding. Consume 10 million high-grade spirit jade. The clone dispatch function is upgraded to level 20, the number of clones is +1, and the current number of clones is 20. Ding. Congratulations on upgrading the clone dispatch function to level 20, and you have obtained the new bonus function, Clone Avatar. Shenyang Wusheng saw Su Lang's eyes protruding, and his mouth let out a low excitement laugh. What's wrong with this master? Since I took the treasure in my collection, it has been weird. Shenyang Wusheng felt a little bit frustrated. He's not thinking about a move that will torture me to death, right? It's not that Shenyang Wusheng has delusions of persecution. The main reason is that unloading the mill to kill the donkey is very common in Kandlan continent. Shenyang Wusheng was really afraid that Su Lang would take his collection, so he clicked him. Regardless of how Shenyang Wusheng shivered, Su Lang was extremely excited at this time, because the function of Avatar is the same as the previous bonus function, as terrifying as always. Avatar. Each clone splits into an avatar. The avatar and the avatar have the same wisdom and combat power, and can be dispatched to perform tasks. The avatar dies, the avatar can exist independently, and the avatar death will fall into a 24-hour cooling down. It can be seen that the number of Su Lang clones has doubled directly, from 20 to 40. Chapter 563. This is invincible. Of course, avatars are also limited. Avatars cannot be used for clone replacement, swallow clone, and death replacement. In other words, the 20 extra avatars can only use the clone dispatch function. But this is also very awesome. It is equivalent to Su Lang directly adding 20 dead men of the same level as himself. Moreover, when you upgrade the clone dispatch in the future, the number of clones will increase by 1, and the number of avatars will also increase by 1. This is so special, double increase, double happiness. Hey, pretty good. A wicked smile was outlined at the corner of Su Lang's mouth. Shenyang Martial Saint was cautious and trembling. Isn't it because you have thought of the means to torture me? Su Lang didn't even know that his smile shocked Shenyang Wusheng. He started to upgrade the system's functions again, but he couldn't. The spirit jade he harvested this time was too much. This time the upgrade is the one-click treasure hunt function. Ding. Consumption of 10,000 high-grade spirit jade. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 17, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 349,184. Ding. Consumption of 10 million high-grade spirit jade. The one-click treasure hunting function has been upgraded to level 20, and the number of treasure hunting flying gliders has increased to 2,793,472. Ding. Congratulations on raising the one-click treasure hunting function to level 20. You have obtained a new bonus function, Theahali Golden Body. Ding. Treasure hunting flying drifters damage immunity level has been upgraded to Wusheng level, and it is immune to Wusheng level and below. No martial saint level can do damage to my treasure hunt flying gliders. Su Lang grinned with a grin, showing snow-white teeth shining with cold light. After I go out, I will send the treasure hunt flying gliders to the Crimson Saint clan and Tianyan Saint clan to fight the autumn wind, hee. I lick my lips again and smile evilly, and now I am showing my teeth. Shenyang Wusheng swallowed anxiously. The means he came up with is not going to eat me. Thinking of this time, he was even more frightened. Su Lang didn't know what Shenyang Wusheng thought, so he continued to upgrade the system functions. The next is the 3 functions of Alchemy Refiner Training Array. Each consumes 11 million high-grade spirit jade, and all 3 functions are upgraded to level 14. Among them, the refining upper limit of 1 key alchemy and 1 key refining device has been raised to the level of no god. This is a brand new realm of cultivation. And before the godless level, there is also a great emperor level. In other words, above Emperor Wu is the great emperor, and above the great emperor is the godless level. I just don't know if there is a higher level above the godless level. By the way, the refining upper limit of the 1-key refining array function has also reached the emperor level at this time. This also represents the upper limit of formation control, reaching the level of Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu's formation is like a fake to me. For the entire Kanglan continent, I am afraid that all the formations are invalid for me. Su Lang laughed wildly in his heart. Oh, this is a feeling of invincibility. Happy for a while, Su Lang began to upgrade the last upgradable function, 1-key synthesis. My current funds are completely enough to upgrade 1-click synthesis to level 15. I don't know what kind of feature will be given at level 15. Don't use weapon synthesis or formation synthesis. This is very tasteless to me. With a hint of anticipation, and a hint of anxiety, Su Lang issued the order to upgrade the 1-key synthesis. Ding! It consumes 10,000 high-grade spirit jade, and the 1-key synthesis function is upgraded to level 12. You can use the same wuxian or lower materials and medicine for synthesis. The synthesis ratio is 10:1. Ding! It consumes 10 million high-grade spirit jade, and the 1-key synthesis function is upgraded to level 15. You can use the same godless or lower level materials and medicine for synthesis. The synthesis ratio is 10:1. Ding! Congratulations on upgrading the 1-key synthesis function to level 15. You have obtained the new bonus function, Gongfa synthesis. Hearing the system prompt, Su Lang was shocked instantly. Chapter 564, Against the Sky, Gongfa synthesis. Gongfa synthesis. It turned out to be a combination of exercises. Su Lang immediately began to check the information about Gongfa synthesis. Combination of Gongfa. You can use the same level of Gongfa to synthesize more advanced skills. The synthesis ratio is 10:1. Function limitation. The exercise method used as a raw material cannot be synthesized again, and the synthesized exercise method cannot be used as a raw material to continue to synthesize higher level exercises. The introduction of the function is very simple, but Su Lang knows that this function is super heavenly. It is not easy to create a new exercise. Creating high-level exercises requires extremely stringent talents, experience, opportunities, and resources. A god-level exercise technique, usually only a fairy-level boss, or even an emperor-level boss can create. And it will take countless time and effort to perfect it. Even so, this created method will have great flaws, and will eventually be eliminated in the long river of time. The history of Kanglan continent does not know how many millions of years. The exercises passed down seem to be numerous, but compared to such a long history, they are simply pitiful. In this part of the area where Su Lang is located, the Yaoqi Chiri and Tianyan stand on top of the 3 legs, plus the nearby small clans. The area can be used as a unit of trillion. But in such a vast area, the holy level exercises are only one hand. Among them, the inheritance acquired by Xianxia, the 9-star purple rainbow illusion canon of holy level exercises is included. From this we can see how rare are advanced exercises. But now, Su Lang possesses the ability of Gong method synthesis. Only 10 low-level exercises are needed to synthesize a more advanced exercise. An incomparably rare holy level exercise technique, only 10 divine level exercises can be synthesized. Even if the synthesized exercises cannot be used as raw materials to continue to be synthesized, this is extremely anti-heaven. What the hell? With this function, my god level exercises will no longer be lacking, and I can synthesize several holy level exercises. Furthermore, when the natural, holy level exercises in my hand reach 10 copies, I will be able to get the composite version of the immortal level exercises, which is equivalent to half a celestial inheritance. Su Lang was so happy that he couldn't help clapping his hands. Immediately afterwards, he quickly took out a large number of jade slips and began to synthesize. There are enough respect level exercises, so I don't bother to use the imperial level exercises to synthesize, wasting time. Su Lang directly synthesizes god level skills with respect level skills. From the blue star all the way, Su Lang has hundreds of exercises. After some synthesis, Su Lang also obtained 10 god level exercises. You know, in the Kanglan continent, a god level exercise is enough to support the survival and development of a small race. Su Lang got 10 copies at once. Even if these exercises are sold, they are countless spiritual jade. I also have a lot of natural, God-level exercises. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and took out pieces of rare jade slips. Among them, there are techniques such as the Senluo Wanxiang Ju given by Xianxia, as well as the wuxia divine body Ju obtained from the Valkyrie of the Fengaling race. There are only 9 exercises. Su Lang was a little surprised, and then he suddenly realized, although I subdued the Fengaling clan, I also destroyed the Wuyong demon cave. But it's impossible for them to cultivate different methods for everyone. The probability of the war gods of the same force practicing the same technique is very, very high. Thinking of this, Su Lang turned to look at Shenyang Wusheng, and smiled evilly. Shenyang Wusheng trembling, finally. Are you finally going to do it to me? Hey, why are you shaking? Su Lang raised his brows. Hurry up and burn a god-level exercise for me, I want it now. Oh, yes. Shenyang Wusheng returned to his senses and nodded hurriedly, thinking, why did I forget the exercises? This master hasn't got all of my exercises, he probably won't kill me, I'm afraid of wool. However, what should I do when I finish burning my exercises? How about observing and seeing what the Lord likes? I will do what I like. Shenyang Wusheng, who was about to embark on the road of flattery, took out a blank jade slip and began to burn while thinking. As soon as it was burned, the pain from the depths of the soul caused Shenyang Wusheng to whisper. However, after all, he is the ancient great sage, with strong patience. Shenyang Wusheng endured the pain and burned a complete god-level exercise. Lord, here. The jade slips of the exercise technique were offered with both hands, and Shenyang Wusheng was full of big men, and his complexion was ashen, obviously empty. Chapter 565. Let me break through. Su Lang gave a faint hum, and without even looking at Shenyang Wusheng, he took the jade slip of cultivation technique directly. He was not so kind enough to care about the old Yinbi Shenyang Wusheng. Even if it is concerned, after confirming the loyalty of this old guy in the future. Hey, 10 god-level exercises. Su Lang gave the order with a hint of expectation. System, synthesis. Ding. After the synthesis is complete, you will obtain the Holy Order cultivation technique, Water Martian Elephant Holy Scroll. A brand new Holy Order technique appeared in Su Lang's storage space. Look at what it is like. Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth and took out the jade slip of the exercise technique and poured it into his spiritual power to check. It turns out that the combined exercise method is a dual attribute forging exercise method, which is a very rare type. Shenyang Wusheng, how do you feel when you look at this exercise? Su Lang glanced at the imaginary Shenyang martial saint, and threw the jade slip to him. This old guy has lived for millions of years and participated in the battle of the ancient continent. His knowledge must be very broad. I'll watch it now. Shenyang Wusheng was caught off guard, took the jade slip of the exercise technique in a hurry, and quickly started to check it. This is a Holy Order technique. At the first glance, Shenyang Wusheng said in surprise. Su Lang slammed the head of Shenyang Wusheng. I know this is a Holy Order technique. I want to know what level it is in. Oh, I get it. Shenyang Wusheng nodded and bowed in a hurry, and immediately took a closer look. At the same time, he felt very strange in his heart. According to his speculation, this strange boy is also a clone of the mysterious boss behind the scenes. Now that mysterious boss is controlling this clone. But now this question is asked. It stands to reason that the big guys who can create multiple high-level Valkyrie-level clones should all be immortal or emperor-level characters. How could such a powerful person not be able to distinguish the level of a holy order? Could it be that this strange boy is not a clone of a big guy behind the scenes? Is he the deity? Shenyang Wusheng was puzzled. However, this does not affect his current sad situation. No matter what the other party's status is, Shenyang Wusheng has already become a slave. Su Lang hung his eyes and asked. Back to the Lord, this holy level technique is considered a high level. Shenyang Martial Saint replied, in the holy rank cultivation techniques I have seen, it ranks among the top 5. Oh, not bad. Su Lang smiled slightly, and then took the jade slip. Shenyang Martial Saint was sad again. This holy level technique called the Water Martian Elephant Sacred Scroll was really awesome. He also wanted to practice. But now, he doesn't have any qualifications in his body to seize the house. This feeling is tantamount to a mortal man getting a super beautiful woman, but because he is too empty he can only watch. Su Lang suddenly looked at him and opened his mouth. give me a breakthrough. What an order is this? I can't even practice, so what makes me break through? Shenyang Wusheng looked at Su Lang with a dazed expression. Immediately afterwards, his eyes popped out. Because Su Lang actually sent a wave of breakthrough fluctuations. He has broken through from the peak Woang level to the quasi-Wuzun level. Say, give me a breakthrough, and then break through. What a weird method. Stormy waves rose in Shenyang Wusheng's heart. But this was not what surprised him the most. What shocked him the most was that his own body's cultivation base also broke through. From the peak Woang level to the quasi-Wuzun level. Ouch, what happened? Obviously my body can't cultivate, how could it suddenly break through? Shenyang Wusheng's brain was blank. He has lived for millions of years. What means has he never seen? But it was really the first time he saw something like this happen to him that broke through a realm without warning. What a mysterious, strange and great method is this? The Shenyang Wusheng who returned to his senses had a deep awe in his heart. Chapter 566. Shenyang Wusheng surrendered. Su Lang smiled faintly, do you feel like you have broken through? Shenyang Wusheng nodded fiercely. Yes, the slave broke through. It is my clone that you robbed. This is a very magical means of avatar. The realm and combat power of my clone will always be in sync with me. As long as I break through, you can break through. This kind of thing will happen many times, and the time is very, very short. The next breakthrough will probably only take an afternoon. And no matter what the martial arts realm, my practice time is very short. Su Lang carried his hands on his back and looked at Shenyang Wusheng with a smile. Do you know what this means? This. Shenyang Wusheng opened his mouth wide, and said in disbelief, this means that the slaves can also break through with the master without practicing, and the speed of cultivation is against the sky. It's really bright. Shenyang Wusheng originally thought he was about to break the road of cultivation. You must make up for the soul before you can find another object and change your body to practice. But now, he can actually cultivate. The most important thing is that his cultivation speed has become extremely against the sky. Even his original plan was no surprise, allowing him to successfully obtain a superb body. The cultivation speed of his Shenyang martial saint would definitely not be so against the sky. The journey of martial arts depends on time in many places, and even if he has rich experience, there are still many obstacles that he cannot overcome. But after he restores his cultivation base to the peak, he still has to face the Wushan Tianmo that was like a moat that day. But now, he doesn't need to do anything, any realm can be broken in just a short time. Not to mention the Wushan Tianmo, the Wudi Tianmo is like a fake. The realm of Emperor Wu, that was a realm he couldn't even think of before. Shenyang Wusheng thought of that sentence again. Blessings come and blessings lie on, blessings come and misfortunes. Although he took the wrong place, he took Su Lang's clone and became a slave. But it has unexpectedly gained such terrible benefits. The benefits of being a slave to me, you already know very well if you want to come. Su Romance smiled carelessly, but I warn you, as long as you dare to disobey a little bit, I will let you die immediately. Don't dare to be a slave. Sha Nuding serves the master wholeheartedly. Shenyang Wusheng knelt on the ground with a plop and kept knocking his head. Compared to the sadness of being forced to kneel down and kowtow before, he was so happy that he was about to take off. It depends on your performance. Su Lang smiled faintly, then turned and walked outside the fairy palace. Shenyang Wusheng knocked his head fiercely again, then got up, bent over and followed Su Lang. As he walked out, several thoughts emerged in Su Lang's mind. The clone will not be sentenced to death if it is seized. This is a very beneficial rule. If you have a suitable candidate in the future, you can let him seize his clone and get the speed of cultivation against the sky. The world is so big, there is definitely more than one ancient martial artist like Shenyang Wusheng. Maybe, somewhere in the knot, there is a lingering martial emperor hiding. Came outside the fairy palace. Su Lang looked around and found that Yaoqi Yuren and others were still there. At the same time, Yaoqi Yuren and others also discovered Su Lang. They are out. Su Lang got the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng. The Shenyang martial saint who is suspected of having taken the avatar of Su Lang, is following the evildoer respectfully. It seems that he is convincingly following the evildoer, with a happy smile on his face. My God, what happened? The people of the Chiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan looked at Su Lang, and their minds were full of thoughts. At the same time, they dispersed back vigilantly. After all, Everyone has always been an enemy. Go, kill those muscular bald heads and yellow-haired warriors. Su Lang waved his hand blankly and gave the order indifferently. Slave to follow orders. Shenyang Wusheng bowed his orders and rushed out immediately. They killed it. The crowd, who had been extremely vigilant, scattered like a group of mice. Chapter 567. What have I experienced? Yaoqi Yiren and the others stood there, slightly excited. Although they didn't know the specific details, they knew that Su Lang not only got the inheritance, but also set up a very young martial artist. Shenyang Wusheng caught up with a person from the Qiri Saint clan. He is now a high-level warrior, and it is too easy to clean up the quasi-god level warriors of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan. It didn't take long before he killed all the martial artists of the Qiri and Tianyan clan. Ding! You get middle-grade spiritual jade 836, low-grade spiritual jade 256886, top-grade spiritual stone 6,235,682, god-level refining materials. Ding! You got top-grade spirit jade. A series of system prompts sounded in Su Lang's ears. Obviously, when Shenyang Wusheng killed those warriors, it also triggered the perfect plunder function. This is good news for Su Lang. I just don't know if the functions of other clone dispatch series can be used. Su Lang's eyes rolled, and his thoughts immediately moved. Clone dispatch. Shenyang Wusheng finished killing the muscle-bald head and the yellow-haired warrior, and was about to return to his life. Suddenly he found that he had entered a dark space in an instant, and then appeared beside Su Lang in an instant. What have I experienced? Shenyang Wusheng was dumbfounded. He could feel that he took almost no time to make this move. And the means of transmission is unheard of before, Su Lang thought, and gave the order again. Shenyang Martial Saint, who had not recovered yet, only felt that his body had become illusory, and then after 0.1 seconds, he exchanged positions with Su Lang. How on earth did this happen? Shenyang Wusheng looked at Su Lang blankly. He found that his master was really too mysterious. Don't look at me like that, it feels very basic. Su Lang curled his lips, then asked, can you recover this space to condense the Martial Saint realm? Shenyang Martial Saint hurriedly lowered his head and replied, Master, my body has fallen and annihilated. This space can no longer be recovered. Without my support, it will not take long for it to merge into the world. Then you go and put away all the treasures in those floating islands. Su Lang nodded and said, then put away this white jade immortal palace, we are leaving here. Shenyang Wusheng bowed respectfully, and then ran to retrieve the treasure. Yaoqi Yiren, come here. When Shenyang Wusheng left, Su Lang's eyes fell on Yaoqi Yiren and the others. Sell us over. Yaoqi Yiren and the others looked at each other, and then hurriedly flew in front of Su Lang. The people of the Yaoqi Saints were cautious and saluted together. You can be regarded as following me in. So, I won't let you go home empty-handed. Su Lang smiled slightly, and immediately lost a lot of treasures to Yaoqi Yiren. Among them, there are pills, materials, and exercises. Yes, after getting all the wealth of Shenyang Wusheng, Su Lang is just such a big man. Thank you Master Su for the reward. Yaoqi Yiren and the others thanked him again for a salute. Who is honest? They know that they basically didn't play any role after entering the inheritance. Even if it weren't for Su Lang, they would all die today. Therefore, they are really grateful to Su Lang. Su Lang nodded. Well, go and stay aside, and you will leave here with me later. Yaoqi Saint Race and others rushed to the side in a hurry. But Yaoqi Yiren walked halfway, then suddenly turned around and asked cautiously, Master Su, that Shenyang Martial Saint. I accept his inheritance, and his life, I also accept it. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a touch of evil charm. Now that he is my slave, he will die when I think about it. Chapter 568, looks more imaginary. Really so. Yaoqi Yiren and others were in an uproar. Although they had guessed the result, they still felt extremely shocked when they heard Su Lang say it. The great saint who was famous in the ancient times has become a slave today. Su Lang ignored Yaoqi Yiren and the others. His attention was on his weapon, Yudian sword. System, are the existing materials sufficient for Yudian sword to retain the specified characteristics for evolution? Ding. Overlord, lack of Valkyrie Soul 8. It seems that the rest of the materials are all alive. Su Lang curled his lips. Unfortunately, the spirit of the Valkyrie is not enough. Who will give me a few heads? Shenyang Wusheng collected all the treasures and put them into the space ring where the blank jade slips were stored. Lord, all the treasures are here. Shenyang Wusheng came to Su Lang, nodded and bowed over and handed the space ring. Yaoqi Yiren and the others who were watching were dumbfounded by that flattering energy. Su Lang nodded, but didn't pick up the space ring, but said, "Try if you can send the item to me directly." What? Shenyang Wusheng is full of question marks. There is no teleportation array, how can it be teleported out of thin air? However, how dare he not listen to Su Lang's order? For a moment of astonishment, he tried to send the space ring to Su Lang. As a result, it really succeeded. Shenyang Wusheng's eyes widened in surprise. You can directly transfer items with your mind. What magical method is this? Don't be so shocked. Su Lang smiled faintly. Go and collect the fairy palace. Shenyang Wusheng then performed some operations to make the fairy palace only the size of a fist. The fairy palace is a treasure that he refined with spiritual power, which he can certainly do. It's just that he is a big man again after finishing it, and he looks even more imaginary. Master, slaves are not qualified to live in this fairy palace. Shenyang Wusheng showed a humble smile. Please laugh at the Lord, and hope that the Lord will not dislike it. Very good. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, took the fairy palace over and put it in the storage space. Okay, it's time to go out. Shenyang Wusheng respectfully said, the channel to enter this space is far away, don't you open a new channel for the slave. Su Lang glanced at Shenyang Martial Saint. However, looking at your weakness, can you do it? Okay, I can do it. Shenyang Wusheng nodded quickly, and then opened a channel with some manipulation. After all this, he became weaker. Take these pills to top them. Su Lang took out a handful of Taishan Tianxin pill to Shenyang Martial Saint. After I go out, I will refine the holy rank pill to heal your injuries. Sha slave, thank the Lord for the generous gift. Shenyang Wusheng took the pill and bowed respectfully before daring to look at the pill in his hand. When he saw that the Taishan Tianxin pill in his hand was of perfect quality, he was a little shocked. God-level spiritual pill is a very rare pill, even for Wu Sheng. Shenyang Wusheng has lived for millions of years, and he has not eaten many spiritual perfect pills. But the owner of my own family took out a lot without blinking, which is so awesome. After being shocked, Shenyang Wusheng immediately ate one, only to feel that the coolness poured into his soul, which was better. Then he ate the remaining Taishan Tianxin pill again, and it became less empty. Su Lang waved his hand and everyone rushed into the passage. Just like when I came in, I just entered the passage, and I felt very narrow and tight, and pressure came from all directions. In the end, everyone appeared over the mist that had long turned into a crater. Out, look, someone has come out. Why came out so soon? I thought it would take several days at least. Chu Xiaobei, Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju and others who were guarding outside immediately looked surprised. And when he saw it was Su Lang and others, Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui Murong Shenxian, and the people of the Yaoqi Saints immediately showed surprises. Chapter 569, I dare not do it in my dreams. Brother Su Lang, are you okay? Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian drove their flying artifacts to Su Lang's side and looked at him with concern. Chu Xiaobei cast a small face and flew to Su Lang's side. Do you think I have something to do? Su Lang smiled slightly and rubbed Ji Rushui's head. Chiri Muju looked ugly, and snorted coldly, it's nothing more than coming out first. It's not yet known who will inherit the flowers. Yes, I think so too. The martial sage of the Tianyan clan also sneered, maybe your Yaoqi saints were driven out by our people. As soon as this statement came out, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others suddenly looked stagnant. Have you ever seen someone who was kicked out with a relaxed and happy face? Chu Xiaobei smiled coldly and stood forward. Have you seen the defeated party without any casualties? Maybe it is the joy of the rest of your life. Chirimuju's face sank and said, when our people come out, you should accept reality. Our two clans have already reached an alliance agreement, and it is impossible to lose to your Yaoqi clan. One day, Wu Sheng of the Yun Sheng clan continued, who wins and who loses has already been determined. Your people are just lucky and escaped. Crimson Sun Pearl, don't waste your time waiting for the red, yellow and green tribes. The people of your two races have all been killed by this sun. Su Lang laughed loudly, and a touch of irony was outlined at the corner of his mouth. Inheritance naturally fell into my hands. Chiri Muju's pupils shrank suddenly. Our two clans join hands, how can you be opponents? If you don't believe it, just wait here. Su Lang curled his lips in disdain, otherwise you can send some more people in to look for them, maybe you can find some dead bodies. Chiri Muju and the other martial saints looked at each other, their faces sinking like water, extremely ugly. Su Lang dared to say that the Tianzhao of the Chiri and Tianyan races might have been wiped out. Chu Xiaobei turned her head and asked Su Lang, have you got it? Of course I got it. And more than that, Su Lang laughed, don't you find that we have one more person than when we entered? Of course I found it. Chu Xiaobei nodded and looked at Shenyang Wusheng, who is he? Yaoqi Yan Fa and others also pointed their ears. They are all in the realm of martial saint, and they found extra people early in the morning, but they didn't have time to ask for a while. First of all, he is my minion. Su Lang smiled faintly. Secondly, he is the great sage of the ancient immortal sun. As soon as he said this, the whole process was silent for an instant, and the roots and curls could be heard clearly. What the hell? Shenyang Wusheng is still alive. How is this possible? Didn't he fall in the battle of the continents at the node of the era? Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju and others were all dumbfounded. You said he is the great sage of Shenyang and your slave. Chu Xiaobei glared at Su Lang in disbelief. I can believe you that he is Shenyang martial saint, but you say that he is your slave, I really don't believe it. The great saint who was famous in the ancient capital suddenly became a slave to the younger generation. How do you hear this? Chiri Muju stepped forward excitedly. Even if Shenyang martial saint lives to the present, he will never be your slave. Shenyang Wusheng is invincible under the immortal level, how can he be your slave? Tianyan Saint Clan Yi Wusheng coldly pointed at Shenyang Wushengdao, this person must be fake. This person is definitely not Shenyang Wusheng. An ancient martial sage was a slave, I didn't dare to do it in my dream. The martial sages in the red, yellow and green camp shouted. How can you be qualified to question my master? Shenyang Wusheng suddenly snorted, a unique temperament exuded. He has been in a high position for millions of years, killing countless, and his unique strong temperament has been carved into his bones. At this time, it was deliberately revealed, and it instantly suppressed Chiri Muju and other juniors. Chapter 570 has reached the founding level. This kind of temperament, he is really the great sage of Shenyang. Chiri Muju stared in disbelief with a pair of red eyes, and his mind went blank. Then young Master Su Lang not only took the inheritance, but also accepted the great sage of Shenyang as a subordinate. A martial sage of the Tianyan clan couldn't help taking a step back, with a look of horror on his face. This is too incredible. It is the truth that good birds choose wood and dwell. Master Su is very noble. What's so strange about accepting a martial saint as a subordinate? Yaoqi Yan Fa sneered, and while talking, he looked at Chu Xiaobei. That means everyone has Jushing great sage as a maid. Isn't it normal to accept an ancient martial sage as a subordinate? Chu Xiaobei felt Yaoqi Yan Fa's gaze, and her small face suddenly twitched. Damn it, is Ben Guliang's image in everyone's hearts fixed? All believe that I am Su Lang's maid. Red Sun Muju, today my son is in a good mood, so he doesn't bother to kill you. Su Lang glanced at Chiri Muju and other martial sages, waved his hand, go back. As he said, he turned and left with Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others looked at Chiri Muju and others with disdain, and hurriedly followed Su Lang. A group of people turned into a stream of light, drifting away. Patriarch Chiri, Patriarch Tianyan looked at Chiri Muju hesitantly. Then young Master Su Lang, it's not something I can provoke. Today he got the inheritance of Shenyang Wusheng, and he also accepted Shenyang Wusheng as his subordinate. He is unwilling to fight with us. This is a good thing. Chiri Muju sighed and said, in addition, from now on, the Saint clan of Yaoqi will be backed by Su Lang. Our two clans must be more united. I understand, the situation is better than people, and we can only avoid it. Patriarch Tianyan nodded. However, young Master Su Lang came out to travel. It is impossible to stay in the Saint clan of Yaoqi. Stop your dangerous thoughts. Who knows if young Master Su Lang will leave a teleportation formation in the Yaoqi Saint clan? Chirimuju interrupted the Tianyan Patriarch's words. It is too dangerous to fight against the Yaoqi Saint clan. We can only watch the changes with our tails clamped. We are so unlucky. The Patriarch Tianyan sighed. How come you meet an emperor and child who is traveling, at this point? Just don't think too much. Chiri Muju shook his head, and then told a subordinate, send someone into the inheritance to see if there is any gain. His subordinates took the order, and then turned to pass the order. However, they didn't know at all, what was waiting for them was a result that could not be found in a low-grade spirit stone. Su Lang and the others took a little time to return directly to the headquarters of the Yaoqi Saint clan. As for the temporary residence on the site of Yingwu's, it was naturally abandoned. As soon as he returned to the headquarters of the Yaoqi Saint clan, he had not yet emerged from the teleportation formation. Several system prompts suddenly sounded. Ding. Shui Lingxiao Profound Sword has reached the founding level. Ding. Heoran Lingtian Sword Art has reached the founding level. Ding. Shui Ling Wujian Sword Art has reached the founding level. Ding. Floating Shadowless Sword Technique has reached the founding level. Tisk tusk, it's worthy of the practice speed of 2.8 million times that of an ordinary infallible genius. The 4 deity level exercises are all completed so soon. Su Lang showed surprise on his face, and immediately cancelled the clone swallow function and opened his attribute panel. Chapter 571, Practice God Level Exercises. Properties Panel, single quote dot opening square bracket. Realm Level, Zhenwuzun. Mastering Techniques, Infinite Heart Sutra. Shui Lingxiao Profound Sword, Zun. Founding, Heoran Lingtian Sword Art, Zun. Founding, Shui Ling Wujian Sword Art, Zun. Founding, Floating Shadowless Sword Art, Honorable. Founding. Tiangong Silver Bone Secret Book, Imperial Level. Consummation, Beast Heart Brahma Sea Monster Copy, Imperial Level. Consummation, Qianxing Profound Vessel True Power, Imperial Level. Consummation, Longyan Yuanyang Junjing, Imperial Level. Consummation, The Profound Code of Storms and Clouds, Imperial Level, Perfection. Activated System Functions, 1 Key Practice Function, Level 21, 1 Key Martial Arts Function, Level 21, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 20, 1 Key Treasure Hunt Function, Level 20, 1 Key Alchemy Function, Level 14, 1 Key Mixer Function, 14 levels, 1 Key Array Function, 14 levels, 1 Key Synthesis Function, 15 levels, 1 Key Decomposition Function, no level. My attack state, has it reached the peak of the martial god realm? Su Lang squeezed his fist, felt the majestic energy in his body, and couldn't help showing a smile. In addition, the proficiency of the 4 Zun level exercises directly reached the founding level, which also surprised Su Lang very much. He originally thought that according to the introduction of the bonus function, Surfing the Fire, the exercises would first reach the consummation level before they could slowly learn to the founder level. Now it's alright, and I can directly reach the founder level, saving me a lot of things. Tisk tisk, MIDI is so awesome. Su Lang's heart was refreshed. Stormy waves rose in Shenyang Wusheng's heart, and his eyes showed incredible color. Because he suddenly discovered that he had mastered the 4 venerable techniques in an instant. And the proficiency is very very high. Before breaking through the realm was without warning, now I have learned the 4 exercises without warning. Needless to say, it must be the master's reason. Shenyang Wusheng quickly thought of the key, and his gaze at Su Lang couldn't help becoming more in awe and admiration. His resentment towards Su Lang was no longer left, and there was nothing but gratitude in his heart. On the other side, Su Lang came to the link of selecting exercises again. This time, he intends to practice all the god-level techniques. The current practice rate of the 1 Key Martial Arts function is abnormally against the sky. It takes 10,000 to 20,000 years for an ordinary Valkyrie to practice the god-level exercises at the consummation level, and it only takes 2 days to complete the practice. Now I can practice 5 exercises at the same time. First improve your body skills, then make up for your defense and endurance, and resolutely avoid making short legs and crispy skin. While thinking about it, Su Lang chose 5 god-level exercises. They are, Bai Zi Fei Hua Ju Lu, Zhen Shui Wan Zhong Zhen Ju, Bagua Immortal Treasures, Dian Li Taiching God Axis, 9 Turns and 9 Palaces. There are 2 self-style exercises, 2 defensive exercises, and the last one is exercises for increasing endurance. System, put these 5 exercises. Ding. The placement is successful, and the automatic training has begun. As the system prompt appeared, in the mysterious black space, all 5 Wushu villains moved. 2 of them are constantly dancing and moving, their body skills are flexible and difficult to capture, a thin barrier emerges from the body of the 2, which looks very strange. The last one circulates 9 energy streams inside and outside the body, which gives a sense of majestic energy at first glance. God-level exercises. Su Lang looked forward to it. A god-level technique reaches the founding level. I'm afraid it can directly improve the martial censored to a small level. Place the exercises. Su Lang separated from Yaoqi Yan Fa and others temporarily and left the teleportation array. Although Yaoqi Yan Fa and others had all kinds of doubts in their hearts, they could only hold back in their hearts and let Su Lang leave. Chapter 572. Master and Three Mistresses. Su Lang returned to the sacred land of the Yaoqi tribe, the heart of the mountains with the three sisters and Shenyang Wusheng. In one room, the four of Su Lang sat down, their eyes all on Shenyang Wusheng. Shenyang Wusheng stood there obediently, looking like a servant. Chu Xiaobei asked curiously, Su Lang, how did you accept him as a subordinate? As soon as these words came out, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian both showed curiosity in their eyes. This matter is also very strange. Su Lang smiled lightly, and then recounted what had happened in the inheritance space. The three girls were amazed when they heard this. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence. Then what is the name of Shenyang Wusheng? Ji Rushui asked curiously. Su Lang looked at him, he really didn't know. So, he opened the attribute panel of Shenyang Wusheng. Name, clone, Li Shenyang. Spirit level, the realm of morning star, the realm of bright moon. Mastering the exercises, the Infinite Heart Sutra, the 10 ultimate Lingxiao profound sword. Shenyang Wusheng, named Li Shenyang. Looking at the attribute panel, Su Lang answered Ji Rushui with a smile. At the same time, he also understood that Li Shenyang didn't take the title, Shenyang Wusheng, for pretending to be force, but that his real name was. This was misunderstood by the world, and thought that he was arrogant, and put the character, Xian, specifically for himself. It was called Li Shenyang. Ji Rushui nodded suddenly. Li Shenyang was a little surprised. His real name is not very useful in ancient times, it has always been used. And Su Lang had never asked his name, but he knew it clearly. This method was really unheard of. It's the master. Li Shenyang's respect and loyalty to Su Lang could not help but increased a lot. Li Shenyang. Chu Xiaobei looked at Li Shenyang curiously and asked, tell me, what is the battle of the mainland like? Speak carefully, I want to hear it too. Su Lang nodded solemnly. Li Shenyang nodded and said, the master and the three mistresses should know. What three mistresses? Chu Xiaobei trembled and interrupted Li Shenyang with staring eyes. However, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian's complexion was crimson, slightly shy, and did not refute. Aren't they three mistresses? Li Shenyang was stunned. He always thought that the three girls around Su Lang were all his mistresses. Haha, of course not. Su Lang laughed suddenly, Xiaobei is my maid. Su Lang's big look. Demon, I want to squeeze your neck today. Chu Xiaobei's eyes widened violently, and he rushed towards Su Lang with teeth and claws. The appearance of gnashing his teeth really demonstrated the true meaning of Yan Yi. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xiaobei grabbed Su Lang's neck and shook it fiercely. I will let you say that I am your maid, and I will let you say that I am your maid. Sister Xiaobei, don't be angry. Sister Xiaobei, don't pinch brother Su Lang. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian hugged Chu Xiaobei's arm and were thrown around. What's wrong with Chu Xiaobei? You don't want to be the maid of my patriarch, and you dare to act on my patriarch. Tianla, could it be that women in this era are more willful than my era? Seeing this scene, Li Shenyang blinked in wonder. Of course, he also knew that Chu Xiaobei didn't really fight with his owner, so he didn't interfere either. Oh, do you still need to refine someone's flying treasure? Su Lang, who was shaken by Chu Xiaobei's neck, rolled his eyes and threatened. I'm almost done designing, you dare to put the burden on me. Chu Xiaobei's eyes were full of fierce light, and he directly overthrew Su Lang to the ground, riding on him and shaking his neck harder. Chapter 573. Kanglan continent is downwind. Shake and shake, shake and shake. Ups and downs in body shape. Ouch. Chu Xiaobei, don't shake it, it's almost a rattle, I really can't stand me. Su Lang yelled, but he secretly smiled in his heart. Chu Xiaobei really looks like an automatic Ji now. What do you mean by Zhou Ji? Have you ever heard of a saying, sit up and move by yourself? Dead pervert, you say, will you train for me? Chu Xiaobei stopped shaking, but, still riding on Su Lang with a fierce look on his face. She was so good looking, she couldn't be fierce no matter what. I surrender. Su Lang smiled and nodded, I will do it for you. Chu Xiaobei rolled her face proudly, and she trembled, causing an uproar. Nice shot. Su Lang secretly praised in his heart and wanted to applaud Chu Xiaobei. Immediately afterwards, Chu Xiaobei got up from Su Lang. The feeling of warmth gradually disappeared, and Su Lang was a little lost. Brother Su Lang, are you all right? Suddenly Ji Rushui's voice rang. Looking along the sound, she and Mirong Xian's faint gaze can still be seen. These two girls are jealous. Chu Xiaobei is just, what can she do to me? Su Lang laughed and said, I promise not to be ridden by her in the future. Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian hummed in unison, and then they ran to Chu Xiaobei's side. When Su Lang saw that they seemed to be whispering, he could vaguely hear words like, sure enough, and, big devil. What a serious person I am. Su Lang curled his lips, got up from the ground and beckoned to Li Shenyang. Li Shenyang bowed respectfully and waited for instructions. Su Lang smiled, continued to talk about the mainland war. Oh, the fundamental reason for the battle of the ancient continent was the war of annexation of the rules of the Great Tao. This is a great battle that all creatures can't avoid on the entire continent. Li Shenyang's eyes were deep, with a hint of memory. During the war, the Emperor was the top combat power, the Immortal level was the secondary combat power, and the Saint level warriors were inconspicuous, and the warriors of the lower realm were even called cannon fodder. Su Lang nodded and asked, who was he fighting with in the last war? What was the situation? It's the Mirror Heaven continent, our old rival in Kanglan continent. The situation was very bad at that time. The warriors of Jingtian continent have crossed the distant void and hit the mainland of Kanglan continent. At the beginning, I died together with a fairy-level warrior. I used mystery technique to survive, and I didn't know much about what happened later. Li Shenyang replied, but now, the Kanglan continent is doing a good job, presumably it must have repelled the gang of turtle grandchildren in Jingtian continent. Our Kanglan continent is downwind. Su Lang nodded and asked immediately, when do you think the next mainland battle will start? What is the winning rate of our Kanglan continent? As far as I know, in recent times, the gap between two continental wars has become shorter and shorter. The next continental war may not be far away. As for the winning rate, if there are no amazing talents in these years, our Kanglan continent may not have a big winning rate. Li Shenyang was worried while talking. The Kanglan continent is full of tens of thousands of people, and the internal fighting is very fierce. This is almost the instinct of all creatures in the Kanglan continent. If you mean tens of thousands of years when you mean not far away, that is too long for me. Su Lang smiled faintly and changed the subject, it happens to be okay now, you come with me, and I will refine some pills for you to eat. After speaking, he turned and walked to an empty room. The Lord will refine the pill. And is it refined for me to eat? In other words, what the Lord is refining is a holy pill. As expected to be my Lord, it's amazing. Li Shenyang admired, and then followed Su Lang closely. Chu Xiaobei, Ji Rushui, and Mirong Xianxian glanced at Su Lang and went on to chat. Just now I talked about refining flying treasures. Chu Xiaobei planned to brainstorm to see if Ji Rushui and Mirong Xianxian had any good ideas. Chapter 574, Why are you so excited? Yao Qi Yan, Fa and other 5 great martial arts gathered together. Below, Yao Qi Yiren and other young talents who entered the inheritance space are leaving. Through the description of Yao Qi Yiren and others, Yao Qi Yanfa and others' perception of Su Lang changed again. According to what Yiren and the others said, young Master Su Lang is likely to be a clone of a great figure. Yes, I don't have any qualifications for cultivation, but I have extremely powerful combat power, and the strength of martial saint can burst out at the critical moment. Various characteristics show that young Master Su Lang may really be a clone of a great figure, but young Master Su Lang is also suspected of being a direct descendant of the imperial family. This is undeniable. In any case, the identity of young Master Su Lang is honorable, and I must not neglect it, and don't visit others. Understood, Patriarch, there may be future troubles in the Wuyong Demon Cave. You are not here today. Our people have found a strange person on the old site of the Wuyong Demon Cave. The backstage of Wuyong Devil's Cave is suspected to be Slaughter Tower. This organization is spread all over the Kanglan continent. Its strength is very terrifying. It has always acted unscrupulously. If Slaughter Tower really takes action against us, how can we resist it? President Su Lang is here, so I don't have to worry too much. I will pass on the order, strengthen inspections, and report it as soon as there is a disturbance. Well, besides, it's time to bring up the refining of the Sky Sea. When the time is right, I will ask young Master Su Lang to ask her maid Chu Xiaobei to take action. Crimson Sun Saint Clan and Tianyan Saint Clan also pay attention to that, and the Biu Saint clan. When Yaoqi Yan Fa and others have finished their discussions, Su Lang also refined the pill for curing Li Shenyang's soul injury. The elixir used was obtained from Yaoqi Yan Fa, and Chu Xiaobei had also used it before healed his injuries. As for the material, after killing the 2 martial sages of Wuyong Devil's Cave, and also getting Li Shenyang's wealth, Su Lang is now a big man and he has no shortage. So he refined a lot, and finally synthesized it into a quasi-elixir. Quasi-immortal pill, the strongest pill of holy order. The one given by Su Lang is still a quasi-elixir of perfect quality. When Li Shenyang took the medicine, his hands were shaking. Growing up, he has never eaten a perfect quality quasi-elixir. It sounds like a poor kid who hasn't eaten lollipops in his teens. And Li Shenyang's excited and grateful look was like saying, I, Li Shenyang, have also eaten lollipops, ha 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 ha. Go, heal the injury earlier, ask me if the medicine is not enough, I can practice the elixir. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, looking calm, looking at money like dirt. Tianel, as expected of my master, the elixir can be refined. Li Shenyang's eyes gleamed and he was very excited. I am afraid that my master is not the super sky rising in this era, the protagonist of the era. With deep excitement, Li Shenyang thanked him for his great grace, and went to heal his wounds with the quasi-immortal pill. By the way, after the one-click treasure hunt upgrade, the treasure hunt flying swan hasn't been released yet. It was said before that we would send treasure hunting flying gliders to the land of the Cheery Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan to catch the autumn breeze. Su Lang raised his eyebrows suddenly, and immediately released 2.8 million treasure hunting flying gliders. Immediately afterwards, the dense treasure hunting flying gliders rushed towards the territory of the Cheery and Tianyan tribes while hunting for treasures. At the same time, the system prompt sound also sounded, ding 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 sound continuously. Su Lang quickly blocked these system prompts. He came to the outside of the room with his hands behind his back and a slight smile. The 3 of Chu Xiaobei still gathered together, talking. As soon as Su Lang came out, the 3 women immediately turned their heads and stared at him, and they all stood up. Oh grass, what is this for? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and his heart secretly said something bad. It's not because of the previous things, you want to get together to clean up me. Sit down, all sit down. Su Lang gave a light cough, waved his hands and smiled, we have something to say. Ji Rushui said with a strange look, no, brother Su Lang, we didn't plan to do anything to you. Su Lang's expression was stagnant, and then he smiled, then what are you guys? Hee. Chu Xiaobei smiled, that's it, I have already figured out what my flying treasure will be. It turned out to be this. Why are you so excited? Isn't it a flying treasure? I can refine it easily. Su Lang laughed, come here, talk about what kind of flying treasure you want. Chapter 575, Opening is the Big Bird. I want a big bird. Chu Xiaobei looked at Su Lang and said very seriously. What the hell, is your mouth a big bird? Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei with a dazed expression, and asked secretly whether she had awakened some indescribable characteristics. Brother Su Lang, what are you doing in a daze? Seeing Su Lang there, Ji Rushui was a little dumbfounded, and couldn't help asking strangely, isn't the big bird bad? Yeah, isn't big bird okay? Murong Shenxian also asked confusedly. Roar, 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 big bird. Su Lang nodded hurriedly, if big bird, all 3 of you can ride. Ji Rushui smiled, from now on we will ride with Sister Xiaobei. When I am here in the future, you don't need to take out your marshmallows and wings. Chu Xiaobei said happily, from now on, I will take you to fly. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian nodded quickly, their eyes turned into crescent moons. Su Lang rolled his eyes and asked, well, what kind of big bird do you want? Has it been designed? If not, I can. You can not. Chu Xiaobei crouched on her hips and interrupted Su Lang's words fiercely in the uproar. Can't afford to offend. Su Lang immediately admitted that he felt that he could not bully Chu Xiaobei at will as before. Not only because Chu Xiaobei's cultivation base was restored, also because she played with Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian. Once Chu Xiaobei was bullied, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian would jump out to clean him up. This woman is so cunning. Alright, Su Lang, listen carefully, the big bird I want is similar to the phoenix in Rushui's mouth. There was a look of longing in Chu Xiaobei's eyes, you and Rushui and Shenxian come from the same place. You should know what a phoenix is. Phoenix, of course I know this. Su Lang's mouth twitched and nodded. In fact, he was a little strange. It was strange that there was no phoenix in Kandlan continent. Moreover, since stepping into the Kandlan continent, I have never seen a dragon-shaped spirit beast. At most I have seen the bones of a dragon and snake, that is, the one in Li Shenyang's inheritance space. However, thinking of the identity of blue stars, core fragment of the boundless realm, perhaps an explanation can be found. The real dragon, as well as the phoenix, may be the high and transcendent creatures that only the infinity realm has. The corners of the Kandlan continent exist in a remote place, and there is no such thing as a phoenix. The phoenix I want, it must be white and pure. Chu Xiaobei said with bright eyes, it needs to have a beautiful figure, big beautiful eyes, a sweet cry, and a long tail. Oh grass, such a weak description. Also, the 4 words white and pure are always reminiscent of a certain name. Ahem, would you like to draw it? Su Lang twitched his mouth and made a pertinent suggestion. It's so stupid, don't you have any imagination? Chu Xiaobei frowned and showed the phoenix in his mind. However, the phoenix in her impression was formed by her own imagination and the descriptions of Ji Rushui and Marong Shenxian. Therefore, it was somewhat different from the phoenix in Su Lang's memory. The biggest difference is that the phoenix that Chu Xiaobei wants has countless tails, or lingyu. This made Su Lang think of the thousands of threads in the sea of knowledge. In addition, the phoenix portrayed by Chu Xiaobei is really very white, except that the eye beads are black, and even the paws are white. At first glance, I thought it was albinism. However, Phoenix's temperament is very cold, which is more similar to Chu Xiaobei. Of course, it was only when Chu Xiaobei was quiet. How about, does this phoenix look good? Chu Xiaobei tilted her head and looked at Su Lang proudly. Good looking, good looking. Su Lang nodded hurriedly, and then said, I think your phoenix's paws can be made into the color of translucent ice jade, how about? Chapter 576, This smelly sister is cheaper. Oh, well, I actually think so with Rushui and Shenxian. Chu Xiaobei blinked, I drew like this, just to see how your aesthetic is. As soon as he said this, Rushui and Shenxian couldn't help but giggled while covering her mouth. Obviously, Chu Xiaobei was stubborn and wanted white claws, but he felt that Rushui and Shenxian made sense. In the end, he hesitated and planned to see Su Lang's reaction. It seems that my aesthetics are pretty good. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly. I already know how to refine the big bird you want. By the way, give me your frozen cloud fantasy xianxia, and I will repair it together. Chu Xiaobei had long wanted to repair his magic sky, and quickly gave it to Su Lang with a smile. Then you go and rest. Su Lang nodded, I will refine your white phoenix from here and come to you. Immediately, Su Lang bid farewell to the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei and returned to an empty room again. Because when the system refines weapons and treasures out of thin air, the style is random. So refining the white phoenix flying treasure requires Su Lang himself. It's Bingyan Wantian Ling, just let the system evolve. So, after spending the last 2 copies of the Soul of the Valkyrie and some rare materials, Su Lang evolved the Frozen Cloud Fantasy Sky into a 7-star holy artifact. Even though Bing Yunhuan Tian Ling has only evolved by 1 star, it has changed from an intermediate sacred artifact to an advanced sacred artifact. However, Bing Yunhuan Tian Ling's appearance has also changed, a little colorful, and I hope Chu Xiaobei will not dislike it. After the Frozen Cloud Fantasy xianxia evolved, Su Lang began to refine the White Phoenix flying treasure. Chu Xiaobei herself is a 6-star martial sage, and her combat power reaches a 9-star martial sage. Her flying treasure must at least be a sacred weapon. But Su Lang discovered that he no longer had the soul of the Valkyrie. It seems that you can only use the soul of Wusheng. It's really cheap for this stinky sister, and I must get some benefits from her in the future. Posing his lips, Su Lang first decomposed the Holy Order Pill Furnace water and Moon Gold Furnace, and then refined it into a Holy Order cauldron. How do I feel that I am still poor? Even a cauldron has to disassemble the original Pill Furnace to make it. Hey, I have to find a few opportunities to kill some martial sages, but who will give me the head? While thinking about it, Su Lang began to refine the White Phoenix. This is not the first time he has refined treasures by himself. When he was in the stronghold, Shichi and Chudong Wuzun insisted to teach him how to refining tools, but his eyes were almost lost in shock. Lagerstremia has no fixed fire. With a thought, a large group of flames appeared around the Saint Step vessel and turned into a mist to wrap it up. At this time, Su Lang discovered some problems. The crepe myrtle fire that he urged was not high enough, and the furnace was not big enough. Some headaches covered his forehead. Su Lang used the devouring clone to push his strength to a 1-star martial sage. At this level, the power of Ziwei Wudingha is barely enough. Su Lang made up his mind to comprehend the fire element in the next rule after the thunder element rules were comprehended. Otherwise, in the future, if you only have alchemy through refining, the fire is ready, and the result is not enough to melt the materials, it would be too embarrassing. After solving the minor problems, Su Lang officially began to refine the white phoenix. The first piece of material, Nando copper. Processing is complete. The second piece of material, too much ice rock. Processing is over. Pieces of materials are turned into materials to be used by Su Lang's hands. His technique is very superb. If there is a master craftsman here, whether it is a sage, a fairy or an emperor, he will definitely kneel down and doubt life. It's a pity that no one is watching. Su Lang curled his mouth and continued to process the materials. Some materials that can be processed by the system are handed over to the system. In a short time, Su Lang processed all the materials, a total of 999 god-level materials, 99 holy-level materials, and 1 piece of the soul of the martial sage is another. After processing the materials, Su Lang did not intend to do it all by himself. Because he already knows what materials can be refined into what kind of things. Therefore, he handed over these tasks to the system. Chapter 577, Break Through the Realm of Wuzun. System, refining these materials into a treasure. These materials are also refined into a treasure. Soon, pieces of treasure appeared in front of Su Lang, like a pile of parts. Yes, Su Lang's idea is to refine parts and then combine them. The combination is the last step. This step requires Su Lang to do it himself. But the bulk of the work has been almost done by the system, and Su Lang only took a short half a day to complete the last step. At this time, a system prompt sounded. Breakthrough. Su Lang's expression moved, and he gave the order. This time a breakthrough is from a quasi-Zun to a junior martial Zun, and it will take a big step. Therefore, the movement is still a bit big. Chu Xiaobei, Rushui and Shenxian all felt the spiritual energy around them rushing towards the room where Su Lang was. Brother Su Lang is about to break through. Wow, Brother Su Lang is amazing. Rushui and Mirong Xian have stars in their eyes. Su Lang big pervert broke through. Furthermore, this breakthrough is actually going to reach the level of Wuzun. Didn't this guy just broke through a few days ago? Why did he break through suddenly? Chu Xiaobei stared at the room where Su Lang was, and her delicate body trembled slightly, causing a wave of fluctuations. At the same time, Li Shenyang, who was healing, suddenly opened his eyes. The Lord broke through. I also broke through. The Lord is definitely the fastest cultivator in the world. It is really the greatest blessing that Li Shenyang has ever been able to meet and follow the Lord. Li Shenyang opened his arms with shock and surprise on his face. The realm of elementary Wuzun. Su Lang was looking inside his body. The breakthrough from the realm of Wuwang to the realm of Wuzun does not involve the transition of the essence of life. However, a breakthrough in such a great realm still brings many changes. Not to mention the toughness and strength of the body's flesh and blood meridians and bones, the biggest change is the dantian. At this time, the aura nucleus in Su Lang's dantian had grown to almost fill the entire dantian space. This scene made Su Lang couldn't help but complain, "Your sister, it looks like she is pregnant with a stone." Closer to home, the huge aura nucleus fills the dantian, and it itself is different from the previous form. The spiritual energy crystal core at this time gave Su Lang a semi-illusory feeling, as if it could be dispersed at any time. But Su Lang couldn't do this. It feels like a film that can be broken at any time, but it just doesn't break. It is very worrying. After trying, Su Lang simply gave up. Immediately, he checked some classics and found that this type of aura nucleus was related to the Valkyrie domain. As long as the aura nucleus grows to the extreme, that is, the quasi-sage realm, and then blends into a space guide, it can break the membrane and achieve the aura nucleus gathering and dispersing from the heart. In the form of aura nucleus dispersing, actually manifested as the domain. Of course, Su Lang would not use the space guide, because that would cause many side effects. And he doesn't need space guidance at all, he has an automatic cultivation function, and he just breaks through when the time comes. After looking inside, Su Lang opened his attribute panel and took a look. Part of the information has been omitted. Click here to view. There is no movement in the attack realm, and the remaining 3 attributes each increase by half a small realm, which is a good profit. Su Lang smiled with satisfaction, slowly decomposing the Saint Step vessel cauldron, and then refining it into a water moon gold furnace. Immediately, he left the room with the freshly baked white phoenix, and walked briskly towards the room where Chu Xiaobei lived. The heart of the mountains was not big, and Su Lang was so fast that he walked to the door of Chu Xiaobei's room in a few steps. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Chapter 578, Really Good Sucking. Chu Xiaobei is here, I came with the big bird. Waited a few seconds. The door opened, revealing Chu Xiaobei with an incredible face behind him. What did you say, Su Lang? Say it again. Su Lang was stunned, and said, I said I came with a big bird, do you want it? Just brag. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes fiercely. How long has it been since you refined the phoenix, believe it or not? Su Lang rolled his eyes, and the two of them rolled their eyes. You stared at me and I stared at you. In the end, Chu Xiaobei returned to normal first. Really finished. Chu Xiaobei was surprised and expectant. Take it out and let me see. Su Lang took it out immediately. Look, is it what you want? Su Lang handed the white phoenix in his hand to Chu Xiaobei. Wow, it's really refined. And it's still a high-level sacrificial artifact, I feel its aura. Chu Xiaobei rubbed her hands with excitement, and then caught by phoenix excitedly. She carefully looked at the white phoenix flying mount in her hand. It's only the size of a small book now, and it's snow-white and furry, and it feels very comfortable. It has many tails, very long, hanging in the air and fluttering in the wind, very beautiful. Moreover, it is quite spiritual, occasionally twisting its furry body and looking around curiously. What is this? Chu Xiaobei found a necklace or something like a lanyard from Bai Fengwang's neck. Well, the reins are mainly for decoration. People rely on clothes and horses and saddles, but the big bird should also be decorated. Su Lang smiled, and it has other uses, that is, it can be hung on your shoulders. Talking, Su Lang took the white phoenix from Chu Xiaobei and straddled it diagonally on Chu Xiaobei's shoulder. At first glance, it looks like a girl in costume playing with wide silk cloth carrying a fluffy net-red envelope. The thin lanyard was drawn from my heart, and the outline on both sides became fuller. That youthful and lovely taste came out all at once. That's great, sucking. Su Lang glanced over, smiled lightly, and secretly chanted poems to himself. Seeing it as a ridge on the side, the heights are different. Chu Xiaobei hugged Bai Fengwang and smiled brightly. Thank you, Su Lang, the big pervert. Always call me a big pervert. I'm sorry if I don't do anything. Su Lang complained in his heart, still smiling kindly on the surface. Well, don't you give it a name. Chu Xiaobei exclaimed in excitement, then tilted her head and thought of her name. What name should I use? After thinking for a while, she looked at Su Lang and said hesitantly, since you refined it to give it to me, why not call it Xiaobai? Puff, does this have anything to do with what I refine? Moreover, the skill of this name is too weak. As long as you are happy. Then it's called Xiaobai. Chu Xiaobei also nodded excitedly. I want to try it. You are free. Su Lang smiled brightly. Yeah. Chu Xiaobei immediately poured spiritual power into Bai Phoenix Xiaobai's body. Hey yeah. A burst of screams came from Xiaobai's mouth. It instantly became as big as a house, carrying Chu Xiaobei and rushing into the sky. Then, it turned into a meteor and disappeared directly. This speed is so fierce. Refining the white phoenix Xiaobai uses Wuyong Wusheng's Wusheng soul, and besides countless rare materials, it has directly reached the level of 9 stars. It's a pity that I am afraid of refining Yudian sword. Su Lang curled his lips, otherwise, I will also use Wusheng's soul to refine the Yudian sword. Chu Xiaobei came back riding Xiaobai again, once and again, but 1 or 2 breaths. This big bird is fast enough. Su Lang big pervert, I really like Xiaobai. Chu Xiaobei was riding on Bai Fengwang's back, hugging his neck with happiness. Nice. You love it. By the way, Bing Yunhuan Tian Ling will also return it to you. Su Lang smiled, then handed Bing Yunhuan Ling to Chu Xiaobei. Chapter 579, This terrible line in action. How did it become colorful? Chu Xiaobei held the Bing Yunhuan Ling, flat her mouth, and then revealed a hint of surprise. Because she discovered that Frozen Cloud Fantasy Sky Ling has not only been repaired, but her rank has also increased. In contrast to this, appearance is not so important. Looking at it now, The colorfulness seems pretty. Chu Xiaobei tied Bingyan Wantian Ling around Xiaobai's neck and said with a smile, Su Lang big pervert, you really have a hand. Of course my craft is better. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched and his fingers bent with flexibility. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian seemed to have heard Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei talking, and they also ran out. Seeing the white phoenix under Chu Xiaobei's seat, the two girls were very surprised. I really like it, it looks like a real phoenix alive. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian's eyes gleamed. This white phoenix, they both also participated in the design. Come on, come up and play. Chu Xiaobei waved at Rushui and Shenxian. Oh, your terrible lines and actions. Su Lang weakly squeezed his forehead, and then saw Rushui and Shenxian riding on Xiaobai, and the three women flew away with a smile. A stream of light flew in the distance and fell in front of Su Lang. It is Yao Kai Yan Fa. I have seen young master Su Lang. Yao Kai Yan Fa salutes with a serious manner and is very polite. Patriarch Yan Fa is welcome. Su Lang smiled faintly. Is there anything you are looking for? Yaoqi Yan Fa looked serious. Our people have found a sneaky warrior at the old site of Wuyong Devil's Cave, who is suspected of killing the sky. People from Slaughter Tower. Behind Wuyong Demon Cave is the Slaughter Sky Tower. Su Lang's expression moved. Don't worry, I am the one who destroyed the Wuyong Devil's Cavern. When the time comes, they will come to the door and let them see me directly. Su Lang didn't know the Tushan Tower, but he could guess that this must be an extremely large organization. After all, just a subordinate force has a 6-star martial sage, and the Slaughter Tower is at least a fairy-level force. However, in any case, the enemy has already provoked. Soldiers come to block, and water comes to cover. Wuyong Devil's Cave has always been a major problem for the Yaoqi tribe. Thanks to young master Su Lang, this cancer can be removed and the Yaoqi people can be peaceful. Although our Yaoqi clan is weak, we are willing to advance and retreat together with young master Su Lang to resist Slaughter Tower. Yaoqi Yan Fa looked resolute, and it seemed that he almost saved everything. But in fact, this was his only choice. He couldn't stand idly by, because the Yaoqi had already entered the game. What's more, if you don't hold Su Lang's thigh tightly at this time, there will be no chance again, and the previous friendship between the two parties will be ruined. Yaoqi Yan Fa is not stupid, he can't do such a stupid thing. Su Lang nodded and said with a smile, since you Yaoqi Saint clan also intends to contribute, then do more inspections. If you encounter problems that cannot be resolved, report to me. Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded heavily. With young master Su here, Tuantian Tower will surely break down and sink the sand. Well, what else? Su Lang smiled faintly. There are indeed. Yaoqi Yan Pharaoh blushed and chuckled. The matter of the sky and sea, I wonder if master Su is free. The Sea of Sky is a super large-scale refining project discussed by Su Lang and the Yaoqi tribe. Of course I'm free. Su Lang's expression moved, and he asked, how are the materials prepared? Su Lang is still very interested in the Sky-Sea project. After all, the Yaoqi clan has existed for so many years, and its background must be very rich, at least much fatter than Wuyong Demon Cave. This time, I will be able to make a fortune again. Yaoqi Yan Fa replied, I don't know if the materials I prepared are enough. Why don't you ask young master Su and Miss Chu to have a look? Su Lang had pushed both alchemy and refining on Chu Xiaobei before. Therefore, in the eyes of Yan Fa and Yaoqi, Chu Xiaobei is the holy artifact sacred pill, and of course you must call Chu Xiaobei to read the materials. I will call Chu Xiaobei back. Su Lang smiled brightly, took out the jade card for communication, and wanted to send a message to Chu Xiaobei. But at this moment, a white streamer flew in the distance, followed by an excited shout. Su Lang big pervert, Xiaobai you refined is really fast. Chapter 580, it's too exaggerated. Pervert. So fast, so fast. The voice constantly echoed among the mountains, and Su Lang's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Yaoqi Yan Fa was also full of shock. He never expected that young master Sus Maid would call him a pervert in private. Hiss. It seems that the relationship between the master and servant is even closer than expected. Of course, Yao Kai Yan Fa didn't change his expression, as if he was deaf, he didn't hear the words that Chu Xiaobei chanted. Chu Xiaobei rode Xiaobai, bringing Rushui and Slim to fall in front of Su Lang. Oh, you are here with Patriarch Yaoqi. Chu Xiaobei looked at Yaoqi Yan Fa, and then at Su Lang. There was also a trace of embarrassment. The key is that he just screamed a big pervert, and probably corrupted his image. Well, forget it, I should also let Yaoqi Yan Fa know that I, Chu Xiaobei, is not a maid. I will scold Su Lang casually. At the same time, Yaoqi Yan Fa's attention had already shifted to Xiaobai's body. This is an advanced holy artifact. Yaoqi Yan Fa looked at the huge white phoenix full of aura, and his old eyes were protruding. The sacred artifacts are very precious treasures, and the high-level sacred artifacts are extremely rare. The sacred artifacts of the Yaoqi Saint clan, Qiri Saint clan, and Tianyan Saint clan add up to no more than 5 fingers, and all of them are low-level sacred artifacts. Like the martial Saint Yangshu who was killed by Su Lang's sword before, he didn't even have the lowest level sacred artifact. That's the second in command of Wuyong Demon Cave. This shows how high the value of the sacred artifacts is. Of course, for Su Lang, as long as the materials are sufficient, the holy artifacts can be refined at will. At this time, Yaoqi Yan Fa looked at Feng Wang Xiaobai's eyes, as if ordinary people saw a luxury sports car worth tens of millions. In addition, Yao Kai Yan Fa also captured a shocking new message from Chu Xiaobei's words. That is, this white phoenix flying holy weapon was refined by Su Lang. Tianel, can young master Su Lang refine high-level sacred artifacts? This is too exaggerated, Patriarch Yaoqi, don't look at my Xiaobai like this. Chu Xiaobei frowned, then narrowed Xiaobai and straddled her shoulders. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yaoqi Yan Fa quickly apologized. I have never seen a high-level sacred artifact, so I was stunned for a while. Su Lang laughed. Patriarch Yaoqi, as long as you provide enough materials, it is not impossible for us to refine the Sea of Sky into high-level sacrificial artifacts. Ah, really? Yaoqi Yan Fa said in disbelief. Young Master Su Lang is willing to refine high-level sacred artifacts for our Yaoqi tribe. In Yaoqi Yan Fa's mind, refining sacred artifacts is a very difficult and painstaking task. It will take many years to complete a holy artifact from the beginning to the end. The time and energy required to refine high-level sacred artifacts is far more than ordinary sacred artifacts. Yaoqi Yan Fa estimated that it would take at least 100 years to complete the refining of a huge sacred artifact like the Sea of Sky. Actually, Chu Xiaobei and I are very good at refining tools. Su Lang smiled lightly. When we refining together, time will be much faster. That's great. Yaoqi Yan Fa was trembling with excitement. If the Yaoqi tribe possesses a high-level sacred artifact, it can leap from the bottom of the 3 tribes to become the strongest among the 3 tribes. Take us to choose the materials. Su Lang smiled and said to Yaoqi Yan Fa, I will take 4 of you here. Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded busy. Seeing this, Chu Xiaobei sacrificed Xiaobai again and became a great phoenix. Immediately afterwards, she twisted Ji Rushui with one hand and Murong Shenxian with the other, and came to Xiaobai's back. Brother Su Lang, come up and play. Seeing that Ji Rushui was about to hurry again, she immediately waved to Su Lang. Ah, this terrible line again. Su Lang blinked silently, even if he was about to fly to Xiaobai. Can't sit down. Humph. Chu Xiaobei stared at Su Lang fiercely, spreading his hands and feet, occupying most of Xiaobai's back, whispering sound. Su Lang rolled his eyes and fell directly between Chu Xiaobei's legs and sat down, and by the way, he also embraced Rushui and Slim. Chapter 581, Then I'm welcome. Dead pervert, lure. Chu Xiaobei's face blushed, and he murmured a few words before driving Xiaobai to levitate. Yan Fa and Yaoqi on the ground saw this scene, secretly saying that Chu Xiaobei was not a simple maid, and he was afraid that he would raise several classes, perhaps a concubine. Patriarch Yaoqi, let's go. Su Lang reminded. Yaoqi Yan Fa hurried into the air to lead the way. Chu Xiaobei also drove Xiaobai to follow. Along the way, Yaoqi Yan Fa's speed was too slow compared to Xiaobai. But Chu Xiaobei had just gotten Xiaobai and hadn't had enough fun, so he flew fast. Occasionally, I also naughty to flip in the air, drifting in the air, doing various difficult moves. When arriving at the treasure house of the Yaoqi Saint clan, Xiaobai had already flown 7 or 8 times the distance. During this period, Su Lang glanced back from time to time, and then he could see the large ripples caused by Chu Xiaobei's vigorous exercise. This made him secretly praised in his heart many times, good ball. When everyone landed outside the treasure house, Yaoqi Yan Fa directly opened the treasure house and invited the 4 of Su Lang to go in and choose. As Su Lang guessed, although the Yaoqi saints are not very strong, They are after all a saint with a long history. Their treasure house is really very big and fat. In the treasure house, countless materials were placed in different categories, and they were dazzling when they swept away. Please choose Su Gongzi at will. Yaoqi Yan Fa looked serious, meaning that he could exchange the entire treasure house for a high-level sacrificial artifact. Su Lang laughed, and then walked forward with the three daughters. The place he passed was like a grassland where locusts passed by, leaving only some tattered things. Yaoqi Yan Fa couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He never expected that Su Lang would not be good and took most of the materials directly. Su Lang turned and smiled and said, Sky Sea needs a lot of materials, and these low-level materials are also useful. Patriarch Yaoqi would have no opinion, right? Huh, of course not, Yaoqi Yan Fa quickly said, even if you take all of Su Gongzi. Su Lang nodded faintly, and continued to collect materials. It didn't take long before he swept the entire treasure house of the Yaoqi Saint race. Of course, Su Lang did not empty the entire treasure house, but left a lot of things. In fact, among the treasures taken, there were only two things that Su Lang cared more about. These two are the soul of Wusheng and the soul of Wushen. The two souls of Wusheng are both low-level holy souls, while the souls of Wushen have a full 29 shares. Come to think of it, it should be the spoils obtained by the Yaoqi saints after killing the enemy. Perhaps there is also his own soul and soul. In short, from these holy souls, we can see how terrifying that censored storm is behind the rise of a holy race. The materials are enough, let's go. With a satisfied smile, Su Lang nodded to Yaoqi Yan Fa. Yaoqi Yan Fa quickly said yes, and turned around to lead the way. Not long after, a few people came to the outside of the treasure house of the Yaoqi nationality. The Sea of Sky is huge, and Xiaobei and I can't refine it in a short time. Su Lang said to Yaoqi Yan Fa, so, I'm going to ask the master craftsman in the clan to do it, and I will deliver it to you after the refining is complete. Yaoqi Yan Fa didn't want to nod directly. For Su Lang, he obviously trusted him unconditionally. Su Lang smiled, I will set up a teleportation array and send the materials back to the clan. As soon as this remark came out, Yaoqi Yan Fa was immediately surprised. Young Master Su Lang actually wants to establish a teleportation formation of Unicom's clan. That's the Emperor. The Yaoqi saints are really going to climb the thighs of the gods. Ha ha ha, of course, he didn't know that the human race and wind spirit race that Su Lang belonged to were not emperors at all, and they were not even the saint race for the time being. Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded excitedly, Master Su has any needs, you can come to me. Su Lang felt a bit wrong when he heard this. Looking for you for any needs. It's a bit dirty. Hey, I have a picture in my mind, delete it quickly. Okay, go ahead, the Sea of Sky promises to refine Baba suitable for you. Su Lang waved his hand, then flew to Xiaobai and squeezed into the three girls. Chapter 582, You are very good at singing poetry. Respectfully send Master Su. Yaoqi Yan Fa stood there and bowed respectfully. Su Lang and the third daughter returned to the heart of the mountains with a lot of materials. Su Lang, do you really plan to bring the materials back to your clan for refining? Are there many alchemy masters like you in your clan? Chu Xiaobei's eyes lit up slightly, can you take me to see it too? I told Yaoqi Yan Fa that I would invite the craftsmen in the clan to do it. In fact, I just concealed my incredible craftsmanship. Moreover, I have already told you that I am the most powerful one in our clan, whether it is combat power or other aspects. So, I am alone in refining the Sea of Sky, but I really plan to arrange the teleportation array. Having said this, Su Lang turned to look at Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian, the forces behind Wuyong Devil's Cave are coming soon. It is a very powerful force. I plan to send you back to Blue Star. How about, it's all arranged by brother Su Lang. Ji Rushui and Mirongxian nodded obediently. Su Lang smiled slightly, you go back, so you can help me manage some affairs. Ji Rushui is a hybrid of the human race and the wind spirit race. Let her manage the wind spirit race and the human race, which can greatly promote the integration of the two races. This is very important for the peaceful development between the two communities. Ji Rushui nodded heavily and said, I will definitely work hard with Sister Shenxian to help brother Su Lang manage affairs. Actually, you don't have to be so serious, don't be too tired. Su Lang smiled and looked at Mirong Shenxian, you have built a meditation pill. You have more experience, and you can help Rushui more. I know, Lord Su, Murong Shenxian smiled brightly and blinked mischievously. Hey, what about me, what about me? Chu Xiaobei said hurriedly, I want to go too. I can take you to see, but you are not allowed to leak secrets. Su Lang curled his lips and said, besides, you can only stay there for a short time, and you must come back with me. I know, I know. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, what's the secret? Next I will set up the teleportation array. While talking, Su Lang took out a lot of materials. Chu Xiaobei's expression was slightly shocked. By the way, it's incredible that you still arrange a formation. I have more things to do. No matter what I do in the future, don't make a fuss, okay? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Look at Rushui and Slim, it has always been taken for granted. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes. Hey, you really look like you are almighty. I'm really almighty. Su Lang smiled. I am very strong in every aspect, especially that aspect. Chu Xiaobei asked curiously, which way? Parking and sitting in Love Maple Forest night, frost leaf is red in February flower. Su Lang smiled lightly, it can only be understood by words. I see, you are very good at chanting poetry. Chu Xiaobei suddenly realized, don't say, these two sentences are really a bit artistic, good poem, good poem. Murong Shenxian also nodded in agreement. Ji Rushui clapped her hands with stars, brother Su Lang, are there any more? Su Lang glanced at the petite Ji Rushui and said with a smile, Ping Ping has more than 13 curls, cardamom shoots in early February. That's not bad, good poem, good poem. Ji Rushui, Chu Xiaobei and Murong Shenxian nodded, their faces full of approval. Su Lang stretched his brows and smiled without saying a word. Soon, the three women were appreciating the artistic conception of the poem, and Su Lang began to arrange the teleportation array. Chapter 583. I'm afraid it's not the mistress who turned back. For ordinary people, even if they master the layout of the teleportation array, it is very troublesome to arrange the teleportation array. Because the teleportation arrays are at least 2 in a set, and they are far apart from each other. If it is arranged by one person, it is arranged here, and it is really troublesome to run a long way to arrange another one. If the distance is particularly far, it is almost impossible for one person to arrange the teleportation array. This is also because the number of ultra-long teleportation arrays on the Kanglan continent is very, very rare. However, arranging the teleportation array was too simple for Su Lang. Long distance. Duplicate dispatch plus duplicate replacement is over. After half an hour, Su Lang set up the 2 teleportation arrays. The other side is located at the entrance of Kanglan continent in the time-space crack. The teleportation array is finished, let's go. Su Lang waved his hand, and the 3 women who were chatting immediately surrounded him. Immediately, a burst of light flashed, and the 4 figures of Su Lang disappeared. The area of the Fengaling tribe, where the time and space cracks are located. Because the headquarters of the exchange system is set up here, a relatively simple gathering place has been formed here. Around the space-time crack guarding the Great Formation, there are shelters and caves built by warriors everywhere. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the exchange opportunity once a day. Those warriors below the Martial King level are practicing recklessly, looking forward to one day they can reach the Martial King level and obtain the qualification to use the exchange system. Inside the space-time crack guarding the larger array, a teleportation array lit up. Yan Engxing, Wang Fukan, and the 4 human war gods stood aside very excitedly, waiting for Su Lang's return. When Su Lang arranged the teleportation array, he naturally alarmed Yan Xingxing. So Yang Xingxing notified Wang Fukan and the 4 human war gods, and everyone gathered here. Immediately afterwards, the light dissipated, and the 4 figures of Su Lang appeared in the eyes of everyone. When Yan Engxing, Wang Fukan and other 6 people saw Su Lang, they saluted immediately. During this period of time, although Su Lang was not in the clan, he kept bringing good things to them, and there was no shortage of any weapon and pill, which piled up their loyalty to the extreme. Well, don't be so polite. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, when I am away, thanks to you for protecting the tranquility and peace of the 2 races. This is what I should do. Wang Fukan said excitedly. Yan Xingxing and others also nodded again and again. I will introduce you to you. Su Lang pulled Chu Xiaobei over and said with a smile, this is a genius of the Xuanyu Immortal Clan, a 6-star martial sage, Chu Xiaobei. Hello. Chu Xiaobei smiled slightly, and at the same time he thought to himself, I didn't expect that Su Lang, the big pervert, is really the lord of the clan. No, it seems to be the Lord of the two clans. I have seen Senior Chu. Wang Fukan and others were shocked and immediately saluted respectfully. Tianel, the genius of the fairy clan, and a 6-star martial sage, this is a real big shot. However, these characters actually went home with their owner, and they seem to be very kind. What's the relationship? Afraid it wasn't the mistress who came back. Wang Fukan and others secretly exchanged their eyes, and they all felt the excitement of the other party. You should all know these two, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian. Su Lang ignored the reactions of Wang Fukan and others, and continued to introduce Rushui and Shenxian. Of course, Wang Fukan and others knew about Rushui and Shenxian, because Su Lang once asked them to send someone to search for them. The relationship between these two women and Su Lang is extraordinary. Therefore, Wang Fukan and others once again saluted together. I have seen a snow girl, a slender girl. Rushui and Shenxian followed Su Lang and were respectfully saluted by Wu Sheng. So they didn't panic and responded generously. From now on, Rushui and Shenxian will participate in the management of the two clans. Su Lang smiled faintly. You have to help them. Chapter 584. My beautiful girl thug. Everyone responded, without the slightest objection. I am coming back this time. Besides bringing Rushui and Shenxian back, I also plan to improve the formation. Su Lang continued, you should leave now and practice hard. Follow the order of the patriarch. Wang Fukan and the others bowed respectfully and retired. Yan Xingxing also hid in the formation, continuing to guard the time and space cracks. Brother Su Lang, I want to go back to Blue Star to see. Ji Rushui smiled. Okay, I just want to go back and have a look. Su Lang readily agreed, and then brought the three women to the crack of time and space. Wow, so you are the intelligent race on the mainland fragments. Chu Xiaobei looked at the cracks in time and space and exclaimed, no wonder I have never heard of your human race. The place where our human race lives is called Blue Star. Blue Star is not a fragment of a continent, but a more advanced core fragment of the boundless world. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised and said, our human race has flown from the core of the boundless realm to this place. Chu Xiaobei was stunned, the core fragment of the boundless realm. Wang Fukan knew a little about the boundless world, and Chu Xiaobei naturally knew more and more detailed information. Boundless world, that is the center of the entire universe. The intelligent race living in the boundless realm, anyone can hang our entire Kanglan continent. Your human race turned out to be an intelligent race of the boundless world. Is this true or not? Chu Xiaobei was horrified, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly, causing waves of dazzling waves. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when you get to Blue Star. Su Lang smiled noncommittently, and immediately activated the formation, opening the gap in time and space. Like a huge vortex that continuously rotates and consumes the surrounding void, a passage appears in the sky. Su Lang hugged left and right, rushing into the space-time passage with Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian, and Chu Xiaobei immediately followed. Entering the passage of time and space this time, the feeling of imbalance of the five senses is getting milder and shorter. Soon, the Blue Star's land appeared in the field of vision, and the horizon formed a beautiful arc in the distance. The rules here are more active, more prominent, and more complete. As soon as Chu Xiaobei appeared, he felt the difference in the rules here. A small mouth opened slightly in surprise, and he sucked in a cold breath. I didn't lie to you. Su Lang was slightly proud. Although our Blue Star is not as rich as the Kanglan continent, our world level far exceeds the Kanglan continent. This is really the core fragment of the infinite realm. Your humans are too happy. Chu Xiaobei said with emotion, I can live in such a high-level world from birth. Hey, what happiness is there? The manifestation of rules is more conducive to comprehension, but it is good to aim at warriors above the saint. Su Lang shrugged helplessly, the low-level warriors of our human race are very hard-pressed. Chu Xiaobei nodded and said, the spiritual energy here is indeed too thin, and it shouldn't be like that. Our Blue Star didn't have any aura 2,000 years ago. I guess it has lost its spirit in the long years of its existence. Su Lang said, then, perhaps because of being close to the Kanglan continent, and being affected by some, aura burst out again. No matter what, this place is an absolute treasure. In addition to the manifestation of rules, which is more conducive to comprehension, there are other magical effects. Chu Xiaobei took a deep breath and said, even Emperor Wu will covet it. So, I beg you not to leak the secret. Su Lang patted Chu Xiaobei on the shoulder and smiled. Huh, pervert, Chu Xiaobei moved her body and dusted the non-existent dust on her shoulders. I am not that kind of person, Chu Xiaobei. Well, I can actually trust you, otherwise I won't bring you here. Su Lang smiled. If you need to understand the rules, my blue star can lend you a use. Chu Xiaobei was surprised. I really need to understand the rules. I almost broke through to the 7 stars. Then you break through, my beautiful girl thug. Su Lang smiled secretly in his heart. Chu Xiaobei, receiving this favor, must help guard the blue star. This is to tie this stinky sister more and more firmly. When I spoke to Su Lang, when did I regret it? The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he waved his big hand. Go, let's go down and stroll around. Chapter 585, Evolution Yudian Sword. When he came back this time, Su Lang didn't intend to make a big noise. The main purpose is to accompany Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian to see their homeland and recall the happy time before. Therefore, he did not go to Xuanyuan Wudao Academy to pretend to be forced, but took the 3 daughters to Nanline City, Dongfang City, and Red Maple Town. At the end of the war, the Fengaling clan gave up the control of the beast, and still thrived. These fierce beasts have become wild species, and they have gradually been domesticated and become spiritual pets. However, the ones that have not been domesticated are still very cruel and need to be hunted. But the beast wave will never appear again, which makes every city feel relieved and begin to grow and develop. A peaceful life makes people have stronger spiritual needs, so many weird things have been made out. Chu Xiaobei has never been in contact with Blue Star's culture, so he will be curious about many things. Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian followed her and ran around, while Su Lang stood aside, smiling softly. However, Su Lang seemed to be doing nothing on the surface, but in fact he was paying attention to Yudian Sword. From the treasure house of the Saints of Yaoqi, Su Lang obtained a total of 29 souls of the censored of war and 2 souls of the censored of war. This has already filled up the missing materials at the end of the Yudian Sword upgrade. Su Lang ordered, only retain the current characteristics, evolve the Yudian Sword. Ding. Consumes the holy refining material Yuanxian 6, Mingxin Jade 6, Bodhi Treasure Heart 6, Dan Amethyst 6. Extreme Heart Saint Lucky 6 God Level Refining Material. Valkyrie Soul 10. The Yudian Sword has evolved into an intermediate Saint Soldier. The Yudian Sword's brilliance flashed, and the aura became more intense in an instant, and the 3 rules of breaking defense, lossless, and slashing soul became more powerful. This is the pinnacle of the 6-star sacred artifact. Tisk Tusk. If the Yudian Sword was at this level when attacking Wuyong Devil's Cave, then Wuyong Martial Sage would die with a single sword. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and a smile was drawn. One day passed in a blink of an eye. The Dongfang city of Nanline City was not enough to play, and the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei just dragged Su Lang to continue traveling. At this time, the 3 daughters of Chu Xiaobei were still playing outside. Su Lang stayed in an inn with his eyes closed just like a man who was tired and paralyzed after shopping with a woman. At this time, a system prompt broke the peace. Ding. Thunder rules have been understood. Do you accept it? The bored Su Lang suddenly widened his eyes. By the way, I forgot, I can understand a rule in 32 hours. The automatic comprehension rule is a super abnormal new function that comes with the 1-key training function when it reaches level 20. At this time, this function comprehended the first rule for Su Lang, the rule of thunder. System. Receive the thunder rules. Su Lang issued the order with strong expectations. Ding. Thunder rules have been issued. Su Lang only felt that he heard a thunderous thunder, and his whole body was numb. Immediately afterwards, countless fine ray silks emerged out of thin air beside Su Lang. This is not his deliberate manipulation, but a natural scene created by the manifestation of rules. Is this thunder? Su Lang stretched out a hand, countless thunder and lightning came and passed, it was beautiful and unusual. And behind this beauty, there is an extremely terrifying power. As long as a trace of the power of the thunder system rules, Su Lang can turn the small city he is in into a thunder domain, and all creatures below the holy rank will be wiped out in an instant. Of course, Su Lang would not do such a frantic thing. The power of rules is terrifying. This is why there is an endless moat between the martial god and martial saint. Su Lang sighed and took the power of the rules. Li Shenyang, who was far away in the heart of the mountains of the Yaoqi saint race in the Kanglan continent, was staring at the thunder and lightning rules in his hand. I suddenly master the rules of thunder and lightning. Li Shenyang's eyes were bulging, and his face was incredible. The power of rules, it takes more than 10,000 years for a martial sage to understand one roughly. In Li Shenyang's more than 1 million years, he also comprehended dozens of superficial rules. But now, he actually understood the rules of the thunder system in an instant, which made him feel like he was hit in the forehead by a big pie of the sun. Chapter 586. Of course I will do it. Correct. It must be the master who understood the rules of the thunder system. Li Shenyang suddenly realized that, and his awe and loyalty to Su Lang burst out again. Next, what rules should I understand? It was time to make a choice again, and Su Lang had a headache. After some thinking, he decided to start with the basic rules of the 5 elements. The so-called basic rules of the 5 elements are well known in the world. This is the most basic rule for constructing the world and the preferred rule for 99% of wuxia. Even, ordinary martial arts have no choice but to choose the basic rules of the 5 elements. Because only these 5 rules are the easiest to manifest and comprehend. Of course, this does not mean that the basic rules of the 5 elements are very profitable. On the contrary, these 5 rules are very powerful and the finest rules derived are the most. At this moment, Su Lang's gaze was placed on the fire rules. The fire rules and the thunder rules are the ultimate offensive rules, with great power, form and wind, and endless magical uses. In addition, Su Lang encountered the embarrassment of not being able to refine the materials when he was refining alchemy and refining equipment. At that time, he planned to understand the rules of the fire system earlier. System, let me understand the rules of the fire system. Ding. Fire rules have begun to comprehend. Inside the mysterious black space, the white haze on the self-cultivation villain immediately changed into white flames. Hey, after 32 hours, it's another rule. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, and he continued to close his eyes and rest. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. The 4 of Su Lang visited almost all the places on the blue star. Including the forbidden areas in the eyes of the world, they have not let go. Anyway, no creatures on the entire blue star can cause any harm to them. After a tour, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian stayed behind, assisted by Wangfukan and others to manage the human race and Fengaling race. Su Lang returned to Kanglan continent with Chu Xiaobei, who had already broken through to the 7-star martial saint. Yes, after playing with Blue Star for 2 days, Chu Xiaobei broke through. The figures of Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei appeared in the heart of the mountains. Blue Star is really fun. Chu Xiaobei tilted her head and flattened her mouth. Unfortunately, it's too small. Just turn around and finish shopping. No way, Blue Star is huge in the eyes of ordinary people, and Changqi can't finish it for a lifetime. But in the eyes of Wu Sheng like Chu Xiaobei, it is just a small place, and it can't even compare with a small race. Next time, we will go to the moon and Mars to have a look. Su Lang smiled. I guess, those celestial bodies are probably also from the boundless world. Indeed. I looked up at the blue star sky and found that at least a dozen stars have relatively strong rules. These stars, perhaps like the blue stars, come from the boundless realm. Chu Xiaobei groaned for a moment, but he showed a hint of flattery. Su Lang, when I break through Wushan in the future, can I come and collect some stars into the inner world? Oh, do you still want my stars? Su Lang raised his brows and smiled. You are really getting more and more rude. Huh, Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes. Just forget it. Go ahead. Su Lang smiled. If it were you, of course I would do it. I knew you would agree, hehe. Chu Xiaobei was so happy that his eyes narrowed. Don't worry, I'll take some corners and corners when I arrive, and I will leave the big stars for you. Yo, I'll take care of it. Su Lang rolled his eyes and smiled lightly. Chu Xiaobei raised her chin proudly, and said, by the way, you just accompany us to play these 2 days. The sky and sea of the Yaoqi saints have not yet begun to refine, right? Who said I didn't refine it? When you don't know, I have already refined all the accessories of the sky sea. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. I'll find Yan Falai from Yaoqi later, and assemble it for him on the spot. Chu Xiaobei said in amazement, I didn't notice any movement, you are almost refined, what a freak. Chapter 587, Taiyu Immortal Pill. I said, I am almighty. Su Lang smiled lightly, okay, you just broke through, so you should go to consolidate your cultivation, don't wait for the realm to fall down and cry there. Chu Xiaobei said reluctantly, but I really want to see you refine the sea of sky. My cultivation base will also break through. Su Lang said, after the breakthrough, I will refine the Sea of Sky. After staying at Blue Star for 2 full days, Su Lang's cultivation was long enough for 2 breakthroughs. It's just that he didn't choose to break through for the time being, but stored his cultivation base. In addition, the 5 God level exercises are about to be practiced to the founding level. Wow, you are going to break through again. Tianla, you are really a monster. Chu Xiaobei looked horrified. My unparalleled level of aptitude is nothing compared to you. What kind of aptitude are you? Haha, I don't have the qualifications for cultivation. Su Lang laughed. You lie to the ghost. Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes fiercely. Okay, I'm going to consolidate the cultivation base. When the realm is consolidated, my combat power may reach the quasi-Xian level, hehe. Hey Mao, a good high cold girl, but her heart is like a sand sculpture girl. Su Lang complained in his heart and smiled slightly on the surface. Then, see you next time. Bye. Chu Xiaobei said goodbye to Su Lang, which was a word she learned on Blue Star. The two bid farewell. Chu Xiaobei retreated to consolidate his realm, and Su Lang also turned and walked to the room. At this time, a door opened. The host, Li Shenyang, bowed respectfully to Su Lang, like a slave. Before Su Lang was talking to Chu Xiaobei, he didn't dare to interrupt, so he ran out at this time. Well, how is your soul injury? Su Lang asked lightly. Soul injuries. Li Shenyang replied respectfully. Master, my soul injury has healed a little and a half, and the soul origin has not improved much. It seems that the effect of that quasi-elixir is not very big. Su Lang frowned and said, you wait, I will refine an elixir for you to try. This is the elixir. Li Shenyang was shocked on the spot, although Su Lang had told him that he could refine the elixir. But Su Lang said casually that he wanted to refine the elixir, which was as simple as rubbing a mud pill. This was really shocking. What are you doing all the fuss about? Can it be a little bit pattern? Su Lang waved his hand. Go to the closed room and wait. Li Shenyang trembled and hurriedly bowed to leave. Look at his cautious look, just like those little eunuchs in the palace. Li Shenyang left. Su Lang entered his room and ordered the system to refine pills and synthesize elixir. With the efforts of the system, an elixir was quickly synthesized. And to synthesize this elixir, it consumes 1,000 holy ranked spiritual healing pills. But Su Lang distressed for a while. Su Lang is observing the elixir in his hand. It was the first time he had refined the elixir, so he was very curious. The elixir in my hand is called Taiyu Immortal Pill, and it is orange-red with irregular dents on the surface, just like a sugar orange. Taiyu Immortal Pill is the lowest elixir. But even the low-level elixir, the power of the above rules is terrifying to the creeps. With such a powerful elixir, Li Shenyang will definitely change from a middle-aged and elderly person with kidney deficiency to a strong young man instantly after taking it, hehe. Su Lang smiled with satisfaction, and immediately put the elixir into the storage space. It's time to break through the cultivation base. Su Lang closed his eyes tightly and gave an order, and his body instantly turned into a black hole. This time, Wu Zun's 2 small realms broke through one after another, and the movement was more than before. The spiritual energy in the heart of the mountains is like Baichu and Nahai, pouring into Su Lang's body one after another, and the spiritual fog forms a funnel cloud in the sky, which is quite spectacular. And in his body there are countless liquid auras appearing out of thin air, like lead and mercury, integrated into the Dantian spiritual core. At this time, the shape and size of the spiritual core has not changed anymore, but it has become more and more empty and transparent. The film that seemed to be able to rub at any time seemed to become thinner and thinner. Achieved, the realm of advanced martial arts. Su Lang's eyes opened suddenly, as if 2 searchlights were turned on, shooting out a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the light disappeared, Su Lang returned to normal, and his breath was again covered by Xuanyan Jingyu fire. Chapter 588, 5 more God-level exercises. Li Shenyang, who was waiting excitedly for the elixir in the room, also grew his mouth in shock again. My cultivation base has broken through again. Li Shenyang trembled with excitement. My lord is really a super genius unparalleled in the sky and the earth for generations. He suddenly discovered that he had mastered 5 God-level techniques in an instant. Yes, it was the 5 God-level techniques that Su Lang practiced that reached the founding level. I dropped the sky, understand and master the 5 God-level techniques in an instant. Li Shenyang's chin is about to fall, the master's innate and savvy can't be described by evildoers at all. In the room, Su Lang hooked his mouth and opened his attribute panel. Realm level, Senior Wu Zun. Defensive level, Quasi-Saint Plus. Shenfa level, Quasi-Sage Plus. Endurance level, Peak Warrior Plus. Mastering techniques. Boundless Heart Sutra, Bei's Feihua Ju Record, God level. Founding, Zhishui Wanzhong Zhen Ju, God level. Founding, Bagua Immortal Power, God level. Founding, Qinli Taiching God Axis, God level. Founding, Zhu Zhuan Zhugong Junjing, God level. Founding. Shi Ju Lingxiao Profound Sword, Zun. Founding, Heoran Lingtian Sword Ju, Zun. Founding, Shui Ling Wujian Ju, Zun. Founding, Drifting Shadowless Sword Technique, Zun. Founding. It has directly reached the Quasi-Sage Plus realm. Su Langchang smiled. Unfortunately, the gap between the Quasi-Sage and the Holy level is really too big, otherwise I am afraid I have reached the Holy level now. He once again selected 5 God level exercises. They are, Changshu Underworld Sword Picture, Wu Shen Shen Body Ju, 9-Color Jade Cicada Sutra, Shen Luo Wanxiang Ju, and Secret Method of Extinguishing Heaven with Blood Flame. The first, Changshu Underworld Sword Picture, is a synthesis of, as the name suggests, a God-level sword art. The second, Wu Shen Shen Body Ju, obtained from Wangfu Qin, is a God-level forging exercise technique, mainly to increase the endurance of battery life. The third, 9-Color Jade Cicada Sutra, also obtained from Wangfukan, is a body-building exercise of its own type. The following 2 exercises all come from Yangxingxing, which is the God-level exercises Yangxingxing obtained from a martial sage inheritance, or it is a secret technique. Among them, Shen Luo Wanxiang Ju, is a secret technique for changing the appearance and atmosphere of the body. With this, Yan Hingxing was hidden in the main city of the Fengelin clan, and Wangfukan of the quasi-sage realm could not see through it a bit. The secret method of extinguishing the sky with blood flame is an explosive secret method that hurts oneself 8,000 and wounds 10,000 enemies. This secret technique is similar to the secret technique used by Oanyao in the Battle of Wolong Mountains. The blood flame extinguishing sky secret method is practiced to the founding level, which is extremely useful for Wusheng, enough to be used as a whole card. System, place the technique. Ding, the exercise is successfully placed, and it has started to practice automatically. Su Lang nodded in satisfaction, then opened the door and shouted, "Li Shenyang, come and see me." Li Shenyang, who heard Su Lang's call, ran over immediately. Li Shenyang stood in front of Su Lang, not even daring to straighten his back. Su Lang understood that the old servants were always hunched in the TV series he watched before. Being an old servant for a lifetime, the habit becomes natural. Of course it is a camel. Take this elixir. Su Lang lightly handed out the Taiyu immortal pill. Thank you, Lord Longan. Li Shenyang immediately knelt on his knees, hit his forehead on the ground, and respectfully held the elixir with both hands. Su Lang smiled faintly. Heal your wounds sooner, don't be vain all day long. Li Shenyang knocked his head heavily before retiring with the elixir. Chapter 589. You really don't want to die. Wait for Li Shenyang to leave. Su Lang sent a message to Yaoqi Yan Fa. He was told that he was about to start refining the Sea of Sky. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang came to Chu Xiaobei's door, knocked on the door, pressed his face to the door and said, "I'm going to refine the Sea of Sky, are you going?" "Of course I am going." With Chu Xiaobei's voice, the door opened instantly. Su Lang was sticking to the door, and he drove forward when he was caught off guard, and the two censored in front of him gradually occupied his vision. Chu Xiaobei screamed, and quickly turned away. Su Lang, big pervert, you really don't want to die, you don't change your sex. Pooh, not because you suddenly opened the door. Su Lang stood steadily, embraced with his hands, and rolled his eyes. To be frank, I really want to experience the feeling of facial cleanser. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaobei flashed too fast. Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang disgustingly. You are not allowed to ride my Xiaobai after a while. Su Lang raised his brows. I made the big bird. Chu Xiaobei retorted. But it's mine now, only I can use it. Cut. Where is Snow and Slender? Chu Xiaobei finally allowed Su Lang to sit with Xiaobai. The two came to the location agreed upon with Yaoqi Yan Fa. Yaoqi Yan Fa and the other 4 martial sages are suspended in the air. Under them. Wow, it's really crowded. At a glance, people from the Yaoqi saints are everywhere in the sky and underground, and even spread to the place where the sky and the earth meet. Su Lang estimated that the number of people who came would be 100 million. At this moment, seeing the arrival of Su Lang, the people of the Yaoqi tribe below were excited. Wow, Lord Su is so handsome. Oh my god, that big white bird is so beautiful. Master Su and Miss Chu are really a pair of jade men made in heaven. Our Yaoqi nationality's iconic high-level sacrificial artifact will be born from them soon, so excited. People in the unit of billions are making noise, the sound is really like a volcanic eruption and a tsunami. Yaoqi Yan Fa and other 5 sages respectfully greeted him. I have met young Master Su and Miss Chu. Patriarch Yan Fa, are you calling all the Yaoqi people here? Su Lang pointed at the dark crowd below and smiled. It's just a practice, why make such a big movement? Master Su, this matter is a trivial matter to you, but it is the most important event in history for us Yaoqi. Yaoqi Yan Fa smiled and said, the high-level sacred artifact, and it is the iconic sacred artifact of our Yaoqi people, this meaning is really too great. Well, it doesn't affect me anyway. Su Lang shrugged his shoulders indifferently, it's not too late, just start like this. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others nodded again and again, all old faces almost burst into laughter. With a wave of Su Lang's big hand, thousands of parts of the sea of sky spilled out, floating up and down in the air. These parts alone exude dazzling light and majestic breath. Among them, the lowest level parts have reached the level of the censored of war, which can be called an artifact. And there are quite a few who have reached the holy rank, 12 of them. Thousands of treasures were suppressed by the horrible atmosphere, and the billions of people of the Yaoqi tribe felt it was difficult to breathe and their movements were slow. The 5 martial sages including Yaoqi Yan Fa were also dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Are the parts just so scary? Stormy waves rose in everyone's hearts. Su Lang flicked with one hand and a saint step vessel appeared. Yes, this time it was refined by the decomposition of the water moon gold furnace. No way, although the secret library of the saints of Yaoqi has been searched, it is still poor. If you can use it, just use it. As soon as the saint stepping device appeared, Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others kept their eyes on it. Su Lang stretched out his hand and took a piece of holy parts into his hands. Chapter 590 began to refine the sea of sky. It's getting started. Look, Su Gongzi has started refining. I thought it was Miss Chu who did it, but I didn't expect young Master Su to refine it herself. Su Gongzi is the real genius. The young people of our Yaoqi ethnic group can't compare to Su Gongzi's toe. Yes, it would be nice if I had a 1000th excellent Master Su. I'm satisfied as long as young Master Su is 1 out of 10,000 excellent. During the discussion, Su Lang threw the sacred parts in his hands into the cauldron, and then stretched out his hand, 12 top-level artifact parts filed into the cauldron. Su Lang's eyes flashed, and endless thunder was born from the void, forming a terrifying thunderland around the cauldron. Yes, this time the refiner Su Lang directly used the thunder system rules. Although during alchemy, thunder and lightning are definitely not as easy to control as flames. But after mastering the rules of thunder and lightning, it can be controlled from the heart, and the effect is actually similar to that of flames. The point is, the use of lightning is really exciting. You see, the fans below are all boiling. God, it's the power of thunder and lightning rules. So handsome, young Master Su is like Thor. The power of the rules can only be mastered by martial saint. Has the realm of Su Gongzi reached the level of martial saint? No, I observe Su Gongzi's aura fluctuations, obviously only Wu Zun level. Then what the censored is going on? Is it possible that young Master Su has understood the rules only at the Wu Zun level? It can only be so. Young Master Su's talent is really terrifying. A step that quasi-sage has been difficult to take for tens of thousands of years, but he has passed it at such a young age. Countless people were talking in astonishment, their voices buzzing, spread all over the world. The scene was vast. The 5 sages including Chu Xiaobei and Yaoqi Yan Fa were also extremely shocked. Wu Zun level comprehend the rules, such a thing is really unheard of, they have never seen anything like this. Su Lang, the big satyr, understood the rules without saying a word. Chu Xiaobei couldn't help widening her beautiful eyes, such a qualification is so many times higher than I don't know. My unparalleled qualification is simply not enough. Although she had an unparalleled qualification, she understood the rules earlier than other warriors, but she only understood the rules at the intermediate martial god realm. Young Master Su Lang may be the most qualified existence in Kandlan continent. As long as there is no accident, young Master Su Lang will definitely become a generation of Emperor Wu. Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others looked at each other, their faces full of surprise. The Qi Ding surrounded by thunder and lightning turned red, and Su Lang immediately played countless Qi tactics and began to fuse the sacred parts and the 12 censored parts. Because Su Lang's refinement level is supreme, there is no difficulty in this work at all. In just a few dozen breaths, 13 parts are integrated. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang opened the cauldron, and a stronger and larger part came out. Yes, this is still part of the part. Su Lang temporarily put this part aside, and then repeated the previous work. Combine the remaining 11 holy parts with 132 artifacts to form 11 more powerful holy parts. If the previous 12 holy parts were the lowest 1-star sacred artifacts, the 12 holy parts at this time reached 2 stars. A more majestic coercion dropped from the top of the 12 holy parts to the ground, and the Yaoqi people below felt suffocated. Those with weak cultivation bases even couldn't stand firmly, and they were about to vomit blood. Some Yaoqi warriors immediately opened their formations, or opened their own warrior's domain to resist the pressure of the sacred instruments, so as to avoid casualties. Just these 12 sacred artifacts parts are already so powerful, how terrifying it would be if the real sky sea is refined. Yaoqi Yan Fa and other 5 saints stared at the 12 saint-level parts that were floating in the air, all of them trembling with excitement. Chapter 591, Shengding is going to blow up. Su Lang's gaze shifted to the remaining large number of god-level parts. Although 12 holy parts and 132 top god-level parts have been used so far, there are still 2,888 god-level parts left. The role of these god-level parts is to act as a bridge to connect the newly refined 12-level parts. Royal, Su Lang drank in a low voice, and the 2,888 god-level parts moved together, divided into 12 parts, each of which was made up of 240 pieces. These 280 pieces are subdivided into 12 parts, each of which is divided into 20 pieces. Immediately, under Su Lang's spiritual treasure, 20 god-level parts entered the cauldron and smelted into a higher-level artifact. After going back and forth like this, the 12 bridges have been refined. These 12 bridges are all quasi-sage level artifacts, and they are only a tiny bit away from the real saints. Its size is even more terrifying than ordinary low-level sacred artifacts, but there are no rules and auras. Next is the final step of the refining tool. Su Lang took a deep breath and threw all the 12 holy parts and the 12 quasi-holy bridges into the cauldron. Mine. Su Lang moved his mind and tilted out the thunder system rules he mastered. The endless thunder and lightning continued to circulate in the sky like a dragon and snake, licking the pot. The entire sky has been occupied by Lei Hai, and its power is no less than a 1-star martial sage's full shot. The mighty sky, the terrifying coercion, even the Valkyrie who opened the domain were pale and sweaty. Only Chu Xiaobei, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others can be as stable as Mount Tai. However, Su Lang used the realm of Wu Zun to show the strength of Wu Sheng. This scene made Yaoqi Yan Fa and others so surprised that their jaws were dislocated. Although she knew that Su Lang was able to display martial sage-level combat power, it was in the case of using mysterious secret techniques. At this time, Su Lang obviously did not use any secret techniques, but still exerted the strength of a 1-star martial sage. How does this not shock her? Everyone was shocked and horrified. There was a sudden explosion in the sky. Countless people looked up. With good eyesight, he immediately discovered that there was a cobweb-like crack on the holy step vessel. No, Su Gongzi's holy cauldron is cracked. Oh my god, how terrifying this sky sea is, even the Saint Cauldron is cracked. Your focus is wrong, don't you worry that the refining of the sea of sky will fail. Cut, don't you see that the old man Su Lang is here, calmly, even smiling. That is, although there is a crack in the holy cauldron, young Master Su Lang doesn't panic at all, everything is under his control. Ah, I am worthy of being a powerful young Master Su, this calm charm has already fallen me. Yes, even though Shengding had cracks, Su Lang was really as stable as an old dog and didn't panic at all. Because before the Saint Cauldron exploded, the sea of sky could definitely be refined. The thunder and lightning are still roaring, like an ancient beast entrenched in the sky, vying for the sacred cauldron like a dragon ball. Kaka, the cracks on the sacred cauldron began to grow larger, making a sour rattling sound. This scene suddenly made countless people nervous, including the martial gods such as xianxia, and they were also very restless. The crack has grown bigger, the sacred cauldron will not really burst open. Probably not, maybe not. Young Master Su is still smiling. Look, there won't be any problems. There was another explosion from the Saint Cauldron, and the whole cauldron turned into fragments and scattered. What the hell, it exploded. Oh my god, the Saint Cauldron was blown up. A holy artifact, it exploded. Everyone lost their voices in horror, as if seeing ordinary people seeing a building collapsed, and their hearts were shocked and fearful. The Saint Cauldron has exploded, no. But Yaoqi Yanfa and other Wu Sheng are ants on the stove anxiously. Chapter 592, Everyone sit down. What are you anxious for? Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes and said, Su Lang didn't make any movements, and he didn't even change his smile. It shows that everything is under control. It's true, young Master Su Lang still didn't do anything. Look, those sacred cauldrons that exploded, the energy of the artifact is connected between the fragments. It's the aura of the sacred instrument and the power of rules. Yaoqi Yanfa and the others were relieved to see that the Saint Ding hadn't fully exploded. The sacred cauldron in the Thunder Sea suddenly extinguished 3 times, and finally burst into endless light. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were bright, and nothing was seen. Only the martial artist above the realm of martial god could see that the Saint Ding was completely exploded. God, it really exploded. Did it fail? How could this be? Obviously everything is under the control of young Master Su Lang. No, this is not true, young Master Su Lang will not fail, and our Yaoqi clan's savings will not be gone. The Snow White people in front of them were panicked and their faces were in disbelief. It will not fail, it will not fail. Yaoqi Yanfa and others opened their eyes wide and kept praying. This guy, he won't be brave, has he screwed up? Chu Xiaobei frowned slightly, however, I always feel that this guy will not fail. He is a person who can create miracles easily. When everyone was panicked, worried, and suspicious, the sky suddenly went dark. It was like a huge lid that replaced the sky and blocked the sun and moon. Countless people looked up and saw a huge ring suspended in the air, exuding an extremely terrifying power, and even the surrounding void was distorting. The power of such a vast rule is an advanced holy artifact. Chu Xiaobei slightly lengthened her mouth. This guy, sure enough, he won't fail. Advanced Hallows. Advanced Hallows. Master Su Lang succeeded. Ha ha ha, the Sea of Sky is refined. I know that young Master Su Lang will not fail. He is almighty and undefeated. What a powerful sacred artifact. This will be the foundation of our Yaoqi people's life. Every one of the Yaoqi saints cheered with excitement, and the 5 saints such as Yaoqi Yanfa were even more tearful. Su Lang's voice came from the sky. Everyone sits down, the Sea of Sky has not been completely refined yet. Didn't this all succeed? How come it hasn't been refined yet? Master Su said, that is, the refining has not been completed, do you dare to question? No, I was wrong, I was wrong. When everyone was excited, there was also a hint of doubt. At this time, the refining of the Sea of Sky has indeed completed the refining, but why does Su Lang say that the refining has not been completely completed? Yaoqi Yanfa and the others looked at each other. After thinking about it, they suddenly realized that they said in unison, formation. At the beginning of the Shenlong, Su Lang said that he would set up an array. Why is the design of the Sea of Sky divided into 12 subjects and 12 bridges, and the 12 bridges are each subdivided into 12 parts? All this is for the layout of the formation. Otherwise, Su Lang could have refined the Sea of Sky just like refining Xiaobai. It's time to burn the formation. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, pinched with one hand, and a Saint Order formation pen appeared in his hand. When the Holy Step Cauldron was completely broken, Su Lang broke it down, and at this time refinished it into this array pen Namedao Mingyu. The first formation, the Indigo Weiyu Heavenly Saint formation. Su Lang holds the pen with one hand, his eyes are exquisite and exquisite, the strokes are drawn out, and the formations appear out of thin air, engraved into the body of the sky and sea. One stroke, there was a buzzing sound, and a layer of indigo blue smooth barrier rose, instantly covering a radius of 100,000 miles. This formation was learned from Li Shenyang's inheritance space. Those floating islands have various holy rank formations, and Su Lang learned them all at a glance. These formations were not refined by Li Shenyang, but were displayed using arrays. Li Shenyang is indeed worthy of the prestigious reputation of the ancient times. The formations he collected are basically the strongest among the same level. The Indigo Sky Sacred Array is the most powerful one, almost reaching the level of quasi-celestial. Chapter 593, Don't You Love Me? Suddenly, the Indigo Sky Sacred Array unfolded, and Xianxia and others were stunned. What happened? How could a formation suddenly appear? Could it be that this formation was arranged by young Master Su? He said that the Sea of Sky was not completely refined, just to arrange the formation. It should be the case, but doesn't it take a long time to set up the formation? Isn't it very troublesome? Why did the formation appear all at once? Furthermore, this suddenly appeared formation is extremely powerful at first glance. It is definitely not something that an ordinary formation mage can arrange, at least it is also the most advanced holy rank formation mage. I don't understand, this is too exaggerated, but if it is Su Gongzi, it is not impossible to arrange the formation between raising his hands. Well, I think so too. With young Master Su's immeasurable talent, it's normal for him to be proficient in formations in addition to being a master of weaponry. Ah, young Master Su is really amazing, scream, so will I, young Master Su is awesome, When everyone was shocked, they decided not to worry about the details anymore, and just screamed for young Master Su. It's hard to hear a person screaming, but if many people scream together, it will appear magnificent, the scene will be vast, the atmosphere will rise, and the scream will be nice. The concert is like this. At this time, Su Lang was like a superstar that was highly anticipated, and received excited screams from countless fans. It's pretty fun. Su Lang looked at the crowd like a tide below, and couldn't help but smile. Immediately afterwards, he lifted his pen again, and countless array patterns were born from the tip of the pen, merged into the Sea of Sky, and formed new arrays again. These later formations were combined with the Indigo Weiyu Heavenly Sacred Array to form a Super Saint Step Array. Moreover, Su Lang continued to portray the formations, until the Sky Sea's body could no longer accommodate and bear more formations. By this time, Su Lang had portrayed a total of 9,527 holy rank formations on the Sea of Sky. Nearly 10,000 holy rank formations are united, and even if its power has not crossed the sky to reach the immortal level, it is also the top existence among the quasi-immortal level. It can be said that no one can break the defense of the Sea of Sky as long as they don't encounter a fairy-level opponent. Moreover, the defensive range of the Sky Sea is extremely terrifying, covering almost the entire Jade Lake Holy City. Finally finished. This is the strongest holy artifact I have ever refined. Su Lang showed a happy smile on his face, closed his pen, then stretched out his hand, and the Sea of Sky shrank like a compass into his palm. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately understood that the Sea of Sky was completely refined and couldn't help cheering wildly again. The refining of the Sea of Sky is complete. Master Su has cast the Sea of Sky with one hand. It's amazing. Master Su, I love you. Why don't you love me? You are a man, brother. Su Lang rolled his eyes helplessly, feeling very speechless at the cheers of people. Chu Xiaobei flew up to Su Lang with curiosity in his eyes, as the refining of the Sea of Sky finished. Show me quickly. Xianxia and others also surrounded them, and they were so excited that they were almost crying. It's just a sacred artifact, not a good thing. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and threw the Sea of Sky to Chu Xiaobei. The eyes of the 5 Yaoqi followed the arc of the Sea of Sky and fell on Chu Xiaobei's hand. Wow, what an exquisite sacred artifact. Chu Xiaobei took the Sea of Sky and couldn't help but praised, this is definitely the best holy artifact I have ever seen. Even in our profound Jade Immortal clan, only an immortal artifact can crush it. Only an immortal artifact can crush a sacred artifact. So powerful, almost invincible among the saints. After listening to Chu Xiaobei's evaluation, Yaoqi and others' eyes brightened, like a bright searchlight. Now, here you are. When Chu Xiaobei saw Yaoqi and the other 5 being impatient, he smiled and handed them the Sea of Sky. Chapter 594, This person is difficult. Yanfa kowtowed Master Su. Yaoqi did not directly take the Sea of the Sky, but knelt down on his knees and bowed solemnly. I'll wait to thank young Master Su, thank young Master Su for a great kindness. The 4 martial sages including Yaoqi Hongxi also knelt on the ground, expressing gratitude. Okay, it's just a fair deal. Su Lang faintly waved his hand, I will give you the Sea of Sky, and I will not return the remaining materials. Master Su, you refined the Sky Sea, how much of those materials are left? What's more, you even exploded the Saint Cauldron in order to refine the Sea of Sky for us. This loss cannot be made up for by those materials at all. Yaoqi Yanfa raised his head and handed a space ring with deep gratitude. Yanfa is willing to dedicate most of his fortune to young Master Su. Only in this way can I feel at ease. Please don't be too young. I'm waiting too. Master Su, please accept it. Yaoqi Hongxi and the other 4 martial sages also took out the space ring and handed it to Su Lang tearfully. The Yaoqi people below saw that their ancestors all knelt to Su Lang, and all knelt down. The crowd as big as the sea was a bit shorter in an instant. Seeing this scene, Su Lang's heart burst into laughter. It did cost a lot of materials to refine the Sea of Sky, but it was far less than what Yaoqi Yanfa and others had imagined. It can even be said to be very few. Su Lang spent about 1/5 of the materials obtained from the Yaoqi Saint clan's secret library. In addition to the common materials, the precious Valkyrie soul only used 12 copies, and the remaining 17 copies, 10 of which were used to evolve the Yudian sword, and 7 copies remained. Those 2 copies of Wuxiang soul are even more useless. Right now they just lie in the storage space. As for the saint that exploded, as I said before, after being decomposed, the Aoimingyu, or A pen was refined, and there was no loss of even a curl. It can be said that this wave of Su Lang really made a lot of money. However, since Yaoqi Yanfa and others have to make up for it, it is not a good idea to refuse, hehe. Since your kindness is hard to come by, then I will accept it. Su Lang smiled faintly, and stretched out his hand to take the ring presented by the 5 sages of Yaoqi. Get up quickly, I am embarrassed. Thank you so much Su Gongzi. Yaoqi Yanfa said gratefully, the Sea of Sky will be the foundation for the Yaoqi people to settle down, and it will be the opportunity for our race to grow and develop and impact the immortals. It's not that simple to attack the fairy clan. Chu Xiaobei smiled and handed the Sea of Sky to Yaoqi Yanfa. However, it is always good to have ambition. Thank you Miss Chu for your encouragement. Yaoqi Yanfa nodded excitedly, and immediately painted his hand, reaching out to pick up the Sea of Sky. This is the moment when the Sea of Sky is officially delivered. The eyes of countless people are falling on the Sea of Sky. A burst of laughter came, and the voice was unbridled, piercing the world. Countless people's complexion changed drastically, and they looked at the place where the sound came from. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei, as well as Yaoqi Yanfa and other 5 sages also changed their expression suddenly, following their reputation. I saw where the world meets, one person walks in backlight, carrying endless power, and the void trembles wherever he passes, and the light is distorted. Unexpectedly, when investigating the demise of a small branch, I would get such a big gain. Quasi-Xian weapon, a rare weapon in ordinary martial arts, ha 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 ha, my luck is really great. The figure was frantic, and gradually approached, revealing its true face. This person has eagle-like eyes and a wild expression on his face. He is dressed in a reddish-black shirt. A long way away, Su Lang could smell the terrifying smell of blood on his body. The reason why the shirt turned red and black was because it was stained with endless blood. He is from Tushanlu, and his cultivation base, Quasi-Wonderland. Yaoqi Yanfa's eyes were violent, revealing a deep panic. Yaoqi Hongxi and the others are like falling into an ice cave, chilling all over. This person is difficult. Su Lang narrowed his eyes and called up the attribute panel of the madman in black. Chapter 595, Kai Liao. Properties panel. Name, Kai Liao. Race, 1000 pupils. Realm level, Juxing Wuxiang. Attack level, Quasi-Sense Plus. Defensive level, Quasi-Sense. Shenfa level, Quasi-Sense. Endurance level, Quasi-Sent. Mastering the exercises, Yuheng Heart Sutra. Reincarnation Immortal Pupil Sacred Code, Xian level. Entry level, Black Flame True Sage Profound Book, Holy level. Dacheng Tianwu Chihua Zhenju, God level. Consummation, Tian Ju Tian Sha Forbidden Ju, God level, Dacheng. Sure enough, the realm of cultivation alone has reached the 9-star martial sage, and the true combat power has reached the quasi-immortal level in all aspects. Su Lang showed a faint look of jealousy, but immediately disappeared, because he was amused by the name of this quasi-immortal boss. The dignified quasi-immortal expert, unexpectedly named Kai Liao, and he would become a rookie if he was not careful. If he lives on the blue star, he might be laughed at secretly countless times. Su Lang couldn't help but smile. Su Lang, big pervert, are you still smiling at this time? Do you think I can beat him? Seeing Su Lang smile, Chu Xiaobei couldn't help being speechless, and sounded angrily at Su Lang. However, when Yaoqi Yanfa and others saw Su Lang's expression of boundless happiness, most of the panic in their hearts dissipated. Princess Su Lang is so relaxed and happy, it seems that there must be a way to deal with this quasi-immortal from Tushanlu. Haha, you deserve to be young Master Su Lang. He is powerful and has a solid background, so he doesn't even care about the immortals. With young Master Su Lang, it seems that the Heavenly Slaughter Tower martial artist who is the first and second in the sky will definitely plant a fight. Yaoqi Yanfa and others look at me, and when I look at you, there are sneers on his face. Then Kai Liao had come not far from Su Lang and others. With a frantic laughter, Kai Liao opened his mouth and said, "A group of ants, quickly hand over the quasi-immortal weapon and kneel down and become my slave. Otherwise, I will let you live worse than death, and slaughter all the people of the Yaoqi tribe, and let your entire tribe disappear from the top of the Kanglan continent." As he said, Kai Lao's eyes stared at the sky and sea in Chu Xiaobei's hand intently, revealing a thick color of greed. In his opinion, the strongest of these people in front of him is the 7-star martial saint-level woman. But no matter how strong the woman was, she would definitely not be able to beat him, who was only one step away from Wushan. As for the rest of the people, they are even chickens, vulnerable, and don't need to be put in the eye. A quasi-immortal in a mere dare to be arrogant in front of our young master Su Lang. Yaoqi Yanfa sneered again and again, "Do you know the identity of our young master Su Lang? Speaking out will scare you to death." After hearing what Yaoqi Yanfa said, Kai Liao suddenly looked at him. His face was surprised, and his eyes fell on the handsome young man. For this young man, he is very concerned. Because just now he witnessed the whole process of this young man refining the quasi-immortal artifact from a distance. For such a talented person, Kai Liao would of course be reluctant to kill, so he only said before that Su Lang and others would kneel down as slaves. But at this time, the old man actually said that this person was noble, and even the quasi-immortal dared to describe it as trivial. It was really frightening to ponder. Could it be that the identity of that young man turned out to be a direct descendant of the imperial clan? Only the noble existence of the emperor can you dare not put the immortal in your eyes. However, if that person is really a descendant of the emperor, how can he come to this remote place where the birds don't shit, and mix with a little saint? Thinking of this, Kai Liao couldn't help but wonder. Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang and bit her silver teeth. She stepped forward and said condescendingly to Kai Liao, "Where did the dog from here dare to bark at my son? Now if you knelt on your knees and kowtowed to apologize, my son might still spare your life." After speaking, Chu Xiaobei retreated behind Su Lang, making a maid looking like Su Lang's head. Chapter 596. Make a big banner. Such a scene fell in Kai Lao's eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The 7-star female saint in front of me is already considered a strong generation in Kanglan continent, but she is just the young man's maid. Using a great sage as a maid, I am afraid that only the direct descendants of the emperor have this qualification, right? You don't know where your excellency comes from. Kai Liao stepped back and bowed to Su Lang. My power is also connected to some of the emperors. Maybe the flood rushed into the Dragon King temple, misunderstanding. Are you from Tushanlu? It's a mere slaughter tower, and I am not qualified to know my name. I only give you a chance, immediately kneel down and kowtow to apologize, and then get out of my sight. Otherwise, your end will be extremely miserable. I will give you 10 seconds to do all this. After this time, you are considered to have offended me. Even if you enter and can escape, you will still be able to go and the monk will not be able to run away from the temple. The quasi-immortal of the mere Lantian Tower, I can make you live in pain forever. Su Lang smiled coldly, the arrogance on his face several times more arrogant than Kai Liao. No way, the key is that they can't beat them now. Even if Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei can't die, the Yaoqi tribe will be over. It takes time for the Sea of Sky to unfold, and it needs extremely terrifying energy support, and it is impossible to form a defense force in a short time. As for Kai Liao, a single blow can wipe out most of the Yaoqi saints. In order to prevent the Yaoqi from being annihilated, Su Lang simply followed Yan Fa's brain in Yaoqi and cooperated with Chu Xiaobei to withdraw a tiger skin as a banner. Hope to scare Kai Liao away. This, your excellency, is too. Kai Liao was stunned by Su Lang. He was also a quasi-immortal, and he came from the Tuantian Tower. The so-called don't look at the face of the monk and the face of the Buddha. Even if the other party is really a direct descendant of the emperor, he should not be so contemptuous and insulting. Now there are only 7 seconds left. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he took out a communication jade card and pretended to look at it. Oh, your name is Kai Liao, a member of the 1,000 pupils. Kai Liao heard Su Lang's words, only to feel angry thunder in his ears. A horror arose in his heart. Why does this young man know my name and race? Even within the organization, not many people know my real name. Moreover, did he know so soon? Is he really a direct descendant of the imperial family? He used the energy of the emperor. Thinking of this, Kai Liao's complexion suddenly changed, and his unbridled and arrogant expression disappeared completely, unlike when he came. See this scene. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but smile, secretly saying that young Master Su Lang's hands and eyes were open to the sky, and he casually frightened the immortal. Chu Xiaobei was a little surprised. She knew everything about Su Lang. Knowing that Su Lang was not a direct descendant of the emperor clan, but he could know the name of the quasi-immortals so quickly, and he didn't know what mysterious means had been used. Everyone's reaction was actually within a moment. Kai Liao, you still have 5 seconds. Su Lang held the jade card for transmission and sneered, when the time comes, you will know the consequences. A rare trace of panic rose in Kai Liao's heart. This kind of feeling, after he became a 9-star martial sage, he hasn't felt it for a long, long time. In the past, he was only in the face of extremely terrifying enemies and the huge forces that suppressed the world. 4 seconds. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised, his face showed a cruel and tyrannical craziness, and he showed the characteristics of the dude to the fullest. I kneel, I kneel. Kai Liao's psychological defense finally loosened, he quickly responded twice, and knelt down immediately. A generation of quasi-immortals just knelt on their knees in front of Su Lang, trembling. He was arrogant when he came before. This strong contrast immediately caused the sea of people below to burst out into cheers like a tsunami. Just now, everyone was so frightened that they were censored off. At this moment, seeing the material kneel down, can you be agitated or unhappy? Chapter 597. Actually use it to roll. Master Su, you are the sun and moon in the sky, and I will look up to you every day from now on. Long live Su Gongzi, and long live Su Gongzi. Nima, do you dare to curse young Master Su for a short life? Come here, beat him. I was wrong, I'm quick. Su Gongzi is immortal and immortal. Countless people's gazes of worship and admiration gathered on Su Lang, and the cheers in their mouths exploded in Kai Liao's ears like thunder. At this time, Kai Liao really wanted to cry without tears. The previous organization said that a subordinate force in a remote place was destroyed, and the man who started it was a great sage, and then he was sent. When he first came, before he had time to contact his subordinates, he saw that Su Lang was refining the sea of sky, secretly saying that he was falling into the sky. However, he never imagined, where is the falling pie? It is a huge iron plate. Thinking of this, Kai Liao couldn't help but hate those subordinates. Those guys who engage in intelligence are too timid. He didn't even figure out his identity, so he was sent to kill. Or is it just a trap? Someone in the organization is dealing with him. Think about it carefully, it's really possible. Kai Liao was horrified. Maid, fortunately I am lucky, and they didn't plan to kill me, otherwise my little life. Hey, it's time to kowtow. You have 1 second left. Su Lang's contemptuous voice suddenly sounded. Yes, I'll just kowtow. Kai Liao came back to his senses and immediately banged his head 3 times under Su Lang's feet. Obviously he was in the air, and I don't know how he knocked out such a loud noise, maybe he has special knocking skills. Kai Liao, forget about it today. Su Lang hung his eyelids and looked down at Kai Liao condescendingly. If I dare to appear in my sight, I'm not welcome. I will get out of here, I will get out now. Kai Liao nodded frantically, then curled up, actually rolling. Kai Liao rolled away in the gaze and ridicule of Su Lang and others, as well as the unknown number of Yaoqi people below. When I came here, I was overwhelmed and unstoppable. When I left, I shrank my head and pinched my tail and censored off. It was really uncontrollable. The Patriarch of Yaoqi, you quickly activate the Sea of Sky. Su Lang turned to look at Yaoqi Yanfa. After all, I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you for the rest of your life. You still have to rely on yourself for the saints of Yaoqi. Thank you Master Su for saving our Yaoqi clan. Yaoqi Yanfa bowed deeply, then knelt on both knees. 3. More rattles. Yaoqi Hongxi and other martial sages, as well as the number of billions of Yaoqi people below, also knelt down. Master Xie Su save our Yaoqi clan. Master Xie Su, save our Yaoqi clan. Master Xie Su. There was a cry of harmony, and the sound was earth-shattering. All are up. Su Lang smiled faintly and helped Yaoqi Yanfa. You quickly activate the Sea of Sky. I am fine now, just to guide you how to manipulate. Yaoqi Yan Pharaoh was in tears and trembling all over. However, at any rate, he was also the lord of the clan. He quickly cleared his emotions and took over the Sea of Sky from Chu Xiaobei's expression. Holding the Sea of Quasi-Immortality, Yaoqi Yanfa felt that he was holding the future and hope of the Yaoqi clan. Yaoqi Yanfa poured spiritual power into the Sea of Sky, and immediately understood most of its usage. The Sea of Sky is a comprehensive treasure that gathers various functions such as flying, defense, counterattack, spiritual gathering and living. Its flight speed and counter-offensive ability reach Juxing Wusheng, and its defense ability is invincible below the immortal level. Its spiritual gathering ability is also extremely abnormal. Once activated, the concentration of spiritual energy will be stronger than the heart of the mountains. Moreover, buildings can be built on the sky and sea without affecting its own functions. It can be said that the Sea of Sky is a perfect headquarters. It is impeccable to fight, run, and act. Chapter 598, Boiling Yaoqi Holy City. Yaoqi Yanfa asked, I don't know how much energy the Sky Sea needs and how many people control it. There are 24 energy points in the Sea of Sky, and Spirit Jade is used as energy. Except for this, only 24 Valkyries are required to preside over the 12 sacred artifacts and 12 bridges. Subordinates can be assisted by Wu Zun. The number is arbitrary, of course, the more the number, the better. In a special period, the martial saint general can be replaced by the martial god. The more martial saints who control the Sky Sea, the stronger the Sky Sea. If the 12 sacred artifacts and 12 bridges are all controlled by martial saints, and the rest of the controllers are all replaced by martial gods, then the Sea of Sky's top strength will be exerted. Yaoqi Yanfa nodded excitedly and asked, Master Su, does the formation on the Sky Sea need a professional formation mage to control it? No need. As long as the energy is sufficient, the above formation will operate automatically, without human manipulation. Su Lang smiled and said, moreover, all formations can be restored automatically, without the need for array mage repair. Then it's too much trouble. Yaoqi Yanfa was extremely surprised. I originally thought that many formation mages were needed to control the formation together. Su Lang nodded, you send someone to activate the Sea of Sky now. Yaoqi Yanfa showed excitement and turned to look at Yaoqi Hongxi. You have heard what Master Su said, go find someone. Okay, let's go right away. Yaoqi Hongxi and others dispersed immediately and ran to find someone. All the Valkyrie appeared in front of Su Lang, their expressions excited and respectful. Immediately afterwards, Wu Zun was selected as a member of the Sea of Sky. Let's start. Su Lang waved his hand and said, I will not interfere with you, I will rely on you. Yaoqi Yanfa solemnly nodded his head and was about to activate the Sea of Sky. But at this moment, he suddenly paused. Su Lang frowned. Yaoqi Yanfa said, Master Su, I plan to go to the holy city of Yaoqi to activate the Sea of Sky. That's fine, let's go. Su Lang nodded. He knew that Yaoqi Yanfa's thoughts were nothing more than to give power to the various races in the holy city of Yaoqi. Especially the Qiri Saint clan and Tianyan Saint clan, these two races must be in the Yaoqi holy city. Yaoqi Yanfa wants to let the two races truly feel the terrifying power of the Sea of Sky. Yaoqi Yanfa ordered everyone to go to the holy city of Yaoqi. Suddenly, countless people marched forward in cheers, and the crowd flocked to the holy city of Yaoqi like a tide. The location of the refining Sky Sea is between the heart of the mountains and the holy city of Yaoqi, not far away. And there is also a teleportation array available. Soon, Su Lang and others arrived at the holy city of Yaoqi. Those Yaoqi people with low cultivation bases also arrived one after another. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei hovered above the clouds above the holy city of Yaoqi, while Yanfa and others surrounded the Yaoqi holy city, slightly behind, showing respect. And those countless Yaoqi people poured into the holy city, causing a great sensation. Oh my god, why are there so many people? It's all Yaoqi people. They were summoned and left before. but now they are all back. I don't know what happened. Did Wuyong Demon Cave's counterattack come? No, what are they talking about? The Sea of Sky? What, young Master Su, invincible below the immortal level? What are you kidding about? Aren't they crazy? Invincible below the immortal level? It's ridiculous. Fuck, someone here dared to criticize young Master Su, come here and beat him. Beat me to death. Just cut the limbs. The entire Jade Lake Holy City was boiling, and everyone knew about Lord Su and the Sea of Sky. Those who dared to contempt and question were all taken care of. The people of the Cheery Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan were shocked, and all the undercover forces came out to inquire for more detailed information. But they didn't spend much effort at all, they knew all the information. Su Lang used his own power to refine the quasi-immortal tool Sky Sea for the Yaoqi Saints, and forced the quasi-immortal of Tuan Tianlu to kneel and kowtow. Chapter 599, Sea of Sky activated. Upon learning this information, they were immediately scared. Whether it was refining the quasi-immortal weapon or forcing the quasi-immortal to kneel, they trembled with fear. They know that from now on, the two clans of their own side, let alone bullying the Yaoqi Saint clan, they will end up if they are not destroyed by the Yaoqi Saint clan. A wave of ripples appeared in the sky, dispelling all the white clouds, exposing Su Lang and others above the clouds. Seeing Su Lang, the enthusiastic fans of the Yaoqi tribe went crazy instantly. They yelled, "Master Su," and flew towards the sky one after another, trying to get closer to Su Lang until they were cut off by the defense formation. Those who couldn't fly climbed to the top of the tall buildings and waved their hands in excitement. At this moment, I don't know how many millions of people worshipped Su Lang's eyes. Everyone remembered Su Lang's extremely handsome figure. Su Lang looked at the boiling holy city below and couldn't help but smile. Su Lang held his hands behind his back, and said to Yaoqi Yan Fa with a calm expression, "Let's get started." Yaoqi Yan Fa nodded, then directly activated the Sea of Sky. In an instant, the Sea of Sky burst out with a strong light, like a new sun appeared in everyone's eyes. Its light is so bright, so dazzling. A whole roar suddenly sounded. That is, the Sea of Sky is expanding at an extremely terrifying speed. Its speed surpasses the speed of sound, causing a continuous sonic boom. In addition, the sonic boom also brought spectacular sonic boom clouds, and the entire sky instantly covered countless clouds. In mists, the Sea of Sky is still swelling, and the shadow it casts is like the mouth of a giant beast, swallowing the entire Jade Lake Holy City. The terrifying coercion drooped down, and the original protective array of the holy city of Yaoqi was continuously distorted. The sky has changed. The defensive formation is twisting. It's too powerful, too scary. Countless people were stunned. Is this the mighty power of the Sky Sea? At this moment, Yao Kai Yan Fa let out a loud shout. Everyone obeys orders, enter the Sea of Sky and take control in the following order. Under the arrangement of Yaoqi Yanfa, Yaoqi Hongxi and other martial sages, as well as the selected martial Censored Wuzun, entered the designated location in the Sea of Sky. Su Lang found that Yaoqi Yiren was among them, so she went to control a part of the artifact. Yaoqi Yan Fa also went in and mastered a holy part. The people in charge of the 12 sacred parts and 12 bridges took out a lot of spirit jade and put it into the energy point. In an instant, the Sea of Sky bloomed again and became bigger and bigger. A layer of gleaming indigo-blue spherical barrier emerged from the center of the sky and sea, and began to extend to the sky, the ground and the distance. This moist and silky hood stretches very fast, covering the entire Jade Lake Holy City within a few breaths, and it continues to extend outward. It wasn't until the area covered by the hood reached 3 times that of the holy city of Yaoqi before it gradually stopped. At this moment, the sky and the underground of the entire Jade Lake Holy City were protected by the defensive barrier of the Sky Sea. In addition, the remaining formations on the Sea of Sky also began to play a role. The space imprisonment array method makes all the teleportation arrays in the city unusable, and the space-type techniques cannot be used. The spirit gathering array was activated, and Fang Yuan didn't know how many tens of thousands of miles of spiritual energy was sucked into the inside of the hood like torn. The concentration of aura inside the Sky City increased a lot at once. This is only a moment of activation. With the passage of time, the concentration of aura will reach a level that is stronger than the heart of the mountains. But just so, it has already made the warriors in the holy city crazy. As the concentration of aura increases, their cultivation speed can also increase, which means that they make faster progress, have more opportunities to impact higher realms, and have more lifespan. As a result, everyone began to cheer again, and the image of young Master Su Lang became extremely sacred in their hearts. In a remote valley, the mist is steaming, and the mountain pine meets the deer, which is a fairy family scene. A long stream of light flew in the distance. Chapter 600. Reincarnation Fairy Illusion. The streamer stopped over the valley and turned into a man in a black and red shirt. This person is Kai Liao, who rolled away from Su Lang with his tail tucked away. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, his blue veins were violently jumping, and his chichao was smoking. Obviously he was extremely angry. Dogs, it's all you guys who don't do a good job of intelligence, which caused me to suffer such a big loss. Not only was my dignity and face lost, but I almost lost my life. I can't swallow this breath, you have to pay the price for your inaction. Ah, Samsara fairy pupil, Kai Liao roared, and the pupils in his eyes instantly dispersed and turned into whirlpools. The sky behind him also suddenly tore two tightly closed gaps. The tightly closed narrow gap suddenly opened, forming horrible eyes that were thousands of feet long. With the appearance of these giant eyes, the range of hundreds of thousands of miles suddenly became hazy, as if entering another weird world. This is the reincarnation fairy pupil manifested by Kai Liao with supernatural powers. Cooperating with the martial saint realm, a reincarnation fantasy space can be formed, and the creatures included in it can be killed. The information warriors of the slaughter tower hidden in the valley found the strangeness and couldn't help being shocked. What the censored is going on? How did the surrounding environment suddenly change? I have seen that this is a scene caused by the reincarnation fairy pupil, and people from the Qiantong tribe do it to us. What? How come people from the Thousand Eyes clan appear here, and will they do it to us? Could it be that Kai Liao, who was sent from the headquarters, did it? Damn it, it's definitely him. What the censored is he going crazy? He actually uses reincarnation fairy pupils on us. The headquarters sent him here to clean up the great saint. Why did he shoot us instead? Contact the headquarters quickly, quickly. All the warriors in the valley gathered together, and their eyes were full of fear and surprise. The leading warrior is a one-star martial sage. He immediately took out the jade card of communication, and wanted to send a message to the headquarters of the slaying tower. They suddenly discovered that the surrounding environment had changed instantly. The hazy and illusory scene turned into an entity in an instant. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a torture room. In this torture room, there are countless various cruel instruments of torture floating around. The ground was covered with a thick layer of coagulated black blood, and there were stumps and broken arms everywhere. If you look closely, you can find that the torture instruments are like living creatures, twisting their bodies from time to time, even growing faces and opening their blood basins. In the entire fairy pupil fantasy realm of samsara, just the murderous aura and evil aura made the Tuantianlu intelligence personnel stand upside down. Their hair is terrified, and the whole person is in terror, almost unable to move. At this moment, the torture instruments that were like living creatures all flew up and fell on everyone. Kai Liao did it. The jade card of communication has expired, and the message cannot be sent. Damn it, why did Kai Liao rebel, and why did he act on our little remote intelligence team? Quick, let him stop. Begging for mercy, begging for mercy. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Lord Kai, please let me go. Master Kai, where did we offend you? Ah, it hurts. No, no, don't cut my foot. Ah. All the personnel of the Tushinlu intelligence team were surrounded by various instruments of torture, and countless tortures were performed one after another, which was simply horrible. Even the one-star martial sage did not have the slightest strength to fight back, and he was still slaughtered and desperate to survive. At high altitude, Kai Liao looked down at the crowd. His eyes were as cold as ice, and his face was grim and cruel. Immediately afterwards, his voice that sounded like the nine nethers swept across the entire samsara fairy pupil illusion. A bunch of miscellaneous things have lost my dignity and almost lost my life. The great sage who destroyed the Wuyong demon cavern is clearly a maid of the direct blood of the emperor. Hehe, it's okay for you, you can't find such important information, or you know it but deliberately didn't tell me. Let me go up and die. HMPH, I know someone in the organization is dissatisfied with me. You must be instructed by them. Dare to do something with me, I will kill you first today, and then go back and ask the host to find out the infighters, and hold justice for me. Chapter 601. Crazy Kai Liao. Kai Liao gnashed his teeth, hatred, and his words were murderous, which made people shudder. But the warriors in the illusion of samsara fairy pupils were stunned when they heard what Kai Liao said. When did the murderer who destroyed the Wuyong demon cave become the direct blood of the imperial clan? It's completely different from the results of their investigation. At the same time, they also understood why Kai Liao would act on them. The feeling is that this Master Kai suffered a big loss in the opponent's hands and almost lost his life. Master Kai, misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts, Master Kai, listen to me, we didn't mean to hurt you at all. We have all investigated the information about the murderer who destroyed the Wuyong Devil's Cavern and sent it to the headquarters. Didn't the headquarters send you the information? Ah, don't cut my fingers anymore. The members of the intelligence team of the public slaughter tower were desperate to survive under the torture, and they begged for mercy and explanations. Doesn't it hurt me? Is the information sent to the headquarters? But it was not sent to me. That is to say, you are being used as guns. It is the people from the headquarters who did it to me. You have no idea. Kai Lao's eyes were cold, like Wanzai Glacier, and the whole body even began to evaporate mist. I don't know if he has reached a higher realm than Chichao's smoke, and his pores are full of smoke. Master Kai, you may have really misunderstood, no one should treat your opponent. The reason why the headquarters did not send you the information may be because the opponent is too weak. Do you know that the information is the same? Ah, my hamstring, my intestines. Lord Kai, what I said is true. The one-star martial saint kept begging for mercy, and the dignified martial saint was like an ordinary person who was tortured and about to die. The opponent is too weak. I said, the other party is the direct blood of the Emperor clan. Just the mate of the direct blood of the Imperial clan has the quasi-fairyland combat power. I have personally dealt with them, can I still read it wrong? Kai Lao's eyes were bulging, bloodshot, and his murderous aura became stronger. The next moment, his mind moved, countless torture instruments moved together, dozens of intelligence team members were killed instantly. But this was not over yet, their souls were extracted by mysterious means, and they continued to be tortured by torture instruments. Under the torture of those instruments of torture, these souls actually began to slowly transform, forming new instruments of torture. The suffering of the other prisoners also increased tenfold in an instant, and in an instant they entered a situation where life is worse than death. Master Kai, the information we investigated is not like this at all. According to our investigation, there were only 2 murderers who destroyed the Wuyong Devil's Cave. One was the 6-star Wusheng Chu Xiaobei, from the Xuanyushan clan. The reason why she appeared here was because she was caught by their old rival, Lu Dao Xian clan, and she was severely injured and escaped here by tearing the space crack. The other murderer was named Su Lang, and I couldn't find out the details. I could only find out that when this person appeared, he was with Chu Xiaobei. But we can be sure that this person is definitely not a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan. Our intelligence system has filed records for all key figures on the Kandlan continent. That star Wu Sheng twitched all over, his face was bloody, and he kept explaining, fart. Then Su Lang can tell my real name directly, if he is not of the direct blood of the Imperial clan, how can he have such a means to reach the sky? You just want to censored me, you just want to censored me. Ha 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 ha, I will kill you first. Kai Liao didn't believe the other party's explanation at all, his face was so hideous that it was already distorted. Immediately afterwards, countless instruments of torture appeared again in the illusion space of Samsara immortal eyes. These instruments of torture were all down, and most of the remaining members of the intelligence team died directly. No, no, Lord Kai Liao. The 1-star martial saint begged for mercy again, but he couldn't survive, and died directly after making a scream. The souls of these people were also extracted and tortured continuously, forming more instruments of torture. Kai Liao roared up to the sky, and the chaotic fairy pupil illusion expanded wildly, and all the creatures in the range were drawn in and tortured continuously. In a blink of an eye, the place full of immortals became a censored on earth. Chapter 602, I will train you all the Emperor soldiers. Who hurt me? Who hurt me? Kai Liao was full of murderous aura, and he kept growling in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he turned and left, he was going back to the headquarters to find out the person who harmed him. Of course, no one harmed him, he made up for everything. If this matter had been known to Su Lang, he would probably laugh out loud. The sea of sky is fully unfolded, and the whole Yaoqi holy city is boiling. The Yaoqi people are cheering and jumping for joy, while the rest of the races, especially the warriors of the Qiri and Tianyan, feel that the future is gloomy. The Yaoqi saints got the Sea of Sky and immediately assumed the position of the head of the three saints. Even if the martial sage of the Yaoqi saint clan is not as strong and more powerful as the Qiri Tianyan clan. Su Lang, you are so genius. Looking at the Sea of Sky, Chu Xiaobei couldn't help but sigh. Haha, did the mere quasi-immortal device restrain you? The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. Tell you, as long as the materials are sufficient, I will train the Emperor soldiers for you. Emperor soldier, Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, your current cultivation base, I'm afraid that even the Emperor-grade materials can't be processed. It seems to be. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and he smiled chastely, hey, my cultivation base has confined my talents. It seems that I have to continue to accelerate the speed of breakthrough. Your cultivation speed can be accelerated. Chu Xiaobei glanced at Su Lang in horror, I really don't know what kind of freak you are. Su Lang raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. Immediately, he began to sort out the space ring presented by Yaoqi Yan Fa and other wuxiang. Open the space ring, there are not only a lot of spirit jade, but also a variety of rare materials. Many of these materials have not even been seen by Su Lang. Obviously, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others have pulled out the real treasures. Su Lang smiled satisfied, system, save the spirit jade first. Ding, all spirit jade has been stored in the system. In the mysterious black space, behind the balance that had become high-grade spirit jade, the number soared. In the end, it reached 33.2 million. After removing the remaining 30.2 million, it can be calculated that Yaoqi Yan Fa and others have contributed 3 million high-grade spirit jade. Although this number does not seem large, it is actually an extremely terrifying astronomical number for wuxiang. You know, when Wuyong Martial Saint was killed before, Su Lang only got hundreds of thousands of high-grade spirit jade. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others are provided by the entire race, and the Yu ancestor Shang Yuyin can have so many high-grade spirit jade. The reason why Li Shenyang has more than 100 million high-grade spirit jade is entirely because he has lived for more than 1 million years. The key is that he also participated in the Battle of the Mainland. I don't know how many martial sages have been killed, and even Wuxian has turned one over, of course fat. 33 million high-grade spirit jade. This number is already so big that even a holy race can never get it out. Unfortunately, I now need a full 100 million high-grade spirit jade for all the function upgrades, which is still more than 60 million. Su Lang sighed, he felt that he was really too poor, too poor. There was a change in the Sea of Sky, and all aspects seemed to weaken a little bit. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei took a closer look, and it turned out that Yaoqi Yan Fa had come out. How do you feel, Patriarch Yan Fa? Su Lang smiled faintly with his hands behind his back. Master Su, great, great. After I personally experienced it, I knew that the Sea of Sky is really too powerful. Yaoqi Yan Fa gave a deep salute to Su Lang. Master Su has great grace, my Yaoqi people will never forget it. No matter what happens in the future, let Master Su give orders. Su Lang laughed, when I need your help, I won't be polite. It is an honor for the Yaoqi clan to serve young Master Su. Yaoqi Yan Fa gave another salute, which turned out to be a gift for his subordinates. This was a direct sign that he wanted to take refuge in Su Lang. Su Lang smiled and helped Yaoqi Yan Fa. Su Lang understood that Yan Fa and Yaoqi must have been scared away by the people who saw the Li Tianlu, completely thinking that he was the direct blood of the emperor, so he planned to hug his thighs tightly. He was too lazy to explain. Besides, the human race comes from the core of the boundless realm. On the basis of identity theory, it can almost completely explode the emperor on the Kandlan continent. Okay. Chapter 603, The leader of a clan is a slave. Yao Kai Yan Fa, what do you plan to do next? Su Lang asked. My son, the Yaoqi clan has a Sea of Sky and is safe. I plan to let Hongxi and the others guard the clan, and I want to follow my son. Yaoqi Yan Fa's voice was full of tension and expectation, and there was a hint of pleading. Making such a decision meant that he was willing to give up his position as the patriarch of the Yaoqi clan and become Su Lang's slave. But for Yaoqi Yan Fa, this effort is nothing at all. Once he becomes Su Lang's dog-legged son, he will soon be able to come into contact with higher-level people and things, higher-level saints, immortals, and even emperors. This is a great opportunity. Su Lang smiled and said, I have Chu Xiaobei by my side, so stay with Yaoqi clan. The son, please also ask the son to accept the old servant. Young Master Su and Miss Chu are both bodies of 10,000 gold. Some things are not easy to do personally. The old servant wishes. Yaoqi Yanfa pleaded again, unexpectedly knelt on his knees, and a ray of light gradually rose between his eyebrows. This is to voluntarily surrender the soul fire. Chu Xiaobei's expression was startled, never expected Yaoqi Yanfa to be so decisive. Su Lang was also slightly surprised, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Since you have to be a slave and you can't drive away, then accept it. At this time, Yao Kai Yanfa forced a golden light spot from the center of his eyebrows and slowly flew towards Su Lang. Master, please accept me as a servant. Yaoqi Yanfa pleaded while offering his soul. Since you follow me sincerely, then I will accept you. Su Lang nodded, and with a movement of mental power, he wrapped Yaoqi Yanfa's soul and fire, and immediately pulled it between his eyebrows. Su Lang knows the sea. A humanoid phantom was sitting silently under the white brilliance, and there was a lot of admiration from above. This is the ghost of Wangfuken's soul. At this time, another golden light spot appeared below the white brilliance, which was the soul of Yaoqi Yanfa. Immediately afterwards, the light spot changed for a while, forming another phantom with the same outline and face as Yaoqi Yanfa. There was also a strong emotion from the phantom of Yanfa in Yaoqi. But unlike Wangfuken, Yaoqi Yanfa's emotions were agitated and excited. From then on, Yaoqi Yanfa's life was between Su Lang's thoughts. Su Lang smiled faintly, you will be my servant from now on. Old servant, thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Yaoqi Yanfa respectfully bows down and acts as a servant. At this point, the head of the Yaoqi Yanfa clan became Su Lang's servant. Su Lang smiled faintly, I don't plan to leave the Yaoqi clan at the moment. What should you do when you go down? Yaoqi Yanfa immediately responded, without any doubt. Well, I'm tired. Su Lang nodded and turned to look at Chu Xiaobei. Chu Xiaobei, let's go. Bah, where is such a big shelf? Chu Xiaobei rolled his eyes, and then sacrificed the flying holy weapon Xiaobeiwang. Xiaobai turned into a huge phoenix. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei flew up, still Su Lang in the front and Chu Xiaobei in the back. Looking at Su Lang's back in front, Chu Xiaobei frowned. She always felt that when Su Lang was saying, Chu Xiaobei, let's go, just now, it seemed as if she was using her as a mount. It's a pity that she doesn't know the stock, Pippy Shrimp, let's go. At the same time, Su Lang's attention was also on Chu Xiaobei. Oh, when will I be Chu Xiaobei's back? Oh no, where is the man behind? Well, I just want to sit back, no more ideas. At this time, Xiaobai shook his wings and turned into streamers and flew forward. And on this occasion, I don't know how many billions of miles away, a turbulent river flows endlessly, and suddenly breaks in a certain section, forming an extremely vast waterfall. Few people know that this waterfall is the headquarters of the slaughter tower that frightens countless races on the blue continent. In a secret room on the riverbed of this big river, suddenly a light flashed, and one person walked out of the teleportation array. It was Kai Liao. Ha 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 ha. Kai Liao looked grim. No matter who you are, dare to mess with me, I will definitely turn you into a member of the reincarnation fairy pupil. Immediately, he rushed out of the secret room, rushed out of the river, and followed the river to the waterfall. Chapter 604. Kai Liao, came back alive. The waterfall poured down the earth like water from the Milky Way, making a deafening sound. At this time, a more terrifying voice erupted from Kai Liao's mouth. Kai Liao, come back alive. His voice was so loud, it almost broke through the crust of the sky, penetrated the sky and the ground, and even the majestic waterfall was interrupted for an instant. Yes, Kai Liao wants to let those who secretly engage in him know, your plan has failed, I am back alive, waiting to bear my revenge. No one wants to censor him at all. The enemies who want him are all made up by his own brain, and so. In the headquarters of Tuantian Tower, everyone was full of question marks and looked confused. What happened to Kai Liao? Isn't he sent out to clean up a great saint? How come he came back crazy and crazy? Did he encounter a very difficult opponent that even he can't handle? No, it's not easy for his quasi-Xian level combat power to clean up a great saint. And I don't think he was injured. Hey, your intelligence department will contact the intelligence team over there too. See what happened. Huh, I can't get in touch. What the hell, the intelligence team we put over there is finished. What's going on here? There was a lot of noise in the headquarters of Tuantian Tower. At this time, Kai Liao sacrificed a jade card, directly opened the protective formation of the slaughter tower, and rushed in. But he was not stupid, he didn't mean to do anything, but walked directly to the deepest part of the headquarters. He asked to see the original poster. Along the way, the rest of the slaughter tower warriors all have the same expression !jpg. At this time, a powerful warrior blocked Kai Liao's path. The breadth of his body is vast, as if the abyss is immeasurable, and there is a sense of endless rules and mystery. It turned out to be a real martial immortal. Kai Liao originally wanted to get angry when he was stopped, but he closed his mouth after seeing the person who came. This Wuxian title as Hidden Kill is the confidant of the original poster. Kai Liao, what happened? Yin Sha Wuxian asked indifferently. Hidden Kill, your lord, Kai Liao said immediately. Someone in the organization targeted me and didn't give me information, which caused me to provoke the direct blood of the imperial family and almost couldn't return. His voice was not hidden, everyone heard it. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the entire headquarters of Tuantian Tower. The direct blood of the imperial family. Kai Liao actually provokes the direct blood of the imperial family, and is it targeted by the internal staff of the organization? Are you sure it is the direct blood of the imperial clan? Yin Sha Wuxian frowned. The direct blood of the emperor, even he dare not provoke him. As we all know, the higher the martial artist's cultivation, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. There are still medicines with a slightly lower cultivation base, but at the level of Emperor Wu, there is no medicine for infertility at all. The other methods of assisting breeding are also very few and pitiful, and have great risks. If a Wudi wants to give birth to an emperor, the resources and energy consumed are almost inestimable. So the weight of an imperial lineage is really heavy. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to treat an emperor's direct blood as a real Wudi. His master Hidden Kill is really a direct blood of the emperor clan. Kai Liao replied solemnly, he has a quasi-fairy maid, and can learn my real name in just a few seconds. Yin Sha's brow furrowed deeper. The rest of the slaughter tower warriors were also in an uproar. It's really the direct blood of the imperial clan. Kai Liao actually provokes people of this level. No wonder he wants to say that he has come back alive. Kai Liao is really faithful, he can escape from the direct blood of the imperial clan. By the way, he said that he didn't receive the information, so he provokes the direct blood of the emperor clan. Intelligence. Is someone from the intelligence department targeting him? The intelligence department, everyone talked about it, and all their eyes gathered on the heads of the intelligence department. Kai Liao was full of hatred, his eyes were blood red, and his eyes seemed to eat people. Chapter 605. Master Zhu Xian, who is good at fortune telling. Yin Sha Wuxian also stared at the head of the intelligence department here. Zhu Qi, tell me what is going on. Zhu Qi, the 7th commander of the intelligence department of the Li Tianlu, was at the end of the crowd. Like Kai Liao, he is a quasi-immortal powerhouse. Sir Hidden Kill, I have already investigated the whole story about the destruction of Wuyong Devil's Cave. Zhu Qi stood up, lined up the crowd, and came to Yin Sha and Kai Liao. Wuyong Wusheng captured the young girl to practice the exercises, and was killed by people seeking revenge. From this it can be seen that the murderer is definitely related to some forces within the Yaoqi clan, and has nothing to do with the censored clan. The one who did it was Chu Xiaobei, a member of the Xuanyushan clan, who was cultivated to the 6-star martial sage realm. One was named Su Lang, his race was unknown, his combat power far exceeded his cultivation base, but the strongest was definitely not more than a 1-star martial artist. Among them, Chu Xiaobei was caught by a member of the 6-Dao Immortal clan and was chased to the Yaoqi clan area. She was not a maid of the direct blood of the emperor. And that Su Lang, although his origin is unknown and his identity is weird, but he is definitely not a direct lineage of the emperor. How noble is the direct blood of the imperial clan? Why would they go to a remote area like the Yaoqi clan, even without the guards, and be mixed up with a martial sage who was chased to death by severe injuries? This is totally unreasonable, so we judge that Su Lang was just a lucky guy who was inherited from somewhere and rose up. Chu Xiaobei and Su Lang, one of them were seriously injured, their status was nothing, and the other was not worth mentioning, they just killed them directly. The task was too simple, so we didn't send the information to Your Excellency Kai Liao. However, I admit that this is also our fault. In any case, we should send the information to His Excellency Kai Liao. Quote. After speaking, Zhu Qi bowed slightly to Kai Liao and apologized. No, you are all excuses. Then Su Lang possesses the sacred cauldron, so he can refine the quasi-immortal weapon. Kai Liao stepped back, his face full of resentment. Not only that, he could also learn my real name in a moment. If he hadn't had the power of the imperial clan, how could such a thing be possible? Ona Saint Ding, can you refine a quasi-immortal weapon? Can you learn your real name in a moment? Zhu Qi frowned slightly. This matter is indeed difficult to explain, but I assure you that Su Lang is definitely not the direct blood of the imperial clan. No matter what secrets he has, he is not someone we cannot kill. If I am wrong, I apologize. Quote. Zhu Qi's words are sonorous and resolute, even with his life as a guarantee. Kai Liao was angry, but he was speechless. I have to admit that what Zhu Qi said really makes sense. The yin-killing Wuxian, who was also frowning, suddenly looked loose. Master Zhu Xian is back. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned, and their eyes were delighted. Master Zhu Xian, one of the 4 masters under the original poster, and the first one in the intelligence department of the Lucian Tower, is a true fairy of rank 6. What this 6th rank true immortal is best at is the way of causal deduction. Simply put, he is good at fortune telling. Well, what a great immortal. Closer to home, it is precisely because Zhu Xian is good at deduction, knows astronomy and geography, and can spy on countless secrets between heaven and earth, that is why he can become the first intelligence department of Tuantian Tower. Li Tianlu was able to communicate with some emperors, part of the reason for him. After all, Kanglan continent is a mysterious world, and cause and effect is one of the rules. In other words, there is a scientific basis for fortune-telling on the Kanglan continent. Therefore, the people of the imperial clan also occasionally find Zhu Xian to be counted as enemies, count as marriages, and count whether they have been cuckolded. In short, Master Zhu Xian is very accurate. Now that he is back, ask him to figure out whether Su Lang is of direct blood of the emperor, and the problem will be solved soon. When everyone was excited, a glamorous woman wearing a red robe appeared in the field of vision. Well, it is hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman is actually a fortune teller. Chapter 606. Kai Liao. This girl is really glamorous, very charming, and very sexy, and she can't hold it at a glance. But after everyone saw her, they didn't dare to look at her for a second time. They lowered their heads and shouted, "Welcome Lord Zhu Xian." Yin-killing Wuxian did the same with the others, bowing his head and saluting, very humble. No way, he is just a rank 1 Wuxian, the younger brother of Wuxian, and Zhu Xian is a true fairy of rank 6, and he can be called a big brother among Wuxian. The first adult, Zhu Qi bends down and salutes, showing respect, as if hesitating and stopping. Kai Liao was also eager, hoping to get a real answer. However, Zhu Xian only glanced at a few people indifferently, without speaking. She swayed. With lotus steps, she came straight to Kai Liao, and stretched out her slender jade hand gently. Immediately, she did not speak, rubbing her fingers, crossing Kai Liao to kill the others and walking forward. The people didn't dare to move at all, let alone stop them, or talk. Zhu Xian's figure disappeared in the eyes of everyone, and a word came from the void. Su Lang is not directly descended from the imperial family. Everyone looked at each other immediately, and their eyes turned to Kai Liao with a slight ridicule. As soon as this person returned to the headquarters, he shouted that he had come back alive, making it hard for him. He also speculated indiscriminately that he was targeted and persecuted by insiders and caught Zhu Qi and bit him wildly. As a result, Su Lang is not a direct lineage of the emperor at all. Seeing that Kai Liao was unscathed, I'm afraid he ran back dingy without even fighting. How terrible he was scared, and I don't know if he begged for mercy. Of course, everyone's slightly mocking and watching gazes couldn't hide from Kai Liao's observation, which made him almost exploded with anger. Damn it, you guys gloated at me and mocked me. At the same time, of course, Su Lang hated the most in Kai Liao's heart. The chief culprit of all this is Su Lang. Zhu Qi's cold voice came, "Your Excellency Kai Liao, the first person said that Su Lang is not a direct lineage of the emperor, and our intelligence department has not targeted you. You have misunderstood everything. In addition, I found that the intelligence team in the Yaoqi area can no longer be contacted. Do you know what is going on?" I killed it. I will give you an explanation on this matter. Kai Liao knew that he could not hide from Zhu Qi or Zhu Xian about the killing of the intelligence team, so even gritted his teeth and admitted. He knows that what awaits him will be an unusually severe punishment. Zhu Qi nodded indifferently, then turned and left. Good for yourself. Yin Sha Wuxian also dropped a word and disappeared out of thin air. The others waited to watch this good show, with a faint smile of gloat in their eyes. This Kai Liao was also a quasi-celestial character anyway, and it was a real laugh to be fooled by an unknown little character. Seeing everyone sneered, Kai Liao gritted his teeth, his forehead bounced. Seeing this, everyone laughed at each other again, and dispersed. Ah, the censored little mess, dared to pretend to be the direct blood of the imperial clan, and bluff me to kneel and beg for mercy. It made me make a big mistake. Su Lang dog stuff, I will definitely pull you into the reincarnation fairy pupil, so that you will endure the pain of being worse than death forever. Kai Liao roared wildly in his heart, rushing out of the headquarters of Tuantian Tower hysterically, and hurried towards the Yaoqi tribe area. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei rode Xiaobai together and returned to the heart of the mountains of the sacred race of Yaoqi. Chu Xiaobei ran to retreat again because his cultivation base had not been consolidated. And Su Lang came to the room and muttered, "Treasure hunt flying drifters have also detected the chassis of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan. Go and take a look." Perfect possession. Using two system functions, Su Lang dispatched a clone to the core area of the Qiri Saint clan and possessed him. There was a scene completely different from the Yaoqi Saint clan. The land, rocks, and even plants here are all red, and even the water is slightly red. Su Lang unfolded his mental perception, the Morningstar level mental power unfolded, and the radius of 1,000,000 miles was fully displayed in his vision. Chapter 607, What a Darkness! At first glance, there are still patches of red land. On this land, Su Lang found a lot of ordinary warriors of the Qiri Saint clan, and each of these people was sad. Tisk tusk, it must have been miserable by the treasure hunting flying fish. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. It deserves it. Who made you want to kill me in the Shenyang legacy? Treasure hunting flying glider possesses nearly 2.8 million at this time, is fast, and is more immune to attacks from the martial saint realm, and is absolutely invincible in the territory of the saint race. That is, the treasure hunt flying can't break through the formation barrier. Otherwise, at this time, the core nests of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan may have been explored by the treasure hunting flying gliders, and all the treasures have been dug up. However, even though many places of Qiri and Tianyan are guarded by formations, can you defend yourself in the wild? Every place that is not fortified has been completely searched by the treasure hunting flying strays. The warriors of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan couldn't even find a tier 1 spirit grass in the wild, and the prices of various items in the city skyrocketed. I don't know how many people were crying blindly. Therefore, the people that Su Lang saw would be frowning, and look like they are not worthy in the world. Su Lang moved his body and continued to use his clone to dispatch to the largest city of the Qiri Saint clan, outside the Qiri Saint city. The city is protected by means of protection, and the treasure hunting flying gliders can't get in, so they can only explore outside the city. Su Lang's appearance immediately attracted the attention of a large number of Qiri Saint clan warriors, because he did not disguise his appearance. Look, there is an alien warrior who has never seen it before. It's strange that this person doesn't have any distinguishing characteristics. I don't know what race it is. That is to be close to the city, otherwise I must rob him. Recently, it has become more and more difficult to deal with the treasures of heaven, material and earth, and my cultivation has become a problem. Hey, you can't find the treasures outside. The ones in the city can't be bought at sky-high prices. My whole family can't open the pot anymore. They all rely on meditation and hard cultivation, and they are all tears. Those censored flying squirrels, I don't know where they came from. Even if there are too many to count, they can't be killed. Have you heard that those flying squirrels can't kill even Master Wusheng, and can't even catch up? They can only rely on some traps to seal them, but the effect is not ideal. Those flying squirrels are too cunning. It's too fast. I've heard that those flying squirrels just run fast, and they can disappear out of thin air. Once a martial master set a trap and sealed hundreds of thousands of flying squirrels, and in a blink of an eye those flying squirrels disappeared out of thin air. Now, Master Wusheng is dumbfounded. Hey, I don't know who we provoke, or if we have committed an angry and resentful mistake, we want to toss us like this. Hey, I hope Patriarch Muju can figure out a solution sooner to solve this big problem, otherwise our Cheery Saint clan will have to migrate. Migration represents a big battle, our future is really dark. Several warriors passed by Su Lang, handed the Lingxi to the city with great distress. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect the treasure-hunting flying fly to have such a big effect. In a short time, it made the Cheery Saints look like they were about to break. The corner of Su Lang's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately handed over the Lingxi and entered the city. This Cheery Holy City is similar to the Yaoqi Holy City, allowing other races to enter. After all, it is the leader of a dozen races in a radius. Walking on the street of the Cheery Saint clan, there are wild red buildings all around. It can be seen that the architectural style of the Cheery Saints is primitive. Although this architectural style is not exquisite, it has some power and is also worthy of appreciation. Su Lang looked around. Most of the pedestrians were frowning, but some warriors who looked like businessmen were smiling, obviously making a lot of money. Cheery Holy City is so big, there must be no fortifications in some places. A wicked smirk appeared on Su Lang's face, and then quietly released a treasure-hunting flying duck. Chapter 608. The Horror of Treasure-Hunting Flying. As soon as this treasure-hunting flying glider appeared, it disappeared in place. Wherever it went, it became a place where Su Lang could dispatch flying gliders. The next moment, under the control of Su Lang, millions of treasure-hunting flying gliders instantly appeared inside the city, spreading towards the surroundings with overwhelming power. And the appearance of these treasure-hunting flying gliders instantly frightened countless warriors of the Cheery Saint clan. At present, the undefended places in the wild have been raided by the treasure-hunting flying strays, and the city has been spared. But now, even countless flying squirrels appeared in the city. The disaster began to spread towards the city. When people reacted, they showed panic. Yes. The flying squirrels. Ah, how can these censored flying squirrels appear in the city? Is there something wrong with the formation? Is it because the warriors who guard the formation were negligent, causing errors in the formation and being intruded by the flying squirrels? Damn it, who is it? I must hack him to death. Don't worry about that, go and open all the formations and hide all the treasures in the formations. Space ring, also put away the space ring, hurry, they will censored the space ring. Ah, don't come over, no. My space ring was robbed, all my wealth. Countless treasure hunting flying raged everywhere, and everything that was not protected by the formation was looted. With such a terrifying power, even Su Lang was amazed. When he activated the one-click treasure hunt function, he would become so perverted without this function at all. When the functions are upgraded in the future, the number of treasure hunting flying gliders will reach tens of millions, hundreds of millions, and they will be immune to attacks. That is the real disaster. Su Lang walked on the street calmly, watching the panicked warriors all around, showing a smile again. The whole Cheery Holy City was like a boiling pan, too lively. The streets were filled with temporary formations. The warriors who had no formations hurriedly wanted to enter the shops and others' formations, but were strictly rejected. This scene is a bit like a scene from a zombie movie. It's just that the treasure hunt flying glider is not a zombie, it doesn't eat people, and it doesn't even have the ability to hurt people. Its horror lies in the robbing of treasures, whether it is a space ring or a side weapon, even clothes with a little special material can be snatched away. Some warriors were full of jewels, and then they shook their legs smoothly and tremblingly, it was terrible. Just as the holy city of Cheery was mourning, 4 mighty figures rose from the 4 corners of the city, unabashedly swarms of Wu Sheng's might, flooding the entire holy city. Master Wu Sheng has appeared. 4 masters of Wu Sheng made a shot together. Master Wu Sheng, we must drive those flying squirrels out of the holy city. The warriors in the holy city saw the appearance of the martial saint of the Cheery Saint clan, and a glimmer of hope suddenly rose. As the martial sage of the Cheery Saint clan, Su Lang looked up and found that they were all familiar faces, whom he had seen in the mist. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched. I want to see how you can deal with my treasure-hunting flying glider. The 4 martial sages of the Cheery Saints are suspended high above the sky, surrounded by wind and clouds, almost forming a heaven and earth vision. However, only they know that they are also suffering. In fact, they had secretly dealt with those weird flying squirrels many times, but they had not killed even one. This result was simply desperate. At first, everyone gave up dealing with the weird flying squirrel and prepared to survive the disaster with the city, but never expected that the weird flying squirrel ran into the city. Watching the flying squirrels raging everywhere, the faces of the 4 cheery martial saints were as steady as an old dog, and they were panicked. "Hey, try it." The 4 of them looked at each other, showing sorrow, and each took out a pan. Immediately, the 4 cheery martial saints all started together, and the situation changed suddenly, and rays of light shot out from their hands, connected together to form a closed ring. Immediately afterwards, a piece of light was suddenly ejected from the closed ring, forming a huge spherical array light curtain. The spherical array light curtain initially overlapped with the entire holy city's defensive array, and then quickly shrank toward the center. Wherever it went, the treasure-hunting flying glider was like a fish caught in a fishing net, unable to break through at all, and could only be carried and flew towards the center. In a moment, millions of treasure-hunting flying gliders were sealed over the city by the spherical array light curtain. Chapter 609, Something More Exciting. Look, the 4 martial sages have sealed those censored flying squirrels. There are 4 great martial sages, these flying squirrels won't run out again. I hope so. The warriors in the holy city couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that the treasure hunt flying glider was sealed in one place. Tisk tusk, I didn't expect to use the old method of formation to seal. Although this formation has a powerful space confinement ability, it has no effect on my dispatch function. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. The next moment, with a thought in his mind, he took all the flyings back and sent them to the city again. This is not the first time Su Lang has done this kind of thing. He had discovered that the treasure hunt flying stray will be sealed by the formation before, and had done similar things many times. At this moment, the martial sages of the 4 cheery saints and countless warriors watched the sealed treasure hunt flying slide disappear out of thin air, and then reappeared outside the spherical formation barrier. Ah, I can't do it anymore, I can't stand it anymore. Hurry up, run away, this is hell, let's run away. The cheery saint clan has been cursed, this place is no longer suitable for warriors to survive, run. Damn, where can we go? The entire saint race region is full of flying squirrel sites. Not only that, the heavenly cloud saints are all flying squirrels. My friends over there have already cried to me. Go to the Bu clan, go to the Bu clan. I wanted to go to the Bu clan before, but it's too far there, and the people of the Bu clan don't allow us to go there, for fear that we will also take these flying squirrels. It really doesn't work. Let's go to the Yaoqi clan, I heard that there is no such flying squirrel there. Bu clan won't allow us to go. Will Yaoqi clan's dead opponent allow us to pass? You are too naive. It seems that I can only take refuge in those small clan sites. Damn, you can't go to our site, you can't take the flying squirrel to our site. Yes, you are not allowed to go to our race's territory. Lie noisy, the trivial clan dare to refuse, I will kill you. He hit me, big guy. Small-scale disputes began to appear in the holy city, and then it turned into a large-scale melee. Su Lang stood aside and looked stunned. At the same time, the 4 cheery saint martial saints, who were on the surface like old dogs, were about to collapse. Enough. Stop it for me. Who dares to do it again? I was the first to kill him. I only count. The 4 martial saints spoke together, murderous aura filled the city, and the world changed color instantly, which was really scary. The warriors who were fighting in the city stopped in an instant, and some warriors even maintained a strange posture, not daring to move at all. The 4 martial sages threaten you, do you dare to be moved? At this moment, the treasure hunt flying again spread out, raging everywhere. Before the whole city was fighting, many formations were damaged, which gave the treasure hunt flying glider a chance again and grabbed many good things. The holy city became a sorrow again. The 4 great martial sages saw their veins violently jumping, gritted their teeth, but they were helpless. Heaven, why is this? Why do our cheery saints suffer such a terrifying rodent attack? Hey, with a sigh, the 4 martial sages wanted to vomit blood. Seeing this scene, Su Lang, who was standing on the side of the street, almost burst into laughter. However, he felt it was not exciting enough. Give you something more exciting. Su Lang showed a bad smile on his face, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, control the formation. All the formations of cheery holy city were usurped by Su Lang, and the defense function was lifted. As a result, the formations are like the light bulbs are powered off and go out one after another. Those warriors who were lucky enough to hide in the formation were instantly confused. Immediately afterwards, the treasure-hunting flying gliders became bigger and bigger in their eyes, and their awkward expressions suddenly became horrified and unbelievable. Ah, my space ring. No, don't grab my treasure. Clothes, save me one dress. More wailing appeared in the holy city of Chiri, and the entire city was completely fallen under the lustful might of the treasure hunting. Flying gliders. In the sky, the 4 Chiri martial saints were dumbfounded, trembling all over, and their brains were blank. Chapter 610. Master Wu Sheng ran away. Hurry and stop them. Sage Yiwu launched the martial saint realm in a hurry, trying to use the martial saint realm to drive away the treasure-hunting flying gliders, but it was useless. Because the Wusheng domain has not yet formed its own world, it is inseparable from the space of the Kandlan continent, just like a small lake next to a river. It's okay if the martial saint realm doesn't expand. Once it expands, it won't be able to stop the treasure hunt flying gliders. On the contrary, some treasure hunting flying into the realm of Wusheng, went to the core of the realm and plundered many treasures, scared that Wusheng immediately closed the realm of Wusheng. Not in the martial saint realm. I tried it before. Sage Yiwu showed horror and shouted. Hurry, go back to Chiri Mountain must not be lost. The holy city. Regardless of the holy city, let's go. The 4 martial sages gritted their teeth, glanced at Chiri holy city one last time, and then turned and left. Master Wu Sheng ran away. No, don't give up on us. Master Wu Sheng ran away. They ran away, regardless of us. Ha 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 ha, our Chiri Saint clan is over, we are over, even Saint Wu is gone. Countless warriors saw that the 4 Chiri martial saints had run away, they couldn't help but collapsed, completely desperate. Tisk, one-click treasure hunting is really abnormal, and a holy city collapsed without the blood. Su Lang smiled, and immediately moved his mind, using the clone dispatch and clone replacement again to arrive not far from Chiri Mountain. Chiri Mountain is the most famous mountain within thousands of miles, and it is also the place where the headquarters of the Chiri Saint clan is located. Being able to be regarded as the headquarters of the Chiri Saint clan, it can be seen that the aura and resources around this Chiri Mountain are superior. At this moment, Su Lang slowly looked at the mountain in front of him. Chiri Mountain is crimson all over, very tall, and covers an extremely large area. A strange plant grows around the mountain. Its branches are dark, but with countless tiny flowers, it looks particularly beautiful. In Su Lang's eyes, this mountain is a bit like the Futu mountain of Dongying in the previous life. Oh no, it is Mount Fuji. The real good things of the Chiri Saint clan are here. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a smile, and immediately took a step forward and came to the front of Chiri Mountain's protective formation. This mountain protection formation is particularly vast, turning into a faint cloud of mist around Chiri Mountain. Whenever someone offends and touches it, it will immediately turn into a fierce flame and burn it to ashes. In addition, the defensive ability of this large formation is also very strong, and ordinary saint-level martial artists can't shake it at all. However, in the eyes of Su Lang, this formation was not so good. Although it is a large formation protecting the headquarters, it is only a holy formation, and it has not even reached the quasi-celestial rank. Su Lang smiled disdainfully, raised his left hand and tapped lightly, control the formation. Chiri Mountain's protective formation was shut down instantly, and the crimson clouds and mist that lingered incessantly disappeared instantly. What? Why did the formation suddenly shut down? Damn it, what the censored happened? Why did the formation suddenly shut down? Restart the formation quickly, or else we won't be able to bear the blame from the above. No way, the formation cannot be activated. We have already lost control. Report to the top. The Chiri Saints warriors who presided over the formation found that the formation was abnormally closed, and they were shocked instantly. After some operations, they realized that they had no way to restart the formation, they had to give up and report to their superiors. An extremely violent voice came from Chiri Mountain. Who would dare to run wild in my Chiri Saint race? The vastness of this sound was like a vast ocean replacing the surrounding space, and all the creatures in it felt suffocated and feared. Of course, Su Lang is not among them. With the appearance of this voice, the warriors who panicked immediately calmed down and showed awe. It's the Patriarch. It turns out that someone was secretly making trouble and usurped the control of our mountain guard. Huh, this person is really ignorant of the heights of the sky, and dare to come to our cheery saints to make trouble. The patriarch will definitely catch this young guy out and tortured to death. Chapter 611. Like crying. The warriors all sneered. At this time, a big bald man with red eyes appeared in the eyes of everyone. This person is the patriarch of the Cheery Saint clan, a generation of great sage, Cheery Azu. As soon as he appeared, he immediately released his mental power. The terrifying mental power of the Wei realm was released, and immediately covered an unknown area. Then, Cheery Muju saw a person who had never dreamed of it. Su Lang. It's him. How could it be him? Isn't he in the Yaoqi Saint clan? How could he suddenly appear in Cheery Mountain? When Cheery Muju was frightened, it was even more confused. Although the Yaoqi Saint clan and Cheery Saint clan were two adjacent clans. But the territories of the two races are very vast, and there are many small races in between. To travel from the sacred city of Yaoqi to Cheery Mountain, even a generation of martial sages could not arrive in such a short time with the teleportation array. Red Sun Pearl, long time no see. Su Lang rose into the air and came to Cheery Muju. Although it is only in the realm of Wuzun, he is not afraid of facing a generation of great sages, as if facing an ordinary person. This scene fell in the eyes of the Cheery Saint clan warriors, and they were immediately surprised. Immediately, the astonishment turned into a sneer. This is the person who dared to usurp control of our mountain guard formation. This person is good, but he is absolutely vulnerable in front of our patriarch. So unscrupulous, when you are who you are. This person must die. As everyone sneered, they seemed to have seen the scene where Su Lang was captured by his own clan leader and then brutally killed. But what happened in the next scene immediately made their eyes protruding, as if ordinary people had seen a ghost. Seeing that the Cheery Muju saw Su Lang's present, his whole body trembled, showing fear. Su, young master Su, why are you here? Cheery Muju stepped back 3 steps and asked tremblingly. Although he is far away in Cheery Mountain, don't forget that Yaoqi Saint clan has many Cheery martial artists. Among them are the confidants of Cheery Azu, collecting information there. Therefore, Su Lang refining the sea of the sky, and frightened a generation of quasi-immortals rolling away with their tails, he knew clearly. He was terrified at the time. A generation of quasi-immortals ran over aggressively, and then knelt down and begged for mercy. Even the mighty quasi-immortal is so humble. What is his Kai Sun Pearl? Coupled with the previous battle in the mist, their Cheery tribe can be regarded as offending Su Lang. Seeing Su Lang coming over at this time, he suddenly thought that Su Lang would come over for revenge. Oh, heaven, why should I be so harsh on my Cheery Saint clan? Our saints are still experiencing the weird flying squirrel disaster. At this time, do we have to face the difficulties of a distinguished person? Cheery Muju sighed to the sky in his heart, but felt that it was so hard to be the leader of this clan. Ah, I'm really too difficult, I can't stand the bird anymore. Red Sun Muju, why are you so afraid of me? Seeing the muscular man in front of him, Su Lang's expression changed, his eyes showed sorrow, and he couldn't help but laugh. Master Su, I was wrong. Cheery Muju thought for a while, and immediately knelt down. A bald man with a muscular body just knelt before Su Lang so softly. In such a scene, the Cheery Saint clan warriors below were stunned. Cheery Muju, their patriarch, the #1 expert among the 3 nearby saints, why suddenly kneeled down? Is this a dream? Some warriors couldn't help but bit their tongues, and found it hurt, not dreaming. Then they went down. Even thinking is sluggish. I haven't said anything, you just kneel. Su Lang sneered, besides, I originally thought you would take a fight, kill me, and win my brother's thigh. Master Su, please spare me. Before I was so obsessed with my heart that I would let those younger generations. I already knew it was wrong, I'll kowtow to you. As Cheery Azu spoke, her eyes that were already huge red became even more red, and even her eyes were red. It seemed that this big man was about to cry. Okay, just cry as you cry, don't make a pear blossom with rain, okay? Is it too disgusting? Chapter 612. Just come to kneel. Su Lang rolled his eyes and complained to himself. At this moment, 4 streamers flew in the distance. Su Lang turned around and found that it was the 4 martial sages who were trying to seal the treasure-hunting flying gliders in the holy city of Cheery. At that time, These 4 people directly abandoned the holy city and were still raging in the holy city by the treasure-hunting flying gliders. They only wanted to drive back to Cheery Mountain and embrace the roots of the Cheery Saint clan. However, although their speed is fast, they are completely faster than Su Lang's clone replacement. Therefore, the 4 of them arrived here at this time, and when they got closer, they saw the Chisun Muju kneeling in front of Su Lang. What happened? That young man seems to be young Master Su who I saw in Yinwu's before. God, why is he here? Why would the patriarch kneel to him? It seems that they looked at each other, eyes full of incredible color. Crimson Sun Pearl, look at it. Su Lang pointed to the 4 martial sages and said, you have 4 more martial sages. You 5 will join forces. It's easy to kill me. Master Su, don't make fun of me. Cheery Muju was full of horror and sorrow, and then waved to the 4 martial saints who had just arrived. You 4, you can't just come and kneel down. The 4 cheery martial saints are full of question marks. We just came here, and we haven't stood firm yet. Will you let us go and kneel down? But soon they realized that this time they really provoke an unpleasant existence. What are you doing? Come over and kneel. Seeing that the 4 martial sages did not respond, Cheery Muju suddenly roared. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think that his voice was too loud, and he was afraid of frightening Su Lang, and immediately apologized and showed a humble smile to Su Lang. The 4 martial saints looked at each other, their faces full of incredible colors. But they did not dare to violate the command of the patriarch, not to mention the patriarch himself knelt down. So, the 4 martial sages came behind Cheery Muju and knelt on their knees to Su Lang. In such a scene, the faces of the cheery warriors below are all dull, and the boss is blank. Really boring. Su Lang curled his lips silently, and the other party didn't give him a chance to pretend to be forceful, so he directly counseled. Master Su, just say what you want, and I will give it all. Seeing Su Lang's unhappy face, Cheery Muju said tremblingly, even if you want my life, I only ask you to let the Cheery clan make a living. I'm not a killer, I can't do anything about genocide. And I came to Cheery Mountain for, well, your spiritual jade and treasures. Su Lang smiled faintly, I want all your treasures, listen clearly, it's all. Is it a treasure? After hearing Su Lang's words, Cheery Muju and others realized that he had come to rob. They feel a little at a loss. Young Master Su, you are obviously a distinguished person. How can you do something like robbery? Of course, they can only think about such a problem in their hearts, and they dare not even show the slightest strangeness on their faces. You want treasures and spirit jade, we will give you all. But recently our saints are in the flying squirrel disaster, they have robbed all the treasures on our territory. Cheery Muju pleaded, so, the quantity we took out may not be as good as you expect, I hope you will not be angry. Flying squirrel plague, haha. Su Lang laughed and stretched out his hand, suddenly a large number of treasure-hunting flying gliders appeared in front of him. This is the kind of weird flying squirrel. My god, are these flying squirrels summoned by Master Su? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the treasure-hunting flying glider. Yes, these flying squirrels belong to me. Originally, if you were disobedient, I planned to let them empty Cheery Mountain. Su Lang showed a faint smile, but since you are so acquainted, I will save you some soup. As soon as this remark came out, Cheery Muju suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, I am also grateful for the decision I made before. If he hadn't made a decisive decision to kneel down for Su Lang before, then their Cheery Mountain would have been dug into an empty mountain by those flying squirrels. Chapter 613. This is a reward for you. At this moment, Su Lang looked around and asked. There are more than 5 martial sages in your clan, do you have some? Cheery Muju cautiously replied, Master Su, we also have a martial saint who is a guest with the Biu clan. Because there was no way for the flying squirrel disaster in the clan, they sent someone to the Biu clan, hoping to find a way. Go to the Biu clan. Okay, now take out all your treasures and spirit jade. While talking, Su Lang stretched out a hand and hooked at Cheery Muju and others. Master Su, we will hand over the treasure to you. Cheery Muju nodded hurriedly, and immediately unfolded the martial saint realm, taking out all the treasures, even his sacred artifacts. Seeing this scene, the other 4 martial saints did not dare to take a chance and opened the martial saint realm and took out all the treasures. All the collections of 5 martial sages altogether appeared in front of Su Lang. Pieces of heaven, Material and earth treasures, pieces of crystal clear spirit jade, exude a dazzling light under the eyes. It's pretty honest. Su Lang glanced at Chiri Muju and the others, and soon put everything into the storage space. However, this is not over yet. The saints of Yaoqi have a secret storehouse, would the saints of Chiri not have it? Go, take me to your secret vault of the Chiri tribe. Su Lang looked down at the 5 martial sages condescendingly, and said lightly. Chiri Muju showed bitterness and nodded. The secret library collects most of the Chiri's resources. If Su Lang hadn't mentioned it, they would have saved a lot of wealth. But since Su Lang mentioned it, he didn't dare not follow suit. The other 4 Wu Shengs were angry in secret. There were 5 martial sages, it was almost a shame that Wu Zun like Su Lang bowed his head to his ears. But what can be done? Since the clan elder knelt down, the quasi-immortals are already kneeling, and they can only give in. Under the leadership of Chiri Muju, Su Lang came to the secret vault of Chiri Saint clan. Compared with the secret storehouse of the Yaoqi saints, there are more good things in the secret storehouse of the Chiri saints. After all, it is the strongest of the 3 saints. Walking in the secret storehouse, Su Lang waved his hand, and a large piece of treasure disappeared. Step by step, Tiansai Dabao disappeared one by one. The Chiri Saint clan didn't know how many thousands of years of savings they had accumulated in Su Lang's hands. In a blink of an eye, the entire secret library of the Chiri Saint race became empty. Chirimuju and others were so distressed that they almost vomited blood, but on the surface they had to say, "You take it whatever you want, and you are satisfied." Smile. I have almost got the wealth of your clan. Su Lang waved his hand faintly, I don't even bother to ask for the rest. Master Xie Su is good. Chiri Muju and others kept bowing with the smiling faces. To be honest, Su Lang really didn't touch their roots. The root of the Chiri Pearl is Chiri Mountain. It is not an exaggeration to say that this mountain is a natural super treasure. If the treasure hunting flying ducks go up and dig indiscriminately, then this mountain will soon be wiped out, and it is no longer suitable for the Chiri tribe's warriors to practice. Chiri Mountain was saved, which was lucky for Chiri Muju and others. Don't bow. Su Lang hung his eyelids, looking down at the 5 people. Next, I will take something from you. As soon as this statement was made, Chiri Muju and others were stagnant, and their faces were distressed. They have already surrendered all the treasures, but Su Lang still needs to take one. As for what he was going to take, Chiri Muju and others had roughly guessed it. Chiri Muju asked with difficulty, Master Su wants our soul to be angry. This is not a request, but a reward for you. You don't have to give it, and I won't be doing anything against you, so I will leave. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, I will only give you one opportunity, and it depends on whether you can grasp it. Time, let me give you 10 breaths. With that said, Su Lang began to count down. Chapter 614, Be a Registered Servant. 10, 9. It was originally not in Su Lang's plan to subdue Chiri Muju and others. Even to subdue Yaoqi Yan Fa, it was not Su Lang's job. Originally, Su Lang wanted to leave the area of the Yaoqi Saint clan directly to the more high-end Immortal clan area. After all, the funds needed to upgrade the system's functions are too terrifying, and the resources of the Saint race region can't support it. However, the appearance of Kai Liao, and the pressure of Tushinlu, made Su Lang unable to leave. Although Kai Liao was scared and left, he was not a real rookie after all. Lu Tianlu is not a roadside gangster group, but a prestigious organization of assassins. Su Lang knew that even if Li Tianlu really regarded himself as the direct blood of the emperor, he would conduct a secret investigation and would never give up all matters related to this. And the all-round investigation of Tushinlu was very terrifying. At that time, let alone his identity, even the Fengling tribe and Blue Star can't hide it. Once he was gone, even if there was a sea of sky, the saints of Yaoqi could not resist Slaughter Heaven Tower. After all, Lu Tianlu sent a Kai Liao casually, who was a warrior of the quasi-immortal level. The wind spirits and blue stars are even more vulnerable, and they will be wiped out at a finger. Su Lang would never want to see such a result. Therefore, he accepted Yaoqi Yan Fa as his servant, determined to keep the Yaoqi saints and create a barrier for Fengling and humans. And to fight the Li Tianlu, he and the Yaoqi saints are not enough. Therefore, Su Lang paid attention to the Chiri Saint clan and others. Not only the Chiri Saint clan, but also the Heavenly Cloud Saint clan, Bu Saint clan, and Red, Yellow and Green Killing Mat 3 clans are not let go. Haha, let me be a slave. 5, 4. Su Lang's countdown has continued. Chiri Muju and others fell into contemplation. But soon, they made a choice. Subordinates are willing to surrender. Chiri Muju knelt on both knees, his eyes determined. The other 4 wusheng also knelt down one after another. We too. Su Lang's identity frightened them, Su Lang's methods made them helpless, and Su Lang's shadow made them tremble. And instead of being hostile by such a distinguished and mysterious being, and panicking all day, it is better to surrender and hug your thighs. Before, they wanted to hold Su Lang's fictional brother thigh. You will be grateful for your choice. Su Lang nodded with his hands behind his back, with a faint smile on his face. This is the soul of the subordinates. Kai Sun Muju forced out the soul fire, the other 4 also forced out the soul fire, and handed it to Su Lang. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth, accepting the fire of his soul and putting it into the sea of knowledge. The number of ghosts sitting under the white halo increased to 7. 1 Wangfukan, 1 Yaoqi Yanfa, and the remaining 5 are Chirimuju and other 5 people. Red Sun Pearl. Yao Kai Yan Fa has also become my servant. Although your cultivation base is higher than him, you can only lean back in the ranking. Su Lang said faintly, his eyes fell on the other 4, as for the 4 of you, you are not qualified to be my official servants for the time being, so you should be named servants. Chiri Muju nodded immediately. Although the other 4 wushengs weren't even formal servants, they could only smile bitterly in their hearts. Since you are now my slaves, I will not treat you badly. Su Lang ticked the corner of his mouth and threw out 5 bottles of pill. This is for you. Thank you for the reward. Chiri Muju and others respectfully caught the pill bottle, their mental strength swept away, and their pupils shrank instantly, and the excitement was hard to conceal. I saw 5 quasi-Xian level pills in the bottle, and all of them were of perfect quality. Although the Chiri saints dominate one side, such an elixir is rare even for Li Shenyang. How could they have seen it? Seeing these pills at this time was like ordinary people seeing tens of millions of cash, and was directly shocked. It's worthy of being a distinguished figure of the Emperor clan, and it's a quasi-elixir. This time I really followed the right person. It's so good, so good. I am afraid that I will be able to hit the realm of Wushan in the future. The Lord accepted me regardless of the predecessors and rewarded me with such a rare treasure. I must repay the Lord. Chapter 615. Go to Tianyan Saints. The eyes of Chiri Muju and others looking at Su Lang instantly changed. Before, they were more or less unhappy in their hearts, but now all the bad emotions have disappeared, and they want to follow Su Lang and be a good servant. Don't be surprised. Su Lang smiled. I have a lot of these things. As soon as this statement came out, Chiri Muju and others' eyes flashed. A bottle of quasi-elixir was already a treasure they couldn't even think of. But Su Lang actually has a lot more, and he will give them out at any time to reward them, which is really exciting. All right. Su Lang turned and walked outside. Now you come with me to the Sky Cloud clan. The Lord is going to the Tianyan clan, please follow me. Chiri Muju was busy with her excitement, and then she was about to lead the way. I am going to the Sky Cloud clan, but with your teleportation formation, I don't know how long it will take to reach the Sky Cloud clan. So, it's not me going with you, but you going with me. Su Lang said slowly, and immediately waved his hand, and the formations fell to the ground, forming a huge teleportation formation. At the same time, near the distant heavenly cloud holy city, Su Lang's clone appeared and also dropped a teleportation disc. The 2 teleportation arrays echoed each other in a distance, establishing contact, and a burst of brilliance suddenly appeared. This is a super teleportation array. Seeing this scene, Chiri Muju and others opened their mouths in shock. They haven't seen the super teleportation array, but it is beyond their imagination to arrange a super teleportation array that spans the regions of the 2 saint races instantly. With a big wave of his hand, Su Lang took the lead and walked into the teleportation formation. Chiri Muju and the others didn't dare to neglect, they hurriedly followed and entered the transmission formation. With a flash of light in the teleportation array, Su Lang, Chiri Muju and other 5 people arrived near the Tianyan holy city of the Tianyan clan. The buildings of the Tianyan tribe are much more refined than those of the Chiri tribe, but they are not as exquisite as the buildings of the Fengaling tribe, but rather freehand style. However, at this time, the heavenly cloud holy city couldn't get freehand. Because the entire Tianyan Saint clan and Chiri Saint clan suffered the terrifying flying mouse natural disaster. At this time, Outside the Tianyan holy city, there are countless treasure hunting flying around, like a goshawk ready to prey. The Heavenly Cloud Saint clan also has no way to find these treasure hunting flying pictures, and can only temporarily avoid them by relying on formations. But just now, the news of the fall of Chiri Holy City spread to this side, causing panic in an instant. Countless people began to flee with treasures, and the entire Tianyan Holy City was in chaos. Even if the martial sage of the Tianyan clan came forward, it could not contain the situation. As long as these fugitives of the Tianyan clan warriors don't have a shield, once they leave the city, they will be plundered immediately. Those warriors who left through the teleportation formation were almost all caught by the ubiquitous treasure hunting flying strays, taking away the treasures. But even so, it couldn't change the warriors' idea of running away. One by one warriors rushed out frantically against the formation barrier. Tisk tusk, these are all fat sheep. Su Lang looked at the escaped warriors, couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He immediately unfolded his mental power, controlled and closed all the formations covered by the mental power. What's going on? My formation suddenly failed. Ah, those flying squirrels are flying towards me. Ah, my space ring. Damn it, the curse has spread to our Tianyan clan. It's over, this is over. The warriors of Tianyan Holy City found that the formation was closed inexplicably, and suddenly fell into despair. What happened in the Holy City of Chiri is repeated in the Holy City of Tianyan. Nearly 3 million treasure hunting flying gliders came and went freely in the city, and almost no one could keep their wealth. Only the Valkyrie and martial sage can put the treasures into the domain space and prevent the plundering of the treasure hunting flying strays. Some warriors also handed their treasures to trusted war gods to keep their belongings. But after all, there are only a few who do this. After all, the world of warriors is respected. If you hand over your belongings, most of them are meat buns and dogs. Chapter 616, Mingren don't speak secret words. Ah, what the censored is this? A roar with a broken mood spread throughout the entire Tianyan Holy City. Immediately afterwards, 6 martial sages of the Tianyan Saint clan appeared above the Holy City, their faces full of anger and despair. Since those treasure hunting flying gliders appeared, their clan has never been peaceful. By this time, the Holy City that has worked so hard for countless years will be turned into ruins. Tianyan Ji Taoist friend, don't come here without problems. A loud laugh came and fell in the ears of the 6 martial sages of the Tianyan clan. This voice is a red sun pearl. Aren't the Chiri people also suffering from the flying squirrel disaster? How could the Chiri beat appear here? Tian Yunji, the patriarch of the Tianyan clan, and the other 5 martial sages changed their expressions, revealing doubts. They followed the sound and saw a young man slowly flying in the distance surrounded by 5 people. It's really a red sun pearl. Not only him, but the martial sages of their clan are almost there. Look at that young man, isn't he the Su young master who is suspected to be of the direct blood of the Emperor clan? How could Chiri Muju mingled with Master Su and even came to our Heavenly Cloud Holy City? Tian Yunji and others were surprised and confused. Su Lang, surrounded by Chiri Muju and the others, came to Tian Yunji and the others. Patriarch Chiri, you, how can you and? Tian Yunji looked at Chiri Muju and others, tentatively asking. Tianyan ruled Taoist friend, I have already surrendered my soul to Master Su, and become Master Su's servant. Chiri Muju laughed, his face was full of my surrender, my proud look. The martial saints of the other Chiri saints also spoke quickly, with honors on their faces. You all surrender to young Master Su. Tianyanji is unbelievable, Chiri Muju and others dominate one party, they are completely like the Earth Emperor, how could they choose to be someone else's servant? Your name is Tian Yunji. Su Lang looked at the yellow curly Wu Sheng in front of him, and asked faintly. Yes, I am Tian Yunji. Seeing Su Lang's question, Tian Yunji felt uneasy for a while. Su Lang smiled lightly, if someone doesn't talk secretly, I want to take you as a servant. As soon as these words came out, the martial sages of the Tianyan clan were stunned. It is too arrogant. Tianyan ruled Taoist friend, this is a great opportunity. I hope to work with you and serve the Lord. Chiri Muju said to Tian Yunji, blinking his eyes when speaking, winking, let Tian Yunji quickly agree. Tian Yunji and the others looked at each other, and were stunned for a while, not knowing how to choose. Choose to surrender, it feels too absurd. Choose not to surrender, all Chiri martial arts sages have surrendered, and they look like they have a big deal. Lord Su, please let us think about it. Tian Yunji and the others could not pay attention for a while. Okay, I'll give you 10 seconds. Promise me within 10 seconds and hand over my soul, and I will accept these flying squirrels. Su Lang backed his hands and said slowly, in addition, just like Chiri Azu and the others, each of you can get a bottle of quasi-elixir as a reward. This word fell to Tian Yunji and others' ears. It was like a sky thunder coming down, deafening. These flying squirrels were released by young Master Su. This catastrophe is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. No wonder we have nothing to do with these flying squirrels. They must be special creatures raised by the Emperor. Master Su turned out to be the culprit that caused the flying squirrel disaster, so angry, but there is no way. Only by surrender can the flying squirrel be taken back, but surrender seems to be a good choice. Su is a direct line of the Emperor. After surrendering, not only can you avoid the flying squirrel disaster, but you can also get a quasi-elixir reward. It's so tempting, but it's so shameless to surrender like this, and I don't know if the quasi-immortal pill is true or false. Tian Yunji and others, you look at me and I look at you, communicating mentally. Chapter 617. Who gave him the courage? Don't dawdle, my red sun bead can still harm you. Chirimuju looked impatient. Brothers, take out the quasi-elixir that the Lord has rewarded us. The martial sages of the Chiri Saint clan took out quasi-celestial pills and showed them to Tian Yunji and others. As soon as the quasi-elixir came out, the fragrance was immediately overflowing, and everyone felt refreshed when they smelled it, and felt that the speed of spiritual power was speeding up. Oh my god, it's really a quasi-elixir. There are 5 whole bottles in each bottle. Look, these quasi-elixir all seem to be of perfect quality. What? A perfect quality quasi-elixir? This is too exaggerated. It is indeed true. I am a holy alchemist, I can't read it wrong. Young Master Su is really lavish. Let's surrender. Okay, just relying on our own cultivation, until we are old and dead, it is impossible to break through the realm of Wuxian. Only if we follow Master Su, there is hope. Then surrender. After some exchanges between Tian Yunji and the others, they showed determination and knelt down one after another. Master Su, I am willing to surrender to you. The 6 great martial sages knelt in front of Su Lang, unanimously, sonorously and powerfully. With that, the 6 of them forced their souls out of their hearts and turned in Su Lang. You will definitely be thankful for the choice you made. Su Lang received the fire of the soul with a calm expression, then threw out 6 bottles of pill, and took all the treasure-hunting flying gliders back. Tian Yunji and others caught the pill bottle and couldn't wait to check the pill, and then the whole person was filled with surprises. Quasi-elixir, 5 quasi-elixir of perfect quality. With these pills, they can break through again. The treasure-hunting flying birds in the Tianyan holy city disappeared in an instant, and the warriors who were crying and howling were all stunned. What happened? Why did all those mice disappear? Could it be Master Wu Sheng's move to disperse those mice? No, if it can be dispelled, Master Wu Sheng will wait until now. This matter can't be explained, but the flying squirrels disappeared. I hope they won't appear again. I really feel like living in censored these days. The warriors in Tianyan Holy City all breathed a sigh of relief. Heaven. Su Lang brought the souls of Tian Yunji and others into the Sea of Knowledge. After Tian Yunji and the others performed the slave ceremony, they formally became Su Lang's servants. In the same way, only Tian Yunji obtained the title of official slave, and all the others were named slaves. I'm very poor recently, you give me all the jade. Su Lang smiled. Also, take me to your secret library. I want to collect materials. Tian Yunji and the others respectfully responded, and did not feel that Su Lang's request was excessive. After all, they got 5 perfect quality quasi-elixir, which is priceless. Everyone turned in Lingyu, and then took Su Lang to the secret library. The treasures in the Tianyan Saint clan's secret storehouse are not as good as those of the Chiri Saint clan, but they are also more than those of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Su Lang once again harvested countless treasures. There are 2 holy cities, 2 holy clan secret libraries, and all the net worth of 11 martial sages. Looking at the babies in the storage space, Su Lang couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face. However, just when he wanted to count the specific gains this time, his expression suddenly stagnated. Kai Liao is here. In the holy city of Jade Lake, a clone of Su Lang was looking into the sky. I saw an imposing streamer flying towards this fast in the distance. There was a powerful murderous aura in the streamer, and the censored aura that diffused from far away could be felt. Su Lang had only felt this strong, censored air in Kai Lao's body. The streamer got closer, revealing Kai Lao's figure. At this moment, his eyes were violent, bloodshot, and his face was distorted. The Yaoqi martial sages also discovered the appearance of Kai Liao. It's Kai Liao who ran away with his tail sandwiched. He actually came back. Who gave him the courage? HMPH, good come, just in time for us to try the power of the Sea of Sky. Everyone listens to the order and fully activates the Sea of Sky. Chapter 618. The whole city is watching. Inside the Sea of Sky, a group of martial sages and martial gods are standing by. Su Lang dog chopsticks, get out of me. Kai Liao roared, his stature kept constantly, smashing into the holy city of Yaoqi like an intercontinental missile. However, as soon as he hit halfway, he was blocked by the indigo-blue barrier of the Sea of Sky. Kai Liao slammed into the barrier of the Sea of Sky and made a loud noise that resounded through the world. Layers of terrifying mysterious attacks shot out from the barrier of the Sea of Sky, and hit Kai Liao fiercely. Unprepared, Kai Liao was shot tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. The Sea of Sky that Master Su refined for us is really powerful. Yeah, this Kai Liao is a quasi-celestial figure, and he has been bombed. There is a Sea of Sky, unless Wuxian comes here, it will never be breached. In the Sea of Sky, everyone smiled. The violent battle movement also alarmed the warriors in the holy city of Yaoqi. They looked up and saw Kai Liao being bombarded by the Sea of Sky. Some people recognized Kai Liao and showed contempt. Oh, isn't this Kai Liao who knelt down in front of our young Master Su and begged for mercy? This person dared to return to attack the Sea of Sky, really overwhelming. It's just whimsical that he wants to break the sky and sea just because of his pinch-tailed dog. Countless warriors showed their sarcasm, then moved to the bench and watched the show. Some people saw the business opportunity and immediately began to sell snacks. Selling melons to the Japanese, take a look, Master Su loves it. Selling drinks, the best drinks can temporarily increase your eyesight and make it easier for you to watch movies. Kai Liao, who flew upside down, looked extremely ugly. This is the quasi-fairy. Damn, they actually activated the quasi-immortal weapon. Damn it. Do you think there is a quasi-immortal weapon that can stop me? Kai Lao's expression is hideous, like a beast losing his mind. Ah, Samsara fairy pupil, he roared wildly, and the pupils of his eyes instantly dispersed, forming a whirlpool, and the void behind him tore into two tightly closed narrow gaps. The long and narrow gap suddenly opened, forming horrible eyes that were thousands of feet long. Under his eyes, the space became hazy, as if he had come to another strange world. This is Kai Lao's trick, the reincarnation fairy pupil. All creatures shrouded in reincarnation fairy pupils will be drawn into a strange space and tortured by countless torture instruments. It's better to give me life than to die. Kai Liao was cruel, and his spiritual output was lifeless, and the reincarnation fairy illusion was shrouded in the Sea of Sky. Kai Lao's expression freezes, because the illusion of reincarnation fairy pupil was actually blocked by the Sea of Sky. My reincarnation fairy pupil is a mental attack. Can this quasi-immortal weapon still defend against mental attacks? Kai Lao's eyes were wide open, his mouth opened wide, and his face was unbelievable. It is really hard for him to believe that a quasi-immortal weapon is so powerful that it can not only resist his physical attacks, but also resist his mental attacks. You know, even a fairy weapon is absolutely impossible to be so versatile. No, I don't believe it. This quasi-immortal weapon must not stop me. Kai Liao showed madness, and took a step forward. The illusion of reincarnation fairy pupil, accompanied by a meteor-like fist, slammed into the Sea of Sky. Kong dang! Another terrifying sound ran through the world, reaching thousands of miles away. The Sea of Sky suffered such a powerful blow, and it also made a large wave. This Kai Liao can actually display such a strong combat power. Even the Sea of Sky was hit by an uproar. It's because I have not waited until the cultivation base is not enough, and I can't use the full strength of the Sea of Sky, otherwise Kai Liao will definitely not even be able to wave. Contact the Patriarch, I'd better ask Miss Chu to do it. I'll get in touch. In fact, without them contacting, Chu Xiaobei and others had already arrived in the holy city through the teleportation formation. Chapter 619. Kai Liao, you are tired of life. This Kai Liao is back. It seems that Su Lang's identity must have been seen through Slaughter Tower. It's a big trouble. Chu Xiaobei frowned slightly. I don't know where Su Lang, the perverted pervert, went, but there is no one. Miss Chu, let's enter the Sea of Sky. Yaoqi Yanfa bowed and said, I'm afraid Yaoqi Hongxi will not be able to hold it. Row. Chu Xiaobei nodded, and jumped into the sky with Yaoqi Yanfa, and entered the Sea of Sky, replacing the two Valkyrie who presided over the holy artifacts. The two Valkyrie replaced two Wuzun. With the support of Chu Xiaobei and Yaoqi Yanfa, the Sea of Sky became extremely strong in an instant. The ripples that Kai Liao had hit with the reincarnation fairy pupil and fists before also subsided in an instant. Today I don't believe that you can't break your country and city. Kai Liao's eyes were violent. He took out a sacred artifact, and displayed his whole body to hit the barrier of the Sea of Sky. There were loud noises, and the barrier of the Sea of Sky appeared ripples again. But these ripples are just a little bit of ripples, and they are far from breaking the barrier. Tisk tusk, it's really powerless. Too weak. Can this guy hurry up? How powerful is the Sea of Sky that our Lord Su refined? This Kai Liao is completely in vain. Haha, look at him, he's furious, so funny. This day is so comfortable, you can actually watch a quasi-immortal show from such a close distance. These are all the benefits that young Master Su brought us. The audience in the holy city showed contempt towards Kai Liao. Kai Liao's face was crazy, and the holy artifact in his hand was smashed again. Unfortunately, it is still useless. The Sea of the Sky is a quasi-immortal weapon. At this time, Chu Xiaobei, whose combat power has reached the quasi-Xian level, as well as the 5 martial sages of the Yaoqi saints, and a large number of warriors and quasi-martial gods. Although Kai Liao is very strong in the quasi-immortal, he can't break the defense of the Sky Sea at all. Gradually, Kai Liao stopped the attack with a crushed face. In front of the Sea of Sky, he felt a strong sense of powerlessness. He didn't know how many years this feeling had not occurred. Hateful. Don't think that I can't break your defenses, you can sit back and relax. We slaughter the Sky Building, but with the superpower of the Quasi-Emperor, you must be finished. I, Kai Liao, will definitely be back. Kai Liao roared frantically, put aside his harsh words, and was about to leave soon. But this time, a voice that made him extremely hateful fell in his ears. Kai Liao child, I let you off once, you dare to come back, are you tired of living? Su Lang dog awful. Kai Liao's eyes burst open and he followed the sound. I saw Su Lang Shi Shiren floating in the air, smiling at the corners of his mouth and smiling in his eyes. And behind Su Lang, there are a total of 11 martial sages. It is Qiri Muju, Tian Yunji and others. It's the Lord. Behind him is the martial sage of the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan. God, has Lord Su already subdued both the Qiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan? What's so strange? Young Master Su is the #1 genius in the world, the imperial family is directly bloodline, and the Saint clan of Qiri and the Saint clan of Tianyan are eager to hug our thigh. The warriors in the Sea of Sky and the holy city of Yaoqi talked a lot. Su Lang is not here, he is going to subdue the 2 saints. Chu Xiaobei was astonished, but he didn't have much time to leave. It's incredible to have conquered the 2 saints so quickly. The Lord has subdued the Chaisun Muju and them. A sense of urgency rises in Yaoqi Yanfa's heart, he has a rival. Su Lang was surrounded by the 11 martial saints and looked at Kai Liao with disdain. Kai Liao looked at Su Lang with murderous intent, wishing to devour him alive. Chapter 620. I really thought I couldn't kill you. Are you Kai Liao, although you are a quasi-immortal, but I don't know where your courage came from, dare to oppose my patriarch. Qiri Muju felt that he wanted to show something, so he stepped forward and sneered, could it be that you don't know that my patriarch is of direct blood from the imperial clan? And this statement came out. Kai Liao suddenly laughed wildly. Haha, the direct blood of the imperial family. I'm going to the direct blood of the emperor in Nima. Su Lang child, if you have the ability, you can pretend to be a little more like. Qiri Muju angrily said, you dare to question the identity of my patriarch, it's really stupid. Do you really think that Su Lang's children are of direct blood of the emperor? It's really a bunch of ignorant rubbish. Let me tell you, our master Zhu Xian, Tuantianlu, took the shot personally, and we have already figured out that Su Lang is pretending. It's ridiculous that you ants were deceived by him. If I didn't guess wrong, You are surrendering your souls, ha 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 ha. Kai Liao was full of sarcasm, looking at Chiri Muju and others as if looking at a silly roe deer. But his words fell in the ears of Chiri Muju and the others, immediately making them feel a little stunned. The identity of the direct bloodline of the Su Lang Emperor clan has always been guessed by them based on various signs. Su Lang has never stated his identity directly. You won't really be deceived. Chirimuju, Tianyanji and others looked at each other, but immediately relieved their doubts. At this time, even the soul and heart have been handed out. What is the use of regret? Moreover, even if Su Lang is not the direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, he is also a very good master. After all, this master can throw out dozens or hundreds of quasi-elixir at will. Such a person, even if he is not the direct bloodline of the Imperial clan, is definitely a big person. The fire of the soul and the quasi-elixir, like a big stick in sweet jujube, made Chiri Azu and Tian Yunji's determination to follow Su Lang unshakable. Kai Liao dog stuff, how can you predict the identity of my patriarch? In front of my patriarch, you are a trash, rubbish, and so are you Slaughter Heaven Tower. Chiri Muju ridiculed Kai Liao loudly, fully deducting the essence of doggedness. You actually look down on our Slaughter Sky Tower. I said, we are a quasi-emperor organization. Your three holy races are three ants in front of us, which can be killed by one finger. I won't talk nonsense with you today. When we slaughter the sky building Wushan descends, you will find how weak you are. Kai Liao sneered, then turned around and left. Come as you want, leave as you want, there is no such good thing. Su Lang raised his eyelids, his voice indifferent. I forgave you when you begged for mercy, but you dare to come back, so don't blame me for taking your dog's life. You want my life, ha ha ha, can you kill me? Kai Liao looked at Su Lang contemptuously. Don't say killing me, do you dare to take a step out of your turtle shell? I really thought I couldn't kill you. Su Lang hooked his mouth and waved his big hand. Come out, Li Shenyang. A figure appeared next to Su Lang out of thin air. It was Li Shenyang. The next servant worships the Lord. As soon as Li Shenyang appeared, he immediately bowed and saluted Su Lang. He was summoned by Su Lang using a clone dispatch, and Li Shenyang had experienced the dispatch of a clone, so he was not surprised. Li Shenyang appeared. Everyone's eyes fell on him. Ancient Shenyang Wusheng Li Shenyang. When Chiri Muju and others saw Li Shenyang, they were all in awe. And Kai Liao was full of sarcasm. Li Shenyang. Which one is Li Shenyang? A mere martial artist wants to kill me. Haha, how are you going to kill me? I can't make a laugh. Chapter 621, Immortal Sun Living Verses. Reincarnation Immortal I. Su Lang didn't speak, with a faint smile on his face. Kai Liao, your trick to reincarnation fairy pupil is really good. Li Shenyang stepped forward and said with a smile, unfortunately, I have even broken the reincarnation fairy pupil of the Dacheng level. You are only an entry level, you can't. Kai Liao was full of sarcasm. You little thing actually said that it has broken the great reincarnation fairy pupil. Do you really want to laugh at me? The aura of Li Shenyang's body was only Wu Zun level, and his appearance was very young. In Kai Liao's eyes, he was a little bunny with no yellow hair. But where did Kai Liao know that the little thing in front of him is a super old monster who has lived for millions of years? Quasi-immortal. I really don't know how high the sky is, and I don't bother to tell you more. Against my lord, there is only one word in the end, and that is death. Li Shenyang shook his head disdainfully, took a step forward, his expression condensed. Shenyang is alive. This trick is Li Shenyang's famous stunt, which comes from the true art of 9 revolving immortal sun. Li Shenyang's eyes suddenly brightened, like 2 rounds of scorching sun. In an instant, 3 dazzling suns appeared in the eyes of countless people. The terrifying spiritual coercion descended on the earth, and everyone immediately felt as if the sky was angry. Oh my God, what kind of trick is this? I feel my soul is like a candle in the wind, it is going to go out. What a terrifying mental pressure. My thinking is about to stop, and my memory seems to be sealed. Don't look at those 2 new rounds of sun, it's not something I can look at directly. Not only the warriors in the holy city of Jade Lake below were terrified, but even the martial sages such as Chiri Azu felt cold all over, and their souls seemed to be burned to ashes in an instant. Although Kai Liao is the great sage of the 9 stars, his true combat power has reached the level of quasi-immortality, and he is very good at mental attacks. But he is still far behind Li Shenyang's spiritual attainments. Although Li Shenyang robbed Su Lang's clone and was unable to cultivate, after healed from his mental injury, he was able to display his peak mental attack. In the Battle of the Mainland, he even overturned a real wuxian. How can Kai Liao be Li Shenyang's opponent? This is a mental attack. Kai Liao was horrified and said loudly, "How is it possible? How can you perform such a terrifying attack? No need to ask the waste, go to hell." Li Shenyang glanced at Kai Liao disdainfully, and with a thought, 2 rounds of the sun slammed into Kai Liao, almost instantly in front of him. Samsara fairy pupil. Kai Liao felt that a life and death crisis was coming, and he was hairy, and immediately used 12 points of strength to perform the strongest moves. I saw Dao's more terrifying crack tore from behind him, forming 2 chaotic eyes like black holes. As soon as Kai Liao's 2 giant eyes appeared, they collided with the 2 rounds of giant sun Li Shenyang displayed. There was no violent explosion. There is no horrible aftermath of the battle spreading towards the surroundings. Kai Liao's giant eyes formed by the reincarnation fairy pupil are directly penetrated by the 2 rounds of giant suns, and are instantly annihilated, and the clouds are scattered. Kai Liao's eyes exploded directly, making a miserable cry. Li Shenyang's 2 rounds of huge days remained unabated, and he directly submerged Kai Liao. Kai Liao's screams stopped abruptly. Ding! You get the Soul of High-Level Martial Arts 1, the Guide of Space 1, the Mid-Level Sage Soldier Yuntao Beilong Sword 1, the Best Spiritual Jade 830,233, the High-Grade Spiritual Jade 612,682, the Middle Grade Spiritual Jade 3,253,684, the Low Grade Spirit Jade 25,665,686, Holy Refiner Material. Because Li Shenyang is one of Su Lang's clones, when Li Shenyang kills an enemy, it will also trigger the Perfect Plunder function to censored all the opponent's property. When Kai Liao died, all his treasures went into Su Lang's pocket. Li Shenyang received the magical power of Shenyang is alive, and the situation in the sky appeared in front of everyone. I saw Kai Liao's eyes light up, his body was red, and he had no clothes. Chapter 622. The real trouble is coming. Well, this scene is a bit exciting. Anyway, everyone is just looking silly. Kai Liao is a quasi-Xian level figure no matter what, and the naked corpse all of a sudden is in full view, which is really shocking. Su Lang waved his hand and collected Kai Liao's body. Okay, it's all gone. Su Lang looked at the warriors in the city eating melons and watching the show, and waved his hands faintly. Sure enough, that guy was picked up by young Master Su so quickly. Who is Lord Su? The Emperor has a direct bloodline, and the servants around him are all immortal. Okay, don't talk about it, Master Su, let us go, let's all go, hurry up. I hope there will be more silly birds to provoke Lord Su, and then we will have a good show. Hey, you sold melons to buy drinks today, so you hope that young Master Su will be in trouble. Huh, who wants young Master Su to be in trouble? Beat him. The people in the city gradually dispersed, and the Yaoqi holy city returned to calm. But Su Lang knew that the real trouble was coming. Bei, you all come out. There is also the Chaisun Pearl, you all come with me to have a meeting. Su Lang greeted all the martial sages, preparing to hold a meeting to prepare for the upcoming battle. The crowd soon came to a newly built palace on the Sea of Sky. This hall stands tall, with staggered arches, octagonal pillars, carved rare and exotic animals, and the corridors are connected, solemn and solemn. This is the new headquarters of the Yaoqi saints. In the main hall, Su Langduan sat on his head, Chu Xiaobei stood beside Su Lang, and Li Shenyang stood below Su Lang's side. All Wu Sheng respectfully sat on both sides, looking all together. The martial sages sitting below are headed by Yaoqi Yan Fa, Chiri Muju, and Tianyinji. The remaining 13 martial sages are arranged in an orderly manner according to the realm of cultivation. Looking at the martial sages, Su Lang smiled faintly. However, just when he was about to speak, suddenly 4 people from below stood up and came under Su Lang. These 4 people are the 4 great martial sages including Yaoqi Hongxi of the Yaoqi Saint clan. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Su Lang smiled without saying a word. I beg you to accept me as a servant. Yaoqi Hongxi took the lead, and the 4 great martial arts sages knelt down, and respectfully forced out their souls. Su Lang had actually expected the reaction of Yaoqi Hongxi and others. Because the people present, Chu Xiaobei and Li Shenyang are not counted, the rest of the martial sages have all given up their souls and become servants of Su Lang. Only the 4 of them have yet to surrender their souls. If you don't give up your soul, you will be different from everyone else, and you will create a gap. This made them feel a little apprehensive, a little anxious, for fear that everyone would leave them behind and stop playing with them. Especially afraid that Su Lang would not take them to fly. Su Lang nodded happily, and then collected all the souls of the 4 into the Sea of Knowledge. Immediately afterwards, 5 bottles of quasi-elixir were refined and synthesized by the system. These 4 bottles of quasi-elixir, 5 per bottle, you have 1 bottle each. Su Lang handed 4 of them to xianxia and the others, and then handed the last one to xianxia. There are 10 quasi-immortal pills in it, and I planned to give it to you a long time ago, but I went to Tianyan. A trip between the 2 families wasted time. Xianxia was the first martial saint who sincerely held Su Lang's thigh and cried to be a servant. Su Lang didn't want to chill his heart, so he directly rewarded 10 quasi-elixir. Xianxia and others thanked each other, the excitement on their faces could not be concealed. Xianxia even ran down to the ground, shaking with excitement. When Chirimuju and others saw that the 5 sages of Yaoqi had been rewarded, and Yanfa of Yaoqi had received 10 quasi-elixir, they took it for granted. After all, the 5 talents of Yaoqi Saint clan were the first to follow Master Su. They were originally enemies, but they were taken into slavery by young Master Su regardless of the previous suspicion, and they were rewarded with a large amount of quasi-elixir, which already made them unsatisfied. Chapter 623, Stay or Leave. Well, all get up, all sit down. Su Lang laughed and greeted everyone to sit down. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a pain in the soft flesh on his waist, as if he was being severely pulled. Su Lang turned his head and took a look, just to meet Chu Xiaobei's fierce eyes. Lie noisy, forget the smelly sister. Su Lang twitched in his heart, smiled faintly on the surface, and gave Chu Xiaobei a clear expression. Chu Xiaobei gave a look of calculate your acquaintance, and then stretched out a small hand to press Su Lang's shoulder. Huh, this woman still serves people. There was a surprise in Su Lang's heart, and his expression suddenly changed. Because he felt Chu Xiaobei's fingers pressed, censored, his shoulder for 2 rounds in a rhythm. Does this mean you want 20 quasi-elixir? Sure enough, she is a stinky sister, so much is not easy to satisfy. Call everyone together and tell you something. Su Lang coughed lightly, and said calmly, actually, I am not a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan. When Kai Liao said that Su Lang was not a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, they did not believe it. But now, Su Lang admits it himself. One of the big reasons why they are willing to surrender to Su Lang is Su Lang's noble status. But now, Su Lang is not a direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, so he definitely has no deterrent power on the Slaughter Tower. Luntianlu will surely counterattack. The counterattack of such a quasi-emperor level super organization does not know how terrifying it is. I'm afraid that the 3 tribes can't block a finger of others. At this moment, Su Lang felt a deep fear from the souls of the people in the Sea of Knowledge, as well as a trace of regret. I know you regret it a little. Now I give you a chance. Anyone who doesn't want to continue to be my servant, I will return my soul to you, and you are free. Give you a stick of incense time to consider, stay or leave. Su Lang looked indifferent. If I want to leave, I won't have the slightest obstruction, let alone kill. Su Lang's voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and Li Shenyang showed a smile. In Li Shenyang's view, Su Lang was not comparable to the bloodline of the Emperor clan. Can the direct bloodline of the imperial family be as mysterious as Su Lang? Can the potential of the direct bloodline of the imperial family be as terrifying as Su Lang? If there is no accident, can the blood of the imperial family become emperor in a short time? Whether you can become an emperor is a big problem, it's still a short time. But Su Lang can. He is a man who breaks through a small realm a day. I want to see if any idiots choose to leave. Li Shenyang's mouth slightly contorted. Yaoqi Yanfa suddenly knelt down. Although you are not the direct bloodline of the Emperor clan, the servant is surprised. But since the next servant has worshipped you as the master, he will not leave. The next servant is willing to follow the master. Even if he is killed one day, he will never regret it. Yaoqi Yanfa's voice is sonorous and powerful, extremely determined. Yaoqi Hongxi and the other 4 also knelt down again and kowtow. I don't want to wait to leave. Chiri Muju, Tian Yunji and the others also knelt down with sincere expressions. A total of 16 martial sages, All have made their own decisions, and none of them chose to leave. It seems there is no idiot. Li Shenyang looked at everyone below and nodded silently. You will be grateful for today's decision. Su Lang laughed. All get up and sit down. Next, we have to discuss a plan to resist the slaughter tower. 16 martial sages got up and took their seats. I am not a direct bloodline of the imperial clan, so there is no strong force behind me. Su Lang said, now my strongest power is your 3 clans, but this is not enough. I plan to include the Biu clan under his command. Gather the resources of the 4 races and the martial god, and then I will integrate and arrange them, and our combat power will be greatly improved in a short time. At that time, it is estimated that even if it can't resist the Slaughter Sky Tower, it will not be easily wiped out. Of course, if the situation is unusually bad, I will have another method to prevent Slaughter Sky Tower from coming. Chapter 624, 20 Level 1 Key Practice. The Lord is the first Ming Lord in the world. Li Shenyang smiled and said, it is the blessing of the Biu clan to surrender to the Lord. They will make the right choice. Accepting the Biu clan is inevitable, but before that, there is one more thing to do. Su Lang laughed. This incident is what I call collective sanctification. Collective sanctification. These 4 words fell in the ears of everyone, like a hydrogen bomb exploded, shocking their faces with dementia. Even Li Shenyang felt very shocked. Sanctification is a very, very difficult thing. Everyone here has gone through too many calamities to cultivate to the realm of martial saint. Everyone is an arrogant one in a billion. There are a total of 3 saints, and I don't know how many tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there are only a dozen of them. But now, Su Lang actually said the matter of collective sanctification, which is really incredible. Being holy is nothing more than understanding the rules and integrating into the realm of Valkyrie. The key is the comprehension of the power of rules. I believe that many quasi-sages in the 3 races are stuck in this step. Su Lang smiled lightly, but I have a way to let them cross this sky in a short time and become a generation of martial sages. The Lord actually has such a heaven-defying method. As expected to be the Lord, he can actually help the quasi-sage cross the sky and become a martial sage. When everyone was horrified, they all showed admiration. Next, you summon all the quasi-sages, and some excellent peak martial arts are also found. Su Lang waved his hand and said, I want them to become martial saints. All the martial sages took their orders together, extremely excited. Immediately, the 3 clans each sent a martial sage to convene the quasi-sage and the pinnacle of the martial arts. Everyone take a break. Su Lang closed his eyes, seeming to close his eyes to rest up his mind, but in fact he was counting his harvest. In less than a day, Su Lang robbed 2 holy cities and 2 secret treasuries of holy races. 11 martial saints handed over all their net worth. In addition, there are all the belongings of Kai Liao, the quasi-immortal. Originally, Su Lang had more than 33 million high-grade spirit jade, plus this time, the balance of the top-grade spirit jade has reached more than 110 million high-grade spirit jade. This time, the harvest directly reached 70 million high-grade spirit jade, a large part of which came from the 2 holy cities. The 2 holy cities are large in scale and large in number, and they have gathered a large number of experts from the surrounding small races. And there are large chambers of commerce such as the Sky Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the sum of the high-grade spirit jade looted is almost comparable to all the spirit jade handed over by the 2 martial sages. Such a huge amount of funds is enough to choose to upgrade a system function again. However, what Su Lang values most is those materials. The total value of the looted materials far exceeds the cash obtained, and has unparalleled benefits to the current situation. Of course, system function upgrades cannot be left behind. System, upgrade me the 1 key practice function. Su Lang ordered silently in his heart. Ding. Consuming 100 million high-grade spirit jade, the 1 key training function has been upgraded to level 22, and the training speed has been increased to 5,586,944 times the basic speed. 580,000 times the cultivation speed. A smooth smile appeared on Su Lang's face. System, how long will I have to break through to the next level? Ding. Host, you can break through to the peak martial arts realm in just 6 hours. Only 6 hours, a quarter of a day. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Chu Xiaobei's little face raised a hint of doubt. Why is Su Lang the big satyr laughing? It's mysterious and weird. She suddenly saw Su Lang take out a jade slip. Is this to read the exercises or something? Chu Xiaobei looked at it curiously, but saw that Su Lang had replaced the jade slip with another one, and then changed it again. Why do you keep changing? Chu Xiaobei frowned slightly, and immediately put aside her small face and hugged Xiaobai to play. She is so rare to be white. At the same time, Su Lang is frantically reading Danfang. Those jade slips that were exchanged were alchemy classics and the like, all from the Three Saints. Chapter 625. Secret Book of Immortal Alchemy. I have to say that the Three Saints still have some background. In addition to a large number of holy elixir pill recipes, Su Lang unexpectedly found 12 quasi-elixir recipes and an incomplete immortal elixir Taoist secret book. Of course, there are more classics such as cultivation secrets, but they were temporarily left aside by Su Lang. The top priority is to refine a large number of different types of pills to ensure that every quasi-sage and pinnacle martial, censored, can break through to the realm of martial sage in a short time. However, after reading the pill prescription, Su Lang was not in a hurry to refine the pill immediately. Instead, he set his sights on the incomplete fairy-level alchemy. My one key martial arts practice has a bonus function, fragment repair. I don't know if it will be useful for this. While thinking about it, Su Lang took out the incomplete alchemy secret code, and muttered in his heart, "System, repair this secret code." Ding! The pill of prayer has been repaired. Looking noisy, it was really repaired. Su Lang was surprised. He originally thought that this function could only repair the technique, but he didn't expect to try to repair the secret of alchemy and succeeded. It seems that this function is more useful than I thought. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth, and immediately began to read this immortal level alchemy book called Praying for Immortals. This alchemy book did not record any elixir before, it was all insignificant broken contents. However, after the restoration, a lot of relevant prescriptions and contents were revealed. Among them, there are as many as 36 kinds of quasi-elixir, and there are also a total of 16 kinds of elixir, and it also records notes and notes such as alchemy experience. Of course, for Su Lang, these notes and notes are useless at all. Let me see, what kind of pills are there? Su Lang read the Danfang carefully, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Because he discovered that there is a kind of quasi-elixir in Praying for the Immortal Pill that specifically assists in understanding the rules. This kind of quasi-immortal pill is not severely restricted. It can be taken by ordinary martial sages and even quasi-sages. It is the most suitable cultivation medicine for martial sages, and its effect on quasi-sages is even greater. Not only that, all the elixir of the 16th middle school is a pill of more than 3 calamities. Among them, 11 kinds of 3 tribulation elixir, 3 kinds of 4 tribulation elixir, 1 6 tribulation elixir, and 1 7 tribulation elixir. The 16 types of elixir include cultivation, physical training, spirituality, breakthrough, detoxification, etc., which can be described as everything. The types of quasi-immortals also cover almost all common types of pill. It's so cool, there is no shortage of pill at all, what is missing is the material. Su Lang chuckled secretly, and immediately remembered the practice for Li Shenyang to burn. This guy's soul injury has been healed and he can burn classics. Li Shenyang. Su Lang's tone was light. The servant is here. Li Shenyang bends down slightly and looks respectful. Su Lang smiled lightly. Immediately burn all the exercises and books you know and give them to me. Master, I have actually burned a part of it, but I didn't hand it over to you because it was not finished. I will now burn the remaining exercises classics and hand them to you together. After Li Shenyang took the order, he took out blank jade slips and began to burn the exercises. When his soul was severely wounded, the burning of a word gave him a headache and it was difficult to continue. But now that the injury is healed, it only takes a few seconds to burn a whole exercise. Not long after, he burned a lot of jade slips there. Su Lang simply asked Li Shenyang to take a look at the abominable exercise books. Anyway, both of them are very fast. One reads and the other burns, just to form a balance. Before long, Li Shenyang stopped moving, and all the classics he knew had been burned and handed to Su Lang, even the 9 revolving immortal sun true art he had cultivated himself. From Li Shenyang's hands, Su Lang obtained several sacred alchemy books and dozens of ancient alchemy prescriptions from them. Many of them are the ones that have been lost. Chapter 626. You just have to wait for the breakthrough. Su Lang smiled, and immediately began to synthesize materials for alchemy. He specifically selects the practice that can be used at the moment, such as the pill that assists Wu Sheng to understand the rules, such as the pill that assists in the cultivation of spiritual power. Su Lang is currently in great need of the pill to cultivate spiritual power. Because almost all the enemies he faced were already at the martial saint level. His Morning Star Realm's mental power is absolutely not enough, and he needs a luminous moon realm to do it. Fortunately, it has been a long time since the last breakthrough in the spiritual realm. During the One Key practice, the One Key training has also been greatly upgraded. At this time, the spiritual realm is also nearing breakthrough. It can be predicted that as long as the elixir is refined, the spiritual realm will soon be broken. Materials. Useful materials must be synthesized. At this moment, Su Lang is synthesizing materials on a large scale. The material he needs is at least a holy rank, but also a lot of immortal rank materials. The synthesis of materials is completely random, sometimes even strange materials that are not available on the Kanglan continent are synthesized. However, most of the materials are owned by Kanglan continent. Soon, Su Lang synthesized a large amount of materials and began to refine the most useful quasi-elixir and elixir. Because the One Key alchemy function has the function of lack of one, alchemy can be done normally even if some key materials are missing. With the help of the abnormal function of One Key alchemy, Su Lang quickly refined a large number of pills. For example, the Heaven and Earth pill, that assists in comprehending the power of rules, the Immortal Soul pill, that assists in the cultivation of spiritual power, and so on. Not long after, Su Lang anticipated that the required pill was enough, so he stopped refining. Immediately afterwards, he fumbled out an Immortal Soul pill from the storage space. As soon as the elixir came out, a mysterious smell enveloped the entire hall. All Wu Sheng's eyes looked straight instantly. Among them, Li Shenyang's eyes are the most protruding. The elixir. Li Shenyang stared at Su Lang's pill in amazement. This is an elixir, a spiritual elixir of more than 3 calamities, and it is of perfect quality. Li Shenyang himself cultivated the spiritual path, and his demand for this kind of medicine was the strongest. So after seeing the Immortal Soul pill, he almost slobbered. Although the rest of Wu Sheng could not recognize what kind of pill this pill was, they also knew that it was an extremely precious elixir. Moreover, seeing Li Shenyang's covetous appearance, he immediately knew that this medicine was definitely not simple. This is what kind of pill? Chu Xiaobei looked at the pill in Su Lang's hand, and his voice trembled slightly. This pill is called Immortal Soul pill, which is a kind of 3 tribulations pill, which is designed to enhance mental power. I estimate that only martial artists in the quasi-Xian realm are qualified to take this medicine. If the cultivation base is too low, they will not be able to withstand the medicine and die directly. Xiaobei, I'll leave this medicine to you. You must take it carefully. Su Lang turned around, took Chu Xiaobei's hand, and put the first hit into her hand with a very solemn expression. This elixir. Gave it to me. Rao is Chu Xiaobei, who is a bit of a sand-sculpted girl's temperament, and his nerves have always been bigger, but now he is still shocked. This is a spiritual elixir with the perfect quality of the 3 tribulations. Such a precious second-generation pill is extremely rare even among their profound Jade Immortal clan. It's just an elixir. Su Lang smiled faintly. I'm worried about you. I'm afraid you can't digest this pill. I can't eat it yet. Chu Xiaobei's face blushed slightly, grabbed the pill, and took it away. Just eat it well. Su Lang nodded and turned to look at Li Shenyang. Although your spiritual realm is higher than mine, you will soon be surpassed by me. At that time, my spiritual realm will definitely cover your current spiritual realm. So I won't give you the medicine for cultivation, you just need to wait for the breakthrough. I understand, Lord. Li Shenyang bowed and bowed, very excited. Only now did he know that the original master's spiritual power realm had also increased super fast, and he was afraid that it would match the speed of his cultivation. As a result, Li Shenyang was holding Su Lang's thigh, and his speed was much faster than when he was practicing before. With such huge benefits, what kind of elixir does he need? Chapter 627, Willing to Die for Su Gongzi. As for you, you can't eat the elixir for the time being. So, I have prepared some quasi-elixir for you, which are also to assist in the cultivation of spiritual power. Su Lang said lightly to the martial sages below, when the quasi-sages of the 3 tribes and the pinnacle sages are all here, I will send it to you together. The lower servant, thank the Lord for the generous gift. A dozen martial saints knelt together again, their faces trembling with excitement. Su Lang stopped refining the designated pill and began to refine the remaining pill to serve the exchange system. Now that the three holy clans have returned, it is possible to establish exchange points in the holy cities of the three clans. Not only that, but also the Valkyrie-level races under the three saints. Su Lang's expression moved, and he thought to himself, anyway, now I have so many clones, and there are clones available, so setting up an exchange point is not a problem at all. Thinking of this, Su Lang slowly had a plan in his heart. The three martial sages brought a large group of people in Wuyongyang to the outside of the Hall of the Sea of Sky. They stood outside very well behaved, and did not intend to come in without Su Lang's permission. Bring all in. Su Lang looked indifferent and said softly. You all keep up. Attention, this is a great opportunity for you. Don't be rude and make the Lord unhappy, otherwise I will be the first to cut you off. The three martial sages respectively reprimanded the quasi-sages and the pinnacle sages of their own clan, and then led them into the hall. The warriors who had been reprimanded were trembling and cautious, not daring to breathe, let alone looking up at Su Lang. Before they could watch Su Lang bullying Kai Liao with a heartless smile, but the occasion was really too serious at this time, and they were extremely nervous. The three martial sages scolded. A group of warriors suddenly knelt in front of Su Lang. Su Lang glanced over, and found that there were a total of 1,800 people in quasi-sage alone, and there were more than 8,000 people in the pinnacle warrior. Among them, old and young, men and women, look very different, but all of them look nervous, their bodies are tight, and their breathing is held. Don't be so nervous. Su Lang smiled faintly, get up and relax. There were a lot of people here, but they did not surprise Su Lang. Each of the three saints has 5 or 6 martial sages, from which it can be inferred that their population base is unknown. It is normal that there are 600 people in each tribe's quasi-sage. After being comforted by Su Lang, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still nervous, waiting for Su Lang to speak. Don't be nervous after all. Su Lang smiled kindly, I call you here to make you holy. This is a great good thing, and it's not going to the execution ground. As soon as this remark came out, it fell into the ears of the quasi-sage martial gods, and suddenly stormy waves rose in his heart. Because the matter of collective sanctification was too important, the three martial sages did not inform them, so this was the first time they knew why they were called. Sanctification. Gather them to become holy. All the warriors were stunned, just like the reaction of 16 martial saints before. Sanctification, this is almost the lifelong wish of people like them, and it is also the lifelong wish of 9 out of 10 people in Kanglan continent. But how many of them can truly become wuxiang? No one in billions. But now, young Master Su actually summoned them over to become holy. Such tens of thousands of people must be sanctified. However, this statement came out of Su Lang's mouth, but it was very convincing. Because young Master Su was the one who made Xunxian run away. Now, I will give you a choice. Su Lang's voice was indifferent. First, hand over the fire of the soul, and I will help you become holy, and second, leave directly, and I will reward you with a holy pill. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately said excitedly, I wish to serve Master Su. Wish to die for young Master Su. All the quasi-sages and the pinnacle warriors shouted in unison, none of them chose to quit. These pills are rewarded to you and can help you understand the rules. Su Lang threw a lot of pills out of the pill without money, and countless quasi-elixir accurately fell into everyone's hands. Among them, Xianxia and others have obtained a large number of rare and various quasi-elixir. Of course Chu Xiaobei got more. Chapter 628, Thousands of Souls. Oh my god, it's a quasi-elixir. I feel the power of the strong rules above. I have been in the quasi-sage realm for 20,000 years. I have not taken this elixir, but I feel that my bottleneck has begun to loosen. Master Su is so in love with me, I'm torn to pieces, I can't help it. I wish to follow young Master Su forever. Thousands of warriors were no longer silent, and they all talked a lot, and then bowed down to Su Lang. For this scene, Yao Kai Yan Fa and other 16 martial sages all expressed emotion. How much did they pay to break through to the realm of martial saint? But at this time, these younger generations are really lucky to be able to break through martial saints so easily. HMPH, if these people dare to be unfaithful at all, I will definitely impeach them. The martial arts looked at each other, and they all saw the resolute color in each other's eyes. Okay, time is running out, don't worship. Su Lang waved his hand and said, you hand over the fire of your soul, and I will immediately take you to a mysterious cultivation treasure. Before the words fell, everyone shut up, and the hall was so quiet that a hair drop could be heard. Immediately, everyone began to force their souls. And one by one, the speed is very fast. It seems that I am afraid that I am slow and be overtaken by others. A short while, tens of thousands of golden lights appeared in the hall. These are soul fire. So many souls are angry. Su Lang asked Li Shenyang voice transmission, is there any problem with taking all of them into the sea of knowledge? Return to the Lord. If there is no special secret method, collecting so many souls will inevitably lead to confusion and even annihilation. Li Shenyang replied respectfully, but the servant has a secret method called Secret of Soul Seed Heart, which can solve all related problems. Besides, it is also possible not to store the soul fire in the sea of consciousness, but to place it in the sacred vessel. The Secret of Soul Seed Heart. Su Lang nodded, and found Li Shenyang's Secret of Soul Seed Heart from the storage space. It's a holy rank technique, it's a bit difficult to handle. It takes 1 or 2 days for me to practice the God level exercises now. Isn't it 10 or 20 days for the holy level exercises? Su Lang frowned slightly. Zan even prepared to use the second method to pin everyone's souls in the sacred vessel. This method is recorded in The Secret of Soul Seed Heart, but it saves Su Lang from asking Li Shenyang again. The sacred artifacts to be entrusted are preferably spiritual ones that can nurture spirits. Su Lang looked at The Secret of Soul Seed Heart. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He happened to have one holy artifact that could nurture the soul. At that time, when Wuyang Wusheng was beheaded, Su Lang got an intermediate holy artifact, named Yinhun Xuanyu Banner. This holy artifact has been under the bottom of the box for a long time, and Su Lang almost forgot. The Yinhun Xuanyu Banner was originally a sacred tool used by Wuyang Wusheng to nourish the Yinhun. It is very evil and cruel when collecting souls from others, but this sacred artifact itself is a treasure that can nurture the soul. Even the holder can use it to subtly enhance their own spirits. It was originally planned to be broken down, but now it seems that you are still useful. Su Lang smiled faintly, and immediately waved his big hand, and the hearts of thousands of souls below immediately floated upwards like fireflies. All the soul fire soon fell into Su Lang's hands. Immediately afterwards, Su Lang took out the dark soul Xuanyu Banner, and sealed these souls in with secret methods. Suddenly, there was a faint emotion in the ghost Xuanyao Banner. Su Lang could feel strong emotions of gratitude, excitement, and anticipation. I can also judge whether they have betrayed by the fire of their souls. The soul fire here is extinguished by me, and they will also die instantly. Their lives are already in my hands. Su Lang smiled, and accepted the ghost Xuanyu Banner. Yaoqi Yanfa and other 16 martial sages were secretly happy to see this scene. Because only their soul fire was received by Su Lang into Zihai, the soul fire of those younger generations did not receive the same treatment. I will be the first slaves of the Lord. Yaoqi Yanfa and others couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Chapter 629. The Movement of Tushinlu. Su Lang suddenly stood up. You wait for orders, the 16 martial sage guards the sky and sea, and the rest follow me to Blue Star. Tens of thousands of people all responded, and their voices were loud and rushing into the sky, low profile. Su Lang rolled his eyes, and immediately threw out a huge array, and transformed it, embedded it with space coordinates, and connected with the teleportation array on the other side of the time-space crack. After contacting Ji Rushui Marong Shenxian, Yangxingxing Wangfukan and others, Su Lang led Chu Xiaobei into the teleportation formation. The tens of thousands of people also entered the teleportation array one after another under the arrangement of the tribal heads. In the sacred city of Yaoqi, there are 3 patriarchs and other 16 martial sages who are busy with this matter. They will go to preside over the Sea of Sky. With them, presumably even if Slaughter Tower sent Wushan, it would not be able to break through just a few breaths. With this time, Su Lang can use his clone to replace his home. For the safety of this gap period, Su Lang has secretly prepared a big treasure. Far away, the headquarters of Tuantianlu. The 2 quasi-immortals were talking quietly. Do you know that Kai Liao is dead? I heard that Kai Lao's life card is broken. He only went out for a while before he was killed. The one who can kill Kai Liao in such a short period of time is probably Wuxian. I think so too, but this is not the same as the information given by the intelligence department. Didn't it mean that there is only one great sage? Why even Wuxian came out? Then Chu Xiaobei comes from the Xuanyushan clan. Did the Xuanyushan clan make a move? No, the Xuanyu Immortal clan is being pressed and beaten by the 6 Dao Immortal clan at this time, and there is no manpower available to kill Kai Liao. What's more, Kai Liao died so quickly. Can the Xuanyushan clan's personnel reach the Yaoqi sanctuary so quickly? This is strange. I don't know if there is another force behind it. Has Master Zhu Xian made a move? No, Master Zhu Xian came back for a short time and went out again. It seems that there is a big business to be busy, so I don't care about this little problem. Master Zhu Xian has been very busy recently. It's about Wu Xian. How did the intelligence department plan? According to my friend, I plan to investigate it before deciding whether to do it. Well, it's better to be cautious. While talking with the quasi-immortal in the Tuantian Tower, the 7th commander of the intelligence department, Zhu Qi, had secretly headed to the Yaoqi sanctuary with his hands. Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei have reached the crack in time and space. The city here has been built to look like, the scale is larger than the main city of the Wind Spirit, but the level of refinement is far inferior, and it seems to have no foundation. I have to admire the mighty power of the warrior who can build such a terrifying giant city in such a short time. I have seen the Patriarch. I have seen Miss Chu. On the teleportation front, Yan Hingxing, Wang Fukan and others greeted Su Lang and Chu Xiaobei together. Well, it's all right these days. Su Lang smiled lightly, very kind and approachable. Patriarch Xie cares, we are all fine. Wang Fuqin said with a smile, Brother Yan is about to break through to the realm of martial saint. Oh, so fast. Su Lang was surprised. He originally thought that Yang Xingxing would take a long time to break through, but he didn't expect that Yang Xingxing would break through to Wusheng so soon. However, after thinking about it, Yan Hingxing is the most talented character in the entire human race. Just in the barren land of Blue Star, he became a martial god, and when he reached the Kandlan continent, he was inherited from the martial saint and was promoted to the realm of a high-level martial god. His aptitude, savvy, and luck are all top figures. Coupled with Su Lang's unrelenting support, it made sense that Yang Xingxing could advance so fast. Yan Hingxing bowed and said, It is thanks to the care of the Patriarch that I can reach the realm of quasi-sage and attack the realm of martial sage. Haha, I'm just icing on the cake. Su Lang smiled slightly, prepare, the person I want to take will be here soon. The words just fell. The teleportation array suddenly flashed a violent light. Chapter 630. How many people did the Lord conquer? The teleportation burst of light flickered. A large group of people appeared immediately, more than 100 people in all. These people are the quasi-sages and pinnacle martial gods of the 3 races that Su Lang is preparing to bring to the collective sanctification of Blue Star. The teleportation array is a super teleportation array, but it can't transmit tens of thousands of people at once. Therefore, the quasi-sages and the Valkyrie of the 3 tribes all transmit in batches. As soon as a large group of people appeared, they immediately exuded a strong quasi-holy breath. Yan Hingxing, Wang Fukan, and the 4 war gods of the human race were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. There are at least 100 people here, all of them are in the realm above the pinnacle martial god. My god, the Patriarch said that he would bring a lot of Valkyrie and quasi-sages back, but I never imagined that there were hundreds of people. So many quasi-sages, have all of them surrendered to our Patriarch. The Patriarch is amazing. When everyone was discussing, more than 100 quasi-sages and war gods all walked out of the teleportation array, standing with their heads respectfully standing in the spirit of patience. Everyone looked at the hundreds of quasi-sages who came out of the teleportation array, and stormy waves rose in their hearts. The teleportation array flickered again, and more than 100 people appeared in the eyes of Yang Xingxing and others. Oh my god, there are hundreds of people again. How many people has the Lord conquered? There are already 200 people, and the combination of the Valkyrie of the Wind Spirit race and the human race is not even a fraction. Look, the teleportation array is starting to flicker again, and someone else is teleporting over. Wang Fukan and the others looked at the 3 sages martial god and quasi-sage that had been transmitted in waves, feeling that they had been shocked to the point of numbness. At the same time, a deep sense of inferiority and worry arose in their hearts. Su Lang already has so many subordinates of the quasi-saint martial god, whereas they needed. Even if Wang Fuken had broken through to a 1-star martial arts, he would feel pressured. In any case, you are my first companions. Su Lang stood by and smiled faintly. I won't give up on you, don't worry. After being comforted by Su Lang for a while, Wang Fuken and Yang Xingxing were slightly relieved. After all, Su Lang's human race, in any case, will not give up the human race. And Wang Fuken, Su Lang's first martial artist to collect the soul, will not give up, for the rest of the time. Just waiting for the quasi-sages of the 3 saints and the Valkyrie to be sent in batches. After more than 100 teleportations, all the 3 holy quasi-sages and war gods have all arrived in the Fengling tribe area. Seeing the dense clusters in front of them, there were more than 10,000 quasi-sages and war gods. Yan Hingxing, Wang Fuken and others couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. I have to work hard to keep up with the patriarch's footsteps. Everyone in Wang Fuken looked at each other and saw the determination in the other's eyes. Su Lang turned around and said to the quasi-sage and war censored of the more than 10,000 3 saints. The martial sage behind me is named Wang Fuken. He is my first servant. When I am away, you follow his arrangements. In addition, this quasi-sage is a warrior of my own clan and a confidant, and his level is the same as Wang Fuken. You must follow his instructions. Thousands of saint warriors responded in unison, their voices shaking the world. Patriarch, I'm waiting for a shallow cultivation base. When Wang Fuken and others saw that Su Lang gave them great power, they were moved and worried. Everyone will obey your orders. Su Lang said lightly. In addition, you are the first geniuses of the human race and the wind spirit race, and your future achievements are definitely not low. Believe in yourself. Yan Xingxing won't talk about it, except for Su Lang. He is the first genius of the human race. Wang Fuken was also an excellent talent who led the Fengling tribe to the martial god level race, and his talent, wisdom, and courage were all top-notch. On the other hand, the quasi-sages and martial gods of the 3 tribes mostly rely on the resources of the saints to cultivate to such a situation. In comparison, they are not comparable to Yang Xingxing and Wang Fuken. The servant subordinate will certainly live up to the high expectations of the patriarch. Wang Fuken and Yang Xingxing bowed and saluted at the same time, gratitude and tears. Su Lang nodded and said, well, Yang Xingxing, go to open the gap in time and space. I want to take everyone into Blue Star. Chapter 631. Can't wait for the prospective saints. Yan Xingxing took his leave and went to open the crack in time and space. The formation of time and space cracks was opened, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky, occupying everyone's field of vision. Seeing this scene, the warriors in the new city looked up and talked a lot. The crack in time and space has opened. The crack in time and space has not been opened for a long time. This time it has been fully opened. I am afraid that there will be a big action. Haha, could it be that the brothers and sisters of human race are going to enter the Kanglan continent on a large scale? Hey good, I haven't seen my Quihua for a long time. Your sister, she sprinkled dog food for me. The warriors whispered to each other, and the discussion was diverse. However, they didn't know that at this time, there were tens of thousands of warriors and quasi-sages passing through the cracks in time and space to the Blue Star. Yes, in order to avoid causing a sensation, and to avoid leaking the news, the figures of Su Lang who used the formation realm were blocked. Silently, Su Lang led everyone into Blue Star. Yan Xingxing, Wang Fuken and others were also accompanied. Just entering Blue Star, Ji Rushui and Mirong Shenxian took their flying treasures to Su Lang's side. Su Lang, you are back. The 2 women surrounded Su Lang and laughed at Yan Yan. But after only a few words, they ran to find Chu Xiaobei to play. These 3 girls have a good relationship. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, revealing a slight smile. The Valkyrie of the 3 sages and the quasi-sages have already felt the difference in Blue Star. The rules here are so active. It's easier to understand the power of rules here. This feeling. The place where the Lord brought us here is probably a higher level world than Kanglan continent. The Lord is too powerful, there is such a treasure. Thousands of war gods in Zhensheng couldn't help but talk, and some warriors even meditated on the spot and began to understand the rules. Don't worry, everyone, don't understand the rules here. Su Lang waved his hand in a dubious manner, I will take you to the prepared place. Time and space cracks are close to big cities such as Blue Star City. Once someone breaks through to Wusheng, it will cause a huge sensation. If Wu Sheng appeared one after another, it was likely to cause panic and disrupt the order on the blue star. After Su Lang spoke, those warriors who had begun to comprehend the rules only received a little regret. Then, under the leadership of Su Lang, tens of thousands of people came to a remote sea island. There is the sea around here, no one comes at all, it is not easy to be disturbed, and when the martial artist breaks through the martial arts, it is not easy to cause a sensation on the blue star. Everyone is practicing here. I hope you can break through the martial arts realm as soon as possible, I need your help. As Su Lang said, he looked at Yang, you and Wang Fukan are also practicing here, by the way, manage these personnel. The job of guarding the cracks in time and space is temporarily handed to me, just as I want to reform the formation. It was Su Lang's plan to transform the guardian formation of the two clans in the cracks in time and space, but something was delayed. When I come back, I will do it. Yes, Patriarch. Yan Engxing and Wang Fukan bowed. Su Lang took out some holy grade pills and quasi-elixir pills to them, and went to the time and space cracks alone. Under the arrangement of Yang and Wang Fukan, the three tribal gods and quasi-sages began to practice and comprehend the rules. From time to time, someone took out a quasi-elixir and cautiously took it into the belly. On the top of the island mountain, Chu Xiaobei and Ji Rushui Murong Slim sat facing each other and took out an elixir. This elixir is the immortal soul pill, the elixir of three tribulations. Is this the elixir? Gave me a strange feeling. Well, I think I have to stay away, or it will be dangerous. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian looked at the pill in Chu Xiaobei's hand, and couldn't help feeling dizzy and confused, and immediately raised their vigilance. This pill is indeed too dangerous for you, even the smell is not smellable. Chu Xiaobei smiled and said, you go and play, I want to practice, and strive to break through to the 8-star martial saint as soon as possible. We don't want to play. Sister Xiaobei, let's go to the sky to watch you, can we protect you? Ji Rushui turned her smart eyes, and Murong Shenxian nodded heavily. Chapter 632, Kangkong Phantom United Farrier A. Chu Xiaobei smiled and nodded, but you have to be farther apart. There will be no problems with the flying treasures that Brother Su Lang has refined for us. Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian smiled and flew high into the sky. Look down from the air. Every certain distance on the entire island, there is a quasi-sage or peak warrior or cross-legged meditation, or eyes closed, or taking pills, or whispering. Because the warriors understand the rules, a trace of anomaly appears on the island from time to time, which is quite strange. We will also understand the rules in the future and become a martial artist. Well, at least you have to become a martial artist to be useful to Brother Su. I don't want to be a vase. Although it was difficult, Ji Rushui and Murong Shenxian made up their minds to become Su Lang's good helpers. Su Lang had already come to the crack of time and space of Blue Star. Strictly speaking, it didn't take long for the formations here to be deployed, but they could no longer keep up with Su Lang's pace, and could no longer protect Blue Star's safety. Lucianlu is so powerful that you have to deploy a fairy-level formation. Su Lang thought while checking the formations he had mastered. The formations currently mastered are all holy steps, coming from Li Shenyang and the Holy Land of the Holy Cities. I remember that Li Shenyang had burned some Array Dao classics, look for it. Su Lang took out all the classics engraved by Li Shenyang and began to search through 10 lines. Soon, he found the Zhendao classics. This is a sacred formation, but it records a comprehensive formation of immortality for the first time. This formation is called the Kangkong Phantom Immortal Formation, and it is equipped with defense, counterattack, illusion and mental defense. Although the level is only a catastrophe immortal level, it is really good. Su Lang clicked the corner of his mouth and began to study the layout of this formation. Not long after, this formation was completely mastered by him. Next, it's time to synthesize the fairy level materials needed for the formation. Although this formation is a fairy rank, most of the materials are holy ranks. It's really a friendly formation. With a happy mood, Su Lang quickly synthesized the required materials, and used the one-key refining function to refine the Sky Phantom Fairy Array. A pink piece the size of a millstone appeared in Su Lang's hands. Engraved with dense arrays of texts, it makes people dizzy at first glance. This is the formation of Kangkong Phantom Immortal Formation. However, after refining the formation plate, Su Lang did not end there, but began to refine more sky magical fairy formations and holy rank formations. His purpose is to use multiple immortal formations and holy formations to form a combined formation to improve the various abilities of the formation. Even with the help of a key refining array, this process took Su Lang a lot of time. Fortunately, what Su Lang worried about did not happen. Lantian Tower hasn't appeared in the Holy City, at least it hasn't appeared on the surface. Su Lang had already refined the first immortal rank united formation, possessing the power of the 2 tribulation martial immortal rank. Although it seems that it has only improved a small level, the power of the increase is very scary. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between the smaller realms. At the level of wuxian, a small gap is like a chasm. That is to say, Su Lang's array Dao attainments are extraordinary, and only then can he use the 1 tribulation immortal array and the holy step array to lay out the second order immortal array. It was impossible to do so with any immortal formation mage. This formation has the power of the 2nd tribulation martial immortal rank, and it has the ability to explode. Once the defense is insufficient, it will explode and destroy, and die with the enemy. Not only that, the time of self-destruction can also destroy time and space cracks, causing time and space turbulence, making people unable to pass through time and space cracks in a short time. Yes. Su Lang was very satisfied with his work, and with a big wave of his hand, he began to set up this joint 2 tribulation immortal formation. Because it is based on the array plate, the layout is quickly completed. Su Lang took out 1 million middle-grade spirit jade from the system and embedded it in the formation as energy. No way, the concentration of aura on the blue star is still too low to support the operation of the immortal formation. After releasing the energy, Su Lang cancelled and decomposed the originally arranged holy step formation, restored it to materials, and then activated the new formation. Chapter 633, Become a Construction Mad. Kangkong Phantoms unite the immortal formation, come. Su Lang pinched the tactics with both hands and activated the united immortal formation. Suddenly, a layer of pink mask stretched out from the main array and gradually swallowed the sky. After a while, the entire sky turned a faint pink. I don't know who created the Sky Phantom Fairy array. It turned out to be pink. It's really a show bag. Su Lang rolled his eyes silently, and immediately activated the array magic function, transforming a blue sky and white clouds. Here is finished, and there is still Kanglan Continent. The formation of the Sea of Sky can be upgraded. Chiri Holy City, Chiri Mountain, Tianyan Holy City, and Tianyan Holy Realm must also be deployed. Hi, I feel like a construction madman. While grumbling, Su Lang opened the time-space crack and came to the entrance of the time-space crack in Kanglan Continent. Using the same method, Su Lang arranged a second Azure Phantom United Immortal formation to protect the entrance to the crack in time and space. By the way, the newly built city was also protected. As for the main city of the Wind Spirit Tribe, Su Lang found that everyone was gathering here, and the main city of the Wind Spirit Tribe was likely to become a secondary city, so he didn't bother to change the formation. Immediately, through the dispatch of clones and substitution of clones, he arranged the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array in the 4 places of Chiri Holy City, Chiri Mountain, Tianyan Holy City, and Tianyan Holy Realm. Compared to the Blue Star, the 3 Sky Phantoms of the Kanglan Continent combined with the Immortal Array Su Lang Duji and left 100,000 high-grade Spirit Jade. Because the aura of the Kanglan Continent is very strong, especially the Holy City and Holy Land, there is no need for too much spiritual jade. Of course, as for energy, the more sufficient the better. After finishing the formation, Su Lang immediately notified the patriarchs of the 2 clans, Chirimuju and Tianyanji. The Lord has arranged a fairy step formation for our holy city and holy land. It's great, the safety of our lair is guaranteed with the fairy step formation. The Lord is so kind to us. Thank the Lord so much. The martial sages of the Chiri Saint clan and the Tianyan Saint clan were grateful. Su Lang's figure appeared above the Sea of Sky. The Lord is back. The Lord has such a magical means of teleportation, it's really unheard of. Can you guess the miracle of the Lord? In the Sea of Sky, the martial gods looked at Su Lang excitedly. And Su Lang was looking down at the Sea of Sky. Originally, the Sea of Sky was refined for the saints of Yaoqi. But now the Yaoqi saints have become Su Lang's assets, and of course the Sea of Sky is back in his hands. The Sea of Sky is one of my reliance against the Slaughter Tower. So not only must the formation be upgraded, but it must also be strengthened. While thinking, Su Lang flew to the top of the Sea of Sky. Yan Fa, let everyone come out. Su Lang's faint voice spread into the sea of sky. Yan Fa took the order, and immediately the 16 martial sages and all the warriors evacuated from the sea of sky. These are the formation keys of Kangkong Phantom and Immortal Array, you keep them. Su Lang threw a lot of keys in. Jade slips instructions to Chiri Muju and Tian Yunji. Thank the Lord for the generous gift. The patriarchs of the two clans knelt down and thanked them for a long time. That's a fairy formation, a real fairy formation. All get up. Chiri Muju and Tian Yunji took their orders and immediately stood aside and watched. Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others are not enthusiastic, because they knew that the reason why Su Lang asked them to evacuate from the Sea of Sky was definitely not aimless. Most of them wanted to reform their formation. Without the auspices of the martial gods and martial sages, the power of the Sky Sea gradually declined by more than half. Outside the holy city of Yaoqi, a warrior looked up at the sky and discovered the anomaly of the Sea of Sky. This martial artist looks ordinary, but he is a member of the Slaughter Tower, with a cultivation base of 6-star martial sage. The power of this quasi-immortal weapon suddenly dropped. Unfortunately, the formation barrier still exists. At the moment, the city is under martial law and no one can enter or leave. I still can't get in. But the changes here can be reported to the adults, and maybe the adults can see something. Thinking about it, Lucianlu 6-star martial saint took out the jade card of transmission and prepared to send the message. But at this moment, an accident happened suddenly. Chapter 634, Zoo 108. I saw that the indigo light mask covering a large area disappeared instantly. In the sky, the scene like an ocean disappeared. This is, the quasi-immortal weapon has been put away. The 6-star martial saint was surprised, and immediately used the technique, intending to sneak into the city. But when he left, he hesitated again. Kai Liao is dead here, and it's probably a martial immortal who killed him. If I sneak in, I can't hide from Wuxian's search, and my life will be in danger. And the quasi-immortal weapon was put away, it is probably a trap. The 6-star martial saint of Luntianlu was more frightened as he thought about it, and in the end he even sweated. Fortunately, I am not so impulsive. The most urgent thing is to send a message, and then leave this place. Lucianlu's 6-star martial saint took a deep breath, even if he wanted to leave. A joking voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Since it's here, let's save your life. The 6-star martial saint of Luntianlu instantly turned pale, his hair standing upside down. He was found. Escape. Without even thinking about it, the 6-star martial saint of Tuantian Tower immediately turned into streamer and fled towards the distance. But as soon as he moved, he felt a terrifying mental attack falling on him. In the sea of consciousness, there was a violent silent explosion, and the 6-star martial saint of Lucianlu darkened his eyes and died immediately. Ding! You get the soul of the intermediate martial saint 1, the enlightenment of space 1, the 7-color nail of the elementary saint soldier flying star 1, the supreme spirit jade 5230, the high-grade spirit jade 220,682, the middle-grade spirit jade 3,250,684, the lower-grade spirit jade 25,653,686, material for holy refiner. A system reminder appeared in Su Lang's mind. When Su Lang's expression moved, he saw Li Shenyang flying from a distance. Master Shenyang, it's Master Shenyang here. Yaoqi Yan Fa and others looked in awe. In their eyes, Li Shenyang was not only a strong man who could kill the immortal in seconds, but also the highest-ranking servant around Su Lang, and he was regarded as their chief manager. It turns out that Li Shenyang killed it. Su Lang smiled faintly. Li Shenyang saluted. Just now, I sensed that there was a wave of saint-level cultivation techniques outside the city, and immediately I found a sage martial artist sneaking up and killed him. Well done. Appearing nearby at this time, it is likely to be the people from Tushanlu. Su Lang rummaged through the storage space and took out some things. Among them is a red token with the character Zhu engraved on the front and 108 on the back. This token, Kai Liao also has a similar one. Su Lang said, however, the sculpture is not Zhu, but Sheng, and the serial number is even higher. It seems that this person is the spy of the Slaughter Tower. Li Shenyang looked solemn. They are already eyeing us. As soon as he said this, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others also showed nervousness. Do not worry. Su Lang smiled faintly. I will transform the sea of the sky. Even if the real martial immortal comes, it will be difficult to break the defense. Master, I want to transform the sea of sky. Li Shenyang looked surprised. The Sea of the Sky is a quasi-immortal weapon, is it to be promoted to a fairy tool? Su Lang hooked the corner of his mouth. The Lord wants to promote the Sea of the Sky to an immortal weapon. Fairy tools, even in the fairy clan, they are precious treasures. We are blessed by the Lord, we really have accumulated hundreds of lifetime virtues. Yeah, Yaoqi Yan Fa and others are going crazy. At this time, Su Lang stretched out his hand, and the Sea of Sky shrank to the size of a palm. Those buildings that depended on the sky and sea fell down, and Yaoqi Yan Fa and others quickly supported them. Immediately, Su Lang collected the Sea of Sky into the storage space. It's about to begin, the evolution of the Sea of Sky. Su Lang's eyes lit up slightly, and he gave instructions to the system. Chapter 635, Fairy Sky Sea. System, evolve the Sea of Sky. Su Lang did not choose to retain certain characteristics of the Sky Sea, because that would require certain materials to be consumed. For the Sea of Sky to evolve into a fairy tool, it needs to consume a lot of holy level materials and immortal level materials. The immortal level materials on Su Lang are all synthesized. If the consumption materials need to be specified, it is definitely not enough. Therefore, it can only evolve randomly. Anyway, no matter how it evolves, it is also a defensive auxiliary type fairy weapon, and this will not change. Ding. Consumption of fairy level materials, Extreme Saint Shanliu 2, Arctic Wangchen Stone 1, Huaying Qiyu Jade 1, Photographic Wushangquan 2. Saint level refining material. Soul of Wusheng 5, Xuanshijunyan 20, Mingxin Sacred Jade 30, Heart of Stars and Moon 30, Shocking Amethyst 50, the Sky Sea evolved into Elementary Fairy. The system prompt sounded, and a large amount of materials in Su Lang's storage space disappeared out of thin air. The Sea of Sky has also successfully evolved into a primary fairy weapon. Su Lang made a soft move, and the Sea of Sky after evolution appeared in his hands. Li Shenyang shouted in shock, the breath of the fairy. He experienced the battle of the ancient continent and saw the fairy, so he immediately felt the unusual aura of the sky and sea. Have you finished upgrading the Sky Sea so soon? The Lord hasn't done anything, the Sea of Sky has been upgraded to an immortal weapon. What does it mean that the Lord hasn't done anything? That is the method of the Lord, we can't see through it at all. The Lord is really amazing, I can promote the quasi-immortal implement to the immortal implement in the blink of an eye. It's great, even the immortal clan cherishes a rare existence. Only high-level martial immortals can have it. We are only the Saint clan, but we already have the immortal artifact. It's all up to the Lord, don't talk about immortal artifacts without the Lord, we all salivate with the rare artifacts. Haha, it's nice to have the master take photos. Li Shenyang, Yaoqi Yan Fa, Kai Ri, Tian Yun and others all stared at the Sea of Sky with their eyes bright. The original indigo blue sky and sea color became more pure and full of spirituality. At this time, the various abilities possessed by the Sea of Sky have been greatly improved, reaching the level of a martial arts immortal. But don't look at the level of the immortal weapon itself, which is only the level of the one-half martial arts, but its defensive power is definitely not a one-half martial arts can break. Even if the second tribulation martial immortal attacks with all its strength, it cannot be broken in a short time. Only the martial god of 3 tribulations can break the defense of the Sea of Sky in a short time, and the martial god of 4 tribulations may be able to kill the Sea of Sky in seconds. In addition, the scope of the Sky Sea Guard has become even larger. In the past, it could only cover the holy city of Yaoqi and a part of the surrounding area. And now, it can already cover dozens of Jade Lake holy cities. You know, Yaoqi Holy City is already a huge area beyond the sight of ordinary warriors, and ordinary warriors can't cross it in a short time. It can be seen that the scope of dozens of Yaoqi holy cities is so vast. This is the terrifying ability of the fairy. A defensive fairy weapon can protect a large area of land and ensure the safety of the creatures in it. However, the biggest change in the Sea of Sky is not these, but the spirit. Weapons, treasures, etc., reproduce auras at the time of the Holy Order, and have functions such as automatic protection of the Lord. But it is equivalent to a slightly spiritual, mentally retarded, but at the immortal level, it's completely different. Lingyun evolved into Qi Ling, possessing a truly complete Lingzi. Although this kind of intelligence is slightly weak, only equivalent to a few years old, but it is already able to communicate at a deeper level. The immortal weapon has its spirit, even if it is unguarded, it can control itself and exert its greatest power. Of course, someone guarding and controlling is of course the best. The sea of sky was pinched by Su Lang in his hand, like a delicate indigo blue snowflake, palm-sized, divided into 12 branches. The spirit of the device emerged from the body of the sea of the sky, translucent, round, and it looked as good as a bun. Chapter 636, Oh, your sister. Is this the spirit of the fairy? A brand new creature born from a weapon and treasure. It's like a child, full of innocence and purity. The martial sages looked closely at Qi Ling, like a bunch of 7 aunts and 8 wives looking at someone's newborn baby. However, they were looking at Qi Ling, but Qi Ling did not look at them, but at Su Lang. The first thing it saw was Su Lang, and it kept looking at Su Lang from behind. Chi-ji, Chi-chi. It felt a very cordial breath, so it exuded a happy mood. Shout to me as soon as you come out. Su Lang's eyes widened, and there was an urge to squeeze this spirit. Yaoqi Yanfa and others were also dumb, laughing at each other. Qi Ling no longer screamed, but began to tremble all over, as if something was brewing. Su Lang knew that what was brewing was definitely not a fart. Immediately afterwards, Qi Lingyuan opened 2 eyes, then his nose and mouth. It has differentiated its facial features, and it looks very similar to Su Lang. Well, it just squeezed its face just like Su Lang. I can't change my appearance. Looking at the spirit of the sky sea, Su Lang was full of black lines, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The Yaoqi Yanfa and others were also stunned. No way, the appearance of Qi Ling is really curious. Round translucent body with eyes, nose and mouth. I don't know if you have ever watched Annoying Orange, it is the one with a human face on it. Qi Qi Ling, who had squeezed his face, yelled at Su Lang again. I cross, what about the good wisdom? Su Lang rolled his eyes fiercely, and asked Li Shenyang, what can you do? Lord, Li Shenyang suppressed a smile and replied, the spirit of the device has just been born, just like a newborn baby, and you need to teach it yourself. Does that mean I have to be his father? Su Lang's eyes rolled even harder. Well, master and father. Li Shenyang nodded heavily and said, the immortal weapon is not like those low-level weapons and treasures. It cannot be viewed as a tool. It has its own wisdom. The implication is that immortals are already independent creatures. It possesses complete wisdom and emotions, it can love, hate, be loyal, or betray. It seems that this child has to be spoiled. Su Lang breathed out helplessly, he didn't want to be a dad. After all, he has too much business, and he has no time to take this child. However, if you don't raise it, who will raise it? Su Lang looked around at the martial sages, then shook his head in disappointment. At first glance, this gang of elders is not for bringing children. Would you like Chu Xiaobei to bring it? She was born into an immortal clan, and she has exceptional aptitude, and her status in the Xuanyu Xian clan is definitely not low. She must have seen an immortal tool. At least, she has more experience than everyone else. Su Lang thought for a while, with a smile on his face. Chu Xiaobei is a good candidate. Of course, before handing the Sea of Sky to Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang still had to do something with it. The first is to arrange the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array. With the rank of the Sea of Sky itself, with the addition of this set of immortal formations, its abilities in all aspects can be greatly improved again. At that time, I am afraid that only the 4 tribulations martial immortal can break through, and it will take a long time. The second thing is to give some basic teachings on the Sea of Sky. Also, give it a name. Little boy, your name will be Xiaohai. Su Lang held the Sea of Sky and whispered softly, and I, your master, come, call master. The spirit of the Sky Sea is now called Xiaohai. Xiaohai was stunned, and then shouted, Gigi, puff. Li Shenyang and others couldn't help but laugh. Su Lang's face was embarrassed, it's not Gigi, it's the master, come and read to me, master human. Gigi, Xiaohai shouted earnestly, Pooh, oh your sister. Su Lang felt a wave of powerlessness. Is this the feeling of bringing a child? Chapter 637. Let Chu Xiaobei bring. Li Shenyang smiled, Xiaohai has just been born, and I don't understand vocabulary, maybe I can teach him simpler repetition. Reiterative title. Su Lang raised his brows and asked, that's what daddy ma. However, Li Shenyang had not had time to nod. I heard Xiaohai yelling in Su Lang's palm, ma. Ma, your sister, my man. Su Lang felt that he was about to vomit blood. This child is too difficult to take, so I must give it to Chu Xiaobei early. Ma 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 ma, Xiao Hai continued to shout happily, and Su Lang felt that he could not change it in a short time. Perhaps it will be upgraded in the future, so that its intelligence will be improved a bit, so that it can be changed. Well, try to upgrade it sooner. Su Lang nodded madly in his heart, and immediately patted Xiao Hai to prevent it from calling Mama. Su Lang input a lot of spiritual power into Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai's body instantly returned to its original shape, occupying a large area of the sky. This is its instinct. Defense, counterattack, illusion and other inherent abilities are also its instincts. These do not need to be taught, otherwise the SKR person should be tired. In the next moment, a pure indigo blue mask was derived from Xiao Hai, forming a circular mask, covering all the area of dozens of Yaoqi holy cities. The huge movement immediately attracted the attention of the warriors in the city. However, it hasn't caused much sensation. After all, such big events will happen in 2 or 3 days in the holy city of Yaoqi, and everyone is getting used to it. And these low-level warriors also couldn't recognize the fairy. Everyone exclaimed in disgust for a while, why should they go? Yaoqi Yan Fa and the others were different. They looked at the brand new Xiao Hai as if an antique appraiser had discovered a super giant treasure, and their eyes were almost out of light. You get out of the way first, I want to set up the formation. Su Lang waved his big hand, and although everyone was reluctant to give up, they also dispersed and watched in the distance. Su Lang was already familiar with the arrangement of the Kangkong Phantom Alliance Immortal Array. After a series of operations like flowing water, the formation was completed, and Xiao Hai's indigo blue barrier appeared a little bit of pink. It looked like a girl. Ma 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 ma, Xiao Hai felt that he had become stronger, so he shouted happily. Su Lang was already unable to complain about this. He beckoned, and the spirit of the little sea weapon fell into the palm of his hand. You must protect this place in the future. Su Lang said solemnly, you can't leave without my order. After speaking, Su Lang wondered if he was a bit cruel, and even said this to a newly born child. Bah, think too much. Xiao Hai screamed happily, as he agreed to Su Lang's request. Immediately, Su Lang summoned Li Shenyang and others. You just guard the sea of sky as before. Su Lang ordered, Li Shenyang, you don't need to practice, and you have a lot of vision and poison, so you can just walk around and find people who are looking for Tuantian Tower. The servant obeys. Li Shenyang and others knelt to take orders. Yaoqi Yan Fa and other 16 martial sages placed those supporting buildings on the Sea of Sky, and immediately entered the Sea of Sky to guard. Li Shenyang transformed himself into the city, wandering around, acting as an inspector. And Su Lang came to the closed room of a certain building on the sea in the sky. At this moment, the cultivating villain in the mysterious black space was almost all golden, including the halo behind his head, as well as the enveloping surroundings. This means that Su Lang will not only be able to break through the realm of cultivation very soon, but also be promoted to his spiritual level and understand the rules of the fire system. The mental progress is slower. Take drugs, take drugs. Sitting on the ground, Su Lang took out a handful of spiritual cultivation pills and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't stop taking medicine until he reached the limit of his body. The cultivator itself is completely golden. All the white clouds surrounding the cultivating villain turned golden. Comprehend the fire rules. 3 hours later, the white halo behind the cultivator's head was completely covered by gold. Mental power reached the breaking point. Chapter 638, The Mystery of the Different Fire. Su Lang ordered, break through the realm of cultivation. As soon as the command was delivered, a large amount of lead mercury aura appeared in Su Lang's body out of thin air. Not only that, his body has also become a spiritual black hole. Countless spiritual energy came surgingly and poured into Su Lang's body. Because the Sea of Sky itself has a powerful gathering function, the aura in the retreat room is stronger than the aura of the heart of the mountains, so the process is very smooth. Su Lang no longer absorbs aura. The breakthrough process is over. His cultivation realm has officially reached the peak martial arts level. At this moment, the spiritual core in the Dantian almost completely disappeared, and only a little phantom was visible. The invisible film still exists. This is the mode for Wu Zun to reach the realm of martial god. However, it is nothing to me. The corner of Su Lang's mouth twitched, and a smile appeared. Next, the system, break through the spiritual realm. Su Lang gave an order. In the sea of consciousness, the hexagonal crystallized mental power in the halo suddenly began to expand frantically. This golden star continued to grow, and its shape began to change. The original six-pointed star shape became more and more rounded, gradually forming a spherical shape. The light it emits is more and more dazzling, almost like the same day. The bright golden light burst out, and the entire black sea of consciousness was opened up more bright space. However, although the sea of consciousness that is currently being developed may seem vast, it actually only accounts for a very small part of the sea of consciousness. The sea of knowledge is the most mysterious place of warriors, and almost no one can develop it to the end. The sphere of Jinghua's mental power ball has filled the entire sea of consciousness halo. The surface of the psychic ball is covered with pits, and a halo is set on its waist. Overall, it looks like a strange moon with a planetary ring. Is this the realm of Weiyu? Su Lang felt the enormous spiritual power in the sea of knowledge, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The realm of Weiyu, the realm of spiritual power possessed by Wu Sheng, he also has. If I use the clone to swallow it, I don't know if I can reach the realm of the sun. As Su Lang thought, he calmed down the turbulent spirit in the sea. I just broke through. Weiyu is still a bit unstable. The spiritual power has calmed down, and Su Lang's spiritual realm has been consolidated. System, accept the fire rules. Su Lang continued to give orders without any muddle. Ding, fire rules have been issued. Silently, an invisible and transparent flame seemed to rise around Su Lang. This flame is ever-changing, and it seems that countless different kinds of flames can be transformed into. This is the vision of comprehending the rules. When Su Lang comprehended the rules of the thunder system before, countless lasses appeared. Fire rules. Su Lang's eyes flickered, and he stretched out a hand. Countless flames are coming and going, and they are unusually brilliant. The highest power of these flames has reached the real martial arts level. This made Su Lang very happy. Soon, Su Lang discovered an interesting thing. The fire rules he comprehended couldn't evolve three kinds of different fires: Qinglian Dragon Fire, Xuanyan Jingyu Fire, and Ziwei Wuding Fire. Can't evolve alien fire. There is no strange fire on the Kandlan continent. It seems that the different fire is more mysterious than I thought. Perhaps I can go back to the Blue Star and refine all those abnormal fires. Su Lang thought about it, planning to refine those strange fires next time he returned to Blue Star. He accompanied Chu Xiaobei's three daughters to almost the entire Blue Star before, and of course he saw a lot of strange fires. But the different fire did not have any important effect on Su Lang, at least on the surface. Therefore, Su Lang didn't think much about it, and didn't try to refine it. I don't know what kind of strange results will be produced after refining those strange fires. Come. Su Lang accepted the rules of the fire system and asked, "System, how long will it take for my 5 god level exercises to reach the founding level?" Ding. Host, it takes 18 hours to cultivate to the founding level with the 5 god level techniques. Chapter 639, 9-star Sacred Sword, Yutian, 18 more hours, close to a day. Su Lang raised his brows slightly. It's so slow. 1 day, how long it is. I don't know if the other warriors heard Su Lang's complaint and couldn't help but rush up and desperately. They practiced the god-level techniques to reach the consummation level for 10,000 years. I haven't seen the property panel for a long time, looking forward to. With a thought, Su Lang opened his attribute panel. Realm level, Peak Wuzun. Attack level, 1-star Wusheng. Endurance level, Zhuansheng Plus. Mastering techniques. Boundless Heart Sutra, Bei's Feihua Ju Record, God level. Founding, Zhishui Wanzhong Zhenju, God level. Founding, Bagua Immortal Power, God level. Founding, Qinli Taiching God Axis, God level. Founding, Zhu Zhuan Zhugong Zhenjing, God level. Founding. Activated System Functions, 1 Key Training Function, Level 22, 1 Key Training Function, Level 21, Clone Dispatch Function, Level 20, 1 Key Treasure Hunting Function, Level 20, 1 Key Alchemy Function, Level 14, 1 Key Mixer Function, Level 14, 1 Key Array Function, Level 14, 1 Key Synthesis Function, Level 15, 1 Key Decomposition Function, No level. Oh, a hint of excitement appeared on Su Lang's face. The attack level has finally reached the real martial sage level. From the quasi-sage to the real sacred order, there is an unknowingly large moat. Even if Su Lang had practiced a lot of exercises and understood the rules of the thunder system, it would be difficult for him to cross this gap. Until today, once again comprehending the rules of the fire system, did the attack state cross the sky and reach the 1-star martial sage state. After some excitement, Su Lang calmed down and took out the Yudian sword. At this time, he had already put the resources of the 3 holy races into his bag, possessing a variety of treasured holy rank materials, and could also synthesize fairy rank materials. Therefore, Su Lang intends to be promoted to Yudian sword again. Of course, he didn't know if the materials were enough, just a pure try. Ding. Host, to retain the characteristics and evolve the Yudian sword, you need to use the Holy Refining Material Tianyu Holy Soil 20, Misty Holy Lotus Petals 12, Jade Girl Long Hatred Stone 12, Drunken Dream Tian's Jade 12, Qing Weiwan Amethyst 12, Soul of Wusheng 2, Soul of Valkyrie 10. Need so many materials, but also the Soul of Martial Saint. Su Lang frowned slightly, and then began to search for the materials proposed by the system in the storage space. The most cherished Soul of Martial Saint is enough. Su Lang slayed the 2 martial sages of Wuyong Demon Cave, and slayed Kai Liao and Zhu 108, and then obtained 9 shares from the 3 clans' secret library. Counting the Soul of Wusheng that has been used, there are currently 7 remaining. The Valkyrie Soul has more left, which is completely enough. After some inventory, Su Lang discovered that the missing materials were the Jade Girl Chang'an Stone and Drunken Dream Tian's Jade. Fortunately, the number is insufficient. Su Lang took out a lot of god-level materials and began to synthesize according to feelings. After trying hundreds of times and synthesizing hundreds of holy-grade materials, I finally synthesized the Jade Girl Chang'an Stone and Drunken Dream Tian's Jade. This is enough material. Su Lang smiled. System. Only retain the current characteristics, evolve the Heavenly Sword. Ding. Consumption of Holy Refining Material Tianyu Holy Soil 20, Misty Sacred Lotus Petals 12, Jade Girl of Long Hatred 12, Drunken Dream Tian's Jade 12, Qinghui Magic Amethyst 12, Wusheng Soul Asterisk 2, the Soul of the Valkyrie 10. The Yudian sword has evolved into a high-level saint. The Yudian sword in Su Lang's hand flashed light, and the black pattern on the white background seemed to come alive, quite spiritual. 9-star Sacred Sword, it's only a little bit to reach the quasi-immortal level. Su Lang swung the Yudian sword lightly, and he felt that he could kill almost all the martial sages in the world with a sword in his hand. In fact, although it is not so exaggerated, it is not far off. There are really too few martial saints who can hold the Yudian sword. Chapter 640, sure enough, played the Yudian sword. Su Lang put it in the storage space and once again faced a multiple-choice question. That is what rules should be understood by the following rules. The basic rules of the 5 elements of heaven, earth, and earth. There are still 4 types of gold, wood, water, and soil that are not understood. Well, I don't have many exercises from the metal system, the wood system, and the earth system, but it's the water system. There are exercises such as blowing snow without traces. Su Lang thought, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. Moreover, I was originally called Lang. Only by comprehending a water system technique can I have a more pleasant wave. With a decision in his mind, Su Lang immediately issued an order. System, let me understand the rules of the water system. Ding. Start to comprehend the rules of the water system. At this point, in the mysterious black space, the whole body of the cultivating villain, the halo, and the halo have become white again. But Su Lang knew that it would not take long for it to turn golden again. No way, our cultivation speed is more than 5 million times that of ordinary talents. Newly understood rules are selected. Su Lang planned to return to Blue Star to take a look. Coming out of the closed room, a dumpling suddenly appeared in front of Su Lang. It was the spirit of the sky sea, Xianxia. It was still holding a face that looked like Su Lang, and Su Lang was speechless for a while. Xianxia yelled and threw himself into Su Lang's arms. I'll go, don't call me numb, I will find one for you right away. Su Lang rolled his eyes fiercely, and immediately patted Xianxia, go and play. Xianxia seemed to feel Su Lang's emotions, and made some grievances. Su Lang could not laugh or cry, but was speechless. In the end, he could only pat Xianxia lightly to express comfort. Xianxia was really coaxing too, so he didn't feel wrong, but he became more excited. Ma 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 ma, it called out loudly, making Su Lang feel as if he had made a serious mistake. You shouldn't give you a little sweetness to this clingy little fairy. Su Lang held his forehead with his hand and sighed. He really wanted to just leave like this. But in this case, it's like a scumbag who doesn't care about children. My Su Lang is so handsome, don't be a scumbag, then what should we do? Thinking, he quickly thought of a way. My clone is exactly the same as me, I will call a clone to play with it. Su Lang stretched his brows, and immediately sent a clone to his side. Chi-ji, Xiao Hai looked at the two ma in front of him, and suddenly crashed. Sure enough, silly and confused, Su Lang showed complacency, and then immediately used his clone to replace him to Blue Star. But after he replaced the clones, two clones were left in place, causing Xiao Hai to stay there stupidly, unable to tell who was the real and the fake. It probably didn't think that the two in front of it were real. At this time, Su Lang withdrew one clone, and immediately issued an order to the other clone, bring me a child. The clone with medium wits really started to execute the order and played with Xiao Hai. Mad, that's so cool. It would be nice to have a clone when studying before. You, learn math for me. You, learn Chinese for me. You, learn English for me. Gee, think about it. Su Lang has arrived at the remote island of Blue Star. As soon as he appeared above the small island, he discovered that there was a lot of martial sage level aura between heaven and earth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18. In such a short period of time, 18 quasi-sages have broken through to the martial sage level. So many martial sages appeared in a short period of time, which was very surprising, but in fact, it did not surprise Su Lang. Think about it, how long have those quasi-sages stuck at the quasi-sage level? Not to mention 10,000 years, there are old quasi-sages who have been holding back tens of thousands of years. In fact, all aspects of their conditions have reached a breakthrough point, only one opportunity is left. At this time, when I came to Blue Star, I was assisted by the quasi-elixir, and of course I broke through all at once. Chapter 641, You actually have a child outside. Just when Su Lang was happy, there was another vast and terrifying vision between heaven and earth. Another Wu Xmas is born. The corner of Su Lang's mouth hooked and smiled happily. It is foreseeable that in just one day, hundreds of martial sages will appear. With a happy mood, Su Lang flew down, and soon met Rushui and Slim who were protecting Chu Xiaobei's law. Of course, there is no danger at all on the Blue Star, so they just practiced on their own, and then watched the quasi-sages at their feet sanctified, and let out a cry of wonder. Su Lang flew down, and the eyes of the two women naturally shifted to Su Lang. Brother Su Lang, you are back. Brother Su Lang, many quasi-saints have been sanctified. They were so scary when they were sanctified. Fortunately, there are artifacts made by Brother Su Lang for us. Rushui and Xianxia whispered around Su Lang. Su Lang's expression moved, and he thought to himself, these two girls are a bit close to Xiao Hai's character. Now that Xiaobei is practicing, you can also ask them to bring Xiao Hai. Thinking of this, he made a decision. Before Chu Xiaobei's retreat was over, let Rushui and Xianxia go to take Xiao Hai. After Chu Xiaobei's retreat is over, let her take it. Ahem, Rushui, Xianxia, I have something to tell you. Su Lang coughed slightly and laughed, I want to ask you to help me bring the children. Ji Rushui and Marong Slim were full of question marks, and at the same time, both small faces were shocked. Immediately afterwards, the shocked two women's complexion gradually turned cold, and they said in unison, Su Lang, you actually have a child outside. Su Lang couldn't laugh or cry. After some explanation, the two women realized that the Sea of Sky had produced the spirit. Ah, I was scared to death. I thought Su Lang was looking for a woman outside to have a baby. Well, it doesn't matter if you have a child outside. Brother Su Lang has a very high level of cultivation. It is difficult to have a child. Yes, Brother Su Lang's cultivation level has improved so quickly, he must have a baby early. Yes, give birth early, even if you are looking for a woman outside, as long as you have a baby. I don't know if Brother Su Lang needs our help. I don't know, who knows what he is thinking. Two women, one word for you and one for me, crazy suggesting Su Lang. Su Lang was stunned for a while, and then smiled, if you want to have a baby, come and censored me now. As soon as this remark came out, Ji Rushui and Marong Xianxia suddenly babbled, blushing, and ran away. Haha, really just stubbornly. Don't dare to do a real fight with me. Su Lang laughed, and then flew to the top of the island with his hands behind his back. Chu Xiaobei was practicing on the top of the mountain. When he came to Chu Xiaobei, Su Lang took a close look at her state. At this time, she had taken the immortal soul pill, and a terrifying spiritual storm was shrouded in her body. If it weren't for Su Lang's mental power had just been upgraded to Weiyu level. With the spiritual power of the Morningstar level before, staying next to Chu Xiaobei would not last long, and death replacement would be triggered. To put it simply, it is a warrior who stays beside Chu Xiaobei for a while and will cool off. This shows how terrifying Chu Xiaobei's mental power is. Of course, Su Lang didn't think Chu Xiaobei's mental power could break through to the realm of the sun in one fell swoop. There is a big gap between Wu Shen and Wu Sheng, and the gap between Wu Sheng and Wu Xian is even greater. It can be said that the chasm between Wu Sheng and Wu Xian is even more terrifying than the gap from the body tempering stage to the realm of Wu Sheng. Such a huge gap can never be broken by an elixir of 3 tribulations. Even if it is a higher level pill, it won't work. Of course, for Su Lang, if one doesn't work, then 2. If 2 don't work, then I will give you a bowl. Digest the pill earlier. Su Lang looked at Chu Xiaobei with anticipation in his heart. The strongest accomplice around him right now, is a comrade, Li Shenyang. But Li Shenyang lost the ability to practice, and could only follow Su Lang step by step to improve. Su Lang estimated that if he used the whole card of Swallowing Clone, his true combat power would not necessarily be able to rise to the level of Martial Fairy. But Chu Xiaobei is different. Chapter 642, My Fairy Lady. This girl is an unparalleled qualification, the strongest cultivation qualification Su Lang has ever seen. Su Lang believes that as long as she manages enough resources, she will definitely break through the moat in a short time and become a martial immortal. That is the real Wuxian. At any time, it can maintain the powerful combat power and deterrence capabilities of the Wuxian level. Unlike Su Lang, he can only be a macho for half an hour. Well, in fact, half an hour doesn't seem to be too short. Anything longer than half an hour must be bragging. My Lady Fairy, come up quickly. Su Lang licked his lips, and immediately refined a bottle of 10 immortal soul pills of 3 tribulations and placed it beside Chu Xiaobei. He had the intention to synthesize it into a higher level elixir, but was afraid that Beckham could not digest it, so he gave up. Leaving the elixir, Su Lang left another letter, which said about bringing Xiaohai. Finish it all. Su Lang came into the air, and when he was talking to Rushui Shenxian and refining pill for Xiaobei, there were 3 more martial arts students. Su Lang looked at the warriors who had broken through to the martial sage realm, and deliberately brought them back to the Sea of Sky to participate in guarding. However, they have just broken through the martial saint and need a little time to consolidate the realm of cultivation. Just dozens of martial sages are not enough. When there are more people breaking through, come and take them away. Su Lang thought about it, and then left this remote island in the sea. He did not leave Blue Star directly. Instead, follow the memory of visiting the Blue Star before and head to a mountain range. With his true quasi-sage level, the speed is so fast that the sonic boom has dragged hundreds of meters, which can be described as a real cloud and fog. Not long after, at the destination, an unknown mountain range appeared in front of Su Lang. Without any hesitation, he plunged his head and came to a bare rock face. This rock wall appeared very abruptly, and other places were densely vegetation, only it was bare here, like a middle-aged uncle's Mediterranean Sea. And the reason why this rock wall is so strange is because there was a strange fire on it. If you look closely, you can find traces of black and red veins, like irregular spider webs all over the rock wall. This is a kind of heavenly fire, named Rock Blood Dark Sorrow. Go Li Taiching. With a move of Su Lang's heart, he used a trick to immediately ingest the strange fire all over the rock wall into his hands. The dark blood of rock blood turned into a black-red tent-like flame, constantly struggling, just like a living thing. However, even though it was a heavenly fire, its damage was only at the martial arts level, and for Su Lang, it was just a hand warmer. Ding! Rock blood dark flames are detected. Is it refining? Refining. Su Lang directly ordered, and the strange fire in his hand disappeared. The reason why he came here was to refine the different fires. He wants to know the magic of these different fires, and even the rules of the fire system cannot evolve. Ding! The dark blood flame has been refined. Is it so fast? Su Lang was taken aback for a moment, and then he was stunned. That's right, my real combat power has half-stepped into the martial saint level. Rock blood dark sorrow. With a move in Su Lang's heart, a black-red flame suddenly emerged. These strange fires were not suspended in the air, but attached to Su Lang's body surface, forming black veins all over the body, just like when it was climbing on a rock wall. It feels like I have an extra kill mat tattoo. Su Lang curled his lips, and immediately began to look at the confidence of this kind of heavenly fire. Rock blood dark sorrow is regarded as an auxiliary type of different fire, which can enhance the power of the host's blood. The General Wu Zun used it, at least 3 times the energy and blood of himself, which can be described as extremely abnormal. But for Su Lang, the effect was minimal. Heavenly fire is useless. Su Lang frowned and revoked the dark blood flame. Immediately, the black and red veins clinging to Su Lang gradually disappeared. If you don't see the strangeness of a different kind of fire, then there are more places. Su Lang moved his feet straight into the sky and unfolded towards the next destination. Along the way, he also deployed the spirit power of the Weiyu level to ensure that he would not miss the strange fire he encountered on the way. Chapter 643, Zhu Qi and his men, Kanglan Continent. Inside an active volcano in the Yaoqi Saint area, a huge space was opened up in the boiling magma. In the space, a tall and thin man is leading a large group of people intently looking at a light curtain of sacred artifacts. It looks a bit like a group of people watching a movie. Speaking of the identity of this group of people can scare many people to death, they are the people who kill the sky. The tall and thin man headed was Zhu Qi, the 7th-in-chief of the intelligence department of Tuantian Tower. And behind him, there are dozens of martial sages sitting, their names are probably Zhu plus numbers. This is just a part of Zhu Qi, the 7th commander in the intelligence department of the Tuantian Tower, and all his martial saint-level subordinates are probably 1 or 200. From this it can be seen that the strength of the slaughter tower is really strong. Look at the scene in the light curtain. A layer of indigo powder mask occupies the entire light curtain, which is a barrier unfolded by the sea of sky. In fact, they also want to see something deeper, but their own sacred artifacts simply can't do other people's fairy artifacts, they can only see a thin and silky barrier. This is a defensive mask transformed by a real fairy. Aren't they all of quasi-immortal artifacts before? How come they suddenly become immortal artifacts? Damn it, the original quasi-immortal weapon suddenly became an immortal weapon, and Zhu 108 also died unclearly. This Su Lang is too weird. Our people heard the news and speculated that Zhu 108 died in the hands of the old servant beside Su Lang. The old servant is the ancient great sage immortal Yang Wusheng who has remained to this day, and he worshipped Su Lang as his master as soon as he came out. In addition, Su Lang refined the quasi-immortal weapon Sky Sea in front of countless people, and now the Sky Sea has suddenly been promoted to the immortal weapon. It is estimated that Su Lang did it. Perhaps, the quasi-immortal artifacts he refined before were only semi-finished products. It takes time to brew before it can gradually transform into a spirit of an immortal weapon and be promoted to an immortal artifact. Perhaps that's the case. I have also seen examples of quasi-immortal artifacts evolving into immortal artifacts over a long period of time. However, in the Sea of Sky, it is obvious that Su Lang used some magical means, which greatly shortened the time. Hey, this can be regarded as a direct refining of immortal artifacts. Su Lang can refine immortal artifacts. This will be regarded as the existence of the sacred guest wherever he goes on the Kanglan continent. Yes, immortal artifacts are several times rarer than martial immortals. Talents who can refine immortal artifacts are afraid that the emperor will give 2 points of face. Although this person is not of the direct blood of the emperor, I am afraid that he has a lot of background, otherwise the ancient martial sage Li Shenyang would not worship him as the master. Anyway, if this person killed my slaughterer, he must give an explanation. Yes, isn't he good at making immortal artifacts? Let's arrest him and let him make immortal artifacts for us at Tuantianlu every day and night. Haha, anyway, the immortal forces dare not provoke us, and the imperial clans do not look down on an immortal refiner. As long as we catch him, no one will save him. This is a good idea. Many of the Wuxian adults in Tuantianlu don't have fairy tools. This Su Lang must be caught, but this person is too cunning and the defense is so tight, we have to think about it long term. With the value that Su Lang currently shows, it is entirely possible for the Wuxian adults in the organization to take action. Maybe even Zushan adults will be interested. By the way, what exactly is Master Zhu Xian up to? Why is it always coming and going in a hurry? It always gives me the feeling that wind and rain are coming. Master Zhu Xian is something you can guess. Be careful, Master Zhu Xian counts, and figure out that you are disrespectful behind your back, hehe. I'm not disrespectful, I haven't said anything. Everyone talked about it, and they were shocked by the sudden transformation of the Sea of Sky into a fairy, and their attitude towards Su Lang also changed. When they came before, they came with a mentality of killing. At this time, he became a man who captured him alive and turned him into a tool for making immortal artifacts in the Leontian Tower. However, it was obvious that they still chose to stand on the opposite side of Su Lang. And what awaits them will be a tragic end. Of course, these Slaughter Towers guys didn't know that they had provoked an enemy that was so abnormal that they could not be described. They were still imagining the wonderful scene where Su Lang was caught and asked him to refine the fairy artifact. It's exciting to think about it with a sacred artifact. Chapter 644, 200 Martial Sages. The light curtain in front of them suddenly appeared numerous cracks, and then suddenly exploded. The light curtain exploded. Our sacred vessel is destroyed. It was discovered, we were discovered. That Shenyang Wusheng can kill Kai Liao in seconds. It is very likely that he has already entered the realm of Wushan. We are in danger. All the martial sages were panicked, exclaiming in a low voice, while looking at their boss, Zhu Qi. Let's withdraw first. The enemy's level is beyond our control, and more advanced adults are needed to take action. Zhu Qi did not hesitate to give the order and quickly fled with dozens of martial sages. Su Lang was frantically collecting abnormal fire on the blue star. After the heavenly fire, he successively refined the Tian's forbidden spirit fire, the king of the sky fire, the Haoshan 3 green fire, the white solar eclipse divine fire, and so on. But he did not stop. After refining all the abnormal fires he had encountered, he began to make a special trip to search for other strange fires. The sky into the earth, the Antarctic and the North Pole, the Terror Trench, are all covered with the footprints of Su Lang. It took a full half a day to refine all the strange fires on the entire blue star. There are a total of 88 kinds of these different fires, 66 more than the records, and all of them are located in extremely dangerous places. They are of different levels, and their functions are also different. Some are even magical, but they are almost useless to warriors at the level of Su Lang. Su Lang has already returned to the island where thousands of quasi-sage martial gods practiced. All the strange fires on the blue star have been refined, but nothing strange has happened. Is it because these alien fires are not as mysterious as I imagined, or is it because the level of the alien fires I refine is too low, or is there not enough? I asked the system about this, but the system didn't respond at all. I crossed it. I hate selling off, dead system, bad system. After complaining, Su Lang turned his attention to Chu Xiaobei. This girl's talent is really terrifying. This is only half a day, and the spiritual storm spilling around has increased several times. From the perspective of these spilled spiritual energy, her spiritual cultivation is afraid that she has reached the extreme point of Weiyu. However, it shouldn't reach the level of Li Shenyang, that old fellow, but even Wu Xian has pulled off his horse. Come on, Chu Xiaobei, I need your protection. Well, I don't want to eat soft rice. Thinking wildly in his mind, Su Lang looked at the quasi-sage martial gods sitting in rows below. In half a day, plus the 20 previous breakthroughs, the number of martial artists promoted to the martial sage realm reached 200. And Wu Sheng is constantly being born. This scene is truly shocking, and it is estimated that Kanglan continent has never happened before. If it were seen by those warriors on the Kanglan continent, it would scare countless eyes and jaws. Su Lang raised his brows and used the clone replacement, swapping positions with the clone who was carrying Xiaohai. Xiaohai was still screaming, looking very happy. Hey, don't shout. Su Lang rubbed Xiaohai and turned to look at Li Shenyang. He realized that Li Shenyang had something to report through the fire of his soul and ran over. Let's talk. What did you post? Su Lang said. Li Shenyang replied respectfully. I found someone spying on my patrol, looking for qi, and ruining the enemy's sacred artifact hidden in the dark. Do you spy on our sacred artifacts? Most likely it is the people who killed Tianlu. Su Lang frowned slightly. Li Shenyang, please check more, don't let it go inside or outside the city. Li Shenyang took the lead and immediately retreated. Sneaky, hiding so far. Why don't you send more martial saints to die? Su Lang looked at the horizon with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. In order to fight the Slaughter Sky Tower, he not only prepared the Sky Sea in a whole card, but also had a bigger plan. Chapter 645, Annihilation Plan. And this plan was called the Evil Immortal by Su Lang. Oh bah, it was Zhangjin. The so-called annihilation plan, as the name suggests, is a plan to annihilate Wuxian. The inspiration for this plan came from the Tai Chi meteorite, censored thunder. When dealing with Wuyong Wusheng, Su Lang had planned to use this one-time weapon to kill Wuyong Wuzun. But later, because of Chu Xiaobei's shot, Wuyong Wusheng was scared to pee directly, so he didn't use Taiji meteorite thunder. At this time, facing the powerful Slaughter Heaven Tower, Su Lang had already evolved into a terrifying one-time holy weapon. And this is also Su Lang's other trump card besides Sky Sea. At this time, the Taiji meteorite god Thunder has reached the level of high-level sacred artifacts. Once it explodes, the quasi-immortal can be killed. But this is not enough, but there are many powerful organizations of Wuxian in the Slaughter Sky Tower. A sacred artifact that can kill quasi-Shang basically has no deterrent power. Therefore, Su Lang intends to evolve it into a one-off fairy weapon and become a nuclear bomb in the fantasy world. If one goes down, the martial arts will be destroyed. Moreover, Su Lang did not intend to make only one, nor did he intend to make only Tai Chi meteorite thunder. He also has to build a cannon, which is the core of the Jie Xian plan, the Jie Xian cannon. Although only relying on Tai Chi meteorite god thunder, it can also blow up the Liantianlu to cry father and mother. However, the method of using Tai Chi meteorite thunder is more complicated. It needs to rely on the death substitution function to replace life for life. But as long as the Jixian cannon was built, there was no need for Su Lang to rush up with an explosive bag in his hand to change his life with the enemy. Just plug the Tai Chi meteorite thunder into the Jixian cannon and launch it out to directly kill the enemy. Of course, the plan is good, but there are still many difficulties in implementation. The biggest difficulty facing Su Lang at the moment is the shortage of materials. The Jixian artillery was at least a fairy weapon in Su Lang's plan, otherwise it would not be possible to hit Wuxian at all. According to Su Lang's vision, the Jieshan artillery must have an intermediate level to ensure the safety of the Yaoqi holy city. As a result, the building of the Jixian cannon must consume more materials than refining the sky and sea. Especially the soul of Wusheng. Su Lang doesn't need to think about knowing that Wusheng's soul is not enough. Because the soul of Wusheng is not only used to refine the Jieshan cannon, but also used to refine the immortal level Taiji meteorite thunder. Otherwise, the cannons are powerful, but the shells are not powerful. There is an egg. Regarding this huge difficulty, Su Lang's current method is to use war to support war. First, finish refining the various parts of the Jixian cannon, and when the battle begins, kill the opponent's martial saint, and then quickly evolve the Jixian cannon. But before that, it was a very dangerous gap period. If there is a Wuxian, you need to pounce on Su Lang with an explosive bag and die with the enemy. I hope the other party will not send Wuxian from the beginning. It would be great if you send Wusheng to send some materials first. Su Lang thought, with a smile on his face, I don't want that much. Soldiers are here to cover up the water and earth. Now carry out the first step of the plan, the exchange system. The exchange system is a great tool for Su Lang to collect materials. Although the basic materials are sufficient for the time being, just in case, it is necessary to establish an exchange system among the three races. This will not only earn more materials and spirit jade, but also increase prestige and unite people. Thinking of this, Su Lang immediately summoned Yaoqi Yan Fa and other martial sages from the Sea of Sky. Yaoqi Yan Fa and other Wusheng respectfully salute. I have an exchange system here that you need to establish. Su Lang said, the so-called exchange system is a system that allows warriors to exchange low-level materials for high-level materials. The exchange ratio is very friendly. Specifically, I will let Wangfukan tell you, oh, Wangfukan is my first soul heart servant. Wangfukan has established an exchange system in my own clan and has rich experience. You follow his orders.